Xu Sheng awoke from slumber, only to discover that he had traversed to the Douluo continent. Initially intending to lead a mundane life, it was only during his martial soul awakening that he realized something was amiss. His first martial soul, Nine-Heart's Blood Begonia, evolved from the Nine Hearts Begonia. It sacrifices blood and nourishes the soul, shattering the myth of support-type martial souls. His second martial soul, Ice Rose Sword. Its offensive power surpasses even the Haotian Hammer, establishing it as the continent's most formidable weapon martial soul. Under the astonished gaze of Su Yuntao, Xu Sheng helplessly regarded the 9 crimson soul rings adorning his form. Well, I actually just wanted a quiet life, but do you think these 9 red circles look nice? Chapter 1. Holy Soul Village. Brother Sheng, wake up. It's already noon. How can you still be asleep? With his eyes closed on the bed, Xu Sheng heard a youthful voice beside him. He rubbed his eyes with some annoyance and sat up. Then he glared at the ordinary-looking boy beside him, mildly irritated. Xiao San, didn't I tell you not to disturb me before? Afternoon? The boy's mouth twitched as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother Sheng, who was it that asked me to wake you up early yesterday? This boy was none other than Tang San, the destined child of the Douluo continent. Xu Sheng suddenly recalled that it was indeed he who had requested Tang San to wake him early, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his messy hair and chuckled. Xiao San, I'm sorry. Tang San sighed, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. Since you're awake, he'll go chop some firewood on the mountain. Brother Shang's character was genuinely good, however. Being by his side always sent a chill coursing through Tang San's body, an icy sensation that was hard to ignore. After speaking, he turned to leave the room. Xu Sheng lazily stretched and then cast his deep gaze toward the window. His name was Xu Sheng. A few years prior, he had inadvertently fallen asleep and awoken in the Douluo continent, precisely in the Holy Soul village of the Nuo province. Though he was orphaned, he was bestowed with a countenance that even women envied, with gentle, watery eyes and exquisitely carved features that appeared remarkably profound. As a transmigrator, after years of waiting without any sign of system, he resolved to embrace a leisurely existence. After getting out of bed and tidying himself, he gazed into the mirror at the handsome young man before him, nodding in satisfaction. Martial souls and soul power could be disregarded, but being handsome was an absolute necessity. He then pondered, according to the original narrative, tomorrow seems to be the day of martial soul awakening, and the day Su Yuntao arrives. As the saying goes, fleeting protagonists and steadfast Su Yuntao are no mere exaggeration. In numerous fanfictions of the original work, a substantial portion of the protagonists encountered this spirited young man, though conversely, he could also be seen as the true undercover agent lurking within the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to many, he had established numerous formidable enemies for the Spirit Hall. As he indulged in these thoughts, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Returning to reality, Xu Sheng directed his gaze toward the door, his tone laced with curiosity. Come in. With a soft creak, the door was slowly pushed open, revealing an elderly man stooped with age, a cane in hand, and a kindly expression. The old man was none other than the village chief of Holy Soul Village, Jack. He approached Xu Sheng with warmth, a smile gracing his face. Little Sheng, why are you up so early today? Xu Sheng shrugged, slightly exasperated. Can't sleep, I suppose. Feigning ignorance, he asked, but Chief Jack, is there something you need to discuss with me so early? If he was not mistaken, Chief Jack had likely come to inform him about the forthcoming martial soul awakening. As expected, Jack's expression grew serious. Little Sheng, tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening. I will come to fetch you, don't miss it. Xu Sheng rolled his eyes, attempting to reason. Chief Jack, can I opt out? Jack replied firmly, no. Though the number of individuals qualified to become soul masters is exceedingly rare across the continent, one must at least give it a try. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow. All right then, I will be at home waiting for you tomorrow. Chief Jack, noting Xu Sheng's nonchalant demeanor, Jack gravely proclaimed, listen here. Little Sheng, the martial soul awakening is crucial. Even if you awaken a scythe or a hoe, as long as there's a shred of soul power, you could become a soul master. If you become a soul master, you'll be among the elite. Our Holy Soul Village will also benefit from this. With Jack's insistence, Xu Sheng had little room to argue. He merely wished to quietly cling to a powerful ally and live a comfortable life. Why was it so difficult? Moreover, why would he awaken a scythe or hoe? Was he meant to work in the fields as cannon fodder? Impatiently, he waved his hand, urging, all right, I understand. Chief Jack, you must have others to notify as well. So off you go. Hey, You little rascal. Remember my words. Jack shot him a glare, offering one last piece of advice before limping away. Xu Sheng secretly muttered, "Then you're just a little bear." With Jack cast from his thoughts, he quickly brushed off the dust from his pants, his eyes glinting with determination. All right, it's time to seek out a powerful ally. Arriving at the forest where Tang San was chopping wood, Xu Sheng watched as Tang San swung his scythe. Drenched in sweat, he approached slowly, opening his water bottle as he called out, "Xiao San, hold on. Come over and drink some water before continuing." Tang San paused, momentarily taken aback by Xu Sheng's unexpected kindness, then accepted the water bottle, tilting his head back to take a sip before returning it, wiping the sweat from his brow. Tang San smiled. "Thank you, Brother Sheng." Deep down, he felt something was amiss with Xu Sheng today. Ordinarily, he wouldn't even bother to fetch water, let alone assist him with chopping wood. Today, he surprisingly showed such benevolence by bringing him water. Unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. Tang San's instincts over the years made him acutely aware that something was decidedly off about Xu Sheng at this moment. Chapter 2. Clues and Threads. Xu Sheng waved his hand and said, "Hey, why bother with formalities between us?" But Tang San, that old rascal Jack, mentioned that tomorrow is the day of the soul awakening. Tang San's eyes lit up with fervor as he gazed down at his arms, murmuring, "The soul awakening? I wonder what my martial soul will be." His Xiantian art had reached a plateau, and no matter how much he trained, he felt no improvement. The soul awakening was the only potential key he believed could shatter this impasse. Xu Sheng cleared his throat and jested. "What if your martial soul turns out to be blue silvergrass?" Tang San, with a touch of grievance, retorted, "Brother Sheng, are you cursing me? Blue silvergrass is a standard waste martial soul. What are you trying to do by saying that?" Xu Sheng chuckled, choosing not to clarify the truth. "Well, let us chop some firewood together, so you can prepare dinner for Uncle Hao sooner." It was clear that while Tang San held a unique perspective on blue silvergrass, he also could not deny its reputation as a useless martial soul. After considering, Tang San nodded in agreement. "All right, then you should join us for dinner, Brother Sheng. Father would surely be pleased." Xu Sheng scoffed internally. He knew that Tang Hao would hardly be pleased to see him. However, in his pursuit to firmly attach himself to the right connections, it was not unreasonable to make an appearance. With renewed enthusiasm, he said, "Thank you, Tang San. I happen to have no plans for dinner either." Soon, with Xu Sheng's assistance, the two quickly finished chopping the firewood, bundling it up to carry down the mountain. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Xu Sheng plopped down onto a chair, panting, "Tang San, your physical fitness is truly remarkable. You didn't even break a sweat." Upon hearing this, Tang San, who was preparing dinner, turned around with a faint smile. "Brother Sheng, that's because you were too lazy, sleeping until the afternoon without exercising. How can you expect your body to be fit?" His robust physique was largely due to the circulation of the Xiantian art within him, complemented by his daily morning exercises. However, neither the Xiantian art nor his hidden weapons were known to his father. So how could he disclose that to Xu Sheng? Seated leisurely, Xu Sheng chose not to press the matter further, casually surveying the fire-lit blacksmith shop. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, startling Xu Sheng so much that he nearly toppled from his chair. Tang San immediately set down what he was doing and approached the entrance, where he encountered a tall, scruffy figure. "Father, you're back. Dinner isn't ready yet. Please wait a moment." Tang Hao coldly replied, as he stepped into the shop. His gaze fell upon Xu Sheng, and it grew even more frigid. Under this scrutinizing stare, Xu Sheng felt as though he was being observed by a terrifying beast at the apex of the food chain, an overwhelming pressure suffocating him. Just as Xu Sheng opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter a single word, his voice caught in his throat, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Observing this, Tang San hurried over and apologetically said, "Father, it was I who invited Brother Sheng. If you were to blame me." Tang Hao grunted in response, releasing his oppressive aura from Xu Sheng. It felt as if Xu Sheng had been granted a second chance at life, internally cursing, "Damn, Tang Hao is terrifying. Just a glance feels like it could end me. If only I had known, I wouldn't have come. If he reveals those 9 terrifying soul rings, I might just die from sheer fright." Afterward, Tang Hao paid Xu Sheng no further mind, turning back to Tang San with an impatient tone. "Hurry up and cook. Call me when it's done." Noticing Tang Hao's evident displeasure, Tang San dared not say more, responding, "Yes, father." Once Tang Hao retreated to his room, Tang Sen approached Xu Sheng, expressing his regret. I'm sorry, Brother Sheng. You know how my father is. Xu Sheng, feeling a shiver run down his spine, waved his hands. No worries, no worries. Uncle Hao is merely growing stronger with age. Though Tang Hao was inside, Xu Sheng was certain that if he spoke ill, it would reach Tang Hao's ears in an instant. During dinner, Tang Sen bit his lip and looked hopefully at Tang Hao, saying, Father, Village Chief Jack mentioned that tomorrow is the soul awakening day. Tang Hao's pupils narrowed, a fierce aura suddenly emanating from him, causing the table to shake violently. But in the next moment, as if recalling something, his demeanor wilted as if he had aged decades. With a calm expression, he replied, If you wish to go, then go. Tang San's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Father. As he observed this heartfelt exchange between father and son, Xu Sheng, the outsider, trembled slightly, burying his head in his food and silently wishing, Please continue your conversation. Just ignore me. Tang Sen took a sip of porridge and casually mentioned, Besides me, Brother Sheng will also be going. Xu Sheng, who was in the midst of gulping down his porridge, nearly choked, inwardly cursing, Damn it, Tang San, could you not drag me into this? However, seeing Tang Hao's lack of response, he let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, Tang Hao suddenly asked, Boy, you too will undergo soul awakening? Xu Sheng forced a polite smile. Yes, Uncle Hao. I advise you to give up. You are merely wasting your time. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Tang Hao's icy tone was cut short as he abruptly stood, slamming his spoon onto the table before striding toward his room, leaving Tang San and Xu Sheng exchanging bewildered glances. Tang San shook his head and resumed eating his porridge, while Xu Sheng squinted thoughtfully. Does Uncle Hao know something about me? Chapter 3. The arrival of Xiao Taozi after returning from the blacksmith shop. A weary Xu Sheng collapsed on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. A ray of sunlight streamed in, and at that moment, Jack, hunched over, stood at Xu Sheng's door. Behind him were Tang San and several children of varying ages, likely around Tang San's age. Jack glanced at Tang San and, with a hint of exasperation, patted his shoulder. Tang San, hurry inside and call Xu Sheng out. This fellow is surely still sleeping in. Clearly, he did not take his words from the previous day seriously, letting them go in one ear and out the other. Tang San nodded. Yes, Grandpa Jack. The children behind him stifled their laughter, clearly amused. It seemed Xu Sheng had even forgotten about the soul awakening. He had undoubtedly lost confidence in becoming a soul master. Unlike them, who were filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of becoming esteemed soul masters, how could someone with such an attitude ever attain that revered status? Tang San sighed as he approached the door, then gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he saw Xu Sheng sleeping peacefully on the bed. He quickly shook Xu Sheng's hand. Brother Sheng, why are you still sleeping? The soul awakening ceremony is about to begin. Although Xu Sheng was typically lazy, he was undeniably handsome, far beyond Tang San's own appearance. Slowly waking from his slumber, Xu Sheng rubbed his heavy head and looked at the familiar figure beside him, puzzled. Tang San? In the next instant, he covered his forehead, silently thinking, Oh no, I seem to have forgotten about the soul awakening today. That old coot Jack must be at it again. Tang San pointed towards the door, offering a wry smile. Brother Sheng, let us hurry outside. Everyone is waiting for you. Some are getting a bit impatient. Xu Sheng, upon hearing this, felt a wave of annoyance. Impatient? What is the rush, Tang San? Go tell them to wait for me. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Aside from you, everyone else is but soulless waste, idly fretting over trivial matters. The awakening of martial spirits cannot possibly compare to the meticulous grooming of one's handsome appearance. Observing intently, Tang San's gaze slightly narrowed as he silently pondered the meaning behind Xu Sheng's words. With an impassive expression, he said, All right then, hurry up, or Grandpa Jack will become displeased. After tidying himself, Xu Sheng finally pushed the door open and stepped outside. Clad in immaculate white attire, his features, sculpted by divine hands, exuded an air of aloof elegance, with his razor-thin lips pressed together, casting an aura of cool detachment. He truly resembled a flawless gem amidst the mundane, a paragon of youth, unmatched in the realm. Perhaps his only flaw lay in the lingering trace of boyish innocence upon his visage. Wow, is this guy from our village? I've never seen him before. He's incredibly handsome. A young girl gazed at Xu Sheng with sparkling eyes. Beside her, a boy crossed his arms, scoffing. He's not even that handsome. To which another boy scoffed back. Oh, please. His features are chiseled by the divine, while yours look like they were molded from discarded clay. Tang Xin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, every time Xu Sheng appeared, he stirred such commotion. But one couldn't blame him. His looks were worthy of being a pampered, pretty boy. Jack stared, somewhat dazed, and cleared his throat softly. Ahem, little Sheng, since you're here, come quickly. We wouldn't want to keep the esteemed members of the Martial Spear Hall waiting. At times, he even questioned whether Xu Sheng was a scion of a prominent family, for the people from their humble village were typically of average appearance, except for Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng nodded and slowly walked into the line, relishing the admiration from the young girls and the envious glances from a few. All right, let us proceed, he remarked nonchalantly. Subsequently, Tang San and the others followed Jack towards the center of the village. At last, a massive stone came into view, with a palm print etched at its center. Jack's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he pointed, "Children, behold! That palm print was left by the soul saint of our Holy Soul Village. It symbolizes the pride of our village." The other children gazed at old Jack with admiration, hanging on to his every word. Only Xu Sheng rolled his eyes in response, lightly tapping Tang San's shoulder, whispering, "Old Jack is at it again. Do you really believe this place can produce a soul saint?" Tang San shook his head. "I'm not sure, but if Grandpa Jack says so, it must be true." Xu Sheng retorted, "TSK, how much truth is there in old Jack's words?" But in the next moment, Tang San's ears perked up, sensing the sound of wind rushing from afar. He turned his gaze towards the source and inwardly exclaimed, "Purple extreme magic eye." As he uttered the words, his eyes gradually turned a shade of purple, emanating a faint dark glow. Xu Sheng noticed the sudden gleam in Tang San's eyes and turned to follow his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Looks like Haotian is here." He lacked the flashy skills of Tang San and was merely an ordinary person. Soon, a man dressed in the distinctive light blue attire of the Martial Spirit Hall approached with a calm demeanor. Upon seeing the newcomer, old Jack walked over and bowed. "Master Su Yuntao." Su Yuntao, appearing indifferent, inquired, "Are all the children assembled?" He had traversed several villages for martial spirit awakenings, yet not a single child with soul power had been found. His interest in Holy Soul Village was naturally minimal. Old Jack respectfully replied, "Master Battle Spirit, all the children who need awakening are gathered here." Only then did Su Yuntao cast a casual glance at Tang San and the others, shaking his head slightly. However, when his gaze fell upon Xu Sheng, who radiated a distinctly different aura from the others, a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He addressed the children softly. "I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle spirit master. I will be the one to awaken your martial spirits today." Xu Sheng assessed Su Yuntao's appearance and remarked with a hint of admiration, "Haotian's aura is quite impressive. Too bad he resembles a mere tool." Tang San observed Su Yuntao curiously, inwardly reflecting, "So this is what a soul master looks like. He doesn't seem particularly extraordinary." Su Yuntao waved his hand, "Now follow me." As they entered a lavishly decorated room, Tang San and the others marveled. "Wow, everything here looks so precious. Truly, the Martial Spirit Hall is magnificent. I've never seen such exquisite items." Xu Sheng glanced around, noting that despite their elegance, a layer of dust covered them, indicating they had not been used in quite some time. Tang San, eyeing Xu Sheng curiously, asked, "Brother Sheng, why do you seem so unperturbed?" Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with martial spirit awakening. While he concealed his excitement, he still felt a flutter of anticipation. Yet Xu Sheng appeared entirely different. Despite his youth, his maturity surpassed even Tang San's. Xu Sheng shrugged, replying casually, "What's there to be nervous about? What's meant to come will come. If there's no soul power, you're still here, right?" Tang San rolled his eyes, unsure how to respond to such a remark. At that moment, Su Yuntao had approached a platform and clapped his hand softly. "All right, children, come and stand in a line before me and prepare for your martial spirit awakening." Upon hearing this, everyone orderly lined up in front of Su Yuntao, standing tall. Su Yuntao then retrieved 6 black stones from his sleeve and tossed them into the air. The stones emitted a pale yellow glow and began to rotate rapidly in a circular motion. After a moment's thought, Su Yuntao reminded them, "Children, no matter what you see, do not be afraid. The child on the far left, you go first." The boy standing at the far left, hearing that it was his turn, eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yes." Su Yuntao commanded, "Lone Wolf, possess." Instantly, Two soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath the boy's feet, and a massive wolf materialized behind Su Yuntao, its dense fur cloaking its lower body. With eyes wide open and blood-red fangs bared, it exuded a bloodthirsty aura, towering over the frightened child before it. The boy at the front staggered back a few steps, exclaiming, "What is this? Is this really a martial spirit? It's incredible. Am I really about to possess such a powerful martial spirit?" Tang San observed the boy and the spirit, quickly discerning their connection, and contemplated. So, this is what a martial spirit is? It seems Su Yuntao must possess some of that spirit's abilities. Xu Sheng, arms crossed, shook his head. That lone wolf is merely a low-tier beast martial spirit among many others. With Xiao Tao's 2 levels of soul power, he'll max out as a great soul master. Su Yuntao, noticing the boy closest to him, whose face had turned pale with fear, reassured him, "Child, do not be afraid. This is my martial spirit, the lone wolf, and it will not harm you." The boy nodded and stepped back into the circle of 6 rapidly rotating stones. He gradually closed his eyes, and a scythe slowly materialized in his hands. Su Yuntao Said, "Asite?" It could be considered somewhat offensive, so let's now test your spirit power. He handed over a crystal ball and instructed, "Now, place your right hand on this crystal ball." The boy complied, slowly placing his right hand on the sphere, but it emitted no light whatsoever. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "No spirit power. I'm afraid you cannot become a spirit master. Please step back." The boy stared blankly at his palm, his eyes gradually reddening as he sadly retreated. Next, Su Li, a graceful girl, stepped forward, closed her eyes, and a hoe gradually materialized. She then placed her right hand on the crystal ball, yet still yielded no brilliance. "I'm sorry, you cannot become a spirit master." Next, Li Guang, martial spirit. Who? No spirit power. Next, Zhang Jie, martial spirit. Brick? Interesting, but no spirit power. Finally, Su Yuntao was visibly drained. Next, Tang San. "Please step forward and awaken your martial spirit." Tang San nodded at Xu Sheng and walked to the center of 6 stones, closing his eyes to begin his introspection. In the next moment, a vibrant blue-silver grass sprouted from his hand. As he opened his eyes and beheld the small plant in his right hand, he felt an urge to curse. Deep down, he lamented, "So it truly is blue-silver grass? Has Brother Sheng's curse come true? I never expected a mere jest to materialize. Everyone knows this is a standard useless martial spirit." A wave of disappointment washed over him. But then, he sensed something amiss. It felt as if something within his left hand was striving to emerge. Cautiously, he felt the shape and discovered it to be a hammer. Bewildered, he nervously retracted the hammer into his palm. Xu Sheng, noticing this detail, raised an eyebrow and muttered, "No changes from the original story. It seems to be blue silver grass and the Haotian Hammer." He had hoped that Tang San's arrival would bring some alteration, but it appeared he was mistaken. Having mentally prepared himself, Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Blue silver grass, a standard useless martial spirit." Next, Tang San interjected, "Wait, Master Su Yuntao, you haven't tested my spirit power yet." Su Yuntao shook his head. "Your martial spirit is blue silver grass. In all these years, I have never heard of it possessing spirit power." Next, Tang San bit his lip and reiterated, "Master Su Yuntao, please allow me to try. It won't take long." Su Yuntao hesitative. Xu Sheng coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, Master Su Yuntao, please let Xiao San test first. After all, it's just the 2 of us left." Upon hearing this, Tang San cast a grateful glance at Xu Sheng. Truly, Brother Sheng was reliable in critical moments, even if there was but a glimmer of hope. He wished to ascertain whether he possessed any spirit power. Su Yuntao surveyed Tang San's resolute expression and handed him the crystal ball. "All right then." Tang San accepted the crystal ball and gently placed his right hand upon it. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the sphere, blinding everyone present. The first to recover from the brilliance, Su Yuntao was utterly astonished. Could it be innate full spirit power? This must be a joke. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at Su Yuntao. Noticing his confusion, Su Yuntao calmly explained, "Innate full spirit power refers to the highest spirit power achievable at the time of martial spirit awakening." He then lamented, "But what a pity. Your martial spirit is the useless blue silver grass. To encounter someone with innate full spirit power, only to have it be a useless martial spirit, is truly disheartening." Chapter 5. Innate spirit power, level 90. Tang San gazed at the blue-silver grass in his hand, urgently inquiring, so, does this mean my blue-silver grass martial spirit cannot cultivate? Su Yuntao paused, contemplating, well, it's not impossible. However, cultivating the blue-silver grass martial spirit would yield little benefit. He then shook his head and commanded, Tang San, please return to your place. Next, Xu Sheng. Tang San's gaze flickered for a moment. Then he pursed his lips and returned to his previous position. If cultivation were indeed possible, it meant there was hope for him to become a spirit master. Reflecting on this, he quietly looked at his left hand. What was the significance of that hammer? Never mind. Let us observe Brother Sheng. He refocused his attention on Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng calmly stepped forward, standing serenely among the 6 stones. Su Yuntao scrutinized Xu Sheng's composed demeanor, internally questioning, is this child truly Xu Sheng? It appears my earlier assumptions were correct. Just based on this aura, I sense that this child might truly have the potential to become a spirit master. Xu Sheng, Zelat. Now, quietly sense your martial spirit and release it. Xu Sheng casually closed his eyes. In the next moment, he felt something within him poised to erupt, a ferocious energy that threatened to tear apart his being. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to contain the power surging forth, his face gradually paling. Seeing his anguished expression, Su Yuntao urged, Xu Sheng, what's wrong? Do not suppress your martial spirit. Tang San, observing Xu Sheng's contorted visage, exclaimed, Brother Sheng, what's happening? When I tested my martial spirit, I didn't experience such agony. Xu Sheng's pale cheeks displayed a hint of determination. I'm fine, Master Su Yuntao, but please ask everyone to leave. Su Yuntao frowned. Xu Sheng, are you suppressing your martial spirit? You need not worry, just release it. Tang San, equally anxious, urged, but Brother Sheng. Though he was unaware of Xu Sheng's circumstances, it was clear that something extraordinary was unfolding. Xu Sheng cast a glance at Su Yuntao, then turned his serious gaze towards Tang San, stating firmly, Tang San, please escort them out. That Master Su Yuntao is far too slow-witted. He has no awareness. If the volatile force within me is unleashed, I cannot guarantee that you all will survive. Tang San hesitated, observing Xu Sheng's almost pleading expression, and clenched his teeth. Brother Sheng, I understand. He then turned and utilized the mystic jade hand, his palm transforming from a yellow hue to a chilling, jade-like sheen, swiftly ushering the other children, who were still lingering, outside. He would not allow these onlookers to disrupt Brother Sheng's martial spirit awakening, even if it meant temporarily revealing some of the secret techniques of the Tang sect. Xu Sheng's pale countenance was unperturbed, causing Su Yuntao's heart to race. He reprimanded, Xu Sheng, suppressing your martial spirit like this could lead to an explosion. He felt that if he did not take action soon, this child would undoubtedly become the first person in the continent to explode due to martial spirit suppression. In response, Xu Sheng rolled his eyes and shot a glare, exasperated. Who says I'm suppressing my martial spirit? With that, he ceased to deliberately hold back the power threatening to explode forth. The violent force surged through his veins. From Xu Sheng's right hand, a series of crimson petals emerged, drenched in blood, each brimming with lethal intent. Following this, the entire Nine-Heart Blood begonia blossomed from his palm. In that instant, the room was enveloped in a shadowy bloodlight, transforming into a realm akin to a hellish purgatory. Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes, gazing at the strikingly alluring red begonia in his palm, astonished. What is this martial spirit? It feels remarkably similar to the Nine-Heart begonia. Could it truly be such a high-level martial spirit? Su Yuntao was utterly astonished. As the Nine-Heart's blood begonia blossomed, he could distinctly sense his own lone wolf, martial soul, trembling. Indeed, his beast martial soul was quivering before the enigmatic begonia. This indicated that the martial soul was anything but ordinary. Filled with excitement, Su Yuntao eagerly handed over the crystal ball, urging Xu Sheng, quickly, test your soul power. Your martial soul undoubtedly ranks as the sovereign among plant-type martial souls. If this is the case, my achievements this year will likely multiply exponentially. Xu Sheng took the crystal ball, his tone somewhat languid as he replied, I know. It was evident that while he awakened his martial soul, Su Yuntao appeared even more exhilarated than he was. Subsequently, Xu Sheng placed his left hand upon the crystal ball, which erupted with a brilliance more intense than Tang San's innate full soul power. and as time passed, the crystal ball began to crack. With a sharp sound, the crystal shattered into countless fragments that slowly cascaded to the ground. Su Yuntao, bewildered, gazed at the shattered crystal ball, wishing to slap himself to determine if he was hallucinating. The soul power was so formidable that it had caused the crystal ball to break. The only possibility was that Xu Sheng's soul power far exceeded what the crystal could withstand. However, who could have known that this crystal ball was capable of measuring even the might of a great soul master? Its shattering indicated that Xu Sheng's soul power was greater than that of a great soul master. Just as Xu Sheng was about to speak, he saw Su Yuntao first cover his forehead, his voice filled with despair. "Don't say anything. Let me be quiet. How can this be compared? The innate soul power of others is more terrifying than a decade of cultivation. Am I truly destined to be a mere common player?" Xu Sheng looked at the 8 red and 1 bright golden soul rings floating beneath him. Initially planning to lead a languid life, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words and could only shake his head, gently patting Su Yuntao's shoulder, saying, "Hey, little Tao, I understand that my talent might be somewhat overwhelming. If this makes you despair, promise me, don't look at the rings beneath me." After silently weeping for a moment, Su Yuntao took a deep breath, gathered himself, and resolutely turned back to Xu Sheng, declaring, "Xu Sheng, I'm fine. It's just innate soul power at level 40. I can handle this blow." Xu Sheng remained silent, noticing that Su Yuntao's gaze involuntarily shifted downward until he beheld the terrifying 8 red and 1 gold soul rings. Completely dumbfounded, he cursed, "You bastard, Xu Sheng. I will not rest until we are adversaries." This fellow was not merely at innate level 40 soul power. This was undoubtedly innate level 90 soul power. He had evidently ascended to the pinnacle of the continent as a title Douluo, or those 8 red rings. And that one he could not comprehend? Had he just awakened with such might? He must have spent countless nights slaying spirit beasts across the continent for 10,000 years. Chapter 6. Joining the Spirit Hall. After a period of silence, Su Yuntao's expression gradually became devoid of emotion. "Xu Sheng, you should retract those soul rings for now. It's too frightening." With innate soul power at level 90, Su Yuntao finally comprehended why he could only remain at the Soul Master stage. Perhaps it was because he was about to encounter a brute with innate soul power at level 90, depleting all the virtue he had accumulated in his previous life. Xu Sheng shrugged, concentrating his mind, and the 9 soul rings beneath him instantly merged into his body. Su Yuntao was oblivious, but he clearly understood that the 9 soul rings just now were not his 9 hearts blood begonia, but another powerful martial soul hidden in his left hand. As for the 9 hearts begonia, it merely possessed 90 levels of soul power, but had no additional soul rings. Suddenly, Su Yuntao altered his demeanor, placing his right hand over his heart and slightly bowing, saying, "Xu Sheng, your talent is undoubtedly the greatest in a millennium. I hereby represent the Spirit Hall, inviting your majesty to join." Indeed, upon realizing that Xu Sheng's soul power had reached level 90, Su Yuntao's address shifted to one of utmost respect. Xu Sheng raised his chin and narrowed his eyes. "Join the Spirit Hall? I initially thought to cling to Tang San's coattails and live a life of leisure, but now I find myself unexpectedly becoming a title Douluo. Understand, I shall choose differently and join the Spirit Hall for a leisurely life. Besides, I am quite eager to meet the peerless Pope, Bibi Dong. Tang San, Bibi Dong, a charming boy and an enchanting woman. How could I not choose the latter?" A smile curved Xu Sheng's lips, his expression as frigid as ice as he declared, "I can join the Spirit Hall. However, I hope you refrain from speaking of what should remain unsaid. Otherwise, I shall end you." In his left hand materialized a sword of ice, akin to that wielded by divine beings, releasing an aura so cold that it manifested blue ice rose petals around him. The 9 terrifying soul rings, imbued with immense pressure, reappeared beneath him, causing Su Yuntao to tremble uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. Gazing up at Xu Sheng, his pupils constricted in disbelief. If others could not perceive the radiance erupting from within, he was different. He had already activated his purple extreme demon eye, clearly seeing the emitted blue light. Tang Sin mused inwardly, "That radiance seems to surpass my own soul power. Could it be that Brother Sheng also possesses innate, full soul power?" Just as he pondered this, the door finally swung open, and Xu Sheng, accompanied by the expressionless Su Yuntao, emerged slowly. Tang San approached, puzzled. Brother Sheng? How'd it go? If Brother Sheng truly has innate, full soul power, then Master Su Yuntao's expression shouldn't be so grim. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed. How could your Brother Sheng lack soul power? It's merely that my martial soul has some defects. Tang San finally understood why Su Yuntao had appeared so impassive. It turned out Brother Sheng's martial soul had flaws. Xu Sheng's expression grew serious as he said, Little San, I will not be able to attend the Soul Master Academy with you anymore, but do not worry, we will meet again. Upon hearing that his longtime companion would soon depart, Tang San's brow furrowed tightly. Brother Sheng, are you really leaving here? Xu Sheng nodded, indeed. I will be leaving with Su Yuntao to resolve the issues with my martial soul. He then patted Tang San's shoulder and smiled. Additionally, Little San, I must remind you, do not give up on your training simply because your martial soul is blue silvergrass. I believe with your talent, you can achieve greatness. Xu Sheng seemed to possess an incredible charm, even causing the normally composed Tang San to momentarily lose focus. Indeed, Brother Sheng had not given up on training despite having a flawed martial soul. What was the harm in being endowed with innate full soul power if his martial soul was merely blue silvergrass? Tang San was determined to create a miracle. With this thought, Tang San's expression grew resolute as he slowly extended a fist towards Xu Sheng, his tone unwavering. It's a promise. When we meet next, Brother Sheng, don't you dare fall too far behind. Xu Sheng smiled slightly and also extended a fist to bump against Tang San's. Rest assured, your Brother Sheng remains your Brother Sheng. If you wish to surpass me, then strive diligently. He silently reflected, Little San, surpassing your Brother Sheng before you reach title Douluo is utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the long-waiting Jack approached Su Yuntao, urgently inquiring, Master Su Yuntao, do you know if Xu Sheng possesses soul power? Su Yuntao cast a calm glance at old Jack and remarked with tranquility that the soul power was merely average, just enough to allow him to join the spirit hall. Turning his gaze towards Tang San, he shook his head in regret, stating that although the boy named Tang San possessed innate full soul power, he was burdened with a defective martial soul, blue silvergrass. Old Jack, upon hearing this, initially felt excitement, but his expression soon darkened. Innate full soul power, blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao recalled Xu Sheng's earlier request and spoke with unwavering composure, declaring that since the awakening was complete, he would take Xu Sheng away, as his martial soul had significant flaws. Old Jack's aged face moved slightly, expressing disbelief that the child possessed soul power, and he earnestly implored, please take good care of little Sheng. Su Yuntao casually acknowledged him with a hum and called out to Xu Sheng, who was still conversing with Tang San, Xu Sheng, it's time for us to depart. Xu Sheng waved at Tang San and walked over to Su Yuntao, responding enthusiastically, yes, Mr. Su Yuntao? Their figures gradually receded until they vanished from the Holy Spirit Village. Upon returning home, Tang San found his father, Tang Hao, seated with his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Tang San cautiously entered, fearful of disturbing him. But before he could take many steps, Tang Hao abruptly opened his eyes and coldly asked, where is that boy? Tang San hesitated for a moment, then candidly explained. Brother Sheng left with Master Su Yuntao due to the defects of his martial soul. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, contemplating, a martial soul defect? Can mere 20 or 30 rank soul power user discern such flaws? This boy is likely extraordinary. Suddenly coming to his senses, he looked intently at Tang San and commanded, release your martial soul. Confused, Tang San nodded and slowly revealed a small blue grass in his right hand. Tang Hao's face softened with nostalgia as he recognized the blue silver grass. So, it has indeed been inherited by you, he murmured. Tang San, feeling encouraged, spoke again, Father, I actually possess another martial soul. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, what? From Tang San's left hand, a small hammer gradually emerged. Tang Hao gazed at the familiar hammer, tears brimming in his wrinkled eyes, and he exclaimed with fervor, the Haotian Hammer. Chapter 7. Entering the City of Heaven Do. After departing from the Holy Spirit Village, Su Yuntao finally halted his steps and respectfully clasped his hands towards Xu Sheng, stating, Your Highness, I have conveyed the information you requested to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Xu Sheng, appearing rather languid, waved his hand dismissively and casually replied, little Taizi. There's no need for such formalities, just call me by my name. It seems that having strong soul power at awakening is also a burden. To be honest, he simply wished to lead a leisurely life, yet he had inexplicably become a title Douluo, which was exceedingly troublesome. Su Yuntao, lowering his head, silently scoffed, thinking that if other title Douluo heard such words, they might band together to hunt him down. Xu Sheng's eyes sparkled as he inquired, "By the way, little Taizi, are we heading to Heavendoe City or somewhere else?" Regardless of the destination, he was eager to savor the local cuisine. Having subsisted on coarse food for years in the Holy Spirit village, which was barely palatable, one must learn to enjoy life. After all, I don't need to spend time cultivating soul power. After careful consideration, Su Yuntao cautiously replied, "Your Highness, Xu Sheng. The letter has likely not yet reached Spirit City and may require a few more days. Furthermore, we can only be received in Spirit City upon the Pope's command." Su Yuntao was merely a minor staff member in the Spirit Hall, lacking significant authority, and it could be said that he would face exclusion upon arrival in Spirit City. Xu Sheng smiled slightly, straightened his posture, and leisurely declared, "So, we have a few days to spare, right? Let's first explore the nearby Heavendoe City." Su Yuntao's expression turned somewhat grim as he reached into his empty pockets, stammering, "Although I work at the Spirit Hall, I actually possess very few gold soul coins. With this amount, I fear it will be exhausted after just a few meals in Heavendoe City, let alone taking you out to visit other places." Xu Sheng, unperturbed, patted him on the shoulder, his demeanor friendly as he winked. "Don't worry, little Taizi, I don't spend much on food." Upon hearing this, gratitude welled up in Su Yuntao's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. Looking at Xu Sheng's gentle demeanor, he secretly felt elated. Indeed, he is the destined child with innate soul power of 90. So understanding. In Heavendoe City, within a quaint restaurant brimming with ancient charm, a woman clad in a maid uniform, with a fair and delicate complexion, held a menu and blushed as she gazed at Xu Sheng, who sat before her. Shorter by a head or two, her heart raced, wondering how this little brother had grown so charming. Although his attire lacked the elegance of nobility, he was undeniably adorable. Despite his expected cool demeanor, his youthful expression and grace exuded an irresistibly cute contrast. Su Yuntao coughed lightly, covering his mouth ahem. The maid snapped back to reality, smiling as she handed over the menu. "Here you go, gentlemen. This is our menu." Su Yuntao accepted the menu and handed it to Xu Sheng, saying gently, "Your Highness Xu Sheng, please choose what you would like to eat." Confident in Xu Sheng's discernment, he thought that he would not order anything excessively lavish. Xu Sheng appreciatively accepted the menu, replying, "Thank you for your kindness." He then began to scan the options, casually stating, sausage, apples, corn. Su Yuntao felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing these choices, thinking to himself that Xu Sheng was likely trying to avoid burdening him with expenses. The maid quickly noted down the order and, smiling, asked, "Would you like anything else, little one?" Internally, she sighed, lamenting that such a charming and graceful child could not possibly be of noble birth. Xu Sheng nodded calmly, saying, "That should be sufficient. Disregard the previous items and bring one of everything else." The maid was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Did you say everything else?" She doubted her own ears, wondering if she had mistakenly imagined this child to be a noble. Su Yuntao, feeling overwhelmed, clutched his chest in dismay and thought, "What the heck? He has completely drained my salary for months." Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Miss, did I say something wrong?" The maid, momentarily stunned, felt her heart flutter. What did this child just call me? Miss. This boy, who is a decade younger than me, just addressed me as Miss. Playfully, the maid winked and blew a kiss towards Xu Sheng, leaning closer to whisper, No, for such a cute little brother, I'll give you a 10% discount." Xu Sheng's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, as he was still a novice in matters of affection and could hardly withstand such bold flirtation. Fortunately, the maid soon cast one last lingering glance at him before heading into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao, feeling confused and envious, muttered, "Xu Sheng, it seems you are quite popular with these young ladies. How infuriating. Using one's own money for a meal is one thing. But who would have thought that mere looks could attract the attention of a beautiful lady? Here we have Su Yuntao, in his 20s, still a bachelor." Xu Sheng shook his head in feigned exasperation, claiming there was nothing to be done. In truth, he mused, it might be better to be a bit less handsome. After their meal, the waitress waved goodbye with a smile, bidding Xu Sheng and Su Yuntao to visit again soon. As they exited the restaurant, Su Yuntao patted his empty pockets, his expression darkening as he struggled to find the right words. Xu Sheng, ever the charismatic one, teased, "Little Taozi, you're not upset, are you?" Having spent so much of his money, it was only natural for him to feel a bit irked. Su Yuntao shook his head and sighed. "I'm not angry. I've just run out of money. Soon, we might not even have a place to sleep." Wasn't he truly upset? After all, spending a bit of gold soul currency to befriend a genius who could one day astonish the continent was quite worth it. Yet, the thought of a dignified soul master one day being unable to afford a roof over his head felt like a joke waiting to be told. Just as Xu Sheng was about to speak, his first martial soul, the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, seemed to sense a unique aura, resonating wildly in response. He slowly closed his eyes to absorb the sensation, and upon reopening them, he confirmed, "That is an extraordinarily pure aura. It is entirely the opposite of my Nine-Heart Blood Lotus." Xu Sheng began to draw connections. They were currently within the borders of Tiando City, and yet there existed another sacred martial soul that resonated with his own. Gradually, a vaguely blurred figure surfaced in his mind. Chapter 8. The arrival from the martial soul hall. Surrounding a slowly moving carriage were countless elite soldiers clad in armor. Among them, a soldier at the forefront approached the carriage, frowning in confusion. "Your Highness Xu, we have now arrived at the heart of Tiando City. May I be so bold as to inquire where you intend to go?" Indeed, seated within the carriage was none other than Xu Sheng, the son of the Emperor of Tiando City and the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing the question, he merely shook his head and replied calmly, "Nothing in particular. I am just a bit tired and wish to stroll around Tiando City." Despite his tender age of 9, he had already mastered the art of maintaining composure in any situation. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, realized his impertinence and apologized. "My apologies, Your Highness Xu Sheng." How could he have been so presumptuous as to question the prince? As he returned to the main group, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, Xu Sheng's brow furrowed in thought. The intensely malevolent energy that had recently emerged in Tiando City had resonated with his martial soul, causing it to tremble. It did not seem to carry hostility. Rather, it felt more akin to excitement. His martial soul had never reacted in such a manner before, and even Douluo had never mentioned such an occurrence. Drawing a deep breath, he whispered in confusion, "What on earth is going on? Why does this malevolent energy not evoke my aversion?" Observing Xu Sheng, who appeared lost in thought, Su Yuntao waved his hand in front of his friend's face. "Xu Sheng?" A smile tugged at Xu Sheng's lips as he absent-mindedly responded, "I'm fine. It just seems that staying in Tiando City is no longer an option." He felt an ominous premonition settling in his heart, suggesting that lingering in Tiando City could lead to unforeseen troubles. As for the figure of Qian Rinxue that had emerged in his mind, it was evident that his Nine-Heart Blood Lotus martial soul shared a profound connection with her six-winged angel. Perhaps this was destiny, intertwining his fate with a future partner? Old Su, do you desire a wife? Just say the word." He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Su Yuntao, however, wore a troubled expression and asked, "You can't stay? Are you worried about lacking gold soul coins? I could always overdraw next month's salary." Xu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's not about that. Little Taozi, let us leave." Seeing no disappointment on Xu Sheng's face, Su Yuntao concluded that he genuinely wished to depart from Tiando City. However, a piece of good news surprised both Xu Sheng and Su Yuntao. The Hall of Spirits had sent a message, granting permission for Xu Sheng to enter the Martial Soul City. After receiving the news, the location of the two friends was swiftly pinpointed by the personnel from the Martial Soul Hall. In less than a few hours, dozens of powerful figures clad in the attire of the Martial Soul Hall appeared before them. Su Yuntao's eyes widened, his body trembling as he gazed at these formidable individuals, each exuding an immense aura, particularly the elder in the center, whose concealed presence was even more imposing. He could hardly fathom the significance Xu Sheng held, attracting such attention that the Martial Soul Hall had sent someone to escort him personally. If Su Yuntao had known that among these figures was a soul, Douluo, and several soul sects, he would have been utterly astounded. The elder stepped forward, scrutinizing Xu Sheng with hawk-like eyes before speaking in a slightly somber tone. "You must be Xu Sheng. We are here on the orders of His Holiness the Pope to escort you to Martial Soul City. Initially, he had anticipated the news with eagerness. But upon seeing such a youthful child, his trust had been significantly diminished. The Pope had issued a command. If this child's claim of possessing innate level 90 soul power were merely a ruse, then they would assess his talent. Should he prove lacking, they would eliminate him on the spot. The dignity of the Martial Soul Hall could not be compromised. Xu Sheng smiled nonchalantly. "Thank you, Soul Douluo. When do we depart?" Su Yuntao stared in bewilderment at the elder, unsure whether Xu Sheng was jesting. That simple statement seemed to ignite surprise in the elder's eyes, who marveled inwardly. He had never claimed to be a Soul Douluo, yet this child could perceive his soul power level with such ease. His identity was meant to remain confidential and could not be exposed. The only explanation was that this child truly possessed level 90 soul power, allowing him to effortlessly discern the elder's strength. Suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down the elder's forehead as he respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, Xu Sheng. I apologize for my abruptness." The other members of the Martial Soul Hall, witnessing this scene, also bowed their heads in deference. Only Su Yuntao gasped in disbelief. Could it be that this elder truly is a Soul Douluo? Sending a Soul Douluo to escort Xu Sheng is indeed a grand gesture. Xu Sheng assisted the elder to his feet, smiling calmly. "There is no need for such formality. Let's set off promptly." This small display of prowess had seemingly garnered the elder's unwavering respect. With such terrifying talent and the ability to win hearts, this child would undoubtedly lead an extraordinary life. No, he had ceased to be ordinary from the moment he awakened his martial soul. He was destined to rise to the pinnacle of the continent as a titled Douluo. The elder turned, issuing a commanding tone to the Martial Soul Hall personnel. "Yes, all members of the Martial Soul Hall, heed my orders. Ensure the utmost protection of His Highness Xu Sheng. No mistakes are to be tolerated." Standing aside, unsure of what to do, Su Yuntao cautiously addressed the elder, "My lord." The old man's icy gaze swept over Su Yuntao, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces, his expression awkward as he began to explain to Xu Sheng. "Your Grace, the Pope has only instructed us to escort you to Spirit City, but I fear—" Xu Sheng glanced at Su Yuntao, who stood trembling nearby. His eyes filled with a profound sense of frustration. For a moment, Xu Sheng felt a surge of amusement. However, he recalled that in the original narrative, Bibi Dong was always decisive and unyielding. In such a situation, even if he wished to take Su Yuntao along, he would be powerless to do so. With a smirk, he teased, "Little Taozi, since it has come to this, you shall not accompany me. I shall protect you in the future." Su Yuntao, possessing a keen self-awareness, understood that even if he went to Spirit City, he would not receive a warm reception. He nodded silently and retreated to the side. Xu Sheng covered his forehead, secretly lamenting, "Ah, poor little Taozi, he truly tugs at the heartstrings. One might think I have abandoned him. Well, I shall find a chance to make it up to him later." With that thought, Xu Sheng turned slowly, his expression relaxed, and declared, "Let us depart." Upon receiving the command, the elder nodded gently and replied, "Yes, Your Grace," with a resounding order. All members of the Spirit Hall promptly surrounded Xu Sheng and began to advance swiftly. Chapter 9. Entering the Pope's Hall of Spirit City. At this moment, in the lofty Pope's Hall, the decorations shimmered with a flickering brilliance. However, this grand hall, which ought to radiate light, was currently shrouded in a somber gloom, casting a shadow over the surroundings. The elders of the Spirit Hall, Yueguan and Guimei, stood on either side, cautiously observing the woman seated at the highest step, whose every movement exuded elegance. She was none other than His Holiness, the Pope Bibi Dong. This graceful woman, with her cold and decisive demeanor, commanded the Spirit Hall, a place teeming with powerful individuals. Her skin, as smooth and cool as ice, was as delicate and enchanting as a peach, and even seated, one could discern her tall stature, draped in a magnificent robe adorned with golden threads. In her hand, she held a staff nearly 2 meters long, embedded with numerous purple crystals, symbolizing her status as Pope. In the next moment, she radiated an aura of authority that overshadowed even Yueguan and Guimei, both of whom were titled Douluo at level 95, among the continent's elite. Yueguan, bracing against the heavy pressure in his heart, cautiously focused on Bibi Dong, whispering, "Your Holiness, we have already notified a soul Douluo to bring the child over." Bibidong's gaze remained devoid of any emotion as she replied coolly, Yueguan, is there a problem? Yueguan frantically exchanged glances with Gue Mei, who immediately caught on, clearing his throat to pose a question. "Your Holiness, this child may merely be a publicity stunt. We need not place such high importance on him. If he indeed possesses innate soul power at level 90, it would render our positions rather awkward." The thought of being compared to a mere child was undoubtedly a slap in the face for both of them. Suddenly, Bibidong's expression turned frigid as she reprimanded, "Yueguan, Gue Mei, the Spirit Hall is in dire need of young elites. You need not conceal your petty thoughts from me. You are simply afraid that Xu Sheng's youth will allow him to surpass you in status. If the Spirit Hall were to adhere to such foolish notions as yours, it would not have reached its current stature." The sudden sharpness of her words frightened Yueguan and Gue Mei, causing them to kneel on one knee, filled with trepidation, and plead, "Your Holiness, forgive us." After casting a piercing glance at them, Bibidong leaned back slightly in her chair, slowly closing her eyes, murmuring, "If he truly possesses innate soul power at level 90. After approximately 8 or 9 hours, Xu Sheng and his companions, accompanied by members of the Spirit Hall, finally arrived within Spirit City. Xu Sheng curiously surveyed the city, noting its circular layout. Upon looking up, he could clearly see the bustling crowds and shops around him. Spirit City was nominally part of the Heaven Do Empire. It was almost entirely under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall, for it housed the Pope's residence, making it impervious to interference from the Heaven Do Empire's military forces. A soul Douluo suddenly halted his steps and kindly inquired, "Your Grace, we have arrived at Spirit City. Do you need to prepare anything?" Any ordinary person would feel anxious at the thought of an audience with the Pope. This was his way of reminding Xu Sheng to be ready. Xu Sheng smiled with cultivated grace and replied nonchalantly, "No worries. We cannot keep Her Holiness waiting because of me." The soul Douluo inwardly admired Xu Sheng's calm demeanor, feeling a sense of inferiority even as an elder. He then nodded and suggested, "In that case, please allow me to escort you to the Pope's hall. It is heavily guarded and absolutely secure." Xu Sheng inclined his head slightly. "I would appreciate your guidance." It could be said that Xu Sheng had concealed his emotions exceedingly well. How could he not feel a thrill at the prospect of meeting Bibidong? She was, after all, the embodiment of beauty and strength in the original narrative. If he were to choose a woman to marry in the Douluo continent, he would undoubtedly select Bibidong, of course, excluding the matter of tender-hearted Qianxuanji. Under the guidance of the soul Douluo, Xu Sheng was smoothly ushered into the Pope's hall. On the path to the highest tier of the hall, they encountered numerous guards, each checkpoint heavily fortified, rendering any stealthy infiltration virtually impossible. As they approached the entrance of the highest tier, they were suddenly intercepted. Two Soul Kings stepped forward, blocking their path, and sternly commanded, "Halt! No orders, no unauthorized entry into the Pope's hall." Xu Sheng then observed the soul Douluo beside him produce a token from his pocket. Upon recognizing the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon inscribed on the token, the two Soul Kings' demeanor shifted to one of respect, addressing him as "my lord." The soul Douluo then coldly huffed, "Go inform Her Holiness that Xu Sheng has arrived." Although he understood this was part of their duty, the tone still left him feeling displeased. How could a soul Douluo endure such indignity? One of the Soul Kings nodded and proceeded to relay the message, while the other, with an ingratiating expression, said, "My lord, please hold on." The reporting Soul King carefully entered the Pope's hall, bowed his head, and announced, "Your Holiness, there's a person outside named Xu Sheng seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, the soul Douluo bit his lip in frustration, a flicker of resentment flashing in his enchanting eyes. This young man had indeed arrived safely. Why had he not been eliminated? The expression on the face of Ghost Douluo was exceedingly grim, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, merely venting silently in his heart. Suddenly, Bibidong opened her eyes and coldly commanded, "Let them in." The Soul King, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, replied, "It is Your Holiness." With that, he exited the Pope's chamber. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Bibidong, Yueguan, and Ghost, the formidable soul Douluo entered, escorting Xu Sheng. The former bowed respectfully and announced, "Your Holiness, Xu Sheng has been brought." A melodious voice emanated from Bibidong as she instructed, "You may leave." It was then that she noticed Xu Sheng standing there. Dazed, and after a few twitches at the corners of his mouth, he swiftly turned to exit. Xu Sheng lifted his gaze, his bright eyes locking onto Bibi Dong seated upon the throne. Upon beholding her breathtaking beauty, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, exclaiming internally, "Goodness! She is even more stunning than I had imagined, radiating an aura of an ice queen." This trip to the spirit hall was undoubtedly a wise choice. Seeing this, Yueguan's eyes brightened as he finally found an opportunity for relief. In the next moment, a wave of tidal Douluo's oppressive aura erupted from within him, aimed at Xu Sheng. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he chided, "How dare you not pay your respects upon seeing her holiness?" Xu Sheng shivered at the ambiguous voice that sent chills down his spine. The pressure from Yueguan met Xu Sheng without stirring a ripple. Though both were at level 90, Xu Sheng's first spirit did not possess a spirit ring, and he was not one to be easily subdued by Yueguan's aura. This display caused a flicker of wariness to pass through Yueguan's eyes, narrowing them slightly. This boy could actually withstand his pressure. After exchanging glances with Yueguan, a slight smile crept on his Xu Sheng's lips. Naturally, Yueguan caught this gesture, and his anger flared within, grinding his teeth in frustration. "This brat dares to mock me." Xu Sheng chose to disregard Yueguan, slightly bowing again, and redirected his gaze to Bibi Dong, respectfully stating, "Xu Sheng pays his respects to your holiness." Chapter 10. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Bibi Dong, observing Xu Sheng's unwavering gaze, understood he was no ordinary child. Her lips parted slightly. "Your name is Xu Sheng, is it not?" Xu Sheng replied with composed humility, "Your holiness, if there is no other Xu Sheng in Spirit City, then that must be me." The already discontent ghost's eyes flashed crimson as he coldly declared, "Boy, are you courting death? Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to be disrespectful before her holiness." 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath him. Suddenly, a spectral figure emanating a frigid aura materialized behind Ghost, its blood-red eyes sending chills through the air. Then his first spirit ring shone brightly, and Ghost commanded, "First spirit skill, Ghost Shadow." The shadow behind him, with its crimson eyes, flickered, and in the next moment, it surged towards Xu Sheng like a wave of darkness. This insolence towards the Pope demanded a lesson to remind him of the hierarchy among titled Douluos. Xu Sheng's pupils constricted as he gazed at the rapidly approaching dark energy, instinctively stepping back. Just a hair's breadth away, the darkness was about to strike Xu Sheng. "Stop!" Bibi Dong's icy words, accompanied by the shimmering purple-gold scepter in her hand, sent a tremor through those present. Ghost immediately bowed, realizing his indiscretion, and swiftly retracted his spirit. Yueguan, lowering his head, wore an expression of displeasure, silently cursing Ghost for his hasty actions. If only he had acted a moment sooner, an unexpected incident could have occurred. Surely, her holiness would not turn against them for a talent already deemed useless. Bibi Dong's stern eyes swept over Ghost, and then to Yueguan, warning, "Should you act recklessly again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Both Yueguan and Ghost bowed. "Yes, your holiness." Xu Sheng suppressed the rush of adrenaline, thinking to himself, "That was terrifying. I should be more cautious next time. Having no spirit ring is of little use despite my soul power." Even the ordinary 100-year spirit ring had brought him to the brink of death. Seeing Yueguan and go silent, Bibi Dong then commanded Xu Sheng in an authoritative tone, "Xu Sheng, since you possess innate soul power at level 90, now release your spirit." Xu Sheng nodded slightly, extending his right hand. With a mere thought, a cluster of blood-red, blooming sea buckthorn flowers coalesced, gradually solidifying into the Nine-Heart Bloodthorn, exuding an astonishing killing intent as it spiraled forth from his palm. The entire spirit hall was suffused with a vivid scarlet hue. This scene left Bibi Dong and the others breathless. She inhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia as she murmured, "This spirit is remarkably pure in its malevolence." It bore significant resemblance to her own spider spirit. Yet, the one most affected was Yueguan, who secretly exclaimed in astonishment, "This boy's spirit seems to compel my own flower spirit to submit." On the other hand, Ghost gaped speechless, realizing that despite being merely a plant spirit, the accompanying aura far surpassed his own, belonging to an entirely different echelon. He sensed two potent energies emanating from the Nine-Heart Blood Thorn: extreme malevolence and boundless killing intent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she calmly instructed, "Reel it in." Upon hearing this, Xu Sheng gradually clenched his hand, retracting the Nine-Heart Blood Thorn. With its influence diminished, the peculiar atmosphere in the spirit hall dissipated. Xu Sheng smiled, a slight arch to his lips, and inquired, "May I ask, Your Holiness, how do you find it?" Though merely a plant, the Nine-Heart Blood Thorn was on par with the angelic spirit of Qian Renshu, a top-tier spirit in its own right. He held great confidence in its prowess. Bibi Dong's icy demeanor softened slightly as she offered unreserved praise. "Excellent. Possessing such an extraordinarily malevolent spirit and innate soul power at level 90, your future is limitless." Yue Guan sighed in dismay. "It seems our status will certainly be overshadowed by this boy." Ghost, observing Yue Guan's expression, felt a pang of bitterness as well. "Is it about to happen?" Xu Sheng squinted, sensing that Bibi Dong was about to reveal something significant. On the throne, Bibi Dong's frost-like countenance barely managed a faint smile. "Xu Sheng, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Yue Guan and Ghost's gazes converged on Xu Sheng, both clearly hoping he would decline. Internally, Xu Sheng thought, just as I suspected. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's admiration for his spirit and talent, she sought to recruit him. While she appeared to be inquiring, he understood that refusing would mean he could never leave the spirit hall without a spirit ring. But how did this align with his aspirations as a laid-back individual? A beautiful woman was eagerly seeking him as a disciple. To refuse would be to betray his own desires. "I am willing, but Your Holiness, I have one condition. May I inquire whether it can be granted?" Xu Sheng gazed earnestly at Bibi Dong. Upon hearing his words, both Gue Mei and Zhu Huaguan exchanged sinister smiles. Zhu Huaguan felt a surge of delight. His Highness the Pope detested negotiating with others, and this young man was courting disaster. Gue Mei believed that today would mark the young man's downfall, as he could already envision the Pope's furious expression. However, they were met with disappointment. Bibi Dong did not display anger, but instead slightly furrowed her exquisite brows and inquired, "What conditions?" This question struck Zhu Huaguan like a heavy blow, leaving him dazed. How could His Highness the Pope remain unperturbed? Gue Mei closed his eyes in despair. Had the young man's talent reached a level that could earn the Pope's tolerance? It was all over, all over. Xu Sheng straightened his posture and spoke assertively. "Your Highness the Pope, I can become your disciple and also pledge my loyalty to the Spirit Hall. But I hope that when I request to temporarily leave the Spirit Hall in the future, you will not obstruct me." Why did Xu Sheng propose this condition? Surely, he could not remain in the Spirit Hall for eternity. There were countless beautiful ladies and an abundance of delectable delicacies outside. Even a lazy fish like him had aspirations. Bibi Dong pressed her tender lips together, beginning to weigh the pros and cons. After a moment, she replied with a neutral expression, "I can agree to your terms. But I also have conditions." Gue Mei felt as though he had been struck by an arrow, his lips twitching involuntarily. "What? Your Highness the Pope, you are being too indulgent with this fellow." He had never expected Bibi Dong would acquiesce to such an absurd request from the young man. Zhu Huaguan patted his chest, feeling utterly aggrieved. "You have repeatedly tested her limits without inciting her anger, while old Gue and I are reprimanded for a mere misstep. It's simply unfair." Chapter 11. A beautiful master and 3 soul bones at the start. Xu Sheng's gaze flickered, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, "Your Highness the Pope, please go on." He had anticipated a swift refusal from Bibi Dong and was prepared to retreat. Yet, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Bibi Dong suddenly rose from her throne, her tall figure outlined against the light, her piercing gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate Xu Sheng's youthful soul. She coldly stated, "My requirement is that regardless of how long you intend to leave, you must participate in the national elite competition in a few years." Both Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei were left astonished, utterly baffled by Bibi Dong's intentions. Zhu Huaguan pondered and turned to Gue Mei. "The elite competition? Isn't that still a long way off?" Gue Mei shook his head, communicating through his gaze that he too was clueless. If the intention was merely to secure victory in the future competition, there was no need, as the Spirit Hall nurtured talented individuals capable of achieving that. Xu Sheng secretly sighed with relief, a smile gracing his lips as he respectfully clasped his fists. "Disciple Xu Sheng pays respects to my teacher." Bibi Dong, unable to glean useful information from Xu Sheng's expression, resumed her seat on the throne and, with a serious countenance, declared, "Very well, Xu Sheng. Henceforth you shall be my disciple, and from this moment on, you are also the holy son of the Spirit Hall." Having endured in silence, Zhu Huaguan could no longer contain himself. Previously, he could understand Bibi Dong's words, but to appoint Xu Sheng as the holy son immediately after joining the Spirit Hall was simply too dismissive. Moreover, who knew if the young man harbored ulterior motives? Thus, he stepped forward under the immense pressure, his expression awkward as he said, "Your Highness the Pope, this may not be appropriate?" Gui Mei, having learned from past experiences, stepped back, silently praying for Zhu Huaguan. "Little Zhu, do you not realize the young man's standing in the Pope's eyes? To provoke her now is tantamount to courting disaster." Zhu Huaguan, having contradicted himself repeatedly, noticed Bibi Dong's expression darkening. "What is inappropriate?" Zhu Huaguan trembled, but now that he had spoken, he could only press on, hoping Bibi Dong might reconsider. He bent slightly and explained this young man, Xu Sheng, has just joined the Spirit Hall and is made the Holy Son. The younger generation of the Spirit Hall may not accept this. Beside them, Xu Sheng observed him with a cold gaze, resting his chin in contemplation. Does this little Zhu Hua have no sense at all? Perhaps it would be wise to find a chance to resolve this. His first martial soul lacked a soul ring, and even if he obtained one, with Zhu Huaguan's extensive battle experience, he feared he might not be a match for him. Then, it seemed an idea struck him, and his lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. "If I can't defeat you, surely I can exhaust you. Today, let us make you my free sparring partner." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, slowly lifting her purple crystal scepter, then struck the ground forcefully. From her graceful form, 9 imposing soul rings gradually emerged. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The initial rings were stronger than the standard configuration, and when the final blood-red 100,000-year soul ring ascended, a tempest swept through the Spirit Hall. As if everything was under Bibi Dong's command. With a chilling gaze, she proclaimed, "I, Bibi Dong, am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who dares to defy me?" This imposing demeanor left both Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei unable to meet her gaze. Only Xu Sheng, with a sparkle in his eyes, could not help but marvel. How magnificent! At this moment, I wish to declare, let the likes of Shrek, Xing Luo, and the Heaven Do Empire perish. This is the unique allure possessed by Bibi Dong, calm like a solitary boat, fierce enough to cause mountains to crumble and rivers to run dry. Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei felt the situation turning dire, bowing their heads in apology. "Your Highness the Pope, we did not intend to defy you. Please forgive us. It was my subordinate's thoughtless words. Please pardon us." Bibi Dong's icy expression did not soften in the slightest as she uttered a single word, "Scram." With troubled hearts, Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei awaited Bibi Dong's response. Upon hearing her words, their anxieties were finally alleviated. They bowed slightly and swiftly departed. If Bibi Dong were to become enraged, with her decisive and ruthless character, they would not dare utter a word in protest. In the future, both he and old Zhu must exercise caution to avoid truly igniting a fire at the city gates. Your martial soul is of an extremely sinister nature. It must possess certain flaws, correct? After Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei had left, Bibi Dong, turning her back to Xu Sheng, spoke languidly. Xu Sheng's heart sank. How could Bibi Dong be aware of this? He nodded in affirmation. "Yes, teacher. My martial soul, the 9 hearts blood lotus, requires frequent nourishment through blood and soul. Otherwise, it will gradually wither away." Xu Sheng spoke the truth. Although this martial soul was incredibly powerful, it necessitated sustenance of blood and soul within a specific time frame, or it would wither and ultimately vanish. He suspected that his martial soul might be the first of its kind on the continent to have such a limitation. Bibi Dong suddenly turned to face Xu Sheng, her gaze piercing as she murmured, "Blood? Soul nourishment?" This condition was far more stringent than she had anticipated. She furrowed her brows, then relaxed them, saying, "Later, have Elder Zhu and Elder Gui accompany you to the Star Dove Forest to hunt soul beasts, and use the blood and souls of these beasts to nourish your martial soul." Xu Sheng feigned gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Internally, he reveled in his success. Little Zhu Hua, just wait and see. I shall have you labor until you are but a wilted flower. Should he send them after the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python? Bibi Dong gazed at Xu Sheng, somewhat lost in thought, and slowly shook her head, softly saying, "There is no need for such formality. Since you are my disciple, let these 3 soul bones serve as your welcoming gift." With a wave of her amethyst staff, vibrant colors erupted in the air, and the 3 soul bones materialized before them. Guided by Bibi Dong's soul power, they soared gracefully, hovering in front of Xu Sheng. These soul bones had been acquired by the previous pope, Qian Sunji, during his hunt for soul beasts, and naturally came into Bibi Dong's possession after she vanquished him. As Xu Sheng beheld the soul bones, his mind went blank. Wow, a beautiful teacher gives me a warm welcome, along with 3 soul bones? Why do other traversers oppose the spirit hall? Isn't this delightful? Noticing Xu Sheng's bewildered expression, Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly, though it was difficult to discern if it was a smile. She then swiftly closed her eyes, gripping her amethyst staff tighter. Take them. You will need to absorb 9 soul rings in a short time, and these soul bones will support you, alleviating the immense pressure those powerful rings will exert on your tender body. Otherwise, you won't survive 2 years. Xu Sheng stowed away the soul bones, frowning slightly as a chill ran through him. Not survive for 2 years? This revelation was new to him. He wondered if he had not joined the spirit hall and received the soul bones from Bibi Dong, what fate would await him. Chapter 12. Stardew Forest. Bibi Dong nodded, reiterating her serious warning. Indeed. Furthermore, after you absorb the soul rings, you must not recklessly utilize skills beyond the 6th ring for the next few years. Even with soul bones, you could be gravely injured. She had only taken 1 female disciple in her lifetime, the holy maiden Huliena of the spirit hall. Upon witnessing Xu Sheng's exceptional talent and temperament, she was compelled to accept him as her disciple. Thus, as long as Xu Sheng could become a future ally, she would dedicate herself to nurturing him. Xu Sheng's gaze flickered. He had initially merely wanted to observe the enchanting Bibi Dong, but now he saw beyond her beauty to the magnetic charisma that perhaps allowed her to lead the spirit hall. He nodded slightly, his expression earnest as he fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong. Thank you, teacher. I am fortunate to become your disciple. Fortune was indeed on his side, for not only had he preserved his life, but he had also received 3 soul bones. He half wondered if he had somehow swapped identities with Tang San, believing himself to be the destined child of Douluo continent. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's body trembled, and she turned away, her gaze slightly lifted. With a shake of her amethyst staff, she coldly uttered, "You may leave now." Xu Sheng pressed his lips together. "Teacher, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and decisively exited the grand hall. Bibi Dong then glanced back at Xu Sheng's retreating figure, her icy countenance revealing a few glistening drops at the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Gong, he truly resembles you in every aspect." As soon as Xu Sheng stepped out of the grand hall, he was met by Gui Mei and Zhu Huaguan, who approached him in a frenzy, angrily demanding, "Speak, what did you discuss with Her Holiness the Pope? Or else, do not blame us for being impolite." Gui Mei emanated a chilling aura, his voice cold as he threatened, "Speak quickly, or face the consequences." Under this pressure, Xu Sheng raised his head, flashing an innocent smile. "My teacher instructed you both to accompany me in hunting soul beasts to absorb soul rings. As for the type of soul beasts, that shall be determined by myself." Zhu Huaguan, with a skeptical expression, questioned, "Is that all?" Gui Mei, standing beside him, coldly retorted, "If that were the case, how could Her Holiness allow you to remain in there for so long?" Xu Sheng found the situation amusing. Were these 2 truly titled Douluos? Their suspicion was quite heavy, indicating that his arrival had inadvertently impacted their status. He chuckled and clarified, "Zhu Douluo, I assure you, we discussed nothing of significance. My teacher has just accepted me as her disciple. What more could transpire?" Zhu Huaguan turned to Gui Mei, asking, "Old Gui, what do you think?" Gui Mei surveyed the grand hall ahead, casting a few scrutinizing glances at Xu Sheng. Upon finding nothing suspicious, he slowly remarked, "Her Holiness is indeed wise." Zhu Huaguan sighed, exclaiming, "Old Gui, what are you thinking? That is not what I asked. I meant, how do you feel about Her Holiness instructing us to accompany this young lad in hunting soul beasts? Shouldn't 2 esteemed titled Douluos be enjoying their status rather than acting as this child's caretakers?" Gui Mei rolled his eyes, "Since it is the decree of Her Holiness, what else can we do? We shall go." He did not wish to meet an untimely end. Accompanying a young child to hunt soul beasts seemed trivial compared to the hardships they had endured in the past. Gu Mei fixed his gaze on Xu Sheng. Young man, the Stardew Forest is far too perilous for you. We plan to take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. Xu Sheng furrowed his brow. Elders, should not the Pope's palace be closer to the Stardew Forest? Why not hunt there? The soul beasts in the Stardew Forest would undoubtedly be far more abundant than those in the Sunset Forest, making it easier for him to match his soul rings. Zhu Huaguan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scolded, Young man, do you wish to perish? Hunting soul rings over 10,000 years old may lead you into the heart of the Stardew Forest, where soul beasts exist that even we cannot handle. Gu Mei also frowned, warning, you must think carefully. If you rashly enter, we cannot guarantee your safety. You are the one under the Pope's care. If you were to lose your life, we would have no explanation to give. Seeing that they were reluctant to agree to his request, Xu Sheng's expression suddenly transformed into one of utmost admiration. It was time to showcase his true acting prowess. He earnestly grasped the sleeves of Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan, his eyes sparkling with adoration. You Douluo, Gai Douluo. The reason I implored my teacher to let you accompany me in hunting soul beasts is that I trust in your formidable abilities. Those soul beasts will surely be no match for you too. Ah, this little brat has quite a way with words. Seeing Xu Sheng's admiring gaze, Zhu Huaguan's vanity received a tremendous boost. He glanced at Gu Mei, then cleared his throat, suggesting, Old Gay, perhaps we should heed this young man's words and hunt in the Stardew Forest. The Sunset Forest is a fair distance away. Zhu Mei's heart softened at the previous remark, and he crossed his arms, turning his head with a haughty demeanor. Well, if the lad wishes to go, then let us proceed. But do not blame us if things go awry. Xu Sheng feigned gratitude. Thank you, elders. Behold, this was what one could call impeccable acting. Even formidable foes like Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan could be swayed to his side. The Stardew Forest is one of the 3 major gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equal to the total territory of the Baloch Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Of this, 2/5 lies within the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 is situated in the Xingluo Empire. It is a colossal primordial forest, characterized by complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts residing there are incredibly fearsome. The closer one ventures to the forest's center, the more powerful the soul beasts become. At this moment, Xu Sheng, alongside Gu Mei and Zhu Huaguan, reached the outer entrance of the Stardew Forest in just a few hours. As Xu Sheng gazed upon the vast expanse of the forest before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Is this truly the Stardew Forest? As he stepped into the vast Stardew Forest, an overwhelming vitality enveloped him, accompanied by a faint yet alluring scent of blood. In an instant, he felt as if he had truly returned to the primeval forest. Yuan glanced at Xu Sheng's astonished expression and remarked, Let us proceed. This is merely the periphery of the Stardew Forest, where the soul beasts are primarily of 10 to 100 years. With your level 90 soul power, there is no need to concern yourself with such trifles. Particularly, plant-based soul beasts are rare and challenging to find, as most plants possess inherent frailty, with only a select few managing to survive amidst the multitude of soul beasts in this forest. Chapter 13. Bloodthirsty Hornet 30,000-Year Soul Beast. Xu Sheng nodded as the 3 of them gradually ventured deeper into the Stardew Forest from its outskirts. Along the way, Xu Sheng encountered many peculiar soul beasts, such as the mandrake snake, coiling around thick branches, its gray-black body stretching 2 meters long, with deep purple eyes mixed with shadowy vertical pupils glaring intensely, occasionally flicking its tongue to assert its dominance. He also observed a mutated mantis, evolved to a size of 1 meter, its sharp double blades effortlessly slicing through rock. At that moment, Xu Sheng was scanning his surroundings in search of a suitable soul beast, but these creatures were far beneath his level. Suddenly, Yuan halted, turning curiously towards Xu Sheng, squinting as he inquired, My boy, before we continue, could you enlighten me on which direction you intend to develop your martial soul? Beside them, Gu Mei regarded Xu Sheng with interest, speculating that his martial soul was likely a mutated Nine-Heart Crabapple, perhaps even more formidable than expected. However, although the Nine-Heart Crabapple possesses pure restorative abilities that can surpass the continent's premier support martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, This lad's martial soul was exceptionally sinister, suggesting a potential focus on control-type abilities might serve him better. Xu Sheng paused momentarily before responding. I have yet to contemplate this, but I suppose I lean towards development in the support category. Having only recently awakened his martial soul, he had not given it much thought. Nonetheless, deep down, Xu Sheng felt that support suited him best. After all, he merely wished to remain an inconspicuous presence. Upon hearing this, Yuguan burst into laughter, teasingly retorting, Support type? Are you certain you're not jesting? Your distinctly malevolent martial soul is entirely different from the Nine-Heart Sitang. Don't end up harming your teammates. Xu Sheng smirked, countering playfully, Elder Zhu, your martial soul must be a chrysanthemum, right? Even such a weak martial soul has offensive capabilities. Why can't mine evolve into a support-type soul master? Talking big? The more you laugh now, the more miserable you'll be when it's time to hunt soul beasts. Yuguan exclaimed angrily. Nonsense, boy. My martial soul is the wondrous chrysanthemum of heaven. A top-tier plant martial soul. His martial soul was not just any ordinary plant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved the rank of a 95-level title Douluo. Such prowess was exceedingly rare across the continent, a testament to the strength of his martial soul. Gu Mei's expression darkened slightly, and he coldly interjected, You too, be quiet. Frustrated, Yuguan glared at Xu Sheng and thought inwardly, this insufferable lad, just wait until you encounter a 10,000-year-soul beast. Let us see how you fare then. This boy had merely emerged from a small place, likely never having encountered a soul beast before. Perhaps a single soul beast would suffice to frighten him. As Xu Sheng observed Yuguan, he sensed a looming tension. It seemed Yuguan was about to instigate something. Suddenly, a violent buzzing filled the air, and Yuguan, the first to sense it, widened his eyes and stepped forward to shield the others, taking a cautious breath as he turned to Gu Mei, exclaiming, Old ghost, protect that lad. A colossal creature is approaching. If his intuition was correct, this incoming beast was nearing 30,000 years of age. Gu Mei, realizing the seriousness of Yuguan's demeanor, cautiously surrounded Xu Sheng, grumbling, understood. If this boy dies, our lives will become exceedingly difficult. Xu Sheng gazed curiously ahead and murmured, A creature that can provoke such vigilance from both Zhu and Gu. It seems this soul beast is extraordinary. As anticipated, a massive hornet emerged from the thicket, diving toward the trio with a thunderous buzz. This hornet was a staggering 4 to 5 meters in size, its tail bristling with venomous stingers. Yuguan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, It's a bloodthirsty hornet, highly toxic and nearly 30,000 years old. What have you summoned, you rascal? Xu Sheng rolled his eyes in response, muttering, How would I know? Yet, it seems rather unreliable for a titled Douluo to be so frightened by a 30,000-year-soul beast. If Yuguan was so apprehensive, one could only wonder about the reliability of his companion beside him. Though the bloodthirsty hornet's combat prowess was not particularly strong, it possessed exceptionally robust defenses, with its venomous stingers being the most troublesome aspect. It had a particular trait. Once it caught the scent of blood, it would not cease until its prey was vanquished. This made it a creature even titled Douluo would avoid provoking unnecessarily. Faced with this formidable foe, Yuguan had no choice but to exert his full strength. 9 terrifying soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Instantly, the overwhelming aura of a 95-level title, Douluo, surged forth. The airborne bloodthirsty hornet seemed to sense Yuguan's formidable presence, momentarily retreating. Its numerous small eyes filled with trepidation as it refrained from diving forward. Yuguan, relieved, turned to Gu Mei and Xu Sheng, raising an eyebrow in triumph. Fortunately, this creature fears my immense strength. Gu Mei, observing the hornet behind Yuguan as he turned, warned, Be careful. Yuguan instinctively spun around, only to see the massive creature charging towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the bloodthirsty hornet's onslaught, igniting his fury as he shouted, Damn it, you wretched beast. I will not let you escape today. It was utterly unacceptable that a dignified titled Douluo nearly fell victim to such a stealthy little pest. Xu Sheng, witnessing this absurd scene, felt a twitch in his eyelid and leaned closer to Gu Mei, lowering his voice to inquire, Elder Ghost, is it because of you that Elder Zhu has managed to survive thus far? It seemed rather strange that someone with Yu Guan's careless disposition could cultivate to the level of title Douluo without succumbing to misfortune. He strongly suspected that Gu Mei's presence helped compensate for Yu Guan's lack of caution. Stunned by this inquiry, Gu Mei cleared his throat and nonchalantly replied, "Of course. Otherwise, that guy, despite being a title Douluo, would have met his end countless times." With a massive chrysanthemum of heaven appearing in his hand, he declared, "Third soul skill, or a barrier." Instantly, the chrysanthemum of heaven unleashed countless petals as hard as steel, enveloping the bloodthirsty hornet. Following this, a powerful ripple erupted, and a pale white light began to envelop it, exerting an immense pressure that slammed into the bloodthirsty hornet. A deafening screech erupted from its maw as the airborne bloodthirsty hornet plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. In the ethereal realm, Yu Guan floated gracefully, his feet resting upon the exquisite Xu Sheng chrysanthemum. Gazing at the bloodthirsty wasp sprawled in a pit below, an exhilarating rush coursing through him. A fierce intent to kill ignited in his eyes as he charged towards the beast, resolute in his determination to bring it to its demise. Chapter 14. I can absorb all soul rings. As Yu Guan surged forward towards the bloodthirsty wasp, the creature, which should have collapsed, instead rose with a mighty form, swiftly turning its blood-red gaze upon him. In the next instant, countless venomous needles erupted from its tail, creating a formidable barrage. This display revealed the wasp's exceptional defensive prowess. Having withstood a strike from a title Douluo without a scratch, Yu Guan narrowed his eyes at the onslaught of needles, disdain evident in his demeanor. Such trivial tricks. Fifth soul skill, Hurricane Ascension, he scoffed. Did this simple-minded soul beast truly believe it could outsmart him? A mere handful of feeble needles could not possibly wound him. As his words fell, the Qirong chrysanthemum unleashed a tempest of steel petals, whirling rapidly to form a savage vortex that surged forth. The relentless wind scattered the venomous needles as if they were autumn leaves. Seeing its ruse fail against this formidable man, the bloodthirsty wasp seemed to sense an impending doom and frantically flapped its wings to ascend into the sky. Yu Guan immediately discerned its intentions and coldly declared, "Attempt to flee, and I shall sever your wings." With that, he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Golden Stamen Radiance. The Qirong chrysanthemum soared skyward, its petals ablaze with a brilliant golden hue, raining down upon the ground. This area of effect, soul skill, while lacking the explosive power of his previous abilities, compensated with sheer quantity. The massive petals ruthlessly sliced through the wasp's body, leaving behind faint traces of purplish blood. Its wings, too, fell victim to the onslaught, plummeting to the earth in tatters. Xu Sheng observed the relentless battle with a smile, remarking, "Well done. Elder Zhu has certainly met his match. His wisdom has sharpened." Having fallen prey to the initial attack from the bloodthirsty wasp, Yu Guan could not afford another misstep. It would be an embarrassment for a title Douluo. Hui Mei, watching the wasp's retreat, remarked, "If this bloodthirsty wasp were a plant-type martial spirit, it would be ideal for you to absorb its soul ring. Alas, it is not." The bloodthirsty wasp indeed held potential for Xu Sheng. Absorbing its soul ring could enhance the toxin familiarity of his Nine-Heart Blood Lotus martial spirit, possibly granting him a powerful area attack skill. Xu Sheng, puzzled, thought, "What a pity. How could this soul beast be considered a loss? I have my sights set on this bloodthirsty wasp." He promptly declared, "Elder Gu, I have made my decision. My first soul ring shall be this bloodthirsty wasp." Hui Mei, unable to contain his disbelief, stared at Xu Sheng, his expression incredulous. "Are you jesting? Your martial spirit is a plant type. Absorbing an animal-type soul ring could lead to your demise due to incompatibility." Across the continent, it was well known that plant-type spirits could not absorb animal-type soul rings. And vice versa. Was the young man truly out of his mind? Moreover, this was a 30,000-year-old soul beast. While even their 9 soul rings were only 80,000 years, if he absorbed this, who knew what would happen? Suddenly, Xu Sheng had a revelation, recalling that contemporary soul masters did not adhere to the Grand Master's 10 core principles. No wonder there was such surprise. Noting the wariness on Gu Mei's face, he realized he needed a clever ruse to ensure his plan succeeded. Thus, he calmly coughed into his hand and smiled confidently at Gu Mei. "Elder, I'm not joking. My martial spirit is unique and can absorb all soul beast rings. Upon hearing this, Gu furrowed his brows slightly. He had witnessed Xu Sheng's martial spirit, which seemed even more formidable than that of the esteemed chrysanthemum elder. The confidence etched on his face did not appear feigned. Could he truly absorb animal spirit rings? Realizing the implications, Gu Mei's body trembled slightly as he regarded Xu Sheng with an expression akin to that of a monster. The prospect of a plant type absorbing an animal type soul ring could indeed create a new precedent. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Mei replied, "Very well. But this is your decision alone. It concerns neither him nor me. You would do well to leave a letter, should anything go awry. I would prefer to have a contingency in place." Gu Mei was not one to act recklessly. If Xu Sheng wished to absorb this soul ring, he would not interfere. But he needed a safeguard to protect himself and the chrysanthemum elder from the wrath of the Pope, Bibi Dong. The mere thought of the Pope's previous fury sent shivers down his spine. Xu Sheng smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Gay." He accepted the parchment handed to him and, after writing, returned it to Gu Mei. Upon examining the letter, Gu Mei tucked it away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Having repelled the bloodthirsty wasp with the Chiron Tongtian chrysanthemum, Yueguan glanced at the two engaged in pleasant conversation. Feeling a pang of frustration at his solitary battle against the beast, he turned to Gu Mei, exclaiming, "Old ghost, stop just watching the show. This old beast is 30,000 years old, tough as nails, and I cannot defeat it alone." Gu Mei shot a glance at the bloodied, but still vigorous wasp, then at Yueguan, and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not request me to protect this fellow? Do not tell me you cannot handle a mere soul beast." Yueguan shot him an angry glare. "Enough chatter. Let's finish off this soul beast." In response, Gu Mei summoned 9 soul rings beneath him and, with an exasperated sigh, charged forward. With Gu Mei's assistance, the bloodthirsty wasp, despite its formidable defenses, soon lay breathless on the ground, its body twitching uncontrollably. Yueguan wiped the sweat from his brow, clapping his hands together as he took a deep breath. "Finally, that beast is dealt with. We must leave at once." Gu Mei pointed at Xu Sheng, rolling his eyes. "What do you mean leave? Do you not see that this fellow has yet to absorb his soul ring?" He drew a sharp blade from his pocket and tossed it to Xu Sheng, who caught it firmly and approached the bloodthirsty wasp, delivering a decisive strike to its head. A deep, dark soul ring began to materialize from the creature's lifeless form. Xu Sheng seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. Observing this, Yueguan gravely remarked, "Old ghost. This lad is a plant type." Before he could finish, Gu Mei raised a hand to silence him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This young man claims his martial spirit can absorb all soul rings. Even in death, with this letter, we shall remain untouchable." He gently patted the parchment in his pocket. Chapter 15, The Hunt Complete, Title Douluo. "Wait, is this not a bit too ostentatious?" Xu Sheng furrowed his brow, unwilling to attract undue attention each time he revealed his martial spirit. The dignity of a slacker would not permit such a spectacle. Ultimately, he simply yearned for a distinctive experience. Lost in thought, a sudden spark ignited in his mind, as if he had stumbled upon a new and promising path. He murmured to himself, pondering whether it was possible to attract soul rings to the spirit master using their martial soul, thereby absorbing them within. This approach would not only preserve the power of the soul ring, but also facilitate a more perfect fusion of the soul skill with the martial soul. However, observing Xu Sheng lost in thought, Yueguan tilted his chin and tapped the shoulder of the nearby Gu Mei, saying, "Do you think this kid is afraid? He hasn't moved for ages." Gu Mei shot him a glance, then contemplated that since it was Xu Sheng's first attempt at absorbing a soul ring, he might not know the method. Just as he intended to walk over to inform Xu Sheng, the latter finally stirred, prompting Gu Mei to halt his steps. Xu Sheng slowly rose, stepping back a pace to face the profound soul ring before him. Yueguan, anxious, felt a strong urge to slap him for his delay in absorbing the soul ring. He impatiently exclaimed, "I say, kid, are you going to absorb it or not? Don't waste our time. We still need to hunt 8 10,000-year soul beasts." Before he could finish, Gu Mei interrupted, "Wait, hold your tongue. This fellow." Xu Sheng's mind stirred, and the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia began to emanate a crimson glow from his palm. He attempted to manipulate the begonia to draw out the blood from the body of the deceased bloodthirsty wasp. To his astonishment, The once robust body of the wasp shriveled instantly, and droplets of pure blood coalesced from the flesh. 1 drop. 2 drops. These droplets quietly merged into a stream that bubbled like a warm spring, flowing directly toward the petals of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. After absorbing this blood, the already vivid crimson begonia took on an eerie brilliance, appearing even more enchanting. Yuguan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively shrinking back. By heavens, old gay, this kid's martial soul is remarkable. It can actually control the flow of blood. What frightened him was not Xu Sheng's current state, but rather what would happen if this martial soul matured enough to control the blood of other soul masters. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Gue may seem to recognize the peculiarities of this martial soul as well, but remained silent, fixated on Xu Sheng's next actions. Xu Sheng smiled gently at the blood-scented Nine-Heart Blood Begonia and softly inquired, "If you're satisfied, can we commence?" To his surprise, the begonia trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as if responding to his words. Delighted by the response, Xu Sheng realized that bestowing the soul ring upon the martial soul was indeed feasible. He inhaled deeply and raised his gaze toward the 10,000-year soul ring. With a casual gesture of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia floating in his palm, he signaled it to draw the soul ring closer. The begonia understood Xu Sheng's intent, using its unique ability to gradually pull the soul ring toward him. Upon contact, the 10,000-year soul ring began to be devoured bit by bit. Within mere seconds, it was entirely consumed by the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. He felt the surge of soul skill information in his mind, confirming his success. The first soul ring, 3,000-year cultivation. Soul skill, blossoming begonia. It unleashes countless petals that slash at enemies, infused with a faint toxin, allowing Xu Sheng to heal upon wounding foes. Xu Sheng was pleasantly surprised, noting that this soul skill seemed to inherit the toxicity and attack style of the bloodthirsty wasp. Yet he had not anticipated the self-restorative aspect upon inflicting wounds. Yuguan and Gue may exchange glances, then hurried to Xu Sheng's side. Yuguan grasped Xu Sheng's arms, eagerly asking, "Kid, where's the soul ring from the bloodthirsty wasp? Did your martial soul consume it?" Gue Mei added, "Hurry, tell us what happened to the soul ring." Xu Sheng flashed them a mysterious smile, replying, "Did you not see? It was devoured by me." Faced with Xu Sheng's teasing demeanor, even though Yuguan was eager to pry deeper, he turned away dismissively, muttering, "Fine, if you won't say, then so be it. Who cares?" However, his gaze remained fixated on Xu Sheng's Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. Gue Mei, too, concealed his curiosity, clearing his throat and stating, "You seem fine. If you don't wish to share, then let us continue hunting the next soul beast." Xu Sheng continued to chuckle lightly. "Then I must trouble you both, elders. If possible, I shall speak well of you before my teacher." A flicker of appreciation crossed Yuguan's eyes. This lad showed some sense, and they decided to spare him any further scrutiny. Enough chatter. Let us swiftly hunt the next soul beast. Finally, as night fell, Xu Sheng completed the hunt for the last 8,000-year soul beast. This beast had proven so formidable that Yuguan and Gue Mei had to resort to their martial soul fusion technique to barely defeat it. Even Xu Sheng thought for a moment that they might be overwhelmed by it. Yuguan clutched his injured chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped in frustration. "Kid, you better remember our favor. We nearly lost our lives to this beast." Gue Mei sat beside a wooden stump, covering his mouth, panting without uttering a word. Both had exhausted their soul power in the battle. Feeling a sense of guilt for not contributing more, Xu Sheng produced 2 bottles of water and offered them, grinning. "Elder Ju, Elder Gue, have some water and take a breather. I truly appreciate your help today." Yuguan and Gue Mei eagerly accepted the bottles and downed a hearty gulp, feeling relieved. Yuguan, still a bit irritable from earlier events, blinked and probed. "We nearly risked our lives for you today. Can you tell us about how your martial soul absorbed the soul ring?" Hearing this, Xu Sheng smiled cheerfully. "Of course, esteemed elders, here's my answer." With a wave of his hand, he quietly released the soul rings contained within the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia at his feet. 9 profoundly dark soul rings rose slowly, emanating a terrifying aura even greater than that of Yuguan and Gue Mei. In an instant, the surrounding trees rustled violently, the wind howled, and even nearby soul beasts fled in terror upon sensing this overwhelming power. The pressure compelled both Gui Mei and Yu Guan to unleash their soul rings in defense, both staring in astonishment at Xu Sheng. Thoughts raced in unison within their minds. If this kid were not currently unable to wield his soul rings, his strength would surely rival, if not exceed, that of both Gui Mei and Yu Guan. Chapter 16. Unrest observing the dense array of black soul rings at Xu Sheng's feet. Gui Mei sighed. Kid, quickly retract your unleashed soul power, otherwise we'll attract other formidable soul beasts and end up in dire straits. In the Douluo forest, unleashing such terrifying soul power might intimidate weaker soul beasts, but could also provoke those fierce, battle-hardened ones, which would pose a significant threat to the already fatigued Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Yu Guan, exasperated, made a gesture across his throat and coldly warned, "Listen, kid, don't repay kindness with malice, or old Gui and I will be the first to take you down." He genuinely feared that after Xu Sheng hunted the soul ring, he might turn against them. Xu Sheng could only smile wryly. Did he really seem like that kind of person? Recollecting the 9 pitch-black spirit rings into the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, Xu Sheng was just about to sit down for a moment of respite when he suddenly noticed a drastic change in the expressions of Gui Mei and Yu Guan. Yu Guan rose, his countenance grave as he gazed intently at Gui Mei, narrowing his eyes. "Old ghost, do you sense the presence? The aura." Gui Mei also stood, casting a glance towards the source of the sensation, affirming, "Indeed, it is that 100,000-year rabbit spirit beast that narrowly escaped its fate." The essence of this aura was unmistakably reminiscent of the little girl who had transformed into human form during their hunt for the 100,000-year spirit beast in the Douluo forest alongside Bibi Dong. Though their voices were hushed, Xu Sheng heard them distinctly and began to comprehend their discourse. He pondered silently. The 100,000-year rabbit spirit beast. Could it be Xiao Wu? It seems Tang San has not yet entered the Nodding Academy to seek master as his teacher. Yu Guan sighed, his tone laced with regret. "Kid, had I known you would not be in a rush to absorb your final spirit ring, perhaps I could have procured a 100,000-year spirit ring for you." If it weren't for the fact that his own spirit rings were already fully absorbed, he would have risked everything to acquire such a precious 100,000-year spirit ring. To his knowledge, only 2 individuals in the entire Douluo continent possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring: the Haotian Tang Hao and their esteemed Pope, Bibi Dong. Xu Sheng, jolted from his thoughts by this revelation, feigned excitement. "What do you mean, Elder Gio? Elder Yu, can you really procure a 100,000-year spirit ring for me?" After all, this was Xiao San's wife. If he could hunt the spirit ring for himself, well, perhaps it would alter the narrative. He mused on this, but it was too late. He had already absorbed all his spirit rings. Gui Mei coldly interrupted Xu Sheng's daydreams, rolling her eyes. "Stop fantasizing. There's an even more terrifying entity accompanying that spirit beast, and given the current state of both me and Zhiguan, we would likely be offering our heads on a platter." As Gui Mei finished speaking, a chilling roar reverberated throughout the Douluo forest, echoing in the ears of all present. Yu Guan sat down abruptly, cross-legged, closing his eyes to restore his spirit power. Gui Mei also seated herself, realizing the need for stability. "Kid, today you will assist in guarding us." After casually issuing the command, she closed her eyes, focusing on the restoration of her spirit power. Xu Sheng shrugged in resignation and summoned the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus from his palm, gazing at the eerie crimson glow emanating from it under the night sky. He mused with intrigue. "Now that I've become a titled Douluo, Xu Yuntao, I have a title?" Several names floated to the forefront of his mind. Blood Lotus Douluo? Too mundane. Ice Lotus Douluo? That sounds a bit too intimidating. Wei Lotus Douluo? What kind of title is that? As dawn broke, Xu Sheng and the others swiftly made their way back to the spirit hall from the Douluo forest. With a respectful bow, Yu Guan cautiously addressed the enchanting figure seated upon the throne, a woman of captivating beauty. Lowering his voice, he respectfully stated, "Your Holiness, the Pope. Old Ghost and I have completed the hunt for the spirit beast with this young saint." Bibi Dong, who had been gently closing her eyes, opened them to reveal a gleaming gaze. "Well done." Her mesmerizing eyes then turned towards Xu Sheng, glimmering with curiosity. "Xu Sheng, now release your spirit rings. I wish to see to what extent you have progressed." Stepping forward, Xu Sheng replied, "Yes, master." He focused his mind, and the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus slowly materialized in his palm. Enhanced by the spirit rings, Its essence and form far surpassed what it had been before. The 9 rings, shimmering with black radiance, floated from beneath his feet, exuding a formidable pressure directed towards Bibi Dong. With a mere flick of her fingertip, she dissipated the overwhelming aura into nothingness. Only then did she examine the spirit rings at Xu Sheng's feet, and, as the ripples of energy emanated from them, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. 3 of the spirit rings approached the 4,000-year mark. She had initially believed that given Xu Sheng's physique, he could only withstand 2,000-year spirit rings at most, and this unexpected revelation indeed took her by surprise. Xu Sheng smiled serenely, glancing at Gue Mei and Yu Guan. This is all thanks to Elder Yu and Elder Gue, allowing me to absorb so effortlessly. Bibi Dong regarded Xu Sheng, noting his unwavering demeanor even in her presence, and internally marveled at his composure, which far surpassed that of his peers. Rising from her throne, she approached Xu Sheng, gazing at his youthful, handsome visage, and for a moment, she found herself somewhat entranced. Without realizing it, her hand had reached out to touch his cheek, feeling the gentle and delicate touch of her fingers. Xu Sheng's heart raced, and his cheeks flushed as he softly reminded her, "Master you." Bibi Dong's pupils widened in surprise, her fingers recoiling as if struck by electricity. Maintaining her composure, she remarked, "Xu Sheng, although your spirit power has attained tidal Douluo status, you must deepen your understanding of your martial soul. You will study here at the Spirit Hall from now on." Gue Mei and Yu Guan, observing the interaction, stood dumbfounded. Yu Guan whispered, "Did the Pope just caress Xu Sheng's cheek?" Gue Mei replied, "It seems so." "Shu, don't say a word, pretend you didn't see." Yu Guan understood, and Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards the low-headed and silent Yu Guan and Gue Mei, her tone icy. "Yu Guan, Gue Mei, you may leave now." Perplexed, Gue Mei and Yu Guan rose, replying, "Yes, your holiness." They exited the hall with a familiar stride. After a moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the hall. "Master, did you call for me?" A girl entered, clad in a translucent gown that shimmered like glass, her presence ethereal. Her azure eyes mirrored the depths of the night sea, and her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall across her face, exuding a faintly enchanting aura that intensified her allure with each smile. Upon seeing this girl for the first time, Xu Sheng immediately thought of Qian Renxue, for this elegant and aloof young girl lacked the later seductive charm. Bibi Dong's demeanor softened slightly upon seeing Hulaina. "Come here, my dear." "Yes, master." Uncertain of the purpose of her visit, Hulaina gracefully approached Bibi Dong, bowing respectfully. Although she conversed with Bibi Dong, her curious gaze unconsciously drifted towards Xu Sheng. Upon catching sight of Xu Sheng's strikingly handsome face, her cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly murmured, "Who is this child? He is so handsome." Hulaina realized that among all the boys she had encountered, none could rival Xu Sheng's charisma and appearance, especially the subtle languor that inexplicably quickened her heartbeat. She had always held herself in high regard, but never had she met someone who caused her heart to race upon first sight. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, casting her gaze towards Xu Sheng. "Laina, this is Xu Sheng, my newly accepted disciple." Hulaina, surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. "So this is the saint everyone's been talking about. No wonder Master chose him. He must be exceptional. I am Hulaina, 11 years old. And you?" She extended her hand with a smile. "At the tender age of 11, one might surprisingly appear more mature than their years suggest. Indeed, Tang San is merely 9, and with my age only 1 year senior to his. It becomes clear that in terms of age, I am indeed younger than the newer generation of the Spirit Hall." Xu Sheng, ever the gentleman, extended his hand for a brief handshake before quickly withdrawing it, accompanied by a warm smile. "Greetings, I am Xu Sheng, and I am 10 years old this year." Hulaina's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? He is only 10? Upon her first encounter with Xu Sheng's unique aura, she instinctively assumed him to be older, never imagining he was actually a year younger than her. Beside them, Bibi Dong observed their interaction with interest, her previous concerns dissipating. She gently tapped her purple crystal scepter and spoke in a calm tone. "Laina, I have called you here not only for you to meet Xu Sheng, but also to inform you that he will be joining your team for future studies." Although Hulaina did not display any overt displeasure, she voiced her concern, "But master, what about my brother and the others?" She held no objections to Xu Sheng's presence, yet she worried about the sudden addition to a team that had endured extensive training together. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked at Xu Sheng, her eyes gleaming with confidence. There is no cause for concern. Xu Sheng's abilities far surpass those of other support-type spirit masters. In fact, it would be more accurate to describe him as a dual-type master of both support and control. Silent contemplation enveloped Xu Sheng as he pondered his impending role among what would be deemed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. This development seemed to clash with his initial plans. With Bibi Dong's words settled, Hulaina felt compelled to refrain from further protest, obediently nodding in response. "I understand, Master." Bibi Dong then turned her attention to the still-dazed Xu Sheng, her brow slightly furrowing as she patiently inquired, "Xu Sheng, do you have any objections?" Coming back to reality, Xu Sheng calmly shook his head. "I have no objections. I will follow your arrangements, Master." Faced with the beautiful teacher's words, he felt no inclination to argue. Bibi Dong's expression relaxed, and she instructed, "If there are no objections, then it is settled. Laina, please take Xu Sheng to your study area. Do not underestimate the Hall of the Pope. Despite its seemingly small stature, one could easily become lost without a guide." Hulaina glanced at Xu Sheng, slightly bowing as she replied, "Yes, Master, we shall take our leave." As Xu Sheng and Hulaina walked side by side, the distance ahead seemed vast, yet the atmosphere was filled with palpable awkwardness. Xu Sheng stole a glance at Hulaina and, clearing his throat gently, decided to break the ice. It would not do to let her speak first. After all, girls are typically shy, particularly at this stage in Hulaina's life. His gaze slowly shifted toward her as he spoke. Hulaina." Upon hearing Xu Sheng's inquiry, Hulaina paused, her expression revealing curiosity. "Yes, Xu Sheng? Is there something on your mind?" Her heart had also raced with nervousness, but Xu Sheng's initiative to speak had eased the tension significantly. Being in the presence of this boy always seemed to quicken her heartbeat, leaving her in a state of both confusion and anticipation. Xu Sheng smiled elegantly and inquired, "Might you share with me what type of spirit master you are?" Hulaina, noticing Xu Sheng's feigned calmness amidst his evident embarrassment, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. This subtle smile seemed to dim the world around them. Realizing her response might have been a tad too informal, she quickly apologized. "Xu Sheng, I was merely..." Xu Sheng, unfazed, blinked and complimented, "No need for concern. Your smile is truly beautiful. Do share more of it." The warmth of his words caused even the usually aloof Hulaina to flush, as she gently touched her warm ears, scolding herself internally for her thoughts. Considering they had only known each other for a little over an hour, Xu Sheng noted her reaction but refrained from further provoking her. He leaned closer, gently waving his hand before her. Hulaina. As she regained her composure and found him so near, Hulaina instinctively stepped aside, inhaling deeply before offering a somewhat strained smile. "Yes, continuing from before, I am a control-type spirit master, and my spirit is the celestial fox." With that, a myriad of particles emanated before her, coalescing into a magnificent fox, boasting a size akin to that of an arm, its snowy fur exuding an air of pride, its red vertical pupils radiating irresistible allure. Two luminous yellow soul rings materialized beneath it. Xu Sheng observed the fox, admiring its elegance. "This celestial fox is stunning. Much like yourself." His words struck Hulaina like a thunderbolt, causing her to lower her head, her lips pressed together, struggling to find a response. "What about your spirit?" So shy was she that she dared not meet Xu Sheng's gaze directly. Xu Sheng, witnessing her bashfulness, shook his head in mild exasperation, realizing that Hulaina still had a long journey ahead to achieve the poise she desired. With a serene expression, he stated, "I am a support-type spirit master, and my spirit is the Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus." In an instant, a blend of crimson and sinister energy began to unfurl from his palm, revealing the alluring Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus, imbued with an intoxicating charm. Suddenly, a terrifying whirlwind erupted as 9 dark and ominous soul rings exploded forth from Xu Sheng, unleashing a formidable pressure that enveloped the vicinity, creating a tempest of soul power. Hulaina instinctively raised her delicate arm to shield herself from the violent winds, squinting her left eye in astonishment as she gazed at Xu Sheng beside her. Xu Sheng, drenched in cold sweat from the sudden surge, inwardly cursed. Realizing he had gone too far, he quickly retracted the 9 soul rings into his spirit, And with that, the earlier turbulence subsided, returning to calm. Hulayina's astonished gaze remained fixed on Xu Sheng, her lips parting as if to speak when Xu Sheng raised a finger to his lips, offering a gentle smile. Please, wait a moment. I shall share more with you shortly. His expression seemed to possess an enchanting allure, causing Hulayina to blush and nod instinctively. Just then, the formidable guard contingent stationed within the spirit hall sensed the disturbance and rushed over. The leading guard approached Xu Sheng and Hulayina, bowing respectfully with an arm placed over his chest. In a grave tone, he addressed them, "Young master, young lady, I sincerely apologize for the fright you have endured. May I inquire as to what transpired just now? There is nothing of great importance. It was merely a quarrel between Elder Zhu and Elder Gui, which resulted in a release of soul power, but all is well now." Upon hearing Xu Sheng's response, the guards exchanged skeptical glances, turning their attention to Hulayina. The young man had only recently been designated the Holy Son by His Holiness the Pope, and it was uncertain whether his words could be trusted. However, the Holy Maiden was a different matter altogether. Just as Hulayina was about to reveal the truth, she glanced at Xu Sheng and hesitated, ultimately choosing to nod in silence. The guards, recognizing the situation, stood up again and decided not to disturb the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son any further, departing with their entourage. Confusion colored Hulayina's innocent features as her curious gaze swept over Xu Sheng. "Now, can you tell me? Were those 9 who just appeared?" Xu Sheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to Hulayina, inhaling the unique fragrance of youth that emanated from her, and absent-mindedly tousled her hair, unaware that his eyes were filled with affection. Noticing Hulayina's momentary shock at his action, Xu Sheng subtly curved his lips into a smile and whispered playfully, "Indeed, there are 9 eternal soul rings. However, Laina, you must keep this a secret." The warm breath that brushed against her ear sent a shiver down Hulayina's spine, overwhelming her with a tingling sensation. She gently pushed Xu Sheng away, her voice tinged with a hint of soberness as she stammered, "I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone." Internally, she mused that Xu Sheng must be a title Douluo. Could it be that the teacher had specifically invited him to join their ranks because of this? Yet, how could someone of his age have already attained such a formidable status? It was well known that title Douluos were exceedingly rare throughout the continent. Xu Sheng, unfazed by being pushed away, softly replied, "I was merely joking. Let us move on. We cannot provoke her further." He had not anticipated Hulayina's intense reaction. To incite her displeasure would be counterproductive, and although he felt a flicker of attraction upon first meeting her, he was aware that his interest was primarily physical. Hulayina shook her head, casting aside her earlier thoughts, and returned to her usual demeanor, offering a shy smile. All right, in her heart, she resolved to treat the incident as a jest. After walking a short distance, they finally arrived at a remarkably luxurious academy. The institution spanned a vast area, adorned with a faintly ancient aesthetic, its layout meticulously crafted by experts. Yet, what was most striking was the fact that this academy had been specially constructed for the elite generation of the Spirit Hall, designed to concentrate the finest resources and teachers. In simpler terms, this academy had been established solely for 3 individuals, now perhaps 4. Hulayina pointed excitedly at the academy, exclaiming, "Xu Sheng, this is where my brothers and I study. It is the only academy built specifically for us within the Spirit Hall." As she spoke, a subtle pride illuminated her features. Xu Sheng gazed at the academy, acknowledging its impressive stature, but wondered if it might feel rather desolate with so few students. Hulayina, upon hearing his thoughts, let a flicker of disappointment cross her eyes and responded with a wry smile, "Our teacher has very high expectations of us, so unless in exceptional circumstances, we must exert ourselves fully in both training and learning. However, perhaps in the future, you may be the exception." Since Xu Sheng was already a title Douluo, he did not require extensive training, yet he still needed to learn about soul beasts, team dynamics, and other related subjects. Xu Sheng contemplatively regarded the academy once more, realizing it was yet another location unmentioned in the original narrative. He murmured, "Perhaps," as Hulayina and Xu Sheng stepped into the academy's soul classroom. They were greeted by a middle-aged, slightly rotund man named Ruo. Despite his unassuming appearance, he had reached the terrifying level of a 73rd rank battle soul saint. In the classroom, only 2 students were attentively listening. Yin, with with the martial spirit of Flame Lord at level 25, and Xiaoyu, Hu Laina's brother, with the martial spirit of Xiaoyu Blade at level 26. Hu Laina cheerfully greeted, "Teacher Qi Ruo, I hope I'm not interrupting your class?" Qi Ruo shook his head. After all, who would dare speak ill of the holy maiden? However, his gaze drifted to Xu Sheng, and he inquired of Hu Laina, "Who is this child?" Hu Laina smiled down at Xiaoyu and Yin, explaining, "This is Xu Sheng, also a holy son of the Spirit Hall, who will be training here as well." Qi Ruo scrutinized Xu Sheng for a moment before offering a candid assessment. It is no wonder he is a holy son of the Spirit Hall. His unique aura is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Yin felt an intense anger bubbling within him. What? This guy can join, but he dares to stand so close to Hu Laina? He had secretly harbored feelings for Hu Laina for some time, and if not for his brother Xiaoyu being present, he would have confessed long ago. No way. I must teach him a lesson later. He looks like a pretty boy, so his soul power must be weak. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, observing Xu Sheng closely. This guy. I can't discern his soul power fluctuations, but he does seem more handsome than me. I cannot allow anyone more attractive to enter the scene. He glanced at Yin, thinking to himself that his friend would undoubtedly be unable to contain his emotions. As Hu Laina's brother, Yin was fully aware of his sister's feelings, even though Hu Laina did not reciprocate any of Yin's affections. Well, let this fool make his move, he thought. Chapter 19. A duel with me. Qi Ruo stroked his beard and said slowly, "Since that is the case, today's lesson will be left to you all. Familiarize yourselves with your teammates' martial spirits, as well as each other's strengths and weaknesses." Originally, Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin had trained together for quite some time and were well acquainted with one another. However, with the new arrival, it was essential to re-establish their understanding. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues in future teamwork and cooperation. Without waiting for their responses, Qi Ruo exited the room. Hu Laina sighed in relief and instinctively took Xu Sheng's hand, leading him towards Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu and Yin slowly rose from their seats, their expressions impassive as they fixed their gaze on Xu Sheng. Hu Laina, sensing the cold reception from her brother and Yin, forced a smile. "Xu Sheng, allow me to introduce you to them." Xu Sheng, hearing this, turned to them with a friendly smile and replied, "That would be much appreciated." However, his gaze remained fixed on Xiaoyu and Yin, feeling an inexplicable hostility emanating from them, as though he were intruding upon their territory, which made him quite uncomfortable. As Xu Sheng assessed Xiaoyu and Yin, they were also scrutinizing him in turn. Hu Laina pointed to Xiaoyu, saying, "This is my brother, Xiaoyu, with the martial spirit of Xiaoyu Blade, and he has reached level 26. Xiaoyu, with his tousled gray hair and strikingly handsome face, bore an expressionless demeanor. A crimson scar-like mark adorned his right brow, lending him an air of rebellious charm. Xu Sheng extended his hand with an innocent smile, saying, "Hello, as I mentioned earlier, I am Xu Sheng." Xiaoyu merely snorted, refusing to shake his hand, leaving Xu Sheng's arm suspended in midair. A chilling remark escaped Xiaoyu's lips. Xiaoyu. It was as if uttering another word would be an affront to his dignity. Beside them, Hu Laina furrowed her brow and gently chided, "Brother, this is our new teammate. Could you refrain from wearing such a cold expression? If you continue to ostracize him like this, our team's future will surely be bleak." Xiaoyu, reprimanded, was about to retort, but upon seeing the unmasked fury in Hu Laina's eyes, he abruptly coughed and hastily extended his hand to shake Xu Sheng's, hurriedly saying, "Welcome to our team, Xu Sheng." As a devoted brother, he truly wished to avoid inciting his sister's anger. If she were displeased, he would have to find ways to cheer her up. Xu Sheng, observing the exchange between Hu Laina and Xiaoyu, was utterly perplexed. He looked at Xiaoyu, who was still gripping his hand, and thought to himself, what is this guy doing? Just a moment ago, he was indifferent, and now he is complying so readily? Could it be that he is a doting brother? What a rare sight to behold. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Xu Sheng discreetly withdrew his hand from Xiaoyu's grasp. Yin, witnessing Xiaoyu's embarrassment, immediately transformed his fury into a forced smile, as he felt compelled to maintain a favorable impression in Hu Laina's eyes. For she was someone he admired. If he were to lose her regard, it would be disastrous. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Hu Laina pointed at Yin with a displeased expression, stating, "This is Yin with the martial spirit. Flame Lord, soul power level 25. He could be a bit foolish, but he is quite decent." She had clearly noticed Yan's earlier attempt to intimidate Xu Sheng and was disinclined to offer him any semblance of kindness. Yan's smile instantly froze. The words "a bit foolish" echoed persistently in his mind. Laina must dislike me now. It must be because of this pretty boy, he thought with resentment, glaring at Xu Sheng as if he had committed some unspeakable offense. Xu Sheng, locking eyes with Yan, was filled with confusion. What is with this guy's expression? Why are these two acting so strangely? Is it a common trait among gifted children? I hope this isn't contagious. Perhaps I should speak with Bibi Dong about transferring to another spirit hall branch for my studies. Xiaoyu, brushing aside his cold, gray hair that covered his right eye, was the first to speak. Xu Sheng, you must know about our martial spirits. Could you enlighten us about yours? Yan, too, regarded Xu Sheng with curiosity, speculating that given his appearance, he likely belonged to a control or support type rather than a strong assault type. However, Hulaina knew otherwise. She was aware that Xu Sheng was indeed a support-type soul master, and a true title to a level 1 at that. The benefits he could bring to their team were immeasurable. After all, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, possessed the continent's #1 support martial spirit and was only a soul sage, illustrating the arduous journey of support-type soul masters. In fact, there have been instances where no support-type title Douluo existed on the continent. If there were, they would surely be revered by major sects or become esteemed patrons of any empire. I am a support-type soul master, and my martial spirit is the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia, Xu Sheng casually announced, as the vibrant crimson glow of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia manifested in his palm. Xiaoyu squinted at the formidable Nine-Heart Blood Begonia in Xu Sheng's hand, his tone growing serious. The Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. There shouldn't be any martial spirit by that name on the continent, right? If I'm not mistaken, it must have mutated from the Nine-Heart Begonia. This mutation likely took a positive turn, perhaps even surpassing the original. Xu Sheng cast a glance of appreciation toward him. You are quite perceptive, Xiaoyu. Indeed, my martial spirit is a mutation of the Nine-Heart Begonia, and I was fortunate that it evolved positively. Yin shook his head, entirely unconvinced. Can a support-type soul master truly possess such a formidable killing intent? It's as absurd as a support-type soul master claiming they could single-handedly eliminate a strong assault-type soul master. Seeing Yan's doubtful expression, Hulaina gently reminded him, Yan, Xu Sheng is indeed a support-type soul master. This is something my teacher personally confirmed. Yan, brimming with confidence in his own beliefs, retorted, impossible. Such overwhelming killing intent cannot belong to a support-type soul master. Unless this guy fights me, I won't believe it. Through battle, we can determine what type of soul master Xu Sheng truly is. Plus, I could feign defeat and thoroughly humiliate this pretty boy in front of Hulaina, 2 birds with 1 stone. Noticing Yan's relentless pursuit, Hulaina furrowed her brows. Yan, don't go too far. Her concern was not for Xu Sheng, but for Yan, fearing that losing to a support type would shatter his confidence in his own cultivation. With the sheer power bestowed by his 9 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, Xu Sheng was far beyond what Yan could withstand. Very well, I accept your challenge, Xu Sheng declared. Xiaoyu looked at Xu Sheng in surprise, having expected him to refuse. After all, support-type soul masters had little to no chance against assault-type soul masters. Moreover, Yan, as a soul master with 200-year soul rings, already surpassed Xiaoyu in terms of raw attack power. Seeing the situation spiraling beyond her control, Hulaina sighed helplessly and, with a hint of pleading, said, Xu Sheng, please go easy on him. Yin is also our teammate. Xu Sheng looked at Hulaina's concerned expression and smiled warmly. Do not worry, we are all on the same team. I will show him some mercy. Hulaina genuinely cared for others, and had it not been for her martial spirit, her demeanor would surely rival that of Qian Renqiu. Then I leave it to you. Hulaina replied, her pure gaze lingering on Yin before she slightly nodded and retreated to stand beside Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to her, this scene did not escape Xiaoyu's notice, who was left pondering, what is going on? Laina cannot be unaware of the outcome of a duel between an assault type and a support type soul master. Why then would she urge Xu Sheng to hold back? She must not be joking, which indicates she believes Yin cannot match Xu Sheng. This Xu Sheng, indeed, exuded an air of mystery. However, due to Hulaina's lack of discretion, her every word pierced Yan's heart like daggers. Did she truly see him as inferior, incapable of even besting a support-type soul master? He glared fiercely at Xu Sheng, his eyes seemingly ready to tear him apart at any moment. Stop the nonsense, kid. I won't go easy on you just because you're an auxiliary type. Xu Sheng's calm demeanor showed no signs of disturbance. He simply extended a hand and said nonchalantly, "Then let us begin." Yin noticed that Xu Sheng had not even released his martial soul, clearly underestimating him, and coldly retorted, "Humph, you won't even unleash your martial soul? How arrogant! Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, a terrifying soul beast enveloped in searing flames manifested behind Yin, a colossal creature adorned with crimson-spotted horns. Letting out a mighty roar, 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath it, and the aura emanating from it made Xu Sheng's heart sink. Was this really the Flame Lord? It bore a striking resemblance to Groudon from the world before, in stark contrast to Xu Sheng's meticulous observations. Yin was consumed by a singular desire to defeat him in one strike. The first yellow soul ring beneath him glimmered, activating his first soul skill, Beast Roar. This skill was designed to exert pressure on his opponent, effectively limiting their mobility. As he spoke, the fiery giant behind Yin pounded its chest, sending sparks flying, and a shockwave surged towards Xu Sheng at an astonishing speed. Upon feeling this tremor, Xu Sheng looked down at his legs, barely sensing a force akin to that of the earth binding him. However, possessing a soul power of level 90, he found the skill to be utterly laughable. Its binding effect was negligible. Observing this, Xiaoyu silently shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Xu Sheng's arrogance. The outcome seems apparent. Even I would find my speed diminished by a third after that attack. Should Yin unleash his second soul skill, Xu Sheng will have nowhere to retreat. Beside him, Hulaina smiled and leaned towards Xiaoyu with a mysterious grin. "Brother, that may not be the case. Xu Sheng is not as simple as you think." Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Perhaps his sister knew something he did not. "Oh, Laina, do you know something? Pray tell." Hulaina raised an eyebrow in pride and playfully stuck out her tongue. "I won't tell you, Xiaoyu." Sometimes mature and sometimes adorably childish. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel exasperated at being her brother. Yin, having noticed Xu Sheng's subtle movement of lowering his gaze, realized that the latter had caught on to the nature of his attack. With an air of arrogance, he taunted Xu Sheng. "Do you feel like you're struggling to move? I thought you might be different, but it seems you foolishly took my first skill head on. I want to hold back now." Xu Sheng, observing Yan's insufferable demeanor, felt somewhat speechless. He scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. The terrifying binding effect was such that if one were to tell Xu Sheng it felt like a rubber band was constricting his ankles, he would believe it. Yet, recalling Hulaina's earlier advice not to undermine this kid's confidence, he decided to feign agreement for the sake of camaraderie. "Indeed, it feels like my legs have become considerably heavier." Yin clenched his fists, glancing expectantly at Hulaina behind him. However, she merely responded with a pitying glance. Unbeknownst to Yin, his thoughts were rather peculiar. He quickly dismissed his earlier somber expression and gleefully proclaimed, "See that? Laina even feels sorry for you." "Ha ha ha." His enthusiasm began to dwindle. Hulaina inquired, "Brother, do you know what Yin is doing?" Xiaoyu shook his head. No, perhaps he forgot to take his medication today. With her hands clasped and eyes closed, Hulaina silently prayed that he would not give up on his treatment. "When my soul skill binds you, you've already lost. Now, accept the consequences of your arrogance." Second soul skill, Mountain Fire Collapse. Yin erupted in scorching heat, flames enveloping him as his muscles rippled with intricate patterns, appearing immensely formidable. In the next instant, he charged toward Xu Sheng at breakneck speed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot Xu Sheng is an auxiliary type soul master. This attack might shatter his bones." Upon hearing this, Hulaina, initially calm, began to worry. In a moment of desperation, she urgently called out, "Xu Sheng, get out of the way." However, it was too late. Yin was already upon Xu Sheng, poised to strike. Caught off guard, Xu Sheng's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he thrust out his palm. With a thunderous boom, the room reverberated with a deafening sound. Amidst the swirling dust, a fiery handprint appeared on Yan's cheek as he uncontrollably spat out blood, his vision narrowing before he was sent hurtling back. Yin crashed into the wall, leaving a dent in his wake. Within seconds, the dust and smoke began to dissipate, revealing Xu Sheng, his right hand slightly tingling. Had he accidentally struck Yin too hard? To his surprise, That slap felt rather exhilarating. No wonder Tang Hao enjoyed hitting people without using his martial soul. It felt fantastic. Chapter 21. As Hu Laina and Xie lowered their hands from their faces, the latter was left dumbfounded to see Xu Sheng, who had endured Yan's second soul skill, completely unscathed. Yan's attack and even grazed the edge of his clothing. What was even more astonishing was that an auxiliary soul master had managed to knock back a powerful attack type, soul master, with sheer strength. His worldview was crumbling. How could it be that a support type could single-handedly overpower an attack type? This boy was utterly bizarre. He was not to be trifled with. Hu Laina quickly regained her composure, her concern shifting to the aftermath of the thunderous sound. Xu Sheng appeared unharmed, which meant Yan was the one in trouble. Moments later, Hu Laina found Yan, now embedded in the wall, unable to extricate himself, sporting a bruised face and a fiery handprint, unconscious, gently shaking Yan's shoulder. Hu Laina supported his upper body and urgently asked, Yan, are you all right? Gradually regaining consciousness, Yan opened his weary eyes. Upon recognizing Hu Laina, his tone softened naturally. Gulp, Liena, I'm fine. Soon after, Xu Sheng and Xie approached, crouching down with furrowed brows. Yan, is there any discomfort in your body? Yan shot a glance at Xu Sheng without answering, instead feigning comfort as he reclined against Hu Laina, casting a challenging look at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng, in terms of strength, Yan would gladly call you the strongest among us four. Yet, you have lost in life. Xu Sheng felt distinctly uncomfortable under Yan's gaze, pondering why he hadn't struck him harder to finish the job. How utterly insufferable. Xie crouched on the ground, also noted Yan's provocative expression, but chose to ignore it. The injuries he sustained were merely superficial. There was no need for treatment from the auxiliary soul master at the spirit hall. A simple healing from Xu Sheng would suffice. Upon this realization, Xie turned to Xu Sheng and inquired, Xu Sheng, as a support-type soul master, you must possess a healing soul skill, correct? Indeed. But my martial soul has a rather peculiar method of healing, and I am uncertain if Yan can endure it, Xu Sheng replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yan. Well, you were rather lively a moment ago. I hope you can withstand this. Yan felt a chill run down his spine from Xu Sheng's penetrating gaze and instinctively shrank into Hu Laina's embrace. Noticing Yan's reaction, Hu Laina assumed it was simply a sign that he had yet to fully recover. Her concern stemmed solely from their camaraderie as teammates, devoid of any personal feelings. So she did not dwell on it. Hu Laina, please lay Yan back on the cold floor. Xu Sheng, let us attend to his healing. It would be unfortunate if he were to suffer any lasting effects, she stated. As Yan lay there, he could sense Xu Sheng's increasingly mischievous eyes upon him. It dawned on him that something was amiss. The man's gaze was rife with vindictiveness. He resolved that he would rather perish than allow Xu Sheng to treat him. Absolutely not. In a startling display, Yan found himself being pierced by countless petals of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus. The sight filled Xie with a wave of nausea. Moreover, Hu Laina, visibly flustered, was at a loss for how to respond. In a decisive move, Xie covered Hu Laina's beautiful eyes with his hands. For the scene was far too scandalous. One could scarcely believe it. Xu Sheng crossed his arms, a grin gracing his lips as he observed Yan's soft gasps. Ah, look at you now. This time, you've forfeited your right to choose a partner for 3 years. Originally, the petals of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus held a slight toxicity, but Xu Sheng had skillfully contained the poison to a harmless level. This resulted in the petals losing their toxicity, yet providing an intensely tingling sensation, combined with the restorative properties of the lotus. After a few minutes, once he deemed the treatment sufficient, Xu Sheng waved his hand, causing the petals to become translucent before they dissipated into particles. Freed from the tingling sensations, Yan finally felt a sense of lightness and clarity return to his mind. However, as he looked up, he was met with Xu Sheng's enigmatic smile. Suddenly, the events that had transpired surged back into his memory, and his expression darkened, filled with palpable anger as he shouted, Xu Sheng, what did you just do to me? Why did I behave in such an embarrassing manner? The shame he felt was overwhelming. He realized his once pristine image in Hu Laina's eyes would surely plummet to the depths. Xu Sheng feigned innocence, blinking at him and shrugging. I did nothing to you. Weren't you just reveling in it? This man, having enjoyed himself, now denied it. What a scoundrel. Yan clenched his fists tightly, yearning to strike Xu Sheng dead. Yet, a sudden chill gripped him as he recalled that this man could easily incapacitate him with a single blow while he was using his soul skill. Engaging him directly would be futile. Suppressing his fury, he put on a strained smile and glanced at Xie and Hulaina. Hulaina's cheeks remained as red as an apple, while Xie pulled her protectively behind him, warning Yin to keep his distance. Stay away from Laina, you pervert. Yin could only grit his teeth in frustration, his nails digging into his skin, leaving deep imprints. In the next moment, it seemed he could no longer hold on. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, under the weight of Yan's resentful gaze throughout the day. Xu Sheng finally grasped the lesson of the day when a gentle female voice suddenly called out to him, "Xu Sheng, please step outside." Recognizing the familiar voice, Xu Sheng immediately understood who it belonged to. It was Bibi Dong. Maintaining his composure, he rose from his seat and walked toward the academy's entrance. In noticing this feigned sarcasm, what could he possibly be doing now? Does he not realize we have lessons tonight? Xie shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Well, isn't it true that you sought a duel, only to be nearly defeated by a single slap?" This comment struck a nerve, and Yin, feeling insulted, retorted, "What are you so smug about, Xie? If you're so capable, why don't you challenge that monster Xu Sheng? Let us see if he can knock you out with one hit." Xie replied nonchalantly, "Why would I need to fight? As long as I don't engage him, who would know I am inferior? Intelligence is a valuable asset, yet sadly, you seem to lack it." Yan's eyes widened in disbelief at Xieyu's audacity, angrily exclaiming, "You shameless coward." Xieyu simply closed his eyes, choosing to ignore him. The truth remained. As long as they did not engage in a duel, Xu Sheng would merely be perceived as a support-type soul master, who would suspect that he could not hold his own against him. Chapter 22. Absorbing the soul bone in my room upon reaching the academy's entrance, Xu Sheng was greeted by a woman clad in a pope's uniform, exuding grace and an alluring demeanor. Beside her stood Chiruo, whose face was marked with respect as he listened attentively to Bibi Dong, nodding continuously. However, the atmosphere shifted when Bibi Dong's lips parted to utter a few words, causing Chiruo's expression to transform into one of disbelief, his pupils contracting in shock, soon replaced by fear and astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Chiruo solemnly assured, "Your Holiness, rest assured, I will not speak a word of this matter." With her purple gold scepter in hand, Bibi Dong's demeanor softened slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. The news of Xu Sheng attaining the rank of title Douluo could not be widely disseminated, aside from a select few who needed to know. She would not allow anyone to leak it, for it was highly probable that he would reach the pinnacle of Douluo before turning 30, possibly even achieving godhood. This would serve as the ultimate trump card for the Spirit Hall to dominate the entire continent. With an expression of calm indifference, Xu Sheng approached the two, respectfully addressing Bibi Dong, "Teacher, you summoned me?" Bibi Dong responded with a soft before casting a cold glance at Chiruo, commanding, "You may leave now." After casting a lingering look at Xu Sheng, Chiruo departed. If not for Bibi Dong's words, he would have never comprehended that this youth, Xu Sheng, had already surpassed him, reaching the terrifying level of title Douluo. In terms of practical knowledge, he found himself utterly unqualified to serve as Xu Sheng's mentor. Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes, curiosity piqued as he asked, "Teacher, what were you discussing just now?" It seemed that Mentor Chiruo's gaze toward me was rather peculiar. Bibi Dong did not answer directly. Instead, she pursed her lips, forcing a smile as she looked at Xu Sheng, her eyes shimmering with hopeful starlight. "Little Sheng, may I call you that?" She could always see the reflection of Yu Xiaojing in Xu Sheng. Both were prodigies, albeit in different realms. The entire continent was aware of the renowned 10 competitive forces of martial souls proposed by Yu Xiaojing, yet few dared to test it with their own martial souls. In contrast, the mutated, seemingly useless blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was a blemish on his life. Conversely, Xu Sheng possessed an extraordinary talent for martial souls, though his theoretical knowledge was not as outstanding. Thus, Bibi Dong linked two unrelated individuals together. Xu Sheng initially displayed a hint of surprise. The typically aloof Bibi Dong had spoken such affectionate words to him, whom she had only known for a few days. It was likely tied to her past love for Yu Xiaojing. With a gentle smile, Xu Sheng replied, "Of course. But is there something troubling you that you find difficult to speak about?" Bibi Dong's delicate frame trembled as if she had been greatly startled. She suddenly retorted, You will learn about this matter in due time. Xu Sheng immediately fell silent, realizing that his words had evidently touched upon painful memories for Bibi Dong. It was best to allow her some time to collect herself, lest he tarnish his own impression in her eyes. Bibi Dong quickly closed her eyes, then reopened them, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. I apologize, Xu Sheng. Some things are not yet meant to be spoken of. Let's walk and talk. This was a rare opportunity to deepen their master-disciple relationship, and he could not foolishly refuse. As they walked side by side along the path of the spirit hall, it was evident from a distance that Bibi Dong towered over Xu Sheng by at least 3 heads. Bibi Dong lowered her golden purple staff and spoke in a languid tone. Xu Sheng, what I discussed with Chiruo was about you. Is it because of my spirit power level? The astute Xu Sheng immediately surmised. Bibi Dong nodded, her gaze fixed intently upon him as she stated solemnly. Indeed, you have now reached the rank of title Douluo, and the training from Elena and the others is more harmful than beneficial for you. Therefore, I have personally come to devise your training plan. Xu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled gently. Teacher, I understand. Bibi Dong proved to be a decisive woman. Although she had superficially granted him 3 soul bones, she had secretly labored to create a plan tailored for him. With such a dedicated and sincere mentor, Xu Sheng felt that becoming her disciple was indeed the right choice. However, he was left with a lingering sense of confusion. Although he had not actively sought to cultivate, his spirit power had been steadily rising, albeit in a peculiar manner, remaining stuck at the threshold without any sign of breakthrough. Curiously, he voiced his concerns. Teacher, recently I have nearly touched upon the threshold of level 91, yet I have not found an opportunity to break through. Do you have any insight into this? Having reached the pinnacle of 99, Bibi Dong had undoubtedly experienced similar challenges. Thus, she might possess some knowledge regarding Xu Sheng's predicament. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, realizing that Xu Sheng's situation deviated significantly from her expectations. Based on her experience, after absorbing the soul bones, one should be able to withstand the pressure from rising spirit power. If he had indeed approached a threshold, he should not be unable to break through. Her tone grew increasingly urgent as she asked, still at level 90, Xu Sheng, have you absorbed the soul bones I previously provided you? Xu Sheng hesitated and shook his head, denying not yet. I have not had the appropriate opportunity since acquiring the soul ring. As the words left his lips, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that his inability to break through was due to his physical condition? This seemed quite plausible. Bibi Dong leaned closer, swiftly grasping Xu Sheng's delicate wrist with her smooth and fair hand, closing her eyes to sense the conditions within him. Unbeknownst to him, a unique fragrance, characteristic of a mature woman, wafted into Xu Sheng's nostrils, instilling an unprecedented sense of pleasure that invigorated his mind. In such an atmosphere, he dared not make a move, fearful of revealing any thoughts. After a while, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes gradually opened, and upon releasing Xu Sheng's hand, she tightened her grip on the golden purple staff. A cold expression surfaced on her exquisitely beautiful face as she declared, Today, you shall come to my room to absorb the soul bones. It is equipped with specialized shielding soul devices. Xu Sheng instinctively responded, but upon realizing the implication, his eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher, did you just say I should go to your room to absorb the soul bones? He could scarcely believe that Bibi Dong was inviting him, a man, to her private quarters for such an activity. Bibi Dong's expression turned ice. What? Are you unwilling? Xu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine and hastily clarified. Teacher, that's not what I meant. I was merely concerned that it might disturb you. Alas, finding himself alone in Bibi Dong's chamber, he was unsure whether to consider it a torment or a privilege. Chapter 23. Alone in a room with her grip on the golden purple staff, Bibi Dong's indifferent gaze swept over Xu Sheng's face, seeking to glean something from his youthful, yet somewhat naive expression. Discussing certain matters with Xu Sheng felt akin to conversing with an adult, despite him being merely a 9-year-old child. After a lengthy pause, she finally stated expressionlessly, Rest assured, it is very quiet there. I usually reside there alone, so how could it be a disturbance? Though her room in the spirit hall was strictly off-limits to anyone but Hulaina, she felt an inexplicable affinity towards Xu Sheng. Perhaps it was because he bore traces of her own essence. Seeing that his beloved teacher had spoken thus, Xu Sheng felt that to refuse would likely provoke her ire. However, The thought of entering Bibi Dong's room was quite exhilarating. Few across the continent could claim to have entered her quarters, which would surely give him ample material to boast about among other transmigrators for an entire year. Xu Sheng lowered his head slightly, then, "I shall trouble teacher to safeguard me tonight." As he followed Bibi Dong, they traversed a distance that was neither too long nor too short, eventually arriving at a rather shabby, or rather, a modest hall. From its exterior, one could sense that this hall had long been deprived of the sun's warmth, exuding a profoundly oppressive and dull atmosphere. Coming to a halt, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she gazed up at this plain structure, which, in her heart, held a place second only to the spirit hall. Had she been able to abide by the original agreement, she would have lived leisurely with that man in such tranquil times. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. He had departed, leaving behind only this empty hall. Beside her, Xu Sheng surveyed the surroundings. After a cursory glance, he found nothing particularly unique about it, a stark contrast to the opulence of the papal hall. One boasted walls crafted from crystal and even diamonds, while this one was constructed from ordinary bricks and tiles. The disparity was so vast that Xu Sheng could hardly believe there was no story behind it. However, he dared not inquire, having only recently become acquainted with Bibi Dong. He was not foolish enough to presume that she would fully trust him at this point. Bibi Dong noticed the curiosity flickering across Xu Sheng's face, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a genuine smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Xiao Sheng, are you curious why this place is so shabby? Even the doors are rusted?" Realizing that Bibi Dong had seen through his thoughts, Xu Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and chose to remain silent. In such moments, silence was indeed the best response. Bibi Dong's temperament was unpredictable. Who could say if she would smile one moment and turn cold the next? However, after a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong did not utter another word. Xu Sheng subtly cast a sidelong glance at her, only to find that she had already noticed his small movement and was gazing intently at him, seemingly awaiting his reply. Xu Sheng gently cleared his throat, attempting to mask his earlier awkwardness. He had thought that Bibi Dong was discussing her past, not realizing that she was merely waiting for him to respond. Confusion enveloped him. How could he possibly know about the secrets surrounding Yu Xiaojiang or Bibi Dong? The only truth he was aware of was that Bibi Dong's current demeanor, perceived as ruthless and decisive by the outside world, was merely a fade concealing another side of her. Cautiously, he inquired, "It is unlikely that the resources of the Spirit Hall cannot resolve even this modest establishment. I fear it is because this hall holds immense significance for you, Master, and is perhaps even sacred." Bibi Dong regarded Xu Sheng with a meaningful gaze, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. "You are correct in your assumption. As you mentioned, this place harbors some of my teacher's most cherished memories. Let us proceed inside," she replied, wishing to avoid resurrecting painful memories, particularly those associated with Qian Xuanji, the scoundrel who had donned her teacher's guise. As Bibi Dong gently opened the door, the two entered the room. The moment they stepped inside, Xu Sheng sensed a peculiar sensation akin to sound wave suppression, likely due to the soul guide devices present. In the center of the room, a single faint candle flickered, casting a meager glow that barely illuminated the dim surroundings. Bibi Dong set down her purple-gold scepter, approached a chair, and sat down gracefully. Looking at Xu Sheng, she softly urged, "You should begin absorbing the soul bone now. The surrounding soul guides will shield the sounds of your breakthrough from prying ears, so do not worry about drawing attention." The reason for bringing Xu Sheng here to absorb the soul bone was twofold. First, the creation of soul guides was exceedingly challenging, and even the Spirit Hall possessed very few. Secondly, the soul guides installed in this location were the most advanced currently developed, capable of masking even the presence of a tidal Douluo. Otherwise, a breakthrough within the Spirit Hall could generate such a commotion that it might attract the attention of the Elder Hall and other adversarial forces. She did not wish to reveal Xu Sheng, a future game-changer for the continent, too early. Feeling the tension of being alone with Bibi Dong, Xu Sheng gently settled into a cross-legged position on the floor. He then retrieved the 3 soul bones previously bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong, observing them as they floated before him, each radiating a distinct aura. The 3 soul bones were the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the fiery arm of explosive incineration, and the swift leg of wind pursuit. Xu Sheng's lips twitched as he gazed at the floating soul bones, momentarily unsure of which to choose. Seated in her chair, Bibi Dong propped her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes seemingly piercing through to his very soul. Little Sheng, begin with the skull. It carries the greatest risk, she advised. Xu Sheng cast a grateful glance her way. Thank you, master. While others struggled to obtain a single soul bone, he found himself troubled by the dilemma of possessing 3, yet being unsure of the order in which to absorb them. Such was the frustration of comparison. Faced with today as title Douluo, he might very well be subjected to ridicule. Shaking his head to quell his restless heart, Xu Sheng grasped the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration and held it against his chest, channeling his soul power into delicate threads that intertwined with the soul bone before closing his eyes. Noticing that Xu Sheng had commenced absorption, Bibi Dong reminded him, Little Sheng, focus on feeling the essence of the soul bone. Do not resist it. Once absorbed, the soul bone will integrate as if it were your own. As Xu Sheng closed his eyes in concentration, he found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of azure sea, a tranquil domain where he felt a sense of dominion over all. Is this the scene of absorbing a soul bone? How beautiful, he mused silently. Yet, in the next moment, the serene azure ocean began to churn violently, spinning around him as countless waves of mental force surged from within the soul bone, assaulting his mind. This onslaught, aimed at tearing apart his consciousness, caused Xu Sheng's face to contort in pain as he clenched his lips and silently endured the suffering. As the intensity of the pain escalated, Xu Sheng could not help but emit a soft gasp. Despite possessing the prowess of a title Douluo, his mental strength remained relatively frail, leading to unnecessary agony during the absorption of the skull. Gradually, as the ocean around him turned transparent and merged with his body, the pain began to dissipate. In the physical realm, the soul bone he had held in his hands seamlessly integrated into his skull. With his eyes slightly open, Xu Sheng sensed a significant enhancement in his mental strength following the absorption of the skull. Even without visual confirmation, he could perceive everything within a 5-meter radius. Observing him closely, Bibi Dong squinted and inquired, Little Sheng, how do you feel? Was there any rejection during the absorption? Though the likelihood of rejection between a soul bone and a soul master was minimal, it warranted attention, particularly with a soul bone as critical as the skull, where even minor errors could lead to dire consequences, ranging from cognitive impairment to madness. Xu Sheng turned and smiled. Master, there is no need for concern. After absorbing the skull, my mental strength has improved significantly, but it seems I have not yet broken through to a higher level. Bibi Dong, her expression unchanged, rested her chin on her hand and replied, This is to be expected. A single soul bone cannot withstand the pressure of your titled dull-level soul power. You will likely need to absorb all 3 before breaking through the bottleneck. Pondering her words, Xu Sheng glanced at the other 2 soul bones and asked, Then, shall I begin absorbing the others now? Eager to complete the process and alleviate his worries, particularly after hearing Bibi Dong's earlier caution that without absorbing the soul bones, his body would only endure for 2 more years, akin to a ticking time bomb. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong shook her head, denying his proposal. No. Pause for a moment before continuing with the absorption. While the other soul bones are less perilous, they are not without their challenges. Xu Sheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries as he resumed his meditative posture. Subsequently, he absorbed the fiery arm of explosive incineration and the swift leg of wind pursuit. As these soul bones were less intertwined with mental power, the process unfolded smoothly. Ultimately, his cultivation successfully transcended the bottleneck, advancing from level 90 to level 91. Rising to his feet and brushing off his pants, Xu Sheng looked at Bibi Dong, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. He interrupted her reverie. Master, do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave now. In this dim little room, where he and Bibi Dong found themselves alone, he felt an overwhelming urge to act, yet he had to tread carefully. The most daunting aspect was the presence of a stunning beauty beside him, one that he could admire but not indulge. How could any man withstand such a temptation, especially when his own physique was that of a mere child, still undeveloped? As Bibi Dong regained her composure, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes. She glanced out the window, observing that the Grand Spirit Hall had been enveloped by the night. After a moment of calm contemplation, a subtle smile crept onto her lips as she turned her gaze towards Xu Sheng, whose exquisite features flushed with a faint hue before quickly vanishing. Rising gracefully, she moved closer to Xu Sheng and gently patted his shoulder, feigning nonchalance. Xiao Sheng, it's getting late. Let us spend the night here. Consider it a chance to converse with your teacher, shall we? Xu Sheng, standing frozen, felt as though struck by lightning. What was happening? After all, he and Bibi Dong shared a teacher-student relationship. First, they were alone in a room, and now she suggested they sleep together. He thought to himself, how could the plot twist in such a melodramatic fashion? Was this leading towards a romantic entanglement with Bibi Dong? Xu Sheng instinctively recoiled, compelling Bibi Dong to withdraw her hand from his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he politely declined. Teacher, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. The academy is not far from here, and should anyone see us, it may lead to complications for you. He would not be swayed merely because Bibi Dong was a beauty. Xu Sheng, though somewhat indolent, was a man of integrity. Upon hearing his response, disappointment washed over Bibi Dong's face, which she could not hide, as she turned slightly away and sighed quietly. Xu Sheng, sensitive to her unmasked disappointment, felt a pang of guilt at seeing his beautiful teacher express such emotions. Should he relent? After a moment of hesitation, he proposed, Teacher, how about this? You take the bed, and I will cultivate on the floor. Would that be acceptable? He reassured himself that Bibi Dong, aware of his youth and innocence, would not act inappropriately. Bibi Dong, turning her back to him, seemed to have received a precious gift, suddenly glancing back with a radiant smile that rendered everything else trivial. She approached Xu Sheng once more, embracing him warmly, whispering, of course, Xiao Sheng, thank you. It has been a long time since anyone has shared their heart with me. As the night waned, a sliver of light crept through the window, illuminating Xu Sheng's face. He rubbed his eyes and attempted to rise, only to discover that his waist was firmly clasped by a pair of hands. The rhythmic sound of gentle breathing resonated in his ear. Xu Sheng grasped the soft bedding, gasping in astonishment. Hadn't he spent the entire night cultivating on the floor? How had he ended up in bed? The soft breath he had heard could not possibly belong to Xu Sheng. Peered sideways, and there lay Bibi Dong, graceful even in slumber, her flawless face devoid of wrinkles, peacefully resting beside him. While this scenario posed no grave issue, the current predicament was perplexing. Bibi Dong's body was pressed firmly against his back. A thought echoed in his mind. Would he dare to move? His heart raced with trepidation. Even the slightest motion would bring him into contact with Bibi Dong's exquisitely curved form. Should that happen, there would be no way to explain himself. In a tender embrace, Bibi Zong klung to Su Sheng. Despite his longing to escape, he could not simply pry her arms away. That would certainly awaken her. Xu Sheng cautiously lifted his gaze to Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, his trembling arm reaching out to her. He believed it prudent to awaken her personally, lest she misconstrue his intentions. However, as fate would have it, his quaking hand faltered, inadvertently brushing against Bibi Dong's infant-like, smooth skin, sending ripples of shock through him. Realizing what he had done, touched Bibi Dong, his heart raced. Surely, she would awaken now and witness his reckless action, potentially leading to a disaster. Yet after a moment, the elegant Bibi Dong merely fluttered her long eyelashes before returning to her serene state. A weight lifted from Xu Sheng's chest as he sighed in relief. He carefully withdrew his hand and extended his right palm, summoning the ethereal Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, its petals glowing ominously red as they emerged from his hand. In the next instant, the petals gracefully enveloped Bibi Dong's arm, gently adhering to her skin, imparting a faint numbing sensation. With a subtle motion, he elevated her arm slightly before shifting it away from his back. Completing his task, Xu Sheng swiftly arose from the bed, stretching luxuriously before turning back to gaze at the now slumbering Bibi Dong. This softer, more approachable version of her was utterly captivating. After offering her a gentle smile, he slipped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, as the door clicked shut, Bibi Dong, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes, a complex expression on her face as she stared at the closed door. In truth, she had awoken long before, feigning sleep to avoid causing Xu Sheng any embarrassment. As for how Xu Sheng had ended up in bed, it was she who had carried him there. After parting from Bibi Dong, Xu Sheng reached the academy and entered the building. His eyes fell upon Hulayina, clad in a white robe that exuded an aura of youthful innocence. However, the dark circles under her eyes and her weariness added a touch of endearment to her appearance. Xu Sheng approached her with a smile. Laina, good morning. Did you not sleep well? Laina cast a forlorn glance at him. Ah, Xu Sheng, we did not sleep at all last night. We were immersed in studying about soul beasts. Oh, Xu Sheng replied, slightly surprised, glancing back at Xiaoyu and Yin, both of whom bore expressions of exhaustion. Clearly, after his departure, they had endured another rigorous session of learning. Yin slammed his hands on the table, rolling his eyes as he laid down in discontent. I can't take it anymore. I want to sleep. Is it humanly possible to go without rest like this? Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation. You should get up. Don't let teacher Qi Ruo catch you. Otherwise, you will face punishment again. Practicing soul power can help alleviate fatigue. Easy for you to say, Yin retorted, promptly shutting his eyes and falling fast asleep. The others were left uncertain about whether to wake him. Xiaoyu shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Their intensity of study is on a completely different level compared to other academies. Mornings are dedicated to the study of soul beasts and various theoretical knowledge, followed by soul power cultivation in the afternoons, and they continue their studies until dawn. This terrifying regimen, while accelerating their progress, often leads to chronic sleep deprivation. Xiaoyu shook his head and turned his gaze towards Xu Sheng, curiously inquiring, Xu Sheng, where did you go last night? How could even the strict teacher, Qi Ruo, not stop you? Before Xu Sheng arrived, Qi Ruo had treated the three of them with utmost severity, insisting that unless it was of significant importance, they must remain engaged in study and cultivation at all times. Rest was a mere fantasy. To their surprise, Qi Ruo allowed Xu Sheng to slip away on the very first day. Xu Sheng pondered for a moment before casually fabricating a lie. I was discussing some matters with the teacher. The thought of admitting to having spent the night with Bibi Dong was utterly unthinkable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu exclaimed, I see. No wonder teacher Qi Ruo agreed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Besides Xu Sheng, Laina hesitated momentarily before reaching out to poke Xu Sheng's sleeve. Her face slightly flushed as she said, Xu Sheng, would you mind sitting next to me? Xu Sheng turned his head, momentarily taken aback, and replied with a gentle smile. Sure. Xiaoyu observed this scene with a sympathetic glance at Yin, who was dozing off at the back, and scoffed. Yin, it seems my sister has already found someone special. Poor you, still blissfully asleep. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a serious issue, and his gaze towards Xu Sheng turned icy. Damn it, this guy's trying to steal my sister. Hiss, if I weren't afraid of him. Before he could finish his thought, Qi Ruo entered with a stern expression. Xiaoyu quickly fell silent, and both Laina and Xu Sheng took their seats. Yin, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by the sound of the door opening and straightened up, fixing his gaze intently on Qi Ruo. Qi Ruo first scanned the three of them, and upon seeing Xu Sheng, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing that this child was a titled Douluo level powerhouse. Clearing his throat, Qi Ruo announced, Laina, Xiaoyu Yin, you three have worked hard in your studies. So today, you shall have a day off. But do not forget to continue your soul power cultivation. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Did I hear that correctly? This old man is actually letting us rest? Has his brain been gnawed by a dog? Xiaoyu lowered his head, deep in thought. This is unscientific. Could it be that Qi Ruo has changed his ways, intending to allow us to resume normal cultivation and study? Impossible. There must be an ulterior motive. Laina, with a hint of suspicion, directly asked, Teacher Qi Ruo, did you perhaps misspeak? Or do you mean to say we should cultivate through the night today? Xu Sheng remained silent, keenly observing Qi Ruo, awaiting further clarification. Qi Ruo, noticing the reactions of Xiaoyu and the others, felt a surge of frustration. Had his teachings led them to see him as such an unfeeling mentor? You did not mishear. Today, I'm allowing you to rest. Xu Sheng, please step outside with me. Qi Ruo's gaze towards Xu Sheng carried a hint of reverence. Chapter 26. Journey to the Great Soul Arena. Once outside, Xu Sheng queried, Teacher Qi Ruo, is there something you need to discuss with me? Qi Ruo nodded solemnly, stating, His Holiness, the Pope has informed me that you have already reached the level of title Douluo. Xu Sheng pondered for a moment, pursing his lips and raising an eyebrow. So what? Do I bypass cultivation now? Qi Ruo quickly denied Xu Sheng's assumption, explaining, No, It is because the training plan assigned to you by His Holiness differs significantly from that of Xiaoyu and the others. When he first heard that the Pope intended for this mere child to participate in the Great Soul Arena, he nearly thought he was hearing things. After all, the Great Soul Arena is notorious for its dangers, especially within the borders of Wuhuan City, where the casualties have been alarmingly high. Only later did he remind himself that the child before him had awakened with innate level 90 soul power, truly a title Douluo. It was only then that he began to understand the Pope's intentions. Xu Sheng silently regarded him for a moment before saying, "Teacher Chiruo, do continue. How is my training different from Xiaoyu and the others?" He found himself somewhat eager to discover what task Bibi Dong had in store for him. Since Bibi Dong was aware of his soul power reaching level 91, she would undoubtedly not assign him trivial matters. What kind of training would yield effective results for him? Chiruo spoke in a serious tone. "Xu Sheng, as per the Pope's instructions, you will join Xiaoyu and the others in theoretical studies each morning. In the afternoons, you will independently engage in one-on-one duels at the Great Soul Arena within Wuhuan City, aiming to achieve a diamond medal rank. In the evenings, you must hunt at least one soul beast with a cultivation level exceeding 20,000 years." After delivering this daunting news, Chiruo felt the gravity of the tasks assigned to Xu Sheng. They were exceedingly challenging. Moreover, considering Xu Sheng was a support-type soul master, he feared that any misstep could lead to dire consequences at the jaws of Soul Beast. Yet, Xu Sheng remained unperturbed, his expression betraying no sign of distress. In truth, these tasks were not particularly arduous, especially the duels at the Great Soul Arena. With his title Da level soul power, he could easily achieve victory in all his matches. If there were no restrictions on the number of duels, he could earn a diamond medal in just one day. Xu Sheng found the tasks somewhat uninteresting, remarking, "Is that all?" Chiruo's lips twitched in disbelief. "Huh, is that all? Surely, Xu Sheng must not be underestimating the difficulty of these tasks. Even though he is a title Douluo, he is still merely a support type." He couldn't help but lament his nearing 50 years of age, feeling outdone by a child, not even a fraction of his age. After a moment of contemplation, Chiruo realized that the Pope had only conveyed this much information, and nothing more. "Xu Sheng, you probably do not know where the Great Soul Arena is, do you?" Xu Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with Wuhuan City after only a few days. "Yes, I'm still getting acquainted." Chiruo stroked his graying beard and suggested, "Perfect. Since Xiaoyu and the others are resting, I shall take you there." After guiding Xu Sheng through the arena, it would no longer be his concern how Xu Sheng proceeded from there. As Chiruo led Xu Sheng towards the Great Soul Arena, Xu Sheng's strikingly handsome visage drew attention along the bustling street, eliciting gasps of admiration from passers-by. "Wow, that boy is incredibly handsome. I wonder which sect or family he belongs to. So handsome. If only he could marry my little Qing, I would have no regrets as her mother-in-law." "Don't be ridiculous. Look closely at the middle-aged man with a white beard beside him. That's a mentor from the Wuhuan Academy, a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse." Walking alongside Xu Sheng, Chiruo's ears perked up at the unabashed compliments, and he cast a sidelong glance at Xu Sheng, speaking with a hint of jealousy. "Xu Sheng, it seems you are quite popular. As a mentor at the Wuhuan Academy and a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, he had never received such attention. Indeed, the disparity in attractiveness between individuals held great significance." Xu Sheng, unabashed, grinned and replied, "It goes both ways. Your esteemed name is well known too, Teacher Chiruo. Being handsome is a gift from heaven. There's little I can do to refuse it." Chiruo could only shake his head with a wry smile. Pointing towards the looming circular structure ahead, he explained, "Ah, I'm getting old and weary. Xu Sheng, look, the Great Soul Arena is just up ahead." Xu Sheng raised his gaze, barely able to discern a silhouette, and softly remarked that it was indeed quite similar to the description in the original work. At the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena, 2 rows of women stood. Though not conventionally beautiful, they possessed an enduring charm. Upon seeing Xu Sheng and Chiruo approach, they each bowed gracefully and sweetly welcomed them to the Grand Soul Arena, inviting them inside. Chiruo nodded slightly and led Xu Sheng through the entrance. As they entered, they gradually came to a halt. Xu Sheng looked around, noting that they were in the lowest level of a passageway, with 3 identical layers above them. Observing Xu Sheng's moment of distraction, Chiruo patiently explained, "Xu Sheng, The Grand Soul Arena is divided into two areas. One is the registration zone, which is where we are now, while the upper levels serve as resting areas. The other section is the viewing area for battles, accessible via that main road where you can find your seats. Xu Sheng mentally noted this and then spotted an open shop ahead, filled with computers and other equipment. Inside, a strikingly beautiful woman with light pink hair was diligently entering information for other soul masters. After responding briefly, Xu Sheng ambled towards the shop, understanding that this was indeed the registration area. Noticing Xu Sheng's eagerness, Qi Ruo followed suit. The shop assistant wiped the sweat from her forehead and, upon catching sight of Xu Sheng, her eyes widened in surprise. This young man is quite handsome. If he were a bit older, I might just flirt with him, she thought. However, a nearby group of individuals, noticing her gaze on Xu Sheng, expressed their displeasure, urging her to focus on entering their information instead. The assistant quickly snapped back to reality, apologizing as she took their cards. My apologies, I'll enter your information right away. After a few keystrokes, she inquired, what is your team name? The man who had earlier scolded her pondered for a moment and declared, we have 7 members. Let us call our team 7 Coffin Bearers. The assistant, taken aback by the peculiar name, asked incredulously, Sir, are you sure about this? Sensing a hint of doubt in her tone, he retorted angrily, are you not understanding? Just fill it out as I said. Dismissing their attitude, the assistant recorded their choice with indifference, wishing them luck in being carried away together. Once the registration was complete, she coldly handed back the card, stating, you may proceed to the battle area now. The disgruntled man huffed and departed with the other 6. Taking a deep breath, the assistant turned her attention back to Xu Sheng. Seeing his youthful visage brightened her mood considerably. This child has an enchanting aura. Just one glance at him revitalizes me. She smiled gently at Xu Sheng and asked, young boy, are you here to spectate? Xu Sheng revealed a bright smile, replying casually, Miss, I am here to participate in the soul battles, not to spectate. Was it customary for all the young women in Douluo to be this attractive? At such moments, maintaining an air of aloofness is most alluring. Xu Sheng reasoned this was the first rule of charm. The assistant, amused by his response, elegantly covered her mouth with a smile, but her expression soon turned serious. Young boy, you're not joking with me, are you? You're quite young, and participating in soul battles can be deadly. Xu Sheng extended his palm, summoning forth the deep crimson energy of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, with 4 black soul rings slowly manifesting beneath him. Miss, I assure you, I am serious. I am not jesting. The 4 dark soul rings shimmered ominously around Xu Sheng, causing the assistant's face to pale as she stumbled back in shock. What? This young boy is already a 4-ring soul master, and her voice trembled with fear. The first 4 soul rings are all 10,000-year rings. Just how terrifying is this child? Every soul master on the continent is aware of a taboo. The first soul ring a master absorbs should not exceed 600 years. If one exceeds this limit, the master's body cannot withstand the pressure and may explode. Yet this child, his first soul ring is a 10,000-year ring, an unprecedented feat across the entire continent. What kind of formidable background must have nurtured such a child? Seeing her astonished expression did not surprise Xu Sheng. He smirked slightly and asked, Miss, could you please proceed with my registration? I mentioned I am not here to spectate. The assistant, regaining her composure, replied as gently as possible, of course. But there is a fee of 10 gold soul coins for the registration. Even with her rigorous training, she found it hard to digest the surreal events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing a mention of gold soul coins, Xu Sheng's expression turned awkward. Isn't BB Dong supposed to provide me with some gold soul coins? How can I enjoy myself without them? The perceptive assistant noticed his discomfort and politely suggested, young boy, you wouldn't happen to have forgotten to bring your gold soul coins, would you? If that's the case, I can assist you if I can lend money to such a handsome young boy. It would be worth it even if it's a loss. Xu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, about to express his gratitude, when Qi Ruo approached and firmly grasped his shoulder. Turning around, Xu Sheng saw Qi Ruo pull out a black card from her pocket and hand it to him. Xu Sheng, this is a special gift from His Holiness the Pope. It contains 100,000 gold soul coins. It should be sufficient for your expenses. Xu Sheng accepted the card, realizing BB Dong was indeed meticulous. He had wrongly assumed she had prepared nothing for him. Inspecting the black card, He noted its unique pattern, but found nothing particularly special about it. However, upon seeing the card, the shop assistant gasped in astonishment. Today was truly a stroke of luck. Having just witnessed a shocking scene, now another astonishing event unfolded. If this continued, her heart might not withstand the excitement. A flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. This card was meant for use only by the Pope. Could this child and the middle-aged man be? Perhaps not merely a confidant of the Pope, but someone with significant connections? No wonder this child's soul rings were so formidable. It all made sense now. Xu Sheng presented the black card to the assistant, inquiring, "Is everything in order now?" To his surprise, she shook her head, declining. Noticing the confusion on Xu Sheng's face, she quickly clarified, "Young boy, this is a special card from His Holiness the Pope, so all fees are waived." With this clarification, Xu Sheng retracted the black card, shrugged lazily, and remarked, "Ah, so that is how it is. High authority is indeed convenient." The woman tapped a few keys on the computer before kindly asking, "Young boy, please tell me your name, title, soul power level, and the type of soul battle you wish to participate in." Xu Sheng pondered for a moment and murmured, "My name is Xu Sheng. My title shall be Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, and my soul power level is 49. He would not foolishly claim to be a title Douluo, for in that case, he would find no worthy opponent in the entire arena. Moreover, he would miss out on the thrill of battle without using his martial soul. As Tang San's son, he had not learned the flashy tricks, yet somehow he had managed to grasp these nuances. After a brief moment, the woman successfully entered Xu Sheng's information into the computer and cheerfully reminded him that his registration was complete. "You will be participating in the 11th Soul Duel. Please proceed to the waiting area for further notice." Xu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and turned to walk towards Qi Ruo. The waitress admired Xu Sheng's retreating figure, then sighed in resignation. After a short while of waiting in the resting area with him, Qi Ruo glanced at the sky and noticed it was nearly afternoon. She then turned to Xu Sheng, apologizing. "Since you have successfully registered, I must take my leave." Xu Sheng squinted slightly and asked Instructor Qi Ruo, "Did you not instruct Xiaoyu and the others to rest?" He began to understand why Xiaoyu often lamented about her. Her words were almost nonsensical. It was easy to imagine that Xiaoyu and the others had experienced a journey from hope to despair. Qi Ruo swallowed hard, feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond. "Well, that's true, but I'm quite concerned about their training being compromised. I trust they will understand my intentions." Xu Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Instructor Ruo, you may go ahead." Poor Xiaoyu and the others would soon resume their arduous training journey. Qi Ruo nodded, straightened her back, and swiftly departed. Before long, a resounding male voice echoed throughout the waiting area, announcing, "We interrupt this program for the 11th Solo Soul Duel, featuring Jiao Xian Shuetang against the Coffin Bearer. Please, both parties, proceed to the third Soul Arena." Upon hearing this, Xu Sheng, who had been languishing in his chair, slowly stretched and murmured, "Is it finally my turn? But what is this title, Coffin Bearer? Could it be one of those who registered for the 7-person Soul Duel?" Just before he registered, he had encountered a peculiar 7-member team with a rather odd name, 7 Coffin Bearers. Shaking off those thoughts, Xu Sheng quickly made his way to the third Soul Arena. Inside the arena, spectators were captivated by a man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of dominance as he slowly ascended to the dueling platform. Whispers of excitement filled the air. One man exclaimed, "The Coffin Bearer? Is he the one who can summon monsters with a coffin?" A woman beside him nodded in fear and whispered, "Indeed, those monsters summoned from his coffin are notoriously difficult to defeat. None of his previous opponents have survived." Another individual scoffed, "That Jiao Xian Shuetang? I've never heard of him. He must be a novice. Facing the Coffin Bearer, he can only be considered unlucky. Just watch. He'll be torn to shreds by the Coffin Bearer's monsters." Chapter 28. The Soul Ring Revealed. As the man glided on his hoverboard across the dueling arena, he sensed the audience's rising excitement and knew it was time for him to make his entrance. With a graceful adjustment of his sunglasses, he addressed the crowd with fervor. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the charming commentator for this duel, Jiala." Instantly, the audience erupted in disdain. This man was infamous in the Grand Soul Arena for being a harbinger of misfortune. Any match he commented on was likely to end in defeat for the favored contender, regardless of their advantages. Thus, despite his lackluster reputation, his commentary skills kept him employed. "Enough chatter. Let us get started," shouted the crowd. "Where is that Jiao Xian Shuetang? Why isn't he taken the stage yet? Is he backing out? Shut it. The last time you commented. Your bad luck cost us a fortune. Amidst the audience's jeers, Jala merely laughed heartily, unfazed. I see you all are eagerly welcoming me. It seems this commentary will be quite entertaining. Do you have no shame? Who is welcoming you? Shouted a voice from the crowd. Get off the stage. We demand a change. I have never seen such shamelessness. Ignoring the heckles, Jala turned his attention to the coffin bearer's opponent. Upon seeing a rather short youth, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the coffin bearer's opponent has appeared. Was he not a bit too young? Could he be a disciple from some sect?" Xu Sheng, upon hearing Jala's commentary, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He glanced at the commentator and muttered, "Does this guy even know how to speak? Just because I'm a bit younger." The audience, observing Xu Sheng, who was barely half their height, began to mock him. "What is this? Jiao Xi and Shui Tang is just a little brat. This is ridiculous." A man with a lecherous grin rubbed his hands together in glee. "Looks like today is a sure win. I'm going to make a fortune." Beside him, a woman wore an expression of profound disappointment, shaking her head. The Grand Soul Arena is becoming less rigorous. Even a child like this can take the stage, and this should be a soul master level battle. The coffin bearer, his eyes a fiery red, fixated on Xu Sheng, rasped, "I have no interest in children. Taking your life will bring me no satisfaction. You should leave at once." Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes and offered a disarmingly innocent smile. "Strangely enough, I have no interest in you either. After all, I have never encountered such a weak opponent." The coffin bearer trembled with rage, a hint of lethal intent creeping into his voice. "You're seeking death. I had intended to spare you. But now you shall prepare to meet your demise." He had initially considered letting this child off the hook, but that was no longer necessary. He would use his coffin to wrap up this ignorant fool. Xu Sheng yawned lazily, responding, "If you can manage it." Jala clapped his hands. "It seems both combatants are filled with fighting spirit. Let us prepare for battle. We shall commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin." With a fierce stomp of his left foot, the coffin bearer coldly declared, "Watch closely, boy. I will show you what true power is." He spread his arms wide, and a massive coffin began to materialize before him, which he then positioned in front of himself. 4 radiant soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, white, yellow, and purple, failing to meet the standard soul ring ratio. As Jala noted the white soul ring, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, quickly masked by feigned excitement. The coffin bearer has revealed his 4 soul rings. He is indeed a level 40 soul master. This is getting interesting. The first soul ring being a mere 10 years only served to indicate that the man's talent was severely lacking. Indeed, quite poor. He was likely in his 50s or 60s, hidden beneath that eerie black robe. However, despite the coffin bearer's lackluster first soul ring, the audience's murmurs remained overwhelmingly in his favor. After all, a level 40 soul master, even with a 10-year soul ring, could have defeated and even killed opponents of the same level, while his opponent was merely a child. It was clear who would triumph without needing to watch the battle unfold. Indeed, the odds were stacked in favor of the coffin bearer. Although his first soul ring was 10 years, he was not to be underestimated. Xu Sheng observed the solitary, white glowing 10-year soul ring and stifled a laugh, applauding as he exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected to see someone with a 10-year first soul ring. You are truly impressive." The coffin bearer, listening to Xu Sheng's veiled taunts, felt a surge of anger. That 10-year soul ring was a source of lifelong embarrassment, for his talent was undeniably poor. He suppressed the urge to tear apart Xu Sheng and coldly exclaimed, "You dare to humiliate me like this? Quickly reveal your soul rings. I can hardly wait to shred you." Xu Sheng, standing on the stage, smirked slightly. If he wished to see his own soul rings, then it was only fair to satisfy his curiosity. After all, it would be amusing to slightly undermine his fragile spirit. In the next moment, he gently extended his palm, and the terrifying and blood-soaked Nine-Heart's blood lotus blossomed in his hand. The crimson radiance cast a chilling and oppressive atmosphere over the entire soul arena. The Undertaker across from him, however, gazed at Xu Sheng with disdain. This kid was so young. His soul power level could at most be that of a great soul master, and he was certainly no match for him. Yet soon his expression froze, and his gaze shifted from disdain to profound fear. He staggered back a few steps, his face betraying his emotions as he realized what he had just witnessed. 10,000 years soul rings. Indeed, this child, who was not yet 10 years old, was not only a soul master, but possessed terrifying 10,000 years soul rings. For soul rings floated beneath Xu Sheng's feet as he smiled and inquired, "What do you think? Did you not wish to see my soul rings?" Due to the special eye accessories worn during the battle, Xu Sheng was not concerned about revealing his identity. The Undertaker attempted to speak, but found his words lodged in his throat, utterly unable to utter a sound. Instead, Jayla, seemingly ignited with excitement, shouted to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, this child is actually a soul master. Furthermore, his soul ring ratio far exceeds the limits achievable by a soul master. 4 10,000-year soul rings." A burly man with stubble abruptly stood up from his seat, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the 4 dark soul rings beneath Xu Sheng. "This must be a joke. 4 10,000-year soul rings?" The man next to him repeatedly exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even a titled Douluo cannot achieve such a soul ring ratio. At only level 40, to possess 4 10,000-year soul rings. If he grows up." It seemed the Undertaker had met his match. In every aspect, this opponent had utterly crushed him, leaving him no chance to resist. In an instant, Xu Sheng became the focal point of the entire soul arena. Chapter 29. The Battle. The Undertaker took a deep breath, desperately attempting to reassure himself that this kid merely had talent. In a real fight, he might not necessarily lose to him. His eyes suddenly lit up as he sinisterly declared, "Indeed, I shall not lose." Second soul skill, white bones. The second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, causing the tightly closed coffin to tremble violently, as if some terrifying entity was about to break free. Xu Sheng, however, did not rush to act. He curiously observed the quaking coffin. "This is rather intriguing. This martial soul seems akin to summoning creatures from another realm." Jayla, hovering on his floating board, exclaimed, "Wow. The Undertaker has initiated his second soul skill first. What will emerge from that coffin?" The spectators below were stirred with curiosity, their eyes widening in anticipation. Would something emerge? The Undertaker's unique ability, summoning creatures from another world. It was said that the beings summoned by this soul skill possessed flesh and blood, capable of rapid regeneration even when decapitated. This kid is in for a tough time. Such beings cannot be killed. With a crack, the entire coffin lid exploded, propelled skyward by a tremendous force. Then, from the coffin, a robust, skeletal creature emerged, its entire form a ghastly white, with a bizarre sight of blood flowing between its bones. The skeletal figure fixed its ominous gaze upon Xu Sheng, displaying a terrifying, eerie smile as it repeatedly mumbled, "Kill, kill." Xu Sheng was taken aback, realizing that this martial soul could articulate human speech, quite a distinctive feature. Though he appeared nonchalant, a hint of vigilance arose within him. The Undertaker sneered. "This kid must be petrified. What a perfect opportunity." Upon receiving the command, the skeleton suddenly shuddered, yanking out one of its ribs and charging at Xu Sheng. The eyes of the skeleton were filled with an insatiable desire to kill. Upon reaching Xu Sheng, it thrust the rib fiercely toward him. Xu Sheng, with an indifferent gaze, observed the skeletal figure lunging towards him. In the next moment, he adeptly sidestepped its attack, feeling a surge of energy as he retaliated with a powerful slap. Bang! Xu Sheng's immense strength effortlessly sent the skeleton flying, its bones scattering like fragments upon impact, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. The Undertaker was astonished, exclaiming, "What? You shatter my skeleton with a single slap?" This skeletal body could withstand the fierce blows of a powerful battle soul master. It seemed as fragile as paper before Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng elegantly shook his slightly stinging arm. After all, he had struck something as hard as bone with full force. Although he was uncertain if the skeleton was harmed, he certainly felt the recoil. Once the tingling sensation faded, Xu Sheng taunted, "No way, is your skeleton so weak?" The Undertaker, trapped in a predicament, clenched his fists and retorted, "Kid, don't get too cocky. My skeleton cannot be killed. As long as it has soul power, the creatures I summon are immortal." Xu Sheng frowned upon hearing this, redirecting his attention to the shattered skeletal remains, pondering, "Immortal?" Just then, the skeleton that had been reduced to fragments began to reassemble itself. Within moments, it stood upright once more, drawing out another rib to charge at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. He mused, "Am I battling a high-level creature?" It can even regenerate. However, the lifeless skeleton did not afford him a moment's respite, launching another stab at him. Xu Sheng calmly uttered, "Third soul skill, Blood Lotus Protection." The third black soul ring beneath his feet glimmered. Blood Lotus Protection, an exceptionally powerful single-target defensive technique. The shield will not dissipate until it is shattered. This means that if it is not entirely broken in one blow, it will remain intact. In an instant, a thick shield enveloped him at an astonishing speed, mere millimeters from his skin. The rib thrust by the skeleton slammed heavily into the shield, which showed no signs of cracking. Conversely, the rib in the skeleton's grasp snapped in two, falling to the ground like a broken branch. Confusion flickered in the black voids of the skeleton's eyes as it stared blankly at the broken rib on the ground, then back at the shield surrounding Xu Sheng. Thus, an incredibly dramatic scene unfolded. The oblivious skeleton repeatedly drew a rib, thrusting it only to break it again, continuing this futile cycle. The audience, once full of confidence in the Undertaker, began to mock him. This is hilarious. What on earth is this soul skill of the Undertaker? That skeleton is so dull. Stabbing for so long without even scratching the shield. The Undertaker narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Damn it, is this the power of 10,000-year soul rings? The skeleton's attacks leave not a trace on the shield. Relying solely on the skeleton, it could not breach that shield. The Undertaker took a deep breath. The current situation left him no choice but to go all out. He coldly declared, "Third soul skill, Blood Devour. Fourth soul skill, Giant Demon." The third and fourth yellow and purple soul rings illuminated, and the coffin lying on the ground manifested 3 additional coffins in a phantom-like manner. In the next moment, a familiar cracking sound echoed as 2 coffin lids soared into the air. The previously silent Jiala feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Wow. It seems our pallbearer intends to truly reveal his strength. Let us speculate on what creatures lie within the 2 coffins." Xu Sheng gazed at the newly appeared coffins, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It was futile. The disparity between the century-old soul rings and the millennium ones was immense. And as a Douluo-level soul master, the gap was insurmountable. From the 2 coffins emerged a colossal beast, its skeletal body equating to that of 4 or 5 skeletons combined, its monstrous face roaring menacingly, revealing razor-sharp teeth that exuded an aura of peril. The other figure was a tall, striking woman with alabaster skin, her face adorned with a smile, particularly accentuated by her elongated fangs, reminiscent of a vampire. The summoned creatures unleashed fierce howls and charged toward the protective barrier surrounding Xu Sheng, attacking with rib bones, fangs, and powerful arms. For a prolonged moment, the pallbearer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fixating on the barrier that remained unscathed. This is impossible. Why has the barrier not faltered after such relentless assault? Indeed, the 3 creatures have been attacking the barrier for dozens of minutes, yet it showed not a hint of damage. What manner of defensive soul technique was this? Chapter 30. The might of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. Such a monotonous battle doused the previously fervent audience with cold water, with some even reclining in their seats. Succumbing to slumber, Jiala furrowed his brow, sensing the precariousness of the situation. If this bout lacked any highlights, he too would face penalties from the Battle Soul arena. Adjusting his alluring sunglasses, he raised his voice in an invigorated tone. It appears the pallbearer cannot even breach the opponent's soul shield. Is this the disparity between millennium and 10,000-year soul rings? Yet, how will this prodigious child overcome the pallbearer? Let's wait and see. However, the audience was not swayed. Feeling cheated as they had come to witness a clash between 3 otherworldly creatures and a shield. What a farce. As the largest battle soul arena within the Spirit City, this combat was nothing short of disappointing. A rather handsome man rested his chin in silence, muttering, "Boring, this pallbearer cannot even shatter the shield. What a waste." The woman beside him nodded slightly, sighing, "Indeed, and even with 4 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings, that child remains foolishly ensconced within the shield. We demand a refund." "Precisely. A refund," echoed others. "It's a waste of time. I'd rather watch the first or second battle arenas." Hearing the chorus of refund demands, Jiala grew anxious, softly urging, "Please remain calm. Often the most thrilling duels arise from the simplest of combat styles. Perhaps something spectacular will unfold shortly." Xu Sheng observed the pallbearer. who was panting heavily from the excessive soul power expenditure, and smiled. It seems the audience can hardly wait. Perhaps you should consider surrendering? The pallbearer glanced at the three summoned creatures and thought to himself, I can last for another 10 minutes. This kid's 10,000-year soul ring must be exhausting his soul power significantly. If I endure, victory will be mine. With this in mind, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips as he looked at Xu Sheng, convinced he had deciphered his intentions. Impossible. You must be expending the majority of your soul power to maintain that shield. Aren't you just putting on a facade? Do you truly believe you have an opportunity to strike back? I hold the initiative here. Xu Sheng shrugged, his tone growing increasingly icy. So, that means there is nothing to discuss? My attacks will necessitate bloodshed. If the pallbearer refused to concede, then Xu Sheng too would not hold back. The pallbearer chuckled derisively. Kid, do you truly believe you can defeat me? If you can, I will take my own life here. He commanded, Bone, bloodthirsty, giant, keep attacking. I refuse to believe this child can free his hands. Just as he spoke, his expression shifted to one of shock as he noticed the pitch-black soul ring beneath Xu Sheng's feet illuminating once more. How is this possible? This shield should require constant infusions of soul power. How can one attack while simultaneously protecting themselves? Xu Sheng, uninterested in engaging in further banter, coldly declared, First soul technique. Blooming begonia. The Nine-Heart Blood begonia in his hand instantly split apart, drifting toward the pallbearer like thorn-laden, vibrant rose petals. The pallbearer's pupils contracted in alarm as he sensed an overwhelming unease emanating from the petals, a visceral shudder coursing through him. If these petals struck his body, he would perish. He sprinted toward his three creatures, shouting, Return immediately. The petals of the Nine-Heart Blood begonia floated slowly on the breeze, leaving a trail of bloody red in their wake. The three monstrous beings, responding to the pallbearer's command, halted their assault on Xu Sheng and swiftly positioned themselves in front of him. Gazing at the towering creatures before him, the pallbearer's heart raced, and he huffed, Phew, that was close. This kid's soul technique is truly bizarre, but my creatures are indestructible. Xu Sheng's calm gaze was filled with disdain for the three creatures. Do you truly believe these feeble beings can defend against me? Perhaps against other martial souls, they might succeed, but my martial soul is insatiably bloodthirsty. These creatures should provide an ample feast. A glimmer of crimson ignited in Xu Sheng's eyes, swiftly concealed within their depths. The three creatures instinctively flailed at the descending petals. Yet wherever the petals touched, they adhered tightly. Witnessing the petals being effortlessly blocked, the pallbearer's confidence surged. How could such trivial petals possibly contend with my formidable beings? His vigilance began to wane. Seeing this, Xu Sheng smirked slightly, silently uttering a few words. In the next instant, his fourth 10,000-year soul ring flared to life, signaling the activation of his fourth soul technique, frenzied growth. The fourth soul technique. The blood begonia can envelop targets touched by its petals instantaneously, siphoning their soul power to restore its own. Jala, observing from above, noted the glowing fourth soul ring and exclaimed in surprise, Wait, that's strange. The fourth soul ring of a Nine-Heart Blood begonia has illuminated, yet nothing seems to have occurred. A nearby man voiced his confusion. Could this child's fourth soul technique be ineffective? Another youth dismissed the notion. That cannot be. Even the most inferior 10-year soul ring possesses a soul technique. A 10,000-year soul ring certainly cannot be devoid of one. However, the man closest to the action seemed to have noticed something, pointing in astonishment at the feet of the three creatures. Wait a moment. Look quickly. The bodies of the three colossal creatures are beginning to sprout red growths. With this person's reminder, others soon realized something was amiss. Indeed, those red petals appear to be from the nine-hearted blood flower. It dawned on me that soul technique must be akin to parasitism. Hearing the commotion from outside the arena, the puzzled undertaker swiftly turned to gaze at his three colossal creatures. Suddenly, the previously inconspicuous nine-hearted blood flower petals, which were merely attached to the creatures' bodies, began to grow wildly, enveloping their legs completely within mere seconds. Before long, the three colossal creatures were firmly ensnared by the blood flower's tendrils. The restricted creatures began to struggle incessantly, yet to no avail, as if those blood flowers were forged from steel. Utterly unbreakable, the undertaker, realizing the gravity of the situation, was horrified to find that the scant soul power within him was rapidly depleting. He cast a furious glare at Xu Sheng, exclaiming, "Damn it, you little brat. What have you done to me? Why is my soul power vanishing?" Chapter 31. Departing for the sunset forest with a thud, the three creatures, bereft of their soul power, collapsed to the ground, bursting into sparkling motes of light that vanished into the ether. Alongside them fell the Undertaker, his gaze vacant as he repeatedly muttered, "How infuriating. What method did you employ? I refuse to accept this. Why? Why has my soul power vanished into thin air? Why did the petals of a nine-hearted blood flower absorb my soul power upon touching my summoned creatures?" He adamantly refused to concede defeat, convinced that this fellow had resorted to underhanded tactics. Xu Sheng cast a calm glance in his direction before addressing Jiala in the air. "Can we announce the outcome now?" Jiala, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and clapped his hands, enthusiastically announcing into the microphone, "I am pleased to declare that the victor of this match is the Nine-Hearted Blood Flower. Let's extend a warm round of applause to this formidable newcomer for winning his very first match at the Grand Soul Arena." As his words echoed, the large screen within the arena illuminated, showcasing Xu Sheng, adorned with eyewear and exuding an aura of cool detachment, instantly becoming the most striking figure in the Grand Soul Arena. Encouraged by Jiala's proclamation, the audience rose to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause. Incredible! Who would have thought this young, nine-hearted blood flower would possess such strength? Absolutely. Next time, I'll place my bets on him. I might just strike it rich. Laughing all the way to the bank, I wagered 500 gold soul coins on the nine-hearted blood flower, with 10-to-1 odds. I just made a whopping 4,500 gold soul coins. I'm rich. While some rejoiced, others were left in despair, particularly those who had bet on the Undertaker. A grim-faced man spat, "This Undertaker is utterly useless, unable to defeat even a child." Beside him, a woman clenched her fists, pouting, "He made me lose 1,000 gold soul coins. I could just strangle this fool. It's over, all my savings gone. That was everything I had." Xu Sheng stretched lazily, glanced at Jiala, and asked nonchalantly, "May I leave the stage now?" Jiala nodded eagerly, "Of course. The Grand Soul Arena will always welcome your return. This young man is bound to become a hot topic at the Grand Soul Arena from this day forward. There will be opportunities," Xu Sheng murmured to himself, turning to depart the stage. Unexpectedly, a shadowy voice emerged from behind him. It was the Undertaker, who had just collapsed. Now he stood once more, brandishing a dagger aimed at the unknowing Xu Sheng's head, filled with murderous intent. "You bot, D." Jiala's heart raced, sensing the Undertaker's sudden movement. He shouted into the microphone, "Watch your back." Xu Sheng halted, shaking his head silently. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he turned away without looking back. In that instant, the Undertaker, mere moments away from piercing Xu Sheng's skull, was engulfed by countless tendrils of the nine-hearted blood flower. Once the blood flower receded, only a desiccated body remained, drained of all its blood. The audience erupted in murmurs of astonishment. He annihilated the Undertaker in an instant. Had he been holding back all along? Such a terrifying ability to drain someone so swiftly. I am relieved he is not my opponent. Who would have thought the powerful Undertaker would meet his end so easily? I reckon the 7-man Undertaker team can now disband. Who could have imagined he had been concealing his true strength all along? The Undertaker's downfall was entirely of his own making. The familiar waitress approached Xu Sheng, handing him a card with a smile. "Little brother, here is your 1,000 gold soul coins for winning. It has been stored on this card. Your opponent was none other than the notorious Undertaker, known for mercilessly slaughtering his foes with extensive battle experience. I never expected you to triumph." Xu Sheng accepted the card and smiled back. "Thank you, miss." Her heart raced at the sight of his handsome face. She struggled to contain her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. Was this what it felt like to be overwhelmed with emotion? A hint of reluctance crossed her face as she shyly asked, "Little brother, will you come back again?" Xu Sheng winked. "Yes, I plan to come every afternoon for a while. Please reserve a match for me at the 11th Soul Battle." Upon receiving Xu Sheng's confirmation, the waitress joyfully raised her hand, assuring him, "Don't worry, I will ensure you face opponents who are more reasonable." Thus, Xu Sheng, leveraging his remarkable appearance, successfully won over the waitress. Stepping out of the Grand Soul Arena, Xu Sheng yawned lazily, glancing up at the pitch-black sky. Have it gotten so late? The journey to the Douluo forest is still quite far. If he were to head to the Douluo forest now, he feared the journey alone would take him until dawn. Given his inherently lazy nature, merely attending a battle at the Grand Soul Arena was already a testament to his commitment to BB Dong. There was no way he would waste time traveling to the Douluo forest. Moreover, one could never know what peculiarities the butterfly effect might bring. He could very well encounter the Titan giant ape or the sky blue bull python. Suddenly, an idea struck Xu Sheng. What if I take a chance at the Sunset Forest instead? The Sunset Forest would undoubtedly be much closer than the Douluo forest and was also relatively easy to locate. Weighing his options for convenience, he resolved to set off for the Sunset Forest immediately. In the main hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, a man adorned with a shimmering crystal crown sat in the principal seat. His ethereal and refined visage evoked an immediate sense of familiarity and warmth. He was Ning Fengji, the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, flanked by the Swordall, Chun Exen, and the Bone Douluo. Gurong, both of whom were formidable title law above rank 95, the pillars of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the young girl before him. She possessed a pure and delicate beauty, her figure graceful, yet exuding an air of regal aloofness. Rong, Ning Fengji spoke gently. Why have you not yet absorbed your first soul ring? Hearing that her father bore no anger, Ning Rong bit her lip lightly and retorted with noticeable displeasure. Father, the soul beast that Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian had me hunt were simply too hideous. I have no desire for them. Ning Fengji frowned and admonished. Rong, you. Chun Exen discreetly glanced at Ning Rong, coughed softly, and said, Fengji, it was my oversight along with old Gu. Let us move past this. Tomorrow, I shall take Rong to hunt for other soul beasts. Gu Long stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, this is but a trifling matter. As long as our Rong is happy, that is all that matters. Encouraged by Chun Exen and Gu Long's defense, Ning Rong stood tall, unafraid of anything. Ning Fengji observed the indulgence shown towards his daughter by Chun Exen and Gu Long, sighed, and said, Rong apologized to Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu. I shall not pursue this matter further. Crossing her arms defiantly, Ning Rong scoffed, I refuse. It is their fault, after all. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Ning Fengji slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Rong, you are being excessively insolent. Startled by her father's outburst, Ning Rong's body trembled, and tears welled in her eyes. Father has never spoken to me like this. But it is clearly Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian's fault. Why should I apologize? I shall hunt soul beasts by myself. I do not need your interference. With a furious toss of her sleeve, she stormed out in anger. Gu Long stood up hastily, calling out, Rong, but was restrained by Ning Fengji. The sound of Gu Long's voice only spurred Ning Rong to hasten her departure. He sat down helplessly, murmuring, Fengji, what is the need for this? Meanwhile, Chun Exen, unable to contain his impatience, sternly questioned, Fengji, what are you doing? What significance does this apology hold? As long as Rong is content, that suffices. It is utterly unnecessary for her to be upset over such trivial matters. Upon hearing Chun Exen's words, Ning Fengji slowly closed his eyes. Did his heart not ache as well? Ning Rong was his beloved daughter, a treasure he could never bear to scold. Yet this time, he could not indulge her further. If she continued down this path of obstinacy, would she ever cultivate the friendships necessary to support her in the future? Sitting quietly, Ning Fengji sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, it is your indulgence that has led to this. It does not bode well for Rong's future. Chun Exen crossed his arms, turning his head with a huff. I care not. If Rong is angry with me over this, I shall not forgive you. Ning Fengji could only respond with an awkward smile to Chun Exen's petulance. Gu Long furrowed his brow, concerned for Ning Rong's safety. Fengji, do you think she will encounter any trouble alone? To his surprise, Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing the concern. There is no need. Let Rong contemplate this alone. As long as she remains within the seven treasures glazed tile school, no harm shall befall her. Will it? Chun Exen and Gu Long exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to the decision. Meanwhile, Xu Sheng wandered through the twilight forest, casting his gaze upward at the oppressive darkness surrounding him, thickly veiled by towering locust trees. The sporadic cries of soul beasts echoed ominously, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. He plopped down, grumbling, "This twilight forest is rather intimidating at first glance. A murky expanse, far more terrifying than the Stardow forest. Had I known, I would not have come." He had anticipated that the quality of soul beasts in the Twilight Forest would be subpar compared to those in the Stardow Forest. Yet upon nightfall, the atmosphere felt starkly different. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted from the branches behind him, revealing a mandrake snake, approximately 15 meters long, its body glistening with lethal venom. Its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Xu Sheng's neck, poised to strike. "Xu Sheng, unconcern, la di stet." Just then, the snake's malevolent eyes widened, a purple hue emerging as it lunged with lightning speed. Rolling his eyes, Xu Sheng swiftly slapped the snake's jaw, halting its advance. Effortlessly, he pulled it down from the branch, gripping its head and rubbing it against the ground in a flurry. The only sound that followed was the faint whimper of the mandrake snake, which soon ceased its life signs. A yellow soul ring emerged above its lifeless form. Realizing he had inadvertently killed it, Xu Sheng scratched his head sheepishly and cast it aside, muttering, "What a waste of effort." Before he could finish his sentence, a woman's piercing scream echoed, "Ah, stay away from me. Stay away." Initially unwilling to intervene, Xu Sheng squinted, sensing a familiar resonance in the voice. On the ground, Ning Rongrong felt her legs weaken, her face pale as she beheld the soul beast before her. It was a colossal spider, its visage reminiscent of a human face. A multitude of glimmering eyes beneath its antennae fixated on her, as if she were a delectable morsel. Terrified, Ning Rongrong trembled, her voice quaking with fear. "You hideous creature. Stay away. Go away." Regret flooded her heart. Had she known, she would not have angrily ventured into this perilous place, encountering such an abominable soul beast. The faceless spider, unable to comprehend human speech, twitched its numerous legs, slowly advancing toward her, exuding silk from its mouth. Ning Rongrong curled into a ball, her desperate eyes fixed on the approaching beast. Devoid of any means to resist, she whimpered, "Help me. Is anyone there to save me?" The spider, now less than a meter away, seemed unable to restrain its murderous intent, leaping forward with its massive bulk towards the paralyzed Ning Rongrong. Desperately, she raised her arms to shield her head, eyes squeezed shut as she cried out, "Ah!" A resounding thud echoed as the spider's abdomen sank deeply, its large body hurtling backward and crashing into a tree. Recovering, it glared at the still dazed Ning Rongrong with a look of resentment. Cautiously, she extended her hands, scanning her surroundings with trepidation. Upon realizing the spider had vanished from her view, she released a sigh of relief, gingerly rising with her right hand, previously cut by sharp stones. Surveying the dark expanse around her, she tentatively called out, "Is it Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian?" Receiving no response, the light in her eyes dimmed. If they had heard her, they would have rushed to her aid, yet it was clear they were not present. With only her meager 10th-level soul power, and lacking any supportive soul rings, she was ill-equipped to escape the perils of the Twilight Forest. Anxiously, Ning Rongrong began to pace, frantically thinking, "What should I do? What should I do? If that human-faced spider returns, how will I cope? Can I escape from any other soul beasts?" Standing behind her, Xu Sheng began to twitch his mouth, having remained concealed since repelling the human-faced spider. Who knows? The girl had yet to notice him. Xu Sheng extended a finger and gently poked Ning Rongrong's delicate and enchanting shoulder. The latter, feeling a presence behind her, instinctively furrowed her brow and retorted, "Stop bothering me." In the next moment, she seemed to realize something terrifying, her expression freezing once more. She tightly clasped her chest, her slender figure trembling as she slowly turned around. Chapter 33. Ning Rongrong's shock upon seeing a figure slightly taller than herself behind her. Ning Rongrong instinctively took a few steps back, her feet colliding in reaction, causing her to topple backward. Quick as a flash, Xu Sheng stepped forward and caught her enviable waist just before she fell. His fingertips tingled with a delightful sensation, and he inwardly gasped at such a slender waist. Surely it belonged to a beauty capable of causing chaos in the world. Then, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him, reminiscent of lingering shampoo. Ning Rongrong, with her head bowed, felt her sensitive waist embraced tightly, her face flushing crimson, though the night cloaked her well. Once she regained her composure, she bolted from Xu Sheng's warm embrace like a startled rabbit, her hands clasped together in nervousness. "Who are you? Did my father send you to rescue me?" Xu Sheng gently shook his head. "No, I merely happened to be hunting soul beasts in the sunset forest." Skepticism flickered across Ning Rongrong's face as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Hunting soul beasts? You look about my age. How could you possibly hunt soul beasts alone in this sunset forest?" This forest was not devoid of 10,000-year soul beasts, and she did not believe someone of her age could independently hunt them. Perhaps even Ning Rongrong herself was unaware that her tone had lost some of its arrogance while conversing with Xu Sheng. Just as Xu Sheng was about to speak, his spiritual sense suddenly detected several dozen soul beasts swiftly approaching. Frowning, he cautioned Ning Rongrong, "You should stand beside me." In addition to the man-faced demon spider, there are dozens of soul beasts gathering around us. They are likely targeting us. Logically, they had not done anything to attract the soul beasts. So how could they suddenly be surrounded by so many? Hearing Xu Sheng's words, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically again, her heart firmly believing in what he said. Remembering the man-faced demon spider, she realized that if it hadn't been for her good fortune, she might have already fallen victim to its claws. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered her bleeding right arm and moved closer to Xu Sheng, her eyes brimming with concern. "Can you handle this?" Xu Sheng solemnly noted that, "Yes. Just make sure not to stray from my side." Upon noticing her right arm, he squinted and could barely make out the blood dripping from it. It appeared that the soul beast had been drawn here by the scent of her blood. As expected, shortly after, the hidden soul beast surrounded Xu Sheng and Ning Rongrong from all directions. Among them, two soul beasts with an age of approximately 30,000 years were also present. Under the immense pressure, Ning Rongrong's hand instinctively tightened around Xu Sheng, providing her with a modicum of security. Standing behind him, she felt the weight of countless eyes fixed upon her, and she dared not even breathe. Pressing her slender body closer to Xu Sheng, she nervously whispered, "What do you plan to do with so many soul beasts?" Feeling the warmth of his slightly yielding back, Xu Sheng cleared his throat. "We'll just eliminate them." To him, these soul beasts were merely easy prey. Yet for the sake of the girl behind him, he had to exercise caution. With a slight step, he unleashed the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia, which gradually unfurled in a circular formation beneath their feet. In the next moment, four pitch-black soul rings suddenly appeared beneath him. Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at the four 10,000-year soul rings at Xu Sheng's feet. Her mind raced with disbelief. He is actually a soul ancestor, and all four soul rings are 10,000-year rings? This is simply impossible. Even she, the pride of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, could only sustain 100-year soul rings. Who on earth was this person? Xu Sheng surveyed the eager soul beasts surrounding them, his tone icy. Third soul skill, Blood Begonia's Guard. Around Xu Sheng and Ning Rongrong, wisps of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia began to coalesce, forming what appeared to be a fragile barrier. Roar! With a fierce rush, dozens of soul beasts lunged at them, their claws and fangs poised to strike. However, upon colliding with the barrier, they were mercilessly rebuffed, sent flying backward by the immense recoil. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, Ning Rongrong bit her lip and could not resist gently touching this seemingly frail barrier. The moment her fingertip made contact, the barrier expanded outward like a membrane. She could hardly believe that this delicate barrier had managed to withstand the simultaneous assault of dozens of soul beasts. Curiosity about Xu Sheng's identity began to brew in her heart. The cunning man-faced demon spider suddenly shifted its eyes, casting a silken net that precisely enveloped the area where the two stood. The other soul beasts, having regained their footing, paid no heed to the web surrounding Xu Sheng and Ning Rongrong and launched yet another wave of attacks. Ning Rongrong suppressed the urge to vomit from the churn in her stomach, her trembling hand pointing toward the man-faced demon spider, which was voraciously consuming the soul beasts ensnared in its web. She did not disguise the disgust in her eyes. That spider was so sly, even scheming against its own kind. Xu Sheng cast a calm glance at the man-faced demon spider, ignoring its actions as it feasted upon the other soul beasts, perhaps knowing it was no match for him, and thus reaping the benefits instead. Turning back to Ning Rongrong, he inquired about her injured arm. Does your arm still hurt? Ning Rongrong looked down, gritting her teeth against the pain as she shook her head. It's fine now. Xu Sheng found it somewhat amusing. He activated his first soul skill. See begonia in bloom. Petals of the Nine-Heart begonia adhered to Ning Rongrong's injured arm, a tingling sensation gradually spreading. The wound began to scab over and slowly heal. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she gently rubbed the area, realizing the injury had completely healed. However, her gaze soon filled with confusion. Is this a healing soul skill? But aren't you a control-type soul master? Xu Sheng chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. I'll explain later. For now, we should leave here to avoid attracting more soul beasts. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, and an unfamiliar emotion stirred within her. While she typically despised other men touching her, why did she feel no aversion to this man as touch? Instead, her heart raced uncontrollably. She silently replied, Chapter 34. Add some cumin and a bit of cilantro. Xu Sheng and Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged. He quickly kindled a bonfire, the flames roaring to life, casting a warm glow that gradually illuminated Ning Rongrong's face. As Xu Sheng gazed at her somewhat exquisite and aloof visage, his pupils swiftly contracted, instantly recognizing her as Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Previously, the night had been too dark for him to observe her closely, but now he realized it was indeed Ning Rongrong. Xu Sheng inwardly lamented, what a narrow path for enemies to cross. He had planned to visit Shrek Academy later and meet the seven monsters, but unexpectedly encountered Ning Rongrong today. Xu Sheng was observing Ning Rongrong, who was also appraising him. Especially after catching a glimpse of Xu Sheng's handsome features, ripples of admiration occasionally danced in her eyes. This was the first time she had encountered a man who truly captivated her, particularly with his subtle aura of languor, which made him even more approachable than her father. Ning Fengti. After all, the adage that good looks can enhance one's likability is not without merit. Ning Rongrong was the first to extend her delicate arm, smilingly saying, I am Ning Rongrong. Thank you for saving me. Xu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but reciprocated her handshake with a warm smile, replying, I am Xu Sheng. When a man encounters such a beautiful girl, it is only natural for him to come to her aid. Ning Rongrong's fingers were remarkably soft and smooth, akin to jade, making it difficult for him to relinquish her hand. However, he recalled that before entering Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had a very proud and willful temperament, even going so far as to pay a hefty price for Tang San to eliminate Dai Mubai. Yet, the Ning Rongrong before him now exuded a sense of gentleness and intelligence. Noticing Xu Sheng lost in thought while holding her hand, she awkwardly withdrew her hand and inquired, Xu Sheng, may I ask what type of soul master you are? She was puzzled. Xu Sheng's martial spirit seemed more aligned with an auxiliary soul master. So why was he also capable of dealing with soul beasts? Xu Sheng tossed a log into the campfire and nodded, of course. I am a dual system auxiliary control soul master. His soul skills could be interpreted as control type or auxiliary type. The direction of a martial spirit does not necessarily adhere to fixed notions. For instance, Hulaiina's martial spirit, the celestial fox, can acquire offensive soul rings and Oscar sausage. If it absorbs a mandala snake, might even qualify him as a poison-type soul master. Upon hearing Xu Sheng's response, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. A dual-system auxiliary control soul master? I have never heard of such a type. If a soul master develops in two directions, it would only lead to mediocrity, severely impacting their future growth. Xu Sheng scratched his tousled hair and explained, this is merely my own conceptualization. To be more precise, I should say I am primarily an auxiliary soul master. Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, her expression serious. What about your soul power and soul rings? Xu Sheng shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, Rongrong, but it's not convenient for me to disclose that information. However, I believe there will be an opportunity in the future. The two sat in silence for an undetermined length of time, suddenly interrupted by a soft growl. Ning Rongrong hastily covered her stomach, her eyes displaying a hint of embarrassment as she stealthily glanced at Xu Sheng, unable to articulate her thoughts. Xu Sheng, sporting a peculiar expression, quietly asked Rongrong, You didn't eat dinner, did you? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson at his candid concern, and under the glow of the flames, she subtly nodded. She had rushed away from the seven-treasure glazed tile school and didn't have time to eat. It was only natural for her stomach to protest. Xu Sheng stood up, instructing, "Wait here. I will find something for you to eat. I can't let the precious daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school go hungry." If Ning Fengji and Gu Rong knew about this, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, though he thought to himself that even together, they might not be able to best him. As Xu Sheng prepared to leave, Ning Rongrong instinctively grasped his wrist, her tone hesitant as she said, "Xu Sheng, may I accompany you?" Realizing her worried expression, Xu Sheng suddenly understood. She must have been frightened by the previous encounter with the man-faced demon spider and feared that Soul Beast would approach again if he left her alone. As an auxiliary soul master, she had no means of self-defense. Xu Sheng summoned the Nine-Heart's Bloodthorn, and his third soul ring instantly illuminated, forming a protective barrier around Ning Rongrong. He gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Rongrong, you should wait for me here. As long as the Soul Beast is not above 30,000 years in cultivation, it won't be able to break this shield." Ning Rongrong contemplated for a moment before sitting back down, somewhat reluctantly conceding, "All right, but be careful." However, knowing that even dozens of soul beasts had failed to breach this barrier eased her tension. A crisp sound suddenly resonated beside the campfire. Ning Rongrong, who had been leaning against the tree and nearly dozing off, was instantly awakened, alertly asking, "Who is it?" The person approaching was Xu Sheng, returning from his hunt, clutching two plump rabbits. Seeing Ning Rongrong awake, Xu Sheng settled beside her, smiling gently, and lifted the two rabbits, saying, "Rongrong, you're awake. Let me prepare these rabbits, and we can eat soon." Ning Rongrong doubted her ears. Was he really going to eat rabbits? She tentatively inquired, "Prepare rabbits?" "Xu Sheng, you don't mean to eat them, do you?" Xu Sheng looked at her in surprise, replying, "Of course. Rabbit meat is quite delicious." He had forgotten that Ning Rongrong, raised in the prestigious seven-treasure glazed tile school, would likely never have eaten such a thing. Ning Rongrong appeared distressed, saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Rabbits are so cute. How can one eat them?" Xu Sheng remained silent, decisively pulling out a dagger and swiftly skinning and bleeding the two rabbits, then skewering them with branches. Finally, he retrieved oil from the storage-type soul guide given to him by Bibi Dong and began roasting them over the campfire. Before long, the roasted rabbit meat turned a rich, vibrant red, its enticing aroma wafting through the air and stimulating the appetite. Initially repulsed by rabbit meat, Ning Rongrong found herself captivated by the scent, quietly swallowing as she thought, "It smells so good," compared to the expensive delicacies of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. This humble fare appeared far superior. Xu Sheng, noticing her subtle actions, handed her a piece of rabbit meat, saying, "You must be starving. Go ahead and try it." Ning Rongrong gracefully accepted the meat with both hands, gently inhaling the savory aroma before bringing it close to her lips. "Wait, Rongrong. Adding some cumin and coriander might enhance the flavor." Xu Sheng interrupted her, quickly producing 2 containers of seasoning and sprinkling some onto the rabbit meat in her hands. Satisfied, he said, "That should do it. Give it a taste." Ning Rongrong took a delicate bite of the rabbit meat, and the crispy exterior and tender interior enveloped her tongue with exquisite flavor, the slight spiciness of the cumin adding to her satisfaction. Her eyes sparkled with delight as the thought of 3 words echoed in her mind. So delicious. Chapter 35. Gu Rong and Chun Xian arrive. Xu Sheng handed over a tissue with a smile, saying, "Rongrong, don't rush. Take your time." Seeing Ning Rongrong enjoying her meal so heartily filled Xu Sheng with a sense of accomplishment. He mused to himself that his culinary skills were indeed impeccable. Although he had traversed through realms, the fundamental knowledge had been retained through muscle memory. Ning Rongrong, under Xu Sheng's unwavering gaze, suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Had her manner of eating been so distinctly observed by him? She moved her delicate lips, her voice light as a whisper, "Thank you, Xu Sheng." Xu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I was just worried that the rabbit meat might not suit your palate. But it appears my cooking is rather commendable." Upon hearing Xu Sheng mention her identity directly, Ning Rongrong froze for a moment, her expression one of astonishment. "Xu Sheng, how did you know who I am?" "I don't recall mentioning it," she stated, bewildered, as she could not remember revealing her identity. Xu Sheng, with a playful smile in his eyes, retorted, "Who doesn't know that the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is named Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong fakenet anoyanse. You're insufferable, Xu Sheng. You should eat quickly. Let's discuss serious matters after. It wasn't anything too pressing, merely that Xu Sheng was exceedingly curious as to why the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, who typically cherish Ning Rongrong, had permitted her to venture alone into the sunset forest. Ah, Ning Rongrong replied, momentarily lost in thought, her gaze drifting back to the rabbit meat as she began to savor it slowly. Once she wiped her mouth, Xu Sheng asked curiously, Rongrong, may I inquire why you are here alone in the sunset forest, given that it is not a friendly environment for support-type soul masters? It was more than just unfriendly. Without a powerful assault-type soul master to protect them, one could easily meet their demise here. Soul beasts would not hesitate to pounce upon those they deemed weaker. Ning Rongrong recalled her father Ning Fengji's furious shout, a twinge of grievance stirring within her. I had a quarrel with my father and sneaked out on my own. She confessed, relaying the entire story. Upon understanding the situation, Xu Sheng propped his chin thoughtfully. I see. However, you must recognize that this was indeed a mistake on your part. Regardless of the circumstances, one should not act so rashly towards their elders. As Ning Rongrong heard Xu Sheng's words, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her gaze fixed intently on him. Xu Sheng, do you think I was wrong too? Even you believe I was at fault? Is everything truly my mistake? Xu Sheng, clearing his throat, felt it was time to employ his diplomatic skills, honed across various realms. Rongrong, coming from the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, your temperament is naturally elevated. I understand that. However, you must realize the importance of teamwork among soul masters. If you act impulsively and lose the trust of your teammates, it makes the already vulnerable support-type soul master's plight even more arduous. Establishing mutual respect and equality among teammates is paramount. I believe your uncle thinks similarly, fearing that your stubbornness might jeopardize your future. Having delivered his philosophical musings, Xu Sheng took a deep breath to calm himself. Truth be told, even he was unsure if his words had resonated. Ning Rongrong, contemplating, finally offered him a light smile. Thank you, Xu Sheng. Perhaps I truly was mistaken. Using his soul power, Xu Sheng extinguished the campfire and stood up nonchalantly. This is merely my perspective. You needn't dwell on it. Rongrong, the dawn is approaching. Let's go hunt soul beasts together. Ning Rongrong glanced at the brightening sky, inwardly wondering if her father would be worried after her prolonged absence. Observing her lost in thought, Xu Sheng waved his hand in front of her eyes, gently reminding her. Rongrong, don't daydream. Let us go. She responded instinctively, elegantly lifting the hem of her light blue skirt as she rose to follow Xu Sheng. He cast a sidelong glance and deftly kicked a rather charming 300-year-old stone-armored beast towards her. Rongrong, absorb this soul beast soul ring. 300 years of cultivation is quite suitable for a first soul ring. Moreover, it should grant you a defensive soul skill. Ning Rongrong, holding her dagger firmly, crouched beside the stone-armored beast, which lay gasping for breath, and swiftly delivered the final blow. A pale yellow soul ring floated up from the beast. Only then did she sit cross-legged, glancing at Xu Sheng with a playful blink. Xu Sheng, I'll need you to protect me while I absorb this. Xu Sheng crossed his arms and nodded slowly. Yes, focus on absorbing the soul ring peacefully. The aged Chun Xen furrowed his brow, glancing at the ancient Gu Rong beside him. Did you sense Rongrong's fluctuations in soul power? Gu Rong shook his head, his expression grim. The presence of so many soul beasts may have obscured her energy. The two had spent the night tracking Ning Rongrong's soul power fluctuations, ultimately narrowing their search to the vast sunset forest. Yet, finding a single person in such an expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it. If this continues, Rongrong is bound to encounter trouble. Chun Xen clenched his fists tightly, but was interrupted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizingly meaty in nature. Gu Rong also caught a whiff, his eyes widening in realization. Is that the scent of roasted meat? Who would dare light a fire in the sunset forest? They would risk attracting the attention of powerful soul beasts. Chun Xen pointed in the direction from which the aroma emanated, declaring, that scent is coming from over there. Let us investigate. With that, they swiftly set off toward the source of the enticing smell. Upon arrival, they found only extinguished campfires and remnants of food. Gu Rong scanned the area and spotted a delicate handkerchief on the ground, rushing forward to retrieve it. Seeing Gu Rong's unusual behavior, Chen Xian approached, puzzled. Old Bones. What's wrong? Holding the handkerchief, Gu Rong stood up, his expression grave. There's no mistake. This is the handkerchief I gifted to Rong Rong not long ago. She must be nearby. Chapter 36. Misunderstanding. With his eyes closed, Xu Sheng suddenly sensed two powerful presences approaching. Gradually opening his eyes, he remarked coldly, Two formidable auras are drawing near. Could it be Zhu Huaguan and Gue Mei? However, the next moment, he squinted, shaking his head. No, that can't be right. These two are even stronger. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, who was sweating profusely while absorbing her soul ring. If that were the case, perhaps it would be best for him to leave to avoid drawing attention. Xu Sheng lowered his head, picked up his dagger, but before he could stow it away, a voice rang out. Rongrong's presence has vanished from here. From behind the trees, two figures dashed out, halting in their tracks. It was indeed Chen Xian and Gu Rong, who began scanning their surroundings. Their eyes quickly landed on Ning Rongrong, who was meditating on the ground to absorb her soul ring. Gu Rong exclaimed joyfully, "It's really Rongrong." Chen Xian, relieved, felt the weight lift from his chest. Thank heavens Rongrong is safe, otherwise I would never forgive Fingji. They approached Ning Rongrong, meticulously examining her for any signs of injury. Meanwhile, Xu Sheng, standing nearby, felt an unsettling tension as he glanced at the dagger in his hand, sensing that trouble was imminent. Moving now could attract unwanted attention, yet remaining still would surely draw their gaze eventually. Before he could ponder further, the icy stares of Gu Rong and Chen Xian shifted towards him. Chen Xian's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Xu Sheng took a step back, offering an awkward yet polite smile as he hastily discarded the dagger onto the ground. "I was merely protecting her," he explained rapidly. Gu Rong's gaze fell upon the dagger that had clattered to the earth, and he scoffed. "Protecting? Young man, what do you intend to imply with that dagger in your hand?" Did he truly believe they, seasoned titled Douluos, were foolish enough to fall for such a ruse? Who would wield a dagger in the name of protection? This boy clearly harbored ill intentions towards Rongrong. Beside them, Chen Xian let out a derisive laugh before stating coolly, "So the entire continent now thinks our 7-treasure glazed tile school is easy prey. Even a nameless junior dares to threaten Rongrong." Since he had shown murderous intent towards Rongrong, he could hardly be blamed for disregarding decorum in dealing with a junior. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned his weapon, the 7-killing sword, which emanated an aura of deadly intent. As the yellow, purple, and black soul rings appeared beneath him, it became evident that he stood as a formidable title Douluo. He raised the sword, its sharp blade aimed directly at Xu Sheng's head. "Are you ready to meet your end?" Feeling the imminent threat, Xu Sheng's heart raced with alarm. As Chen Xian appeared poised to strike, Gu Rong swiftly intervened. Casting a cold glance at Xu Sheng before addressing Chen Xian, Rongrong requires tranquility. We should take this boy elsewhere to deal with him, lest we disturb her soul ring absorption. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, then nodded, fixating on Xu Sheng with a blatant threat. "Boy, will you come willingly, or shall I be compelled to take you myself?" Xu Sheng felt a flicker of displeasure at this duo of titled Douluos, whose recklessness was astounding. Yet, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, noting that she was nearing the completion of her soul ring absorption, an essential phase. He silently shook his head, resigning himself to the situation. Chen Xian observed Xu Sheng's calm demeanor with a hint of surprise. This youth, upon encountering a titled Douluo, displayed neither fear nor shock. Chen Xian thrust the 7-killing sword into the ground, exuding authority. "Boy, do you have any last words? I can grant you 10 seconds. It would be effortless for him to eliminate Xu Sheng, and allowing him 10 seconds to speak was a final act of mercy toward the junior, even if it wouldn't deter him from killing. Xu Sheng's expression turned icy. "Last words? I have no interest in such things." He realized there was no need for explanations. Any attempt would merely be seen as a feeble justification. Since a confrontation was inevitable, he decided to embrace it. Having awakened his martial soul, he had never fought against a fellow titled Douluo. Such a battle might provide the pressure necessary to propel him beyond the 92nd level. Though perilous, Xu Sheng resolved to no longer conceal his strength. He extended his arm, and the blood-soaked Nine-Heart Blood Lotus blossomed within his palm, casting a tremulous crimson glow throughout the surrounding forest. Seeing Xu Sheng remain silent yet unleash his martial soul, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh? You dare to release your martial soul, intending to make a final stand? A subtle smirk graced Xu Sheng's lips as the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus fully manifested, and a series of pitch-black soul rings emerged beneath him. 1 ring, 3 rings, 6 rings, 9 rings, an impressive total of 9 10,000-year soul rings. Chen Xian could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xu Sheng's soul rings. What? This boy possesses 9 soul rings. A powerhouse at the title Douluo level, and all of them are 10,000-year soul rings. Such a terrifying configuration of soul rings surpasses anything I have ever encountered. He realized that no one throughout the continent could rival this. Covering his chest, Chen Xian felt a sudden tightness, his decades of stable composure beginning to waver. He thought to himself, how is this possible? He is merely a child, not yet 15, and he has achieved the title Douluo rank. Xu Sheng observed the stunned Chen Xian, knowing he had struck a nerve. The earlier bravado of this individual had irked him, and now he was determined to exploit this opportunity to undermine Chen Xian's confidence. After all, someone who took decades to reach title Douluo would find it difficult to accept a mere 9-year-old child who had already achieved the same rank. This was not simply a matter of effort, but rather an innate talent. Thus, Xu Sheng stepped forward, his tone icy. I am Xu Sheng, a title Douluo of level 91. I seek your guidance. As Chapter 37 unfolds, Battle, Chen Xian gradually regained his composure, lifting his head to reveal not only murderous intent, but also a blend of other emotions. He quietly drew the 7-killing sword, tightening his grip as he spoke. Boy, your name is Xu Sheng, correct? I acknowledge that your talent is the most remarkable I have ever witnessed. Achieving title Douluo status at such a tender age. If all goes well, within 10 years, you will have no rival on this continent. Xu Sheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was Chen Xian rambling about? Would they battle or not? He viewed this encounter as an opportunity to gain experience, if they did not fight. His journey to break through to level 92 would be delayed for months. Suddenly, Chen Xian's tone grew more intense, his eyes gleaming with determination. However, if you wish to harm Rongrong, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, regardless of your potential. Xu Sheng steeled himself, silently contemplating the disparity between him and a peak title Douluo of level 97, or some say 96. With that, Chen Xian was resolved not to hold back any longer. His 4th soul ring flared to life as he declared, 4th soul skill. Killing intent unleashed. The 7-killing sword in his hand radiated with a white glow, the blade extending ominously, as if capable of tearing through anything. Xu Sheng activated his 1st soul ring. 1st soul skill. Blood Lotus Blossoms. The petals of a 9-heart blood lotus coalesced into a swirling, circular formation, charging towards Chen Xian with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xian bellowed, kill. With a sudden and fierce grip, the 7-killing sword was swung diagonally towards the position of Xu Sheng. The several-meter-long sword energy collided with the revolving petals of the 9-heart blood begonia, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. With a sharp crack, the petals of the 9-heart blood begonia were swiftly severed in two by the razor-sharp sword energy, which then surged directly towards Xu Sheng. Reacting quickly, Xu Sheng deftly sidestepped, flawlessly evading the linear assault of the sword energy. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, silently acknowledging the formidable attack power of the sword Douluo, who effortlessly pierced through the 9-heart blood begonia. This kind of attack was absolutely something to avoid. If hit, he could very well lose his ability to move, rendering him a mere lamb to the slaughter. However, Chen Xian clearly had no intention of granting him a moment's respite, as the 5th soul ring illuminated once more. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring might. Chen Xian commanded, propelling the sword forward, using the 7-killing sword as the prototype, and conjuring numerous sharp phantoms of the 7-killing sword that surrounded Xu Sheng like a tempest. Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes, realizing it was an area of effect attack. Activating his 4th soul skill, Blood Begonia's Protection, his 4th soul ring glowed brightly. Since it was an area attack, the individual damage would undoubtedly be less than that of the previous sword energy. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of these countless 7-killing swords. In the next moment, layers of shields infused with the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia enveloped Xu Sheng. Observing this, Chen Xin remarked coolly, "My attacks are not so easily defended against." With a swift motion of his arm, countless 7 killing swords, brimming with lethal intent, rained down upon Xu Sheng. One by one, they struck the shield, merely dimming it slightly. However, it was not just a single 7 killing sword that assailed him, but rather hundreds. The relentless barrage of 7 killing swords produced a cacophony akin to steel colliding, reverberating against the shield. Seeing the shield dim to a dull sheen, Xu Sheng furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward Chen Xin, realizing he was on the brink of collapse. He had to stop her. As Xu Sheng's fifth soul ring illuminated, a faint tearing sensation surged through his body. He pursed his lips, extending his palm towards Chen Xion's figure. Invoking his fifth soul skill, Blood Poison of the Begonia, Chen Xion suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling as Xu Sheng's palm pointed directly at him, and the glow of his fifth soul ring activated. His expression grew increasingly grave as he maneuvered his body to move swiftly, thinking to himself that as long as he moved quickly enough, this boy would be unable to pinpoint his location. However, Xu Sheng's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Having seen through Chen Xion's scheme, relying on rapid movement to evade detection was indeed a clever tactic. However, it was unfortunate that Xu Sheng's fifth soul skill was a locking technique. Blood Poison of the Begonia, a locking technique. This skill allowed the begonia to sprout from the blood of others, laden with deadly toxins. With a soft pop, Chen Xion's arm was pierced by a cluster of pale green Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. As he continued to move, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his complexion darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. This boy's fifth soul skill could parasitically grow from thin air. Moreover, not only did it possess the ability to lock onto him, but it also contained a terrifying toxin. With his level 91 soul power, he found himself poisoned almost instantaneously, revealing the sophistication of this soul skill. With his right arm already swelling, Chen Xin gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his meridians and swiftly called the 7 killing sword back to him with a sharp whistle. Naturally, the countless phantoms of the 7 killing sword in the air shattered like glass, disappearing from sight. The shield surrounding Xu Sheng reached its limit, erupting into a myriad of sparkling particles. Grasping the 7 killing sword, Chen Xion immediately channeled a massive amount of soul power to counteract the toxin, only to find it spreading even more rapidly. Realizing he could not dispel the toxin in a short time, Chen Xion's complexion darkened. He could only temporarily seal it. Sixth soul skill, Absolute Sealing. The 7 killing sword erupted with a holy light as Chen Xion gripped it tightly, making a shallow cut across his already darkened right arm. The pure light flowed into his arm from the torn wound, sealing away the spreading poison. Initially believing that dealing with a newly ascended title Douluo would be effortless, he now realized he had underestimated him. If this continued, even he could very well fall victim to this peculiar martial soul. After neutralizing the poison in his arm, Chen Xin turned his gaze back to Xu Sheng, this time with a touch more gravity and a hint less disdain. He acknowledged Xu Sheng's strength, thus, he would naturally respond with his true power. Inwardly, Chen Xin intoned, 7th soul skill, True Body of 7 Killing. The 7th black soul ring gradually illuminated. The aura exuding from the 7 killing sword in his hand underwent a dramatic transformation. Xu Sheng, watching Chen Xin invoke his martial soul's true form, felt an unprecedented tension welling up within him, murmuring, the true form of the martial soul. Is Chen Xin truly prepared to unleash his full strength? Chapter 38. First, let's bring them to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections, the pale yellow soul ring gradually merged into Ning Rongrong's body, and her closed eyes slowly opened. She looked down, immediately extending her palm to release her martial soul. The 7-treasure glazed tile. The 7-treasure glazed tile, layered and shimmering with resplendent hues, exuded an aura uniquely characteristic of the continent's premier support-type martial soul. In the next moment, a pale yellow soul ring emerged beneath her feet. Ning Rongrong turned with joy, calling back, Xu Sheng, I did it. However, when her gaze landed on Gu Yong, her expression instantly turned cold. Gu Yong appeared somewhat awkward, sensing that Ning Rongrong had yet to calm down. He quickly offered a warm compliment, as expected of our Rongrong. To have acquired a soul ring all on your own in the sunset forest. Far superior to Feng Ji. Ning Rongrong huffed, pouting as she muttered. I want to talk to you. It's all Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian's fault that I got scolded by Dad. Gu Yong's eyes brimmed with affection as he repeatedly agreed. Yes, Rongrong, this time it was my and your Grandpa Jian's fault. Now that you have absorbed the soul ring, let us hurry back to the sect. It's not safe out here. Returning to the sect? Grandpa Gu, when you just came here, did you see Xu Sheng? Gu Yong furrowed his brow, puzzled. Xu Sheng? I've never heard that name before. The only person I saw here was the boy who intended to harm Rongrong, but he should have been dealt with by Chen Xian by now. I wonder if he's getting old, needing to take care of such a boy. A sense of foreboding rose within Ning Rongrong upon hearing this. She looked anxiously at Gu Yong, saying, Oh dear, Grandpa Gu, Xu Sheng is the boy who is protecting me. Gu Yong's eyes flashed with realization as he suddenly recalled a previous incident. The boy who had intended to harm Rongrong had claimed he was protecting her. Could it be? His expression grew complex as he involuntarily exclaimed, No way. Could that boy be Xu Sheng, and he was merely protecting Rongrong with that dagger? This statement echoed in Ning Rongrong's ears, prompting her to urgently grasp Gu Yong's sleeve. Grandpa Gu, you're not saying you did something to him, are you? Gu Yong, being pulled by Ning Rongrong, turned pale, feeling a sense of guilt as he replied, Rongrong, I fear we may be in trouble. Grandfather Jian must have mistakenly killed that young man. Though the loss of a mere boy is trivial, he worries that this incident may further tarnish their relationship with Ning Rongrong, which is what truly troubles him. Ning Rongrong felt as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, her form wavering unsteadily. The realization that Xu Sheng had been killed by Grandfather Jian left her in a daze, her eyes reddening as she uttered the words. How could this happen? He merely wished to protect her, yet inadvertently brought about his own demise, and by the hands of his own grandfather, Jian no less. Gu Rong approached, intending to offer quiet comfort, when suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the forest ahead, shaking the ground and tearing through the air. Ning Rongrong and Gu Rong instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Gu Rong's eyes as he looked earnestly at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do not weep just yet. That Xu Sheng may still be alive. The direction of the explosion aligns with where Chen Xian's soul power fluctuations ceased. There's a strong possibility he has survived. A glimmer of hope began to blossom on Ning Rongrong's distraught face. Then let us hasten. With that, she immediately turned and sprinted towards the direction of the explosion. Hey, Rongrong, wait for me. It's dangerous ahead. Gu Rong called out, but seeing that Ning Rongrong paid him no heed, he sighed in resignation and hurried after her. Xu Sheng, on one knee, felt a sudden churn in his stomach and expelled a mouthful of blood. Having utilized his seventh soul skill, Blood Tang's true body, he felt as if he were being torn apart. Nevertheless, his icy gaze remained fixed on the floating Chen Xian, who stood upon the seven-kill sword. Chen Xian cast a cold glance at Xu Sheng and remarked, Young one, to have fought with me to this extent is a feat worthy of pride. But it ends here. Your story concludes now. The gap between a titled Douluo and Xu Sheng, who was 6 levels below him, was insurmountable. As his words fell, the 8th soul ring beneath Chen Xian flared to life, and he unleashed his 8th soul skill, 12 stream cuts. Suddenly, countless replicas of himself appeared, each possessing nearly 80% of his original power. Chen Xian closed his eyes and murmured, Farewell, young one. With a thought, dozens of phantoms surged towards Xu Sheng, imbued with a terrifying force capable of rending the heavens. Xu Sheng squinted his left eye, his vision clouded with blood vessels. He bit down hard on his lip, knowing that without the Ice Rose sword, his defenses with the Nine-Heart Blood Tangs would be insufficient to withstand this attack. Relying solely on his own 9th-level soul power, he feared he would be obliterated in an instant. Just as he began to channel his second martial soul, a figure darted forward at incredible speed from behind him, revealing Gu Rong, whose 8th soul ring had illuminated. He understood the terrifying might of his old friend's attack and had to muster all his strength to intercept it. Xu Sheng, struggling to hold himself up, felt numbness spread throughout his body as he fought against the pain. His eyelids grew heavy. When Ning Rongrong arrived and saw Xu Sheng in such agony, she swiftly knelt beside him, embracing him tightly and shaking him urgently. Xu Sheng, are you all right? However, in Xu Sheng's fading vision, the last image he saw was Ning-Rongrong's face. Recognizing her, he managed a faint smile before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ning-Rongrong, unaware, instinctively thought Xu Sheng had perished. Her voice choked with tears as she pleaded, Xu Sheng, please don't scare me. Gu Rong and Chun Xian approached, and upon noticing the lingering fluctuations of soul power in Xu Sheng, Gu Rong cleared his throat. Rong, he is not dead. He has merely fainted. Ning Rong was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Chun Xian leaned closer to Gu Rong, whispering, Old Bones, why do you wish to save this young man? I was about to eliminate him. Gu Rong merely gave him a knowing glance. As Chun Xian surveyed the situation again, realization dawned upon him. Ning Rong shot Chun Xian a fierce glare before her concern returned. Grandfather Bone, what shall we do now? Xu Sheng seems gravely injured. We cannot possibly leave him here in the Sunset Forest. Gu Rong looked at the unconscious Xu Sheng, shrugging in resignation. For now, we can only take him back to the sect. Chapter 39. Ning Fengji Xu Sheng, lying in bed, gasped as he finally regained consciousness. The pain that coursed through him was far from pleasant. Slowly sitting up, he pressed a hand against the bandaged area of his chest, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. He found himself in an elegantly appointed room, filled with lush green potted plants, though the space was excessively vast. As he touched the wooden furnishings, it was evident they were crafted from no ordinary wood. He marveled. To possess such a grand chamber must have cost a fortune in spirit coins. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. He turned, his gaze sharpening with caution. Uncertain of his location, he felt the need to be vigilant. A voice called from outside. Xu Sheng, I'm coming in. The door swung open, revealing Ning Rongrong. Upon meeting Xu Sheng's intense gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly as she approached with a light step, concern flickering in her eyes. Xu Sheng, is your body all right? She feared that Chun Xian had inflicted irreversible harm on Xu Sheng. Rest assured, Rongrong, I am fine. My body is not so fragile. Yet before Xu Sheng could finish, an intense wave of pain forced him to gasp again. However, with Ning Rongrong present, it was clear he was in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong's heart ached as she gazed at Xu Sheng, her head bowing slowly. I'm truly sorry for what happened, Xu Sheng. I allowed Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Jian to misunderstand you, and almost led to, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been so severely injured. Seeing her in such distress, Xu Sheng gently tousled her hair. Do not blame yourself. I am perfectly fine now. Let not your heart be troubled. Ning Rongrong's willingness to apologize indicated that his previous words had struck a chord. Otherwise, her original temperament would never allow her to humble herself. Feeling the warmth above her head, Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze after a while. Shyly, she said, Xu Sheng, since you are well now, could you accompany me to see my father? He wishes to meet you now that you have awakened. She found it puzzling why her father would want to see Xu Sheng now when he could have easily used the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to heal him before. With Ning Fengji's skills, restoring Xu Sheng's injuries would have been a simple task. Xu Sheng did not refuse and smiled warmly. All right, I will be grateful if you could lead the way. I am quite eager to meet your father, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. While Ning Fengji was perceived as warm and gracious by all, Xu Sheng held a different perspective. He consistently perceives benefits as a means of maximization. One might argue that his foresight in assessing individuals is quite remarkable. Otherwise, why would he have saved Tang San during the assassination attempt? The rationale lies in two key points. First, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Securing Tang San's allegiance would link the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Tang Hao. Given the friendship between Tang San and Ning Rongrong, one can trust that Tang Hao would not remain indifferent if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School faced peril. Second, it pertains to Tang San's extraordinary potential and their somewhat distant acquaintance. What did Xu Sheng mean by his words? Could it be that he misinterpreted my thoughts regarding Ning Rongrong? Her flushed cheeks seemed to suggest she was contemplating something exhilarating. Consequently, she instinctively linked her arm with Xu Sheng's, a look of contentment gracing her features as she gently murmured, Xu Sheng, shall we proceed? Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are waiting for us there. Xu Sheng glanced down at Ning Rongrong's arm around his, thoughtfully replying, Rong. Do you not think Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo might take offense? It had hardly been a few days since he had cherished her, and here she was, displaying affection for another. TSK. One could only imagine how displeased Chen Xian would be. Nevertheless, a sense of comfort washed over him. Ning Rong, aware of the situation, loosened her grip on Xu Sheng's arm and pointed towards the grand hall ahead, whispering, "This is the place. Let us enter." Xu Sheng nodded, and the two proceeded directly into the hall. Upon stepping inside, Xu Sheng felt the piercing gazes of Gu Rong and Chen Xian fixated upon him, while Ning Fengji, seated between them, unexpectedly offered him a calm smile. A chair stood before them, undoubtedly prepared for Xu Sheng. Yet, Xu Sheng's attention was first drawn to Gu Rong and Chen Xian. Were they attempting to intimidate him? With his current soul power, he could not contend against Gu Rong. However, the potential of another martial spirit was a different matter altogether. After all, he had previously attempted to switch to the Ice Rose sword, which had instilled within him a singular feeling, overwhelming power. Especially with 800,000 year and 1 million year soul rings, he possessed no less than 20 soul abilities. However, given his present physical condition, should he force its use, he feared the sword's might would shatter his own body after vanquishing the adversary. Ning Crabapple approached Ning Fengji. Pouting as she said, "Father, I have brought Xu Sheng. If you have anything to discuss, please do so quickly." Ning Fengji, elegant as ever, took a sip of tea and winked at Ning Rong, affectionately asking, "Rong, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Your father and grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, wished to converse with Xu Sheng." Ning Rong glanced at Xu Sheng, whose expression remained composed, and then, clenching her small fist, she pointed at Gu Rong and Chen Xian, saying, "Then you must not intend to harm Xu Sheng." At that moment, Gu Rong felt a twinge of discomfort. "Rest assured, Rong, we shall not harm him." As for Chen Xian, though outwardly composed, he was seething internally, mumbling under his breath, "I should have eliminated Xu Sheng sooner." Of course, this was merely his frustration speaking. Chen Xian later realized that it was indeed Xu Sheng's intervention that had allowed Ning Rong to return safely to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, thus harboring no true animosity towards him. With their assurances, Ning Rong raised her chin with a sense of pride, leaving in high spirits. Yet, what could Xu Sheng and her father possibly discuss? Surely it was not. After Ning Rong's departure, Ning Fengji turned his gentle yet scrutinizing gaze upon Xu Sheng, extending a hand in invitation. "Young friend Xu Sheng, you are the benefactor who saved Rong. There is no need for formality. Please, take a seat." With such an invitation from Ning Fengji, it would be remiss of Xu Sheng not to comply. "Then I shall humbly accept your invitation," Xu Sheng replied, settling into the chair, awaiting Ning Fengji's forthcoming remarks. He believed Ning Fengji would not summon him without a significant purpose, and surely there was more at play. Chapter 40. Are you promising Ning Rong to me? Ning Fengji's handsome visage remained fixed upon Xu Sheng for a considerable time before a smile graced his lips. "Xu Sheng, may I call you by that name?" Xu Sheng furrowed his brow. "Master Ning, you jest." "Of course you may." Ning Fengji nodded slightly. "Then I shall refer to you as Xu Sheng. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention during Rong's peril in the Sunset Forest." Xu Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Master Ning, there is no need for such gratitude. Rong is an exceptional girl. I could never stand idly by and witness her demise." What was Ning Fengji's true intention behind this probing? Xu Sheng sensed that the answer would soon reveal itself. Ning Fengji's tone grew more earnest, emanating a persuasive aura. "Of course, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall not hesitate to assist you in any way possible." Xu Sheng's annoyance subtly intensified. He preferred a more straightforward conversation. "Master Ning, I appreciate your goodwill, but I believe you are aware that my motives in saving Rong were not driven by such intentions." Ning Fengji stood, bowing his head slightly as he addressed Xu Sheng. "I'm fully aware of that. However, Xu Sheng, I must apologize on behalf of my uncle Jian, who inadvertently caused you harm." Xu Sheng silently acknowledged Ning Fengji's ability to adapt and be magnanimous, a testament to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's ascent to prominence among the top 3 sections. The esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School personally bowing in apology was a remarkable gesture, revealing his ambitions. Witnessing this, Chen Xian, seated behind Ning Fengji, could not suppress his displeasure, exclaiming, "Fengji, what are you doing? I do not require your apologies." Yet, Ning Fengji halted him with a gesture, standing upright once more and smiling at Chen Xian. "Surely, we cannot expect Uncle Jian to apologize personally?" Gu Rong, beside him, patted Ning Fengji's shoulder with a composed demeanor, stating, "Fengji certainly has his own considerations. Do not be overly sensitive." Chen Xian shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Humph. Of course, it is not for you. There is no need for such sentimentality." If Gu Rong were to experience Chen Xian's predicament, he would likely feel even more indignant. Xu Sheng, however, did not intend to press Chen Xian, although it was necessary to make him uncomfortable. After all, having struck him so fiercely before, to now be unable to endure a mere moment of discomfort was rather ironic. Xu Sheng feigned confusion, asking, "Master Ning, what is your intention here? If it were not for Jian Daluo's intervention, I might never have had the opportunity to visit your esteemed sect." Chen Xian attempted to rise and retort, "You little." Yet, he was abruptly restrained by Gu Rong's firm grip on his shoulder, covering his forehead with his other hand. He lamented the embarrassment of sitting with Chen Xian today. Both were titled low-level experts who had faced countless life-and-death challenges, yet they were easily provoked, bickering like children. Furthermore, they were indeed at fault in this matter. What harm could a little sarcasm do to mend their relationship with Rongrong? Ning Fengji, observing Xu Sheng's unabashed sarcasm, felt his lips twitch slightly before regaining composure, calmly resuming his seat. He inquired warmly, "Xu Sheng, I have heard from Uncle Jian that your soul power has reached the remarkable level of 91. Xu Sheng smiled slyly and said, "Well, I suppose I have a modicum of talent. It seems I awakened with innate soul power at level 90. Ning Fengji clenched his fingers slightly, suppressing the discomfort rising within him. "No," he thought, "he is Rongrong's savior. I cannot fall out with him. Due to the limitations of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, he would never be able to reach the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo, forever stuck at 79. Xu Sheng's words ruthlessly shattered his confidence as the master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fengji mused that the boy's words were barbed, and he could no longer take them personally. Even Ning Fengji nearly lost his composure, let alone the two behind him, Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Upon hearing Xu Sheng's remarks, they could only stifle a pained gasp, as if their hearts had been pierced by daggers. After exchanging glances, Gu Rong and Chen Xian silently nodded. The audacity of this young man to speak of having a little talent was tantamount to declaring them both useless. They could not remain any longer, fearing they might be driven to eliminate him on the spot. With an unspoken understanding, they rose together, and Chen Xian cleared his throat, stating, "Well then, Fengji, I leave this to you. How about a bone to pick with this fellow?" Gu Rong raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Who has a bone to pick? Are you looking for a fight?" Chen Xian, incensed, coldly replied, "Bring it on, as if I would fear you. Just remember, I have one more trick up my sleeve." "Nonsense. I always have the upper hand." They feigned a quarrel while swiftly making their way out of the grand hall, leaving only Xu Sheng and Ning Fengji behind. Once Gu Rong and Chen Xian departed, Xu Sheng's earlier cunning demeanor softened into a gentle smile. "Forgive me, Master Ning. I was merely venting some displeasure after being grievously injured by Sword Douluo. I did not intend any disrespect." This brief statement significantly elevated Xu Sheng's standing in Ning Fengji's eyes. He had initially thought Xu Sheng's earlier behavior was his true nature, but it turned out to be an outlet for frustration directed at Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Furthermore, the intensity of his release was quite appropriate, devoid of any extreme verbal conflict. Secretly appraising Xu Sheng, Ning Fengji thought quite impressive, with such remarkable talent and a nimble mind. He is likely to become a formidable force in the future. Given Rongrong's attitude towards Xu Sheng, if only Rongrong could. Ning Fengji squinted thoughtfully. Seeing Ning Fengji lost in contemplation, Xu Sheng wisely refrained from interrupting his thoughts. When Ning Fengji returned to his senses, a gleam sparked in his eyes as he asked with a smirk, "Xu Sheng, what do you think of Rongrong?" "Rongrong? She is quite clever and considerate." "Why do you ask, Master Ning?" Xu Sheng replied, feigning surprise. Could it be that Ning Fengji intended to betroth Rongrong to him? "Let's not play games. I'm still young." Ning Fengji's lips curled into a slight smile as he mused, "Xu Sheng, for many years, Rongrong has never been this close to anyone. and she possesses a bit of a willful temper. However, since meeting you, she has begun to improve in various aspects. Thus, if I were to betroth Rong Rong to you, would you accept? As his daughter, Rong Rong inherited his martial soul, the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, and would need a powerful soul master to protect her in the future. Xu Sheng was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Xu Sheng's expression darkened. Indeed, Ning Fengji had said all this to lead up to that proposition. However, he could not easily acquiesce. Ning Fengji was a shrewd man. Offering Rong Rong to him was merely a means of gaining favor. Ultimately, the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was paramount. While Xu Sheng did not reject Rong Rong in his heart, and even held some fondness for her, he would not allow her to become a bargaining chip. Master Ning, you may be overthinking this. While I do have feelings for Rong Rong, it has not yet reached the level of discussing marriage. Ning Fengji's expression remained composed, revealing no hint of surprise at Xu Sheng's refusal. If Xu Sheng had readily agreed, Ning Fengji would have been filled with doubt regarding his character. Was he truly a man of virtue or merely a lecher? Thus, Xu Sheng had established a preliminary impression in Ning Fengji's mind. With an elegant smile, Ning Fengji replied, "You are right. This was indeed an oversight on my part. However, if possible, I hope we can become family." Xu Sheng slowly rose, smiling warmly. "I appreciate your intentions, Master Ning. However, whether Rong Rong and I can be together still depends on fate. After all, nothing is impossible." Ning Fengji nodded slightly. "Before that, let me treat your injuries." Rising, he placed his staff at the center, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, filled with ethereal energy, materialized in his palm. The pulsating aura danced around pagoda, occasionally reflecting dazzling silver light. 7 colorful soul rings rose beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 representing the optimal soul ring configuration. However, the most remarkable aspect was that Ning Fengji's 7th soul ring, unlike the other 2 10,000-year rings, was a deep, inky hue, evidently nearing the level of a 100,000-year soul ring. It was almost identical to Xu Sheng's 9th soul ring of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus. Ning Fengji emotionlessly uttered 7 words. 7 treasures glazed tile, 6th increase. Upon the completion of his incantation, his 6th soul ring erupted with radiant light, and the 7 treasures glazed tile emanated an even more overwhelming, blinding white glow, enveloping Xu Sheng in a warm, cascading light. Xu Sheng gazed at his injured skin, witnessing the ruptured flesh beginning to regrow under the warm illumination. In mere seconds, all of his wounds healed completely. Is this the terrifying recovery ability of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda? Truly, it deserves its reputation as the continent's foremost support spirit. Though Ning Fengji might never ascend to the rank of a soul Douluo, none would dare underestimate him. Xu Sheng glanced at Ning Fengji and politely said, "Thank you, Master Ning. The auxiliary capabilities of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda are indeed as renowned as they say." How terrifying it would be if Ning Fengji could attain the rank of a titled Douluo. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, humorously quipping, "Go on. Rong Rong should be waiting for you outside. If you take any longer, she might think I've done something to you. Then I shall take my leave." Xu Sheng replied, casually gesturing to Ning Fengji before turning to exit the hall. Watching Xu Sheng's departing figure, Ning Fengji mused to himself, "Xu Sheng, I wonder what changes you will bring to this continent." It truly is something to anticipate. Upon seeing Xu Sheng emerge, Rong Rong hurriedly approached, inspecting him with concern. When she saw he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. After all, she was somewhat apprehensive about Gu Rong and Chen Xian deliberately targeting Xu Sheng. With her sparkling eyes, she asked, "Xu Sheng, did my father and the others do anything to you?" "Rong Rong, how should I answer that? We merely discussed some inconsequential matters." Xu Sheng replied with a playful smile. Did he appear so easily bullied? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed Rong Rong's face as she murmured, "Inconsequential matters?" Thus, it can be concluded that Xu Sheng did not inform his father, and it appears that he had merely overthought the matter. Naturally, Xu Sheng noticed the disappointment etched on Ning Rong Rong's face. He affectionately ruffled her hair and leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Rong Rong, being able to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed a wonderful opportunity. However, I must depart soon. The sensitive Ning Rongrong suddenly broke free, her flushed cheeks seemingly revealing her recent emotions. Her eyes dimmed, and with a downcast gaze, she bit her delicate lips, fixating her stare upon Xu Sheng. Yearning for a response. Xu Sheng, will we have another chance to meet? She was fearful, afraid that once Xu Sheng left the Seven Treasures glazed tile school today, they might never cross paths again. Of course we will, but you must believe in the wondrous nature of fate, Xu Sheng replied, turning away with a casual wave of his hand. Yet, after turning, he felt a pang of regret. He stiffly turned back, and under Ning Rongrong's puzzled gaze, he awkwardly touched his nose. Rongrong, could you guide me on how to exit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? I seem to have lost my way. This place was foreign to him, and he feared that even wandering for a day would not lead him to the right exit. Sutendi, Ning Rongrong tsuklet, her previous disappointment vanishing in an instant. With a playful demeanor, she remarked, Xu Sheng, I didn't know you had such a humorous side. Come, let me show you the way out. Xu Sheng realized he would need to address his tendency to get lost in the future. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall Academy, Xu Sheng pushed open the classroom door and casually glanced at Qi Ruo, who had her back turned while writing. Instructor Qi Ruo, he called out, breaking the classroom's tranquility. The gazes of Yin and the others shifted towards Xu Sheng. Yin, with a playful smirk, teased, Xu Sheng actually arrived several hours late. He must be in for a scolding from Instructor Qi Ruo. Beside him, Xie raised an eyebrow and bluntly stated, forget it. Xu Sheng is not like you or me. Meanwhile, Hulaina's beautiful eyes merely regarded Xu Sheng with curiosity. Upon hearing his voice, Qi Ruo paused her writing and turned to face Xu Sheng. Habitually prepared to reprimand him, she found herself swallowing her words midway. The other three might be reprimanded, but Xu Sheng was a unique presence. We cannot afford to provoke him. He is a genuine title Douluo, capable of extinguishing a soul sage like me with ease. Therefore, feigning calmness, Qi Ruo cleared her throat. Ah, it's you, Xu Sheng. Please take a seat. Once Xu Sheng settled down, Qi Ruo resumed the previous topic with a raised voice. We were just discussing soul fusion techniques. Chapter 42. 3 years later within the Spirit Hall. In the room of the Holy Sun, a man reclined peacefully on a soft, cotton bed. Shortly thereafter, his cool, ancient-like eyes fluttered open, gradually coming to life. His gaze drifted toward the window, and with a voice imbued with a magnetic quality, he murmured, is it dawn already? With a body radiating an icy aura. He languidly stretched and then rose from the bed at a leisurely pace. This individual was none other than Xu Sheng, who had spent 3 years within the Spirit Hall. He had long shed any remnants of youthful innocence, now standing at the pinnacle of his prime. Xu Sheng's gaze sharpened as he observed himself in the mirror, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, has the Nine-Heart's blood begonia truly affected me over these 3 years? In the mirror, Xu Sheng stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a flowing white robe, its cuffs loosely rolled, simple yet exuding elegance. His long hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, emanating an aura of chill that seemed capable of freezing all in its presence. Those who met Xu Sheng's gaze would find themselves ensnared by his deep, dark eyes, devoid of any emotion, yet glimmering with a frosty light. His high nose and exquisitely shaped lips radiated an unparalleled charm, each glance and smile capable of drawing women into a mesmerizing abyss. Suddenly, a melodious voice from outside shattered the tranquility. Xu Sheng, I'm coming in. As the words fell, a woman with a slender figure and flowing golden hair entered the room, exuding an alluring charm. Her delicate smile could ignite passion in any man, adding an ethereal allure to her presence. It was Ulaina. However, her once naive essence had long since vanished due to the influence of her martial soul. The celestial fox. Ulaina smiled alluringly at Xu Sheng, playfully linking her arm through his. Xu Sheng, are you ready? It seems we are to leave the academy today to receive our teacher's guidance. Yes, let us go, Xu Sheng replied, his amber-like eyes momentarily narrowing as he released the arm she had entwined with his. Hulaina rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xu Sheng, you have changed so much over these years. Xu Sheng, somewhat speechless, replied coolly, are you not the same? This statement from Hulaina could also be perceived as a reflection of herself. Not only had he and Hulaina transformed, but even Xie Yu, a fellow member of the Golden Generation, had undergone a remarkable evolution over the past 3 years. Xu Sheng's transformation was unavoidable throughout those years. The Nine-Heart Blood Begonia required an increasing amount of blood, ultimately influencing his state of mind. Once, he would feel a twinge of regret upon taking a life. Yet now, it felt as trivial as squashing an ant, devoid of any emotional response. Xu Sheng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and coldly remarked, "Let us go. We shouldn't keep the teacher waiting." Left behind, Hulaina pouted, her beautiful eyes flashing with an enigmatic glimmer. "Wasn't it me who called for you?" Honestly, with a sigh, she quickened her pace to match Xu Sheng's strides. Within the papal palace, seated upon the Pope's chair and grasping a purple-gold scepter, Bibi Dong radiated an aura of commanding authority. Beside her stood both the Zhu Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong's gaze flickered between Xiaoyu and Yin before she spoke. "Where's Xu Sheng and Hulaina?" Xiaoyu's enchanting eyes widened momentarily, a cold sweat breaking out over him. Regardless of how many times he had faced Bibi Dong, her formidable presence never ceased to instill fear. He respectfully replied, "Your Holiness, it is likely that Xu Sheng overslept and has forgotten today's arrangements. As for my sister, she should be on her way to summon Xu Sheng, and they should arrive shortly." Yin, standing beside Xiaoyu, cautiously glanced at Bibi Dong before lowering his head, choosing silence to avoid drawing attention to himself. Yet, the more one sought to avoid something, the more likely it was to occur. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted to Yin, her lips parting slightly. "Yin, your martial soul, the Flame Lord, possesses immense potential. If properly nurtured, it would not be impossible for you to become a titled Douluo." Yin, trembling internally, stammered, "Thank you for your guidance. Your Holiness, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to my training." The pressure emanating from the Pope was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. He could hardly fathom how Hulaina and Xu Sheng maintained their composure under such immense pressure. Beside Bibi Dong, Zhu Hua could not help but silently criticize that this young man truly had no fear, daring to keep the Pope waiting. This was not the first time he had witnessed such behavior. Ever since Xu Sheng had grown closer to Bibi Dong, his demeanor towards her had become increasingly lax. He dared not inquire further. Meanwhile, Gue Douluo pondered another matter. Approximately a year ago, he had sparred with Xu Sheng, resulting in a draw. Now, however, Xu Sheng's strength likely far surpassed both Zhu Hua and himself. In the midst of their silence, a cool voice echoed from outside the hall. "Teacher, we have arrived." Xu Sheng, whose countenance resembled ice, and Hulaina, exuding an enchanting aura, entered side by side. Their arrival instantly captivated the attention of all present, especially Bibi Dong, who had grown accustomed to Xu Sheng's frosty demeanor, knowing it did not reflect his true nature. With a firm grip on her purple-gold scepter, Bibi Dong struck the ground, her tone growing increasingly serious. "Now that everyone is here, I shall outline your training plans moving forward. Starting today, you four must work together daily to hunt soul beasts with a cultivation level of at least 10,000 years in the Stardow Forest." Her words left no room for doubt. Having decided to cultivate them as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the training they received must exceed all limits. Yin could hardly contain his shock. What? 10,000 years soul beasts? Just the four of us? He was uncertain of Xu Sheng's soul power level, but he, Hulaina, and Xiaoyu were all around levels 34 to 35. With such meager strength, attempting to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast could lead to their swift demise. Xiaoyu's lips twitched as he glanced at Hulaina, who showed no dissent and steeled himself to respond, "Yes, Your Holiness." Noticing the doubt flickering in Yin and Xiaoyu's expressions, Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy. "This task may seem impossible to others, but you represent the dignity of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. If you cannot accomplish this minor challenge, do you even deserve that title?" Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin promptly replied, "Yes, Your Holiness, teacher." This was a direct command from the Pope. They had no choice but to comply. "Teacher, I have something I wish to discuss." Xu Sheng's cold voice unexpectedly interrupted. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, directing her gaze at him. "Xu Sheng, do you have any questions?" Yin instinctively thought Xu Sheng was dissatisfied with the task of hunting the 10,000-year soul beast. He anxiously thought, why is Xu Sheng defying the Pope? It's just a 10,000-year soul beast. The four of us shouldn't be afraid of it. Besides, We have Xiaoyu and Laiina's martial soul fusion skill. Xiaoyu and Laiina fixed their eyes on Xu Sheng, awaiting his next words. They knew that with Xu Sheng's strength as a title Douluo, even as a support type, he could easily contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, she had learned from her teacher that the reason Xu Sheng had not been training with them during the midday hours was due to participating in soul battles and hunting 10,000-year soul beasts. In Laiina's view, Xu Sheng must have a significant matter to address, hence his untimely interruption of Bibi Dong. Xu Sheng's gaze met Bibi Dong's, and he spoke softly. Teacher, I wish to temporarily leave the spirit hall for a period, perhaps a year, perhaps several years. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into an unusual silence. In the next moment, Xiaoyu and Laiina were visibly taken aback. Xiaoyu asked, Xu Sheng, what are you doing? If it's about the 10,000-year soul beast task, the four of us can certainly hunt it. Laiina gazed at Xu Sheng, pursing her lips and murmuring, Xu Sheng. Yin discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong's increasingly dark expression, realizing that Xu Sheng's words had likely angered the Pope. He hurried over, placing a hand on Xu Sheng's shoulder, advising, Xu Sheng, don't say foolish things. Leaving for a year or several years. Xu Sheng merely shot a blank stare at Yin, remaining silent. His reasons for leaving were manifold. He wished to explore the monster-collecting Shrek Academy and perhaps visit the blood-soaked city of slaughter. Your Holiness, please do not be angry. Xu Sheng likely spoke without thinking. Yin quickly added, Yes, yes. Xu Sheng, hurry and explain yourself to the Pope. He urged, casting furtive glances at Bibi Dong, who sat in the Pope's chair with a grim expression, her mood exceedingly complex as she regarded Xu Sheng, who appeared somewhat at a loss. Xu Sheng spoke calmly, Teacher, when you accepted me as your disciple, I mentioned that if one day I needed to leave, you would not hinder me. He believed that Bibi Dong, with her character, would not go back on her word, and he merely needed to return to the Spirit Hall before the Elite Soul Master competition. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong let out a somewhat helpless sigh, her gaze scrutinizing his face as if searching for something. Xu Sheng, can you tell me why you wish to leave? If my disciple is departing to enhance his soul power, that would clearly be impossible. Xu Sheng's soul power had already reached a terrifying level of 93, an astonishing speed. Hence Bibi Dong's curiosity about his true intentions. Xu Sheng's eyes reflected contemplation as he replied, Teacher, my purpose for leaving is to seek a means to restrain my martial soul, the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus's side effects. In truth, he had little interest in remaining at the Spirit Hall. Even if he were to become a slacker, he wished to be the most slothful one. Upon hearing Xu Sheng's reasoning, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before conceding, I see. In that case, Xu Sheng, I permit you to leave the Spirit Hall. However, you must return before the elite competition in a few years. Xu Sheng was a card that could potentially upend the continent. He was of utmost importance. Seeing Bibi Dong acquiesce to Xu Sheng's seemingly absurd request, Zhu Hua and Gui Mei exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. My lord, times have changed. A faint smile graced Xu Sheng's lips as he respectfully said, Thank you, teacher. Once he exited the Pope's chamber, Xu Sheng was surrounded by Xiaoyu, Laiina, and Yin. Yin, filled with disbelief, questioned, You can't be serious about leaving for years, right? He seriously suspected that this fellow was taking advantage of his good looks to pursue other beautiful ladies. Xu Sheng, wearing a mask of indifference, forced a smile. In the coming years, the Spirit Hall's reputation will rest upon your shoulders. Xiaoyu frowned, displeased. We are a team. What does it mean for one person to leave for years? They had only just achieved a level of synergy, yet before facing a worthy opponent, one was about to depart. The thought of it was quite unsettling. Xu Sheng's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes inwardly, concerned about hurting their pride. Laiina's eyes dimmed significantly, her expression tinged with disappointment as she looked at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng, are you really leaving? Gently, Xu Sheng reached out to caress her cheek, aiming to be as tender as possible. I'm not leaving for good. Don't wear such a forlorn expression. Laiina's eyes reddened at the thought of parting with Xu Sheng for several years, a wave of bittersweetness washing over her heart. After glancing at the three of them, Xu Sheng addressed Xiaoyu, Laiina, and then Yin. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yin quickly retorted, Hey, Xu Sheng, who do you mean by that guy? My name is Yin. Xu Sheng, in a moment of frustration, chastised herself before leaving, feeling a pang of sorrow. Reflecting on it, All those emotions seemed wasted. Just as she turned away, Hulaina wiped her eyes and called out, Xu Sheng, wait a moment, let me fetch something. With that, she hurried off. Xu Sheng and the others were left bewildered. A few minutes later, Hulaina returned, breathless, clutching a pitch-black veil and a cloak. Approaching Xu Sheng, her face flushed, she handed over the items. Xu Sheng, this is for you. Without something to conceal yourself, you might attract unwanted attention. Although she intended to say attract the opposite sex, she hesitated, perhaps due to the presence of Xie and Yin, and altered her words. Upon seeing the gifts, Yin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ahaha, this is perfectly suited to Xu Sheng's temperament." Meanwhile, Xie suppressed his laughter, feigning indifference as he turned away. Xu Sheng accepted the items with trembling hands. If they were ordinary, it might have been different, but these were clearly an old, tattered veil and a cloak resembling rags. Was she trying to make her look like a beggar? Despite the turmoil within, Xu Sheng forced a grateful smile and said, "Thank you, Laina, I really like these." With reddened eyes, Hulaina remained silent, suddenly embracing Xu Sheng tightly and weeping softly. Xu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her wild gesture, intending to speak but then falling silent, gently patting her back with one hand. Chapter 44. Flanders' little shop in Soto City, wiping her tears. Hulaina slowly released Xu Sheng, forcing a smile as she said, "No matter how far you go, we will always be the golden generation of the Spear Hall." Xu Sheng gazed at her with a hint of affection, gently ruffling her hair. "Well, when I return, I hope in a few years' time, your soul power will have advanced further." Though he couldn't show it on his face, he had indeed felt fulfilled during his 3 years at the Spirit Hall. Xu Sheng understood Hulaina's feelings for him, yet his own sentiments had not reached that depth. For now, they were merely close teammates. Yin, hands on hips, interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Hey, Xu Sheng, after 3 years of training together, we don't even know what level your soul power is. You're not planning to keep it a secret, are you?" 3 years ago, he had viewed Xu Sheng as a rival. But upon realizing Hulaina's lack of romantic interest in him, he had gradually let go of those feelings. Xie, observing silently, noted that Hulaina displayed affection for Xu Sheng that she had never shown even to him, her own brother. He sighed inwardly, conflicted about whether to be pleased that his sister had found someone she truly liked or to be saddened by the thought of losing her after so many years. "Yin, if you want to know my soul power level, then focus on improving yourself. Right now, you're not worthy," Xu Sheng remarked coolly. Yin immediately retorted disdainfully, If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I don't care. Even if Xu Sheng's soul power surpassed theirs, how much higher could it be? Did he really consider himself a formidable titled Douluo? After leaving the Spirit City, Xu Sheng swiftly headed north, taking nearly a day to reach the kingdom of Balak. He paused in the streets, now donned in the black cloak gifted by Hulaina, his face completely obscured by the hat. Slowly, he lifted the hat, his icy gaze sweeping over the somewhat prosperous street. "So, this is Soto City? It seems quite nice." Deep down, he felt a flicker of gratitude towards Hulaina. Fortunately, she had given him those items. Although they were shabby, they had indeed spared him from unnecessary troubles. On the long journey to the kingdom of Balak, his unmasked appearance, coupled with his ethereal aura, had drawn attention from many women, prompting him to wear the gifts from Hulaina to successfully arrive here. However, the next moment, as Xu Sheng scanned his surroundings, his gaze settled on a shop resembling an antique collection store. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, what's this shop? He lowered his hat and approached the store, glancing up at the elegantly written sign before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Upon entering, he was enveloped by an air of antiquity and elegance. His gaze drifted forward to see a wooden rocking chair where a middle-aged man with a beard and silver-rimmed glasses was leisurely engrossed in a magazine. From the moment Xu Sheng entered, the man didn't even spare him a glance. Xu Sheng thought, no wonder this shop resembles my memories. The owner was none other than Flander, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Suddenly, the light reflecting from Flander's glasses caught Xu Sheng's attention, and he spoke in a detached tone. If you want something, look for it yourself. If not, then leave. Just don't disturb me. Xu Sheng pursed his lips, choosing not to respond, and began to carefully examine the items displayed in the room. He reached out to touch a bronze artifact resting on the floor, its cool surface captivating him. Moving further, he approached a shelf where a simple ring caught his eye. Xu Sheng quietly picked it up, inspecting it closely. The ring appeared silver, glinting faintly. and in its center was a faceted, blood-red gemstone, which looked stunning yet somewhat dull, likely due to dust. Shaking his head, Xu Sheng's interest waned. The ring seemed unremarkable and might look better once cleaned. Just as he turned to explore other trinkets, a sudden buzzing resonated in his mind, as if something was urgently calling out to him. Xu Sheng cast a cold glance around, but found nothing amiss. As he took another step, the intense vibration echoed in his mind once more, this time even more fervently. He curiously looked at Flander in the rocking chair and asked, "Boss, did you hear that buzzing sound just now?" To his surprise, Flander, reclining and nonchalantly adjusting his glasses with a finger, glanced at Xu Sheng with annoyance and replied, "It's very quiet here. There is no sound." With that, he returned his attention to the magazine, seemingly oblivious to the sound Xu Sheng had mentioned. Xu Sheng shook his head silently, pondering whether he had imagined it. But that intense buzzing. Wait. Xu Sheng took a step back, returning to his previous position. His gaze fixated on the ring adorned with a diamond-shaped, blood-red gemstone. The tremor he had just experienced was triggered by contact with this very ring. To validate his suspicions, Xu Sheng inhaled deeply, his eyes locked onto the ring, and stepped forward. Before his foot fully touched the ground, the ring began to quiver wildly in his sight, and a persistent buzzing echoed in his mind. Xu Sheng seized the ring, studying its seemingly ordinary appearance, murmuring, "Is this the one? It appears rather extraordinary. I shall acquire it for safekeeping." However, he recalled that in the original story, Tang San had taken a sizable yellow crystal from Flinder's shop, which he had fashioned into a hidden weapon known as the Dragon Whisker Needle, capable of penetrating Zhao Wuji's defenses. After a few minutes of searching, a remarkably valuable yellow crystal lay before Xu Sheng. He tapped the exceptionally hard stone, astonished to think, "Is this the item?" He then placed the crystal and the blood-red ring onto the counter. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xu Sheng turned to Flinder and asked, "How much for these in total, boss?" "I will take them." Flinder cast a surprised glance at Xu Sheng, and upon recognizing his peculiar attire, his expression remained inscrutable. After Xu Sheng purchased 2 items he deemed worthless, Flinder's eyes narrowed as he pondered Xu Sheng's identity. The yellow crystal was priced at 500 gold soul coins, and the ring at 300. "Let's see if this fellow indeed desires these items," Flinder mused, noting that the prices he quoted had been inflated 5-fold compared to the original. Xu Sheng's eyes flickered with disbelief, his lips twitching at the outrageous price of 500 gold soul coins for the crystal. What a joke. Flinder is nothing short of a swindler, demanding such an exorbitant sum. In the original tale, Tang San had initially purchased the crystal for a mere 100, yet here it had quintupled. No matter how wealthy he was, he would not become a fool for this. Xu Sheng's eyes, concealed beneath his hat, grew cold as he calmly inquired, "Can you not offer a discount?" Flinder, reclining in his rocking chair, rolled his eyes and retorted without mercy, "Buy it or not. The price is fixed. No negotiations." He relished the opportunity to gauge whether Xu Sheng truly needed these items, contemplating a strategy to discern his intentions. Grinding his teeth, Xu Sheng suppressed his displeasure and retrieved 2 bags of gold soul coins from his soul guide, coldly tossing them onto the table. "Fine, I will buy it. That makes 800 gold soul coins." As he picked up the ring, preparing to store the crystal in his soul guide, Flinder glanced at him and interjected, "Wait. The total for the crystal and ring is 1,000 gold soul coins. You do not have enough." Xu Sheng's already frosty expression darkened further, a chilling aura enveloping him as he spoke. "Are you deliberately provoking me?" Having tolerated the 500 gold soul coins, he felt this sudden price hike was a blatant affront to his limits. Sensing Xu Sheng's formidable presence, Flinder set down the magazine he had been reading, adjusted his glasses, and calmly stated, "I price it at 800, so it is worth 800. Xu Sheng's icy gaze seemed to penetrate Flinder's very being. After a few moments of silence, he turned to leave. Flinder raised an eyebrow, realizing Xu Sheng intended to forego the purchase. Yet his objective had been achieved. It appeared Xu Sheng knew little about these items, perhaps merely valuing them by chance. "I can sell you these trinkets for 500 gold soul coins, but only if you remove your hat and cloak." Xu Sheng turned back, slowly removing his hat to reveal an exceptionally handsome face, coldly asserting leave. 2 mere items were not worth his time. Upon seeing Xu Sheng's face, Flinder was taken aback, silently marveling at his youth. estimating him to be of similar age to Mu Bai. However, the escalating wave of terrifying soul power emanating from him was perplexing. Thus, Flender pondered, perhaps I should test this young man? If his talent is promising, I may consider admitting him to Shrek Academy a day early. Having made his decision, Flender fixed his gaze on Xu Sheng and, in a noticeably displeased tone, declared, "Young man, you may choose not to purchase, but if you dare to speak disrespectfully, do not blame me for teaching you a lesson." Xu Sheng's icy pupils glimmered with a hint of red, and he chuckled coldly. "Teach me a lesson? How amusing, Flender. You truly overestimate yourself." Flender felt a jolt of shock. He knew his name, yet what of it? He remained confident that, as a level 78 soul sage, he would not be bested by a mere teenager. Such a notion was an affront to his dignity. Flender's disdainful gaze swept over Xu Sheng as he boldly extended a hand toward him, arrogantly declaring, "Since I am older, you may strike first. Just be gentle. I wouldn't want to accidentally cripple you." Xu Sheng remained silent, taking a deliberate step forward. Observing Xu Sheng's reckless advance, Flender furrowed his brow, questioning, "What is this lad doing? He hasn't summoned his martial spirit. Is he attempting to provoke me?" He thought to himself, "No one in this world can swindle Flender." With a firm stride, Xu Sheng advanced yet again, a dark, ancient soul ring gradually rising from beneath his feet. Flender's astonishment grew as he beheld the profound black soul ring. The first soul ring is indeed a 10,000-year one. This child's talent is simply extraordinary. He must be admitted to Shrek Academy. Although his soul power was somewhat lacking, he was still a genuine prodigy. This boy is truly a monster among monsters. Compared to him, Mu Bai and the others are merely novices. Xiaogang, it seems your top 10 core competencies are not as accurate as you believed. Today, a young man has shattered your authority in the realm of soul masters. Xu Sheng smirked coldly, taking 2 more steps forward, causing 2 additional dark soul rings to rise beneath him. Flender's excitement soared, his heart racing as he realized 3 10,000-year soul rings. A true genius among geniuses. I, Flender, vow to use every means at my disposal to recruit him into Shrek Academy. With this young prodigy in Shrek, Flender would no longer worry about a lack of exceptional talent. The Academy's future would shine brightly. A level 30 Soul Emperor was more than capable of overwhelming all contemporaries on the continent. As he indulged in these thoughts, Xu Sheng took another step forward, and 3 more terrifying 10,000-year soul rings materialized beneath him. Flender instinctively took a step back, staring in disbelief at the 6 soul rings before him. A soul emperor with 6 10,000-year soul rings? I am merely a level 76 soul sage. Is he truly prepared to engage seriously? Yet, he reassured himself, no worries, no witties. I'm a soul sage. His talent is indeed fearsome, but he is still only a soul emperor, and there remains a 10-level gap between us. This is merely a small skirmish. I, Flender, can handle it. Xu Sheng slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a murderous intent locked onto Flender. Flender, are you prepared? A bewildered Flender, caught off guard, responded with confusion. What do you mean by that? But in the next moment, he comprehended the gravity of Xu Sheng's words. 3 eternal soul rings reappeared beneath Xu Sheng's feet, and the last 2 rings bore a profound depth nearing 100,000 years. Is this what a titled Douluo is like? Your Excellency, can you allow me to explain? I didn't intend to. Flender hastily gestured, desperate to clarify, as the thought of Xu Sheng obliterating him filled him with dread. After all, this was a titled Douluo, an absurd soul emperor. They were simply not on the same level. Heavens, are you trying to end my life, Xu Sheng? Xu Sheng cast a fleeting glance at him, continuing his deliberate pace. Weren't you quite arrogant just now, Flender? Are you afraid? As Xu Sheng drew closer, an overwhelming fear began to engulf Flender. Under the pressure of the titled Douluo, he was forced to unleash his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat eagle. A massive eagle with 4 eyes materialized behind him, its piercing gaze fixated on Xu Sheng's every movement, while 7 soul rings emerged beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, a standard configuration. Seeing Xu Sheng still advancing, Flender took a step back, pointing a trembling finger at him. Your Excellency, if you come any closer, I will have to take action. Chapter 46, The Rose Hotel. 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Cat Eagle. Flender uttered. His 7th soul ring shone brightly. and in an instant, the cat eagle fused with his body, feathers sprouting from his arms and back, while a peculiar light yellow eye ornament appeared, revealing 2 small holes. Empowered by the true form of the cat eagle, Flander brimmed with confidence, not in combat, but in his ability to flee. He mused, recalling how he had evaded countless disasters with this unique flight martial soul in the past. With a smile, Flander ascended into the air, his wings slowly flapping. "Your Excellency, I admit my fault this time. If you desire those 2 items, please take them. I shall take my leave for now." He then soared toward the window, standing firm. Xu Sheng smirked slightly. "Want to leave? Is it that simple? Merely a soul, saint relying on a flight, martial soul, attempting to escape from a tidal Douluo. How could that be possible?" But Flander, suspended in midair, thought otherwise. As he neared the window, he reveled in his impending escape, thinking, well, the tidal Douluo, he can only watch as I depart. Just as he was about to burst through the window, Xu Sheng's voice rang out, "Come back." He waved his hand, and countless vines of the Nine-Heart Blood vine rapidly ensnared Flander's legs. With a powerful yank, Flander was forcefully pulled back just as he was about to escape. Stabilizing himself in the air, Flander glared at the vines clinging to his legs, seething with rage. Damn it! A wave of paralysis coursed through his legs, causing him to gasp in shock. What? These vines are poisonous. Panic surged within him. If he didn't escape now, he truly would be trapped. Flander's second soul ring ignited as he shouted, "Second soul skill, rending claw." His beastly legs, transformed, began to gather a layer of pale, blue blade aura. He swung at the base of the Nine-Heart Blood vine. Xu Sheng, unfazed by this trivial display, calmly countered. Third soul skill, Blood Vine Shield. His third soul ring illuminated, and a protective barrier appeared at the root of the vines, firmly encasing them. As Flander's second soul skill struck, the razor-sharp aura was instantly obliterated upon contact with the barrier. What? This membrane-like shield possesses such formidable defense? Flander exclaimed, cold sweat streaming down his back. Xu Sheng extended his hand towards Flander, chillingly declaring, "Fifth soul skill, Blood Poison Vine." He no longer wished to engage in a game of cat and mouse. He simply wanted to deliver a severe punishment. As his words fell, the fifth soul ring gleamed, and several vines of the Nine-Heart Blood vine surged toward Flander's neck, enveloping him in a searing wave of pain and dizziness. Flander's complexion turned ashen, and the frequency of his wing beats diminished significantly. Xu Sheng's fourth soul ring ignited once more. Fourth soul skill, frantic growth. The vines on Flander's body erupted in wild growth, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, the Nine-Heart Blood vine glowed brightly, swiftly consuming Flander's soul power, forcing him out of his true form, helplessly plummeting to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the entire room reverberated like thunder. Flander, sprawled on the ground, rubbed his dazed head, curling into a ball, fearfully gazing up at the approaching Xu Sheng. "Your Excellency, I truly did not mean to offend you. Please, let us discuss this calmly." Xu Sheng medili juka gonli. Discuss? Huh. Exiting Flander's small establishment, he cast a glance at the unconscious Flander before donning his hat again. His right index finger now adorned with a ring aglow with a crimson light. Although Xu Sheng's demeanor remained frosty, it was tinged with a sense of satisfaction as he gazed at the endless, still clear sky. After delivering a punishment to Flander, he felt significantly more at ease. Without the aid of soul rings, merely relying on his physical strength to subdue others was the most cathartic method Xu Sheng had learned from Tang Hao. After a brief stroll, Xu Sheng paused in front of a hotel, slowly raising his gaze to the opulent establishment, clearly discerning the luminous four characters, Rose Hotel. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of roses, invigorating his senses. He surveyed his surroundings before approaching the counter. The woman at the desk, engrossed in her calculations, snapped back to reality upon noticing his presence. However, upon meeting Xu Sheng's peculiarly eccentric attire, she was taken aback. Suppressing her rising disdain, she forced a polite inquiry. "Sir, are you looking to book a room?" The Rose Hotel was a favored destination for couples, renowned for its elegant and romantic ambience. Yet Xu Sheng's appearance seemingly diminished the hotel's prestige. It could severely impact the next batch of guests. Covering his face, Xu Sheng silently nodded and handed over a black card. "Yes, please arrange a room for me." The female attendant glanced at the card and gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is the exclusive card of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? But before Xu Sheng could respond, she realized her faux pas and awkwardly chuckled. May I inquire about your identity, sir? This is a card exclusively for the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and we must verify the identity of the user. If it is misused, the user will face the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Xu Sheng merely cast her a cold glance, and she fell silent, bowing her head to begin processing his accommodation. Your card. After the female attendant completed the paperwork, she was about to hand the key to Xu Sheng when she exclaimed, Wait, is there a room available? A graceful figure rushed to the front desk, breathless with anticipation. The two individuals turned to see a woman clad in a delicate blue gown that accentuated her curvaceous form. Her slender waist evoked thoughts of elegance, and her unmistakable air of nobility suggested an impressive background. Upon recognizing the woman, Xu Sheng squinted slightly, silently pondering the coincidence of encountering Ning Rongrong at the Rose Hotel. Ning Rongrong had blossomed into a striking beauty, her every word imbued with grace and serenity, devoid of any hint of capriciousness. The female attendant smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, madam, but the last couple's room in our hotel has already been booked by this gentleman. Ning Rongrong cast a fleeting glance at the indistinguishable Xu Sheng, her cheeks betraying a hint of frustration as she sighed, but all the other hotels around are fully booked. Chapter 47. How about sharing a room? The attendant's expression revealed her dilemma. Xu Sheng's couple's room was indeed the last available one. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her eyes as she turned to Xu Sheng and gently suggested to Ning Rongrong, how about you discuss the possibility of sharing a room with this gentleman? Each could cover half the cost. Ning Rongrong, her hands clasped tightly, felt a blush creep onto her delicate cheeks as she replied in a soft tone. What? She had never shared a room with a man before, and more importantly, the Rose Hotel was renowned as a romantic getaway. The thought of sharing a room with this man made her heart flutter. Glancing at Xu Sheng, whose disheveled appearance resembled that of a beggar, she felt an instinctive aversion rise within her. Despite this, Ning Rongrong politely shook her head and subtly gestured to the attendant, signaling, perhaps it's best to forget it. I prefer not to share a room with others. The observant attendant quickly understood the underlying sentiment. Ning Rongrong was clearly disinclined to share accommodations with someone whose appearance was so unkempt. Realizing the situation, she handed the key back to Xu Sheng with a smile. Since the lady is unwilling, sir, here is your room key. I wish you a pleasant stay. A sense of relief washed over Ning Rongrong at the attendant's words. Phew! Although she had attempted to suppress her disdain for others, the idea of sharing a room with someone so untidy was quite unsettling. Meanwhile, Xu Sheng, hidden beneath his hat, felt a twinge of discomfort as he mused. I can't believe Ning Rongrong looks down on me. How unkempt must I appear? He shrugged his cloak, accepted the key, and cast a meaningful glance at Ning Rongrong before slowly departing. The attendant turned her attention back to the still-standing Ning Rongrong, kindly inquiring, Madam, what will you do now? There are no more rooms available, and most couples typically do not check out until late at night, leaving you little choice but to leave. Shaken from her stupor, Ning Rongrong bit her lip in contemplation. She had already scoured several nearby hotels and felt utterly exhausted. If she continued searching, she might lose her mind. The attendant pointed to a nearby bench. If you don't mind, you can sit there and think it over. However, our hotel closes at 11 tonight. This unexpected remark sparked a glimmer of hope in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Closing time? Where would the attendants sleep? Surely, she could temporarily rent a room for rest. No one would object to her using the staff accommodations. With excitement, she asked the attendant, Excuse me, do you have sleeping quarters for the staff at night? The woman hesitated, a look of confusion crossing her face. Yes, we have designated rest areas, but why do you ask? Shouldn't she be more concerned about where she would rest instead of inquiring about the staff's sleeping arrangements? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with hope as she focused intently on the woman. Could I possibly stay in your staff's rest area for one night? I'm willing to pay you privately the same rate as the hotel rooms. The attendant's eyes widened in surprise, her voice dropping to a whisper. Privately? You mean? This was the first time she had encountered a guest wanting to rent out the staff's quarters. Seeing the attendant's lack of immediate rejection filled Ning Rongrong with joy. It seemed promising. After all, what was merely a sleeping room? For her, Ning Rongrong, Anything that could be resolved with money was not a problem. The affluent Seven Treasure glazed tile school had an abundance of wealth. She playfully placed a finger to her lips, discreetly pushing a bag of gold soul coins toward the attendant, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If you could be accommodating, I wouldn't mind doubling the payment. The attendant's gaze shifted to the heavy bag of gold coins, her interest visibly piqued. This amount could sustain her for nearly half a year. It would be impossible not to be tempted. She rationalized internally. The boss never said I couldn't privately rent out the staff's quarters, did they? No. Well, that means it's implicitly allowed, without revealing her intentions. She secretly pocketed the bag of gold coins and coughed awkwardly, sliding the key to her personal rest area toward Ning Rongrong while explaining, "Madam, my resting area has basic facilities, but it is a bit small." Ning Rongrong eagerly accepted the key with a bright smile. "That is perfectly fine. I only need it for one night. Thank you." With that, she hummed a cheerful tune. Her spirits lifted as she headed toward her exclusive resting area. After Ning Rongrong departed, the attendant's gaze lingered on the enticing bag of gold coins, murmuring to herself, "It seems I could do this more often." With one stroke of luck, she had made a fortune. If she could repeat this, she might not need to work for an entire year. Excellent. She had successfully acquired a new skill. Perhaps she could involve other colleagues in this profitable scheme. Xu Sheng paused in his tracks, glancing at the room number, 302. Upon ensuring that the key matched the door number, Xu Sheng inserted the key and turned it. After hearing a soft click, he slowly stepped inside, his gaze sweeping indifferently around the room. It was a chamber with an arched design, strewn with fragrant, fresh rose petals that seemed to emit an intoxicating allure. Countless shimmering decorations added a touch of desire to the atmosphere, while in the center, a grand bed adorned with roses was accompanied by several whimsical heart-shaped balloons, further enhancing the room's romantic charm. To the left, there was a steaming hot tub, spacious enough for two. Xu Sheng gradually removed his hat and cloak, revealing a strikingly cold visage that could stir desire with just a glance. He silently mused about the worth of this room, priced at 188 golden soul coins per night, lamenting his lack of a girlfriend. Approaching the hot tub, he slowly disrobed and eased himself into the warm, soothing water, which enveloped his body below the neck. With his eyes shut, he relished the comforting sensation of the water opening his pores. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong was met with a dramatically different scene. Inserting her key, she pushed open the door to room 30 with hopeful anticipation, only to have her expression darken upon witnessing the interior. Was this room truly equipped with adequate facilities? Chapter 48. I have no interest in you. Ning Rongrong sighed in resignation. Although the room was narrow, she felt compelled to accept it since she had already committed herself. The amenities paled in comparison to those at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, falling woefully short. Even the lighting was dim, as if it might extinguish at any moment. However, her mood lightened slightly when her gaze fell upon a very narrow, steaming hot tub nearby. She patted her chest in self-comfort, grateful that there was at least a tub. Otherwise, enduring this room would have been unbearable. Quietly, she closed the door behind her and cautiously approached the bed, methodically shedding each article of clothing and folding them neatly before gracefully stepping into the shimmering water. As her delicate skin made contact with the water, an intense chill coursed through her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. The steam she had observed earlier was not from warm water, but rather from icy water emitting mist. Suddenly, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, her limbs instinctively curling up. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "How infuriating! Even the bathwater is tepid. What kind of dreadful place is this?" Ning Rongrong instinctively attempted to exit the tub, but her eyes landed on the dark gray bed and pillows, and she could almost sense the foul odor emanating from the bedding without even lying down. She suppressed her initial thought. At least the tub appeared clean and odorless compared to that bed. Not long after, Xu Sheng, who had been blissfully sleeping on the rose petal-laden couple's bed, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Blinking in confusion, he rubbed his eyes and gradually stood up. Upon rising, his gaze first fell upon his reflection in the mirror, where his tousled hair reflected his drowsy state. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished tidying his hair, the knocking resumed, more insistent than before. Xu Sheng squinted. At this late hour, who could possibly be at his door? Could it be that someone was tracking him? His eyes hardened, and a few tendrils of Nine-Heart Blood Lotus coiled within his palm. If the visitor bore ill intentions, he would be prepared to strike. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, feeling the chill outside, had wrapped herself in a simple white cloth that barely concealed her enviable figure, holding her soaked garments in her arms. This attire diminished her aristocratic aura, replacing it with an unintended allure, imparting a unique, exotic charm. Clearing her throat gently, she shook her damp hair and curiously gazed at the door, whispering, "Is anyone there? Why didn't the previous attendant allow me to check in?" If there was no one, what would she do in such a vastly different situation? All her clothing was drenched in the adjacent leaking room. Otherwise, as the esteemed daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she would never have been so immodest as to rely solely on a piece of cloth for modesty. Just as she pondered, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Xu Sheng, his face etched with an icy demeanor as he emerged. Upon recognizing Ning Rongrong, he instinctively withdrew the guarded Nine-Heart Blood Lotus from his palm. As she beheld his long hair cascading behind him and his strikingly handsome face radiating a cold charm, her eyes widened in surprise. Did all men staying in a couple's hotel possess such extraordinary looks? How lucky was she to encounter such a strikingly handsome man simply by knocking on the door next door? Yet, judging by his expression, he seemed difficult to approach. However, considering her predicament, Ning Rongrong mustered her courage and spoke apologetically. "I'm so sorry to disturb your rest. I'm the tenant in the room next door." Xu Sheng instinctively opened his mouth to call her by name, but upon observing her rigid demeanor, he swallowed the words. He bore her no ill will. After all, they had only known each other for a day, or rather, a single night, in the span of 3 long years. It was not impossible for someone to forget an inconsequential encounter. Xu Sheng suppressed his emotions, his tone slightly detached as he asked, "Is there something you need?" Since Ning Rongrong no longer recognized him, he deemed it unnecessary to mention their previous interaction. Ning Rongrong trembled slightly again. The room next door is leaking, and all my clothes have gotten wet, so I wanted to ask if I could stay here for the night." As she spoke, her face flushed crimson, her head nearly buried in embarrassment. She felt her situation was excessively melodramatic. After all, this hotel was considered a 5-star establishment in Soto City. Such a leakage incident was virtually unheard of. Moreover, asking to stay in someone else's room for a night was a request that anyone might find intrusive. Even she herself found it difficult to accept. Xu Sheng's gaze flicked to her shaking legs before he turned and walked back into the room. Upon witnessing his actions, Ning Rongrong's expression fell, silently lamenting that her request had indeed been unreasonable. Yet, just as she thought she had been dismissed, a cool voice emanated from within. "Come in." Initially expecting to be turned away, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with delight upon hearing those words. Gratefully, she murmured, "Thank you." Then she entered, clutching her clothes tightly, and slammed the door shut behind her. Upon stepping inside, Ning Rongrong was instantly enveloped by an atmosphere thick with ambiguity, especially with the fragrant rose petals scattered around, which seemed to stir a fervor within her as a woman. As she lifted her gaze slightly, she caught sight of Xu Sheng, who sat silently on the bed strewn with roses, and she could sense his unwavering gaze fixed upon her. The white fabric wrapped around her tightened involuntarily, and the thought of being alone in a room with a man sent a wave of anxiety crashing over her heart, akin to a heavy stone suspended in her chest. Moreover, it appeared that if this seemingly precarious man intended to make a move as a support-type soul master, she had no means to resist. After placing her clothes on a nearby chair, she mustered a smile and addressed Xu Sheng. The chilling gaze he cast upon her face was followed by him silently closing his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of coldness as he remarked, "You need not worry. I have no interest in you." Ning Rongrong found his words somewhat jarring. Lowering her head, she scrutinized her figure, biting her lip in indignation. How could this man claim to have no interest in her? After all, she was quite well endowed. What was there to be uninterested in? Chapter 49. Turning off the lights to sleep once she had hung up her clothes, Ning Rongrong slowly seated herself on the chair, her face revealing a hint of gratitude. "Thank you. I truly don't know what I would have done without you." However, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over her as she pondered. Why should she be grateful? Was it merely because he was somewhat handsome? He had just said he was not interested in her. Did she, too, have an interest in his icy demeanor? Besides, at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, suitors would line up from the hall to the door to pursue her. Xu Sheng glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "No need." He had noticed the subtle expressions on her face and found it somewhat amusing. It seemed she had not completely changed and still retained a sense of pride. Seeing Xu Sheng's indifferent attitude towards her words, Ning Rongrong ground her teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Speaking so coldly, how am I supposed to respond? She had initially hoped to enjoy a warm bath, but this fellow had abruptly cut off their conversation. Thus she sat in silence, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the bed of petals and the sparkling water, which appeared exceedingly romantic. Xu Sheng's icy eyes followed her gaze, ultimately resting on the steaming water of the pool. It was as if she hadn't bathed in ages. Her pitiful expression almost compelled him to comfort her. However, recalling certain matters, he decided against it. With an impassive expression, Xu Sheng finally spoke, "The water in the pool is still warm. If you wish to bathe, feel free. Of course, that is assuming you do not mind that I have already soaked in it." A girl of Ning Rongrong's stature from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school likely had some degree of cleanliness obsession. But whether she chose to partake was entirely up to her. He had done all he could. Caught off guard, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she softly replied, "Thank you." Perhaps this man was not so intolerable after all. He was indeed a man with a cool exterior, but a gentle heart beneath. Speaking of men, Ning Rongrong's mind suddenly drifted back to a figure from 3 years prior, a man who had steadfastly stood before her, even in the face of numerous soul beasts, and who had personally grilled delicious rabbit meat for her when she was hungry. As she reminisced, her eyes welled with tears, evoking a sense of pity from those who beheld her. Snapping back to reality, she shook her head, wiping away the tears, and bitterly mused, "It has been 3 years. He must have forgotten me by now." Xu Sheng observed her expression, furrowing his brow. "What is it? Are you unwilling? If so, then never mind." Just moments ago, she had appeared delighted, but now, after a moment of distraction, her demeanor had shifted entirely. Did she perhaps recall some unpleasant memories from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong smiled genuinely, clarifying, "It's not like that. You've misunderstood. I was merely reminiscing about some fond memories, though I may never experience them again." Wrapping herself in the white cloth, Ning Rongrong stood, revealing her graceful figure, and playfully winked at Xu Sheng. "Well then, I shall go take a bath. You mustn't peek." Xu Sheng responded casually, his gaze fixed intently upon her as she approached the pool. Yet in the next moment, his pupils dilated as a sudden realization struck him, and he reached out, intending to call her back. Alas, it was too late. Ning Rongrong was already at the edge of the pool, scanning her surroundings before pulling aside the curtain that blocked the view. After glancing back to see Xu Sheng completely preoccupied, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief and gently removed the modesty cloth, exposing her exquisite form once more. Xu Sheng, now gazing at the edge of the pool, felt an undeniable surge of primal desire, even with his cold demeanor. The curtain that Ning Rongrong thought would shield her from view was entirely transparent from the outside, revealing every detail within. He began to understand why this rose hotel was deemed a couple's retreat. With a slight downward glance, he noticed the multitude of rose petals scattered nearby, and silently mused, if they went to such lengths with the curtains, then these rose petals must have some ulterior motive. He delicately picked up a rose petal, inhaling its fragrance, which ignited a feverish sensation within him. Once again, he stole a glance at the enchanting figure by the pool, and the heat surged within him, as if propelled by some unseen force. Hastily, he set the rose petal down, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. Indeed, these rose petals possessed aphrodisiac qualities. With his eyes closed, Xu Sheng forced himself to avert his gaze from the figure in the pool. After enduring what felt like an eternity, Ning Rongrong emerged, her skin more radiant than before, resembling a lotus blossom as she pushed aside the curtain. Noticing Xu Sheng still with his eyes closed, she gently sat beside him, a playful urge to tease him bubbling within her. "So, have you been like this the whole time?" Xu Sheng's icy eyes gradually opened, casting a cold glance at Ning Rongrong as he replied, "Finished? Then it's time to turn off the lights and sleep." Ning Rongrong's body jolted slightly, her voice faltering. "Sleep? Should I sleep on the sofa then?" When Xu Sheng had spoken, she had assumed he was inviting her to sleep beside him. Xu Sheng glanced at the sofa before lying down on the bed and shifting to the left. His expression remained unchanged as he stated, "This bed is large enough for one person on each side. Just remember to pay me for the room. However, considering the circumstances, he added, but given the current situation of a man and a woman alone together, Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed at his words, contemplating, isn't that a bit inappropriate? She and Xu Sheng were strangers, utterly unfamiliar with each other's names, yet now they found themselves sharing a bed. However, ever since entering the man's room, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped her, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she possessed no recollection of any past encounters. Glancing at the narrow sofa and then at the soft, inviting bed, she sighed, ultimately yielding to the allure of comfort. Ning Rongrong gracefully climbed onto the right side of the bed, softly declaring, all right, I'll sleep on the right. I will settle the payment later. With that, Xu Sheng turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Not long after, as Ning Rongrong lay in bed, her heart racing, she found solace in the steady rhythm of the man's breathing beside her. She felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Turning her head, she gazed deeply at Xu Sheng, who had succumbed to slumber, whispering a heartfelt, thank you. With that, she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 50, A Night Without Emotion in the Early Hours of Dawn. Ning Rongrong stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she cautiously rose, noting that the man beside her was still in deep sleep. A mischievous smile crept across her lips as her curious gaze roamed over Xu Sheng's handsome visage. Playfully, her fingertip brushed against her own enticingly red lips, and she mused, though somewhat cold, I must admit you look rather charming in your sleep. Perhaps I should discreetly test the waters? After all, this man claimed he had no interest in me. Extending her delicate, porcelain-like hand, she tentatively touched Xu Sheng's cheek. The softness of his skin captivated her, prompting a playful pout as she exclaimed, how can a man have skin softer than mine? With a resigned shrug, she pulled her bathrobe tighter around her alluring shoulders, conceding, well, since you did me a great favor, I shall forgive you. Ning Rongrong hurried to the wash basin, shedding her bathrobe and donning her already dried clothes. From her storage soul guide, she retrieved a bag of gold soul coins and, using the room's currency, penned a note. Placing both items gently by the window, she slowly pushed open the door, casting a knowing smile back at Xu Sheng before departing. A beam of sunlight filtered into the room, illuminating the intimate couple's bed, stirring Xu Sheng from his slumber. As he blinked away the remnants of sleep, he instinctively turned to the side, only to find the space beside him empty, leaving the room desolate. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a heavy bag of gold soul coins resting beside him, accompanied by a note. As he picked it up and unfolded it, the contents caused his expression to darken. Clenching the paper tightly, he muttered coldly, Ning Rongrong. The note read, thank you for yesterday. I slept quite comfortably on this bed. These gold soul coins are payment as per our agreement. If fate permits us another encounter, I'll look forward to it. By the way, my name is Ning Rongrong. Had she merely left behind the gold coins, Xu Sheng would not have overthought it. Yet, her words were laden with implications. She found comfort in her sleep, according to their agreement from last night, leaving a bag of gold soul coins. Was she not blatantly reducing herself to a mere transaction? Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm the tumult within him. Truly, she was the little enchantress of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. How could she possess such audacity? Believing a single conversation with him could transform her into a paragon of grace and virtue? Disregarding these thoughts, he pondered, Shrek Academy should soon begin its enrollment. From his observations the previous day, it was clear that in all of Soto City, only one location was as dismal as Shrek Academy, bordering other villages. With that, Xu Sheng swiftly dressed in the two treasured items bestowed upon him by Hulaina. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his disheveled reflection, silently vowing, I, Xu Sheng, swear that once I find Shrek, I shall ensure these two items are scattered to the winds. In a quaint, rustic corner stood a dilapidated thatched cottage, housing an elderly man with disheveled hair and a rebellious air. The old man lounged in a chair, idly fanning himself, addressing the tall figure in white beside him. Mubai, how many students do you think we can enroll this year? Indeed, the man beside him was none other than Dai Mubai, the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters from the original tale. His imposing physique was accentuated by his pristine white attire, lending him an air of sharpness. His handsome face exuded righteousness, yet his light purple eyes bore an unsettling aura. With a rueful smile, Dai Mubai shook his head. I fear we may struggle to enroll even one student this year. The condition of our academy is simply too poor. This alone will deter many. He sighed, not to mention the admission standards set by Dean Flender, which only the most exceptional talents could hope to meet. The old man sighed in agreement, indeed. Dean Flender remained steadfast in his refusal to lower the standards, insisting that it is better to have none than to accept the unworthy. If this continues, this may very well be the last batch of Shrek students. Dai Mu Bai's expression turned serious. I shall speak to the dean again in a few days. If he accepts my sponsorship, Shrek Academy can continue to thrive. Though he had departed from the Star Luo Empire, his vast wealth was enough to make anyone envious. The old man chuckled wryly. We shall see. You know Flender's temperament. He is unlikely to accept sponsorship, though he may be somewhat greedy. He is a man of great integrity. Dai Mu Bai nodded solemnly. It appears Shrek Academy is truly in dire straits. Before long, figures began to trickle into the small cottage, surveying their surroundings with disbelief, as their initial thought was that they had taken a wrong turn. How could a prestigious academy be situated in such a remote and dilapidated place? They soon spotted the sign reading Shrek Academy Enrollment Office. This is Shrek Academy? Surely, this must be a joke. It looks like a rundown school. Come on, son, we cannot possibly attend this academy, exclaimed a 14-year-old boy, his face flushed with embarrassment. Calm down, dear, the woman beside him reassured. We are here now. Let's take a look first. Perhaps this is merely a test of the academy. If it truly is unacceptable, we can leave at once. After much hesitation, the boy reluctantly agreed. All right. At that moment, the elderly man in the cottage cast a cold glance at the newcomers, standing and stating, those wishing to enroll should form a line. You will pay 5 gold soul coins and undergo a test to determine your eligibility for admission. With that, the crowd began to line up, and the old man pointed at the boy at the front. You, step forward. First, pay 5 golden soul coins, then extend your arm in front of me. The boy hesitated for a moment, flustered as he deposited the 5 golden soul coins into the black box before approaching the elder and extending his arm. The elder closed his eyes and gently placed 2 fingers on the boy's arm. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his face filled with disdain. Your bone age exceeds the admission standard, and your soul power is also below par. Next, how could a waste with merely a few levels of soul power at the age of 14 even think of applying? Shrek Academy seeks monsters, not trash. Chapter 51. Little 3. Some progress upon witnessing this scene. The boy's father angrily retorted, my son is an outstanding soul master at the Junior Soul Master Academy. How could he possibly fail to meet the standards? Refund. Refund. The elder's gaze turned icy. It seems you all have misunderstood the situation by coming to apply. Such actions merely waste golden soul coins. If you wish for a refund, you may. Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai, who had been lounging on a tree, elegantly leaped down, brushed off his sleeves, and beckoned to all the applicants with a finger. If you can defeat me, you may have your refund. He took a bold step forward, and 3 dazzling soul rings emerged beneath his feet, a standard configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. The next moment, it instantly incited exclamations from a crowd. A soul venerable? How is this possible? How could he be a soul venerable at such a young age? Let us go. I have no desire to study at this pitiful academy. The girl with braided hair and an ethereal beauty nudged the seemingly ordinary boy beside her, dressed in a blue tight-fitting outfit. Third brother, are we truly not mistaken? The boy nodded slowly, his gaze filled with determination. It shouldn't be wrong. This Shrek Academy is indeed the one the teacher spoke of, which only recruits monsters. The two were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. However, unbeknownst to them, behind them stood a man wearing a veil that concealed his face, cloaked in a cape, absorbing every word they uttered. Xu Sheng's lips curled slightly as his cold gaze slowly descended upon Tang San's 24 Bridge moonlit night. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu, who turned her head at the right moment, saw this scene and whispered to Tang San, Third brother, don't you feel an ominous presence behind us? That strange man has been staring at your storage device. He clearly doesn't seem like a good person. Should we teach him a lesson? After hearing this, Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand gently squeezing Xiao Wu's palm in a silent gesture for her to remain calm. Until they were certain of the man's intentions, they must not act rashly. If Xiao Wu were to get hurt because of this, it will be dire. As the elder in front shook his head, uttering, Next, The entire queue began moving forward. Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit. Suddenly, Xu Sheng made his move behind them, effortlessly seizing the 24-bridge moonlit night from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were caught off guard. Tang San, feeling something taken from his waist, turned with a grim expression to see Xu Sheng dashing away. What? His speed is astonishing. The man's movement surpassed even the speed of his purple extreme magic eyes. Seeing Xu Sheng almost fading from view, Xiao Wu anxiously exclaimed, "Third brother, what should we do?" Tang San offered a reassuring smile, patting her shoulder. "Xiao Wu, wait here for me. I will retrieve our belongings." He swiftly turned, his eyes igniting with a soft purple glow as he locked on his Xu Sheng's figure, coldly declaring, "Ghost shadow mysterious steps." His entire being transformed into a phantom. Racing towards the direction Xu Sheng had fled. Xu Sheng glanced back, noting Tang San approaching with an otherworldly grace. Although he had slowed his pace considerably, he was still somewhat surprised. After all, if he had truly fled at the speed of tidal Douluo, Tang San wouldn't even catch a glimpse of his back. With Tang San in relentless pursuit, he shouted, "Blue-silver grass." In front of Xu Sheng, dozens of deep purple blue-silver grass suddenly wove into a dense net. Xu Sheng looked at the net rising before him and commented nonchalantly, "Not bad. Certainly, at present." Xu Sheng could easily tear it apart with a mere flick of his hand. However, realizing that continuing to run would take him too far from the Shrek registration area, he abruptly halted. Upon seeing Xu Sheng stop, Tang San also came to a halt. He fixed his icy gaze on Xu Sheng's back. "Return my soul guide, or else." That was a gift from his master. It could never fall into the hands of another. Xu Sheng slowly turned, his expression calm as he said, "If you want it, come and take it yourself." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes narrowed. His figure suddenly surged with energy as he charged at Xu Sheng. He inwardly shouted, "Xian Yu hand." Suddenly, the skin below Tang San's arms crystallized into blocks of cold jade. Xu Sheng gazed at Tang San's impending attack with indifference, murmuring, "Xian Yu hand, is it?" With that, he also extended a hand to counter. On the other side, seeing the man in black attempting to match his palm strike, Tang San's lips gradually curved into a confident smile. Victory was assured. His Tang sect's secret technique, Xian Yu hand, was indestructible and impervious to water and fire. If it collided directly, Tang San's palm would at least suffer fractures. With a resounding bang, the two palms collided, erupting in a burst of blinding light. In the next second, the once confident expression on Tang San's face shifted dramatically, his entire form sent flying backward. Colliding with the ground, Tang San clutched his chest, blood spilling from his lips as he stared incredulously at the slowly approaching Xu Sheng. How is this possible? Xu Sheng advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura, his tone laced with an endless killing intent. "Kid, do you possess any other abilities? If not, prepare for your demise." Already injured, Tang San found himself struck anew by the oppressive aura, causing him to cough up blood once more. Tang San looked at Xu Sheng with a hint of fear in his gaze. This overwhelming killing intent. How many people had this man killed to condense such terrifying malice? Tang San gritted his teeth, shouting internally, "No, I cannot die yet. I have yet to fulfill the master's wishes. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me." His left hand began to transform into a small hammer, growing larger. As a fierce wind swept through the forest, Xu Sheng silently withdrew his oppressive aura. He gazed down at Tang San from above and uttered a chilling remark. "Little 3, you have indeed made considerable progress over the years." Tang San's Haotian Hammer fell heavily, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Xu Sheng. "Duare." Xu Sheng tossed the 24-bridge moonlit night toward Tang San and extended a hand, simply stating, "Yes, it is I, Tang San." Clutching the 24-bridge moonlit night in his left hand, reached for Xu Sheng's outstretched palm with his right hand and rose to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. "Brother Sheng, is it really you?" Since leaving Holy Soul Village, he had not seen Xu Sheng again. In silence, Xu Sheng gradually extended his hand, and countless petals of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus emerged from the ground, enveloping Tang San and piercing into his skin. Startled, Tang San felt his grievous injuries beginning to heal, exclaiming in astonishment, "The severe wounds are actually recovering at an astonishing rate." Before long, Tang San's injuries were completely healed, while the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus disintegrated into glistening particles. Restored, Tang San was on the verge of addressing Xu Sheng, his heart brimming with countless questions he longed to pose. He wished to inquire where Xu Sheng had been and what he had accomplished over the past 3 years. Moreover, he was eager to understand how Xu Sheng could withstand the mighty Xinyu hand without even releasing his martial soul. However, Xu Sheng did not afford Tang San the opportunity to ask. He turned his back silently and said, "Let us return to the Shrek registration point. We must not miss the deadline." Tang San responded with a brief securing his 24 bridge Mingyuan Knight before hastily following Xu Sheng. Chapter 52. Discretion is a form of challenge due to the earlier events. At least half of the crowd had dispersed, and soon it was Xiaowu's turn. Yet, her anxious gaze frequently darted toward the rear, her heart racing with worry. Where is San San? What if something has happened? 10 minutes had elapsed without any sign of Tang San, and her anxiety only intensified, leaving her feeling increasingly helpless. The elder in the thatched hut cleared his throat gently. Noticing the girl before him, his tone softened somewhat as he reminded her, "It's your turn. Pay the fee and extend your hand for inspection." Xiaowu bit her lip, visibly distressed, and managed a forced smile. "Could you please wait a moment? My third brother has not yet returned." Upon hearing this, the queue behind her erupted in anger. "Little girl, if you're not registering, hurry up and leave. Don't delay us all." "Exactly. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? All because of you. We are held up. Step aside quickly." Xiaowu recognized that she was in the wrong and quietly retreated to the side. Casting a pleading glance at the one she ought to despise, Dai Mubai, who had been observing Xiaowu's actions closely, pondered, "Is she seeking my assistance?" Assuming that the fellow named Tang San might indeed qualify, he decided to lend a hand. He leaned close to the elder's ear and muttered a few words. A look of surprise crossed the elder's face, and he smiled kindly at Xiaowu. "It's all right, dear. Step aside for now. When your brother arrives, I will grant you both another chance." The fact that Dai Mubai spoke on behalf of the boy, named Tang San, suggested that the latter possessed notable talent. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, depositing 5 gold soul coins into the black box and extending her arm with a smile. "I am Ning Rongrong, and my martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile." The elder abruptly coughed, his eyes widening as he inquired, "Cough. Did you say your martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile? That would make you the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed sect's leader, wouldn't it? Has your father given you permission to be here?" The thought of having the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed sect willing to join Shrek Academy excited him. Ning Rongrong, with a playful smile, retorted, "It seems there are no rules prohibiting members of the 7-treasure glazed sect from joining Shrek Academy, right?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, then contemplatively responded, "That is indeed true. Shrek welcomes all prodigies, regardless of their martial soul or sect." He then gently pressed his finger against Ning Rongrong's delicate wrist. After a moment, he joyfully declared, "Your innate talent and soul power are both suitable." Ning Rongrong, with a twinkle in her eye, asked, "So I can enter Shrek now, right?" The elder laughed heartily, "Of course. Shrek warmly welcomes you little prodigies." Suddenly, Xiaowu pointed toward the back of the long queue, exclaiming, "San San has arrived." Yet, she wondered who that other person might be. With her shout, Zhu Yuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai turned to look. They saw a disheveled man walking alongside Tang San. Xiaowu rushed over at once, angrily pointing at Xu Sheng and addressing Tang San. "San San, how come?" Xu Sheng cast a frigid glance at Xiaowu, his eyes reflecting his formidable level, which had reached the rank of title law, rendering Xiaowu nothing more than a pink rabbit in his presence. Tang San, quick to react, grasped Xiaowu's finger and explained with a wry smile, "Xiaowu, you misunderstand. This is Xu Sheng. I used to call him Brother Sheng. We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and today we happened to cross paths." Xiaowu, who had been fuming moments ago, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing his words. It dawned on her that she had been the only one oblivious to the situation, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. With a resentful gaze, she directed her frustrations toward Xu Sheng, blaming him for her predicament. Dai Mubai, observing the scene, scrutinized the disheveled Xu Sheng with a serious expression. As his martial soul, the evil-eye white tiger, emitted a faint warning, cautioning him against provoking this individual. He quickly retreated beside Zhu Yuqing, gripping her hand tightly. Zhu Yuqing initially frowned, instinctively attempting to pull away, but Dai Mubai's grip was as unyielding as iron, and her struggles were in vain. Sensing something amiss, Xu Sheng turned to Dai Mubai, and upon seeing his grim demeanor, she realized that the situation was dire and refrained from further resistance. Among the crowd, only Ning Rongrong, her eyes filled with tears, stared intently at Xu Sheng, her vision slightly blurred. She approached him and, with a quivering voice, questioned, "Did you just say your name is Xu Sheng? Why didn't you tell me when we met before?" She was certain she hadn't misheard. This name had lingered in her thoughts for 3 years. Without another word, she dashed into Xu Sheng's embrace. Xu Sheng was at a loss for words, gently ruffling her softly curled, light brown hair. "I thought you had forgotten me." Although they had shared a night in close quarters just yesterday, he hadn't taken time to observe Ning Rongrong closely, except for the time she had been in the water. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fists and lightly tapped Xu Sheng's solid chest, then buried her head, choking back tears. "How could I forget you? It's you who left and never sought me out. I thought you." Xu Sheng's lips twitched. The implication of Ning Rongrong's words felt increasingly off-kilter. They had only spent one night together. Well, technically, it was the second night. Why did her words make it sound as if he had abandoned her for decades? Tang San, watching from the side, remarked with a chuckle, as expected of Brother Sheng. "It seems he has quite the history with the ladies." Xiao Wu suddenly pinched Tang San's arm. San, don't you dare learn from this Xu Sheng fellow. Otherwise, I'll ignore you." Tang San inhaled sharply, hastily replying, "Let go of me, Xiao Wu. Even if I wanted to, I lack Brother Sheng's extraordinary good looks." Yet beneath his surface curiosity, he wondered why Xu Sheng had not removed his hat and cloak upon seeing him, choosing instead to maintain such a disheveled appearance. Was there some undisclosed secret? As the members of Shrek's 7 monsters stared at him, even though Xu Sheng had obscured his face, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He gently patted Ning Rongrong, who was nestled against him, and said in a calm tone, all right, there's so many people watching." Ning Rongrong, snapping back to reality, felt a blush rise to her cheeks and feigned composure as she stepped back, quietly advising, "Xu Sheng, you should really take off your hat and cloak. You look like a beggar." However, her words ignited an intense curiosity among the other 4. The man shrouded himself completely. Could it be that Xu Sheng's appearance was truly beyond description? Xu Sheng couldn't help but sigh, pondering that sometimes maintaining a low profile was indeed a challenge. He extended his right hand and gradually removed his hat. Chapter 53, the title, Demon Tang. As the hat slowly fell to the ground, the surrounding clamor fell into a sudden hush. After a moment, the sound of gasps filled the air. Those who had assumed Xu Sheng concealed himself due to an unappealing appearance felt as though they had been soundly slapped. The pain was excruciating. If such an ethereal beauty could be deemed unattractive, what then were they? Mere lumps of excrement. In front of him, Dai Mubai and the others, save for Ning Rongrong, were left speechless, staring at Xu Sheng, while the long queue of others momentarily forgot their purpose for being there. Before them stood Xu Sheng, his complexion fair and radiant, his sharply defined features reminiscent of a meticulously sculpted masterpiece. His pair of icy, penetrating eyes seemed to lower the surrounding temperature, enveloping the space in an indescribable, unique aura. Dai Mubai, momentarily dazed, swallowed hard. Was this person even human? Previously confident in his own attractiveness, he now felt utterly overshadowed by Xu Sheng. Not only was he more handsome, but he also possessed greater strength. Xu Sheng shifted, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xu Sheng before glancing at Dai Mubai beside her. Perceiving the doubt in Xu Sheng's eyes, Dai Mubai hastily explained, "Xu Sheng, he merely has a bit more charm and strength. It's nothing extraordinary." Xu Sheng pursed her lips, releasing Dai Mubai's hand, and subtly shifted away. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Had Dai Mubai possessed even a fraction of Xu Sheng's courage and prowess back then Xiao Wu? Her gaze flickering with surprise, shifted from Xu Sheng to Tang San, inquiring, "Xiao San, why does Brother Sheng look so remarkable while you Tang San?" Hearing Xiao Wu praise Xu Sheng while diminishing his own appearance, felt a pang of discomfort. Could his looks ever compare to Brother Sheng's? That was a natural gift. Was it his fault he didn't measure up? He cast a resentful glance at Xu Sheng, muttering, "Damn Brother Sheng. I can't believe I held you in such high regard all these years. Had I known your beauty was of this caliber, I would have never allowed you to remove your hat." Dai Mubai coughed abruptly, interrupting their thoughts. "All right, let's discuss this later." Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xu Sheng. Please come forward for the qualification test. He couldn't allow Xu Sheng to overshadow him completely. After all, he held some authority as the leader of the Shrek Academy students. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances before making their way towards the elder. The elder scrutinized Tang San, inquiring coolly, "You must be Tang San, correct?" The boy appeared composed, yet strikingly ordinary, lacking any discernible features at first glance. "Yes, I am Tang San, a control-type soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul at level 29. Tang San declared, depositing 10 gold soul coins into the black box, then releasing his martial soul, revealing 2 yellow soul rings. The elder expressed his astonishment to think someone could cultivate blue-silver grass to such a level. "You must be the first on the continent. What a surprise." Initially, he believed that a child from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with a soul power of 26 was impressive, yet here was a level 29 blue-silver grass. Tang San smiled, self-assuredly remarking, "I suppose that makes me a bit of a prodigy as well." The elder placed his finger on Tang San's wrist, realizing he was only 12 years old. "Your innate talent is commendable. You qualify for admission." His gaze then shifted to Xiao Wu, kindly asking, "And you, young lady?" Xiao Wu's fluffy ears perked up as she smiled. "I am Xiao Wu, a strength-type battle soul master with a soft-bone rabbit martial soul at level 29, also with 2 yellow soul rings." The elder, upon hearing this, placed his finger on Xiao Wu's wrist once more, exclaiming in delight, "Your innate talent is suitable. You qualify for admission. By this measure, we have gained 4 little prodigies this year," he noted, exceeding the number from previous years. The elder turned to Dai Mubai, cheerfully stating, "Mubai, it seems Principal Flander will wake up smiling from his dreams, having gained 3 new prodigies." Dai Mubai nodded, pleased that with these 4 new members, Principal Flander would surely accept his sponsorship. At that moment, Tang San suddenly looked at Xu Sheng, questioning, "Brother Sheng, are you here to enroll in Shrek as well?" Xu Sheng denied it. Before he could finish speaking, Dai Mubai leaned in, throwing an arm around Xu Sheng's shoulder with forced joviality. "Xu Sheng, right? No need to be modest. I know your soul power surpasses everyone present." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xu Sheng, show everyone your soul power." 3 years prior, Xu Sheng had already reached level 40, entirely composed of 10,000-year soul rings. Now, he likely reached the rank of Soul King. Xu Sheng glanced at Dai Mubai, perplexed. Did he know him? This overly familiar behavior stirred a sense of annoyance within him. "Brother Sheng, please come forward to have your abilities tested by this elder," Dai Mubai urged. Had Dai Mubai's 37-level soul power been eclipsed by Xu Sheng's? Realizing this, one could only wonder how terrifying Xu Sheng's potential was. Should his martial soul be without flaws? Xu Sheng stepped forward, his chilling aura intensifying as he approached the elder. The elder felt an unnerving chill as Xu Sheng neared, shivering involuntarily. This child's presence was formidable enough to make even him feel like a mere insect before a giant. The elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Child, extend your arm. I will test your innate talent." Xu Sheng slowly extended his arm, allowing the elder to place his finger on his wrist. After a moment, the elder, stunned, declared, "Your innate talent is extraordinary." Hearing this, Tang San and Ning Rongrong inwardly sighed with relief. The elder then narrowed his eyes, asking intently, "What is your name, martial soul, and soul power?" However, as he posed the question, a sense of foreboding surged within him. The other Shrek members watched intently, fearing they might miss something significant. Xu Sheng replied coolly, "I am Xu Sheng, a rank 93 auxiliary control dual system title Douluo with the martial soul 9-Hearts Blood Tang, and my title is Demon Tang." With that, he stepped forward, and beneath his feet, 9 profound 10,000-year soul rings emerged, sending shivers through those present. As the soul rings manifested, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and a tempestuous wind howled ferociously. An overwhelming aura of despair enveloped everyone present. At that moment, Xu Sheng appeared as though a celestial deity had descended, commanding the attention of all in attendance. The feeble Shrek Academy was unworthy of his presence. He alone could assert he could challenge all the instructors of Shrek. Chapter 54. Does your face still hurt? The elder rubbed his eyes, abruptly standing, gazing at Xu Sheng in astonishment. Title Douluo? What terrifying talent this child possessed. At such a tender age, he had already achieved the status of title Douluo. There were so few across the continent. He was no mere cabbage. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon the 9 pitch-black soul rings beneath Xu Sheng's feet. His fists clenched tightly. Brother Sheng, he is actually a title Douluo. He had once inquired of his master what would happen if someone awakened with a soul power far exceeding innate full soul power. His master's response had been succinct. That person might not live beyond 5 years. Now, he could assert with certainty that Xu Sheng's soul power had likely reached the level of title Douluo upon awakening. It was inconceivable for anyone to achieve title Go rank through mere cultivation in 3 years after awakening their martial soul. Beside him, Xiaowu gripped his hand tightly, her complexion gradually paling, her pleading gaze directed at Tang San. Brother San, perhaps we should leave this place. Previously, she had felt no reservations. However, the presence of a titled Douluo nearby made her identity perilously vulnerable. As a 100,000-year soul beast, the allure of such a powerful being was undeniable. And it was this very reason that had led to her mother's brutal demise. Snapping back to reality, Tang San noticed Xiao Wu's ashen face and immediately embraced her, anxiously asking, Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Unable to articulate her thoughts, Xiao Wu hesitated to reveal her identity to Tang San, fearing he might come to despise her. She remained silent, burying her head against his chest. If Xu Sheng truly intended to strike, she would not resist, even if it disappointed Tang San. Xu Yuntang's eyes flickered with understanding as she finally grasped why Dai Mubai had reacted strangely, gripping her hand with such urgency. Her perception of Dai Mubai began to rise. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the subtleties, grimacing as he stared at Xu Sheng. He recognized that Xu Sheng was superior to him, but it was unfathomable that he was a title Douluo far beyond his league. Such beings were rare even in the star Luo Empire. In an instant, his previously disheartened mindset was restored. There was no need to compare himself to a being beyond humanity. Yes, that was it. Ning Rongrong's eyes glimmered with a rosy hue as she secretly rejoiced. A title Douluo. This means Xu Sheng has far surpassed the requirements of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the future leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she needed a partner capable of safeguarding her. Otherwise, even the most sincere love would be in vain. Clearly, Xu Sheng had fulfilled this requirement. The elder bowed respectfully, placing his hand upon his chest. Your Majesty, Xu Sheng, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Xu Sheng retracted his 9 hearts bloodthirsty tang, and the soul rings beneath his feet, restoring the surroundings to their original state. He then cast a cold glance at the elder, who felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, trembling and unable to meet Xu Sheng's gaze. Xu Sheng spoke indifferently. I merely came to observe this academy that absorbs monsters. The elder's lips twitched as he thought, just to observe? Such a grand display for a mere visit, not to mention a title Douluo. If word got out, others would assume that Shrek Academy was under the protection of a title Douluo. The elder furtively glanced at Xu Sheng and suddenly realized that this was not impossible. He thought it imperative to inform the dean without delay. Otherwise, Shrek might miss the opportunity to secure a title Douluo. Just as he was about to invite Xu Sheng into Shrek, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the sky, followed by a massive figure with pale blue feathers swooping down like a specter, extending its wings. Upon closer inspection, it was a robust cat eagle, Flander, in his true form. As he landed, his sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. The next moment, he hastily reverted from his cat eagle form and approached the Shrek Academy teacher. The others looked at Flander's sudden arrival with puzzled expressions, each wondering, who is this battered, lecherous fellow? Dai Mubai chuckled and explained. That is our Shrek Academy's dean, Flander, a level 76 battle soul, saint with the martial soul of a 4-eyed cat eagle. It seems he has sensed the intense fluctuations of soul power here. Xiao Wu pointed at Flander's bruised face and laughed heartily. Why does Dean Flander look so battered? Has he been in a fight? Tang San joined in, expressing his surprise. It really does seem that way. Did Dean Flander just come from a duel? Ning Rongrong shook her head, offering her opinion. I feel he must have been beaten up by someone. Upon hearing their comments, Dai Mubai's lips twitched, and he lamented. Perhaps the Dean accidentally fell out of bed. Oh, Dean, I have tried to salvage your image, but you look like a walking joke to the new students. As Flander approached, he rubbed his eyes and asked the disheveled teacher, "What just happened? Why was there such a powerful fluctuation in soul power?" It had only been a recruitment call, yet it had caused such a commotion. The disheveled teacher pointed discreetly at Xu Sheng, whispering, "Dean Flander. This is His Majesty Xu Sheng." Flander's brows furrowed as he finally noticed the imposing figure beside him. Upon recognizing Xu Sheng, his expression turned to one of utter consternation. Not this esteemed figure again. He was the one who left me battered. However, despite being on the receiving end, he had to suppress his feelings. After all, this was a titled Douluo. Who would dare to reason with such a being? Flander extended his hand to his chest and begrudgingly offered, "Your Majesty, Xu Sheng." Xu Sheng's eyes glinted with surprise. He had expected Flander to speak derisively. To his surprise, Flander demonstrated some wit and composure. Xu Sheng coldly scrutinized Flander's swollen face. "A merchant, how unfortunate to see you. Is your face still hurting?" Flander, confronted with the embarrassment of the past, gritted his teeth and replied, "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, my face is nearly healed." Xu Sheng crossed his arms and smirked, "Nearly healed? Why not take a few more hits?" At his words, Flander stepped back, his face contorting in discomfort as he clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, please, no more jesting." This man was a devil. He could knock him unconscious with a single strike. Yet he chose to forego his soul power and instead slapped him with his bare hands. Experiencing that sensation once was enough. He did not wish for an early demise. Chapter 55. The apex of action. Flander raised his head and forced a smile, addressing His Highness Xu Sheng. "This morning, I must apologize for my offense. I hope you can overlook my transgressions." Xu Sheng, observing Flander's evident decline, chose not to pursue the matter further, for he suspected that the earlier encounter with Tang's disfiguring punch had left Flander traumatized, his face marred with bruises. He cast a disinterested glance at Flander, stating, "I hold no interest in you. I am merely here to observe this academy, Shrek, which seems to attract such peculiar creatures." Surely, Flander comprehended his meaning. However, to Xu Sheng's disappointment, Flander silently stepped back, extending his hand in a respectful gesture. "In that case, Your Highness, please take care." This remark caused Xu Sheng's brows to furrow in irritation. He chided himself for not having dealt with this man sooner, realizing that someone incapable of understanding a simple statement deserved to be punished. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly what the participant cannot. The elder nearby noted Flander's misstep, cleared his throat, and gestured urgently towards Flander, thinking, "What are you waiting for? Invite him into Shrek at once." Flander, who was typically the most emotionally intelligent, now appeared even more anxious than the academy's director. Upon hearing the elder's reminder, Flander turned his gaze to meet the elder's eyes and suddenly grasped the situation, thumping his head in realization. He approached Xu Sheng with an awkward smile. "Your Highness, that was merely a jest. The journey is long, and time is of the essence. Would you consider resting at Shrek Academy for the night?" Xu Sheng's demeanor softened, and after a fleeting glance at Tang San, he replied coldly, "If that is the case, I shall impose." The elder, smiling broadly, turned to Flander, director. "Please accompany His Highness inside. I will attend to the little monsters and finalize their assessment process shortly." Flander shot the elder an angry glare, inwardly cursing. "Do you not understand how terrifying this guy can be when provoked? You expect me to go in alone with him?" Yet, he was compelled to feign a smile. "Your Highness Xu Sheng, please follow me. Although Shrek Academy may lack in amenities, we certainly have a place for you to rest." Xu Sheng offered no reply. His chilling gaze fixated on Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu. Their eyes met, and trembling, she instinctively recoiled behind Tang San, thinking, "This Xu Sheng has indeed seen through my disguise." Xu Sheng withdrew his icy stare and nodded slowly. Subsequently, he and Flander departed the Shrek admissions office, making their way into the heart of the academy. Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, comforting her. "Xiao Wu, were you frightened by Xu Sheng?" He had observed her every movement but refrained from questioning her directly due to Xu Sheng's presence. Feeling the warmth of Tang San's embrace, Xiao Wu's fear dissipated, and she responded yes. Seeing this tender moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, a hint of envy evident in their eyes. Unable to bear the display of affection any longer, Dai Mubai interjected, "Tang San, Xiao Wu, how long do you plan to stay like this?" The next assessment is about to begin. At his words, Tang San and Xiao Wu abruptly realized their surroundings and hastily released each other. Meanwhile, the Shrek instructor stroked his beard, musing, "Indeed, they're a lively bunch of little monsters. Come, let me guide you to the fourth assessment. I doubt we will have any other students arriving now." Lu Qibin, a level 66 control system Soul Emperor, and Zhao Wuji, a level 75 assault system Soul Sage, were among those currently undergoing assessments outside. Flander patiently introduced the Shrek Academy staff to Xu Sheng. "Flander, who is this?" Lu Qibin inquired, puzzled. "Is he perhaps a new student at Shrek Academy?" The other teachers shared similar sentiments, given Xu Sheng's youth and unassuming appearance, though they noted he possessed an unusual charm. Flander's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly clarified, "Esteemed colleagues, this is His Highness Xu Sheng, a rank 93 title Douluo with dual attributes of support and control, wielding the martial soul Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, and his title is Demon Lotus." He was keen to avoid provoking Xu Sheng, lest his colleagues suffer a similar fate as his own. The teachers were left in disbelief. Did Flander just say what I think he said? This young man is already a title Douluo, and a dual attribute at that. Surely he must be jesting. Zhao Xin frowned. "Director Flander, you cannot be serious. A title Douluo? Are you pulling our leg?" Lu Qibin nodded in agreement. This must be a prank. How could someone so young possibly achieve the rank of title Douluo? Upon hearing their incredulous remarks, Flander knew they were in for trouble. He discreetly stepped back, thinking, "Not my concern anymore. I've already warned you." Xu Sheng's eyes flickered with cold intensity. He clenched his hand, summoning numerous vines from the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, which surged forth to engulf Lu Qibin and Zhao Xin. Moments later, the vines receded, revealing the two men sprawled on the ground. Disbelief etched on their faces as their soul power was swiftly drained. Was this the might of a title Douluo? Even hundreds or thousands of them would be reduced to mere bones under such terrifying strength. The two, legs weak and trembling, helped each other rise, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness Xu Sheng, we were disrespectful and presumptuous in our judgments." Flander, shrugging helplessly, thought, "I told you so. Why did you insist on testing the waters?" If he had not endured a similar beating, he would never have been so eager to appease Xu Sheng. Ugh, this is not servility. I, Flander, am a man of dignity. Chapter 56. A private conversation. Subsequently, the other Shrek members successfully passed Zhao Wuji's assessment. However, due to Xu Sheng's presence as a title Douluo, the evaluations concluded rather swiftly, sparing Zhao Wuji from any surprise attacks from Tang San. Thus, led by Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong, Tang San and his companions made their way to where Xu Sheng awaited. Upon seeing them approach, Flander lightly patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Gesturing towards Xu Sheng, "Wuji, this is His Highness Xu Sheng." Zhao Wuji nodded and turned to scrutinize Xu Sheng. Noticing the chilling aura radiating from him, even without the use of his martial soul, he thought, "Is this the young man who has achieved the rank of title Douluo at such a tender age? His presence is indeed formidable." Moreover, it seemed Flander's bruised visage was a result of Xu Sheng's handiwork. Thus, bowing respectfully, Zhao Wujia introduced himself. "I am Zhao Wujia, the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, a formidable spirit master of the 75th rank in the assault department. My martial spirit is the mighty golden bear." Xu Sheng's composed gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. Such audacity indeed befitted the unmoved king. Zhao Wujia was the only mentor from Shrek who maintained his calm demeanor in Xu Sheng's presence. Undoubtedly, those who have endured relentless pursuits by enemies are fundamentally different from ordinary individuals, possessing a mental fortitude that is hard to unsettle. Zhao Wujia gradually straightened up, maintaining his calmness, and remarked, "Not at all. Such a trivial title is of little consequence before you. It is entirely plausible for one capable of intimidating even Flinder to take me down." Meanwhile, Li Yusong, standing beside Zhao Wujia, recalled that he had yet to introduce himself. Just as he was about to speak, Flinder interrupted with a smile, saying, "Yusong, I've already introduced you." In response, Li Yusong merely nodded at Xu Sheng. Flinder then turned to Dai Mubai, who was regarded as a veteran at Shrek Academy, urging, "Mubai, go fetch Oscar and Ma Hongjun." "Yes, Dean." Dai Mubai nodded, casting a gentle smile at Zhu Zhuqing before turning to summon the other two members of Shrek. As Tang San and the others approached Zhao Wujia, he felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing the Shrek youngsters and exclaimed, "Youngsters, you must be cautious. That is a title de law. If we are not careful, Shrek could be doomed." However, he soon realized he was overthinking. Before he could finish, Flinders swiftly covered his mouth and turned him around, whispering, "Wujia." That Tang San refers to Xu Sheng as brother, and the girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seems to share a close bond with him. Why would you, an outsider, meddle? Furrowing his brow, Zhao Wujia pondered. So Tang San and this Ning Rongrong are akin to bringing capital into the group? How will we train them afterward? With Xu Sheng, this great being, present, we cannot be overly strict with them in training. Flinders smirked slightly. Worry not. Xu Sheng will merely be resting at Shrek for a night. We shall proceed with our training plans as intended. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia appeared contemplative. I see. I had thought Xu Sheng would remain at Shrek indefinitely. Flinder chuckled softly. How could that be possible? A dignified title de law would hardly wish to linger in our humble academy. Unperturbed by the unexpected turn of events, Zhao Wujia chose not to dwell on future matters. Meanwhile, Tang San praised Xu Sheng. Brother Sheng, you truly have a way of establishing authority upon your arrival at Shrek Academy. Though it was a compliment, his expression bore no semblance of joy. Noticing Tang San's insinuation, Xu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he addressed him directly. Little San, if you have something to say, please do. Having known Tang San for many years, he could easily discern his subtle thoughts. Tang San pursed his lips, gravely stating, Brother Sheng, your soul power must have already reached the 90th rank upon your awakening, correct? Xu Sheng did not deny this. A flicker of surprise crossed his icy pupils. Indeed. Little San, how did you know? I happened to witness the immense radiance that erupted during your awakening and made some deductions from there, Tang San replied. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean, Little San? Tang San's expression shifted to one of struggle. Brother Sheng, your soul power level vastly exceeds the innate full soul power. I once asked my teacher a similar question and was told that you might not survive for many years. He hesitated, unsure whether he should divulge this information to Xu Sheng, fearing it might provoke him. Xu Sheng forced a smile in response. Thank you, Little San. But there is no need for concern. I have resolved this matter. It was unexpected that during their 3 years apart, Tang San still contemplated his own issues. Tang San, feeling awkward, scratched his nose. Is that so? Then congratulations, Brother Sheng. He had anticipated that Xu Sheng would react with dismay, yet to his surprise, the latter seemed to have perfectly resolved the issue. Although Tang San was unaware of the means employed, he trusted that Xu Sheng would not deceive him. Xu Sheng's gaze shifted toward the small room hidden behind him, and he inquired, by the way, Little San, may I speak with your Xiao Wu for a moment? Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat conflicted. Brother Sheng, recalling Xiao Wu's fearful demeanor earlier, he was uncertain whether it was appropriate. Just as he pondered, a gentle hand patted his shoulder. Third brother, it's all right. Tang San regarded Xiao Wu, whose eyes shone with determination, as if she had made a resolution. He sighed. Xiao Wu, I understand, she replied, her fearless gaze directed at Xu Sheng, shedding her previous demeanor. Then, Brother Sheng, please speak with Xiao Wu. I will head over there. After signaling to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San turned to leave. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, unwaveringly fixing her gaze on Xu Sheng, awaiting his words. Xu Sheng smirked slightly, his expression inscrutable, and spoke in a languid tone. Should I refer to you as the 10,000-year soul beast, or as the human Xiao Wu? Her eyes narrowed, and she retorted, I am both Xiao Wu and the 10,000-year soul beast. If you intend to strike, I shall not resist. But I implore you not to reveal this to third brother, rather than facing her demise at Xu Sheng's hands. Xiao Wu found the prospect of disappointing and being coldly regarded by her closest companion, Tang San, far more unbearable. Xu Sheng was somewhat taken aback by her outburst, remarking, Oh, it seems you have already resolved to face death. It was clear that she had anticipated his intentions without him having uttered a word. If this had been before he attained title de law, he might have considered it. However, now that his soul rings were full, there was no need for such an act. Killing her would serve no purpose, especially since he already possessed 3 soul bones and had no need for another. Xiao Wu remained silent, her eyes reddening slightly. Gradually, she closed her eyes, devoid of any desire to resist, whispering within, Third brother, If I perish, you must live on. She understood that her human form posed no chance of survival before tidal Douluo, and her sole wish was for Xu Sheng not to disclose the truth to Tang San. Xu Sheng's gaze lingered on Xiao Wu's cheek as he coldly stated, "Your soul bones and soul rings hold no allure for me. Since you have chosen to stay by Tang San's side, you must safeguard your true self." Had any other tidal Douluo visited today, it could have ended in tragedy for both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although he held reservations about the bond between humans and soul beasts, he did not outright oppose it. Hearing Xu Sheng's words, Xiao Wu realized he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Thus, she opened her eyes in astonishment, having expected Xu Sheng to act aggressively. Instead, she found his gaze filled with a hint of perplexity. However, the mere prospect of remaining beside Tang San filled her with immense satisfaction. Xiao Wu pressed her lips together and responded, "I will. Dean, I have brought Oscar and the others," announced Dai Mubai, returning with two distinctly lazy figures trailing behind him. One appeared somewhat weathered, his cheeks adorned with stubble. Had he not been recognized, one might have mistaken him for an older man. It was none other than Oscar, the sausage uncle from the Shrek 7 Monsters. The other was a rather plump individual, moving in a rather comical manner, yet possessing a top-tier beast martial spirit. The evil fire chicken. Oscar rubbed his dark circles and inquired of Flanders, "Why have you summoned us so early, Dean?" Ma Hongjun, filled with dissatisfaction, retorted, "Indeed, teacher. I was just getting into the groove, and now you suddenly interrupt us. This is nothing but torment for your disciples." He then cast a resentful glance at Dai Mubai, fuming. "And you, big brother Dai, could you please knock next time? That kick nearly scared me to death." Dai Mubai scratched his golden hair, offering an awkward smile. "It was unexpected, I assure you. I noticed you were a bit too fiery, so I thought a physical cooling down was in order." Internally, he mused that this lad was brimming with unrestrained passion. If he did not intervene, the situation might escalate till the morrow. Flanders stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he announced, "Oscar, Hongjun, I have called you here to inform you that our Shrek Academy has welcomed 4 new members today." The other 4 mentors behind Flanders nodded in agreement. Oscar's expression morphed into one of shock as he exclaimed, "What? We have new members joining Shrek Academy?" Flanders, his face darkening, delivered a playful thump to Oscar's head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Rubbing his sore head, Oscar replied, "I was merely overjoyed." After a hasty remark, his eyes began scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nudged Ma Hongjun and pointed toward Ning Rongrong, grinning, "Hongjun, look over there. The new beauties joining us are stunning." Ma Hongjun's gaze followed, and upon seeing the graceful figures and charming faces of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the suppressed fire within him reignited. He felt that his girlfriend, Suehua, paled in comparison to these two beauties. If he could indulge in a brief slumber, perhaps it would quell his fervor for a few days. Dai Mubai, eavesdropping from behind, clutched their heads, his eyes darkening. "What you two scheming? That one is mine." Noticing Dai Mubai's intense gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar deliberately elongated his tone. "Oh, rest assured, big brother Dai, she is entirely yours. We shall not lay a finger on her." He then turned his attention to Ning Rongrong, chuckling, "Then my target shall be her. Don't let my stubbly appearance fool you. With a bit of grooming, I could be quite the handsome fellow. It's a match made in heaven. I shall not fail." Dai Mubai smirked slightly, choosing Ning Rongrong. "You are courting danger. She has her sights set on Xu Sheng, a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. If the latter were to catch wind of this, I can only imagine the calamity that would befall you, Oscar." He feigned support, adding, "It seems your taste isn't too shabby, little Oscar. I'm rooting for you." Oscar raised an eyebrow in triumph. "Hee, big brother, your taste is commendable as well. Let us each claim one." Ma Hongjun, feeling neglected as the two conversed, interjected angrily, "Hey, big brother Dai and Oscar, you're both bullying me. You've chosen already. What about me?" Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously retorting, "Go find your Tsuehua." Zhao Wujia observed the lively interactions among the disciples, chuckling, "With fresh blood entering our ranks. The future of these little monsters looks promising. However, I hope they can still maintain such joy during training." Flanders shot him an exasperated glance. "Oh, spare me. Who doesn't he know you have the least patience?" Zhao Wujia, feigning anger, replied, "Flanders, One should not dismantle what is difficult to build. What is your grievance? Do you wish to brawl? Bring it on. Just look at your bruised face. Should I go easy on you? Nonsense. Taking on 3 of you is no challenge. Ning Rongrong and Xu Yuntao, witnessing the playful brawl, stifled their laughter while the other 3 Shrek mentors exchanged helpless glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. The pair of Dean and Vice Dean were far more animated than these little monsters. Tang San approached Xiao Wu and Xu Sheng, inquiring with a light smile, "Brother Sheng, have you and Xiao Wu had a good chat?" Xu Sheng shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Why the hurry? I won't steal you, Xiao Wu." Tang San frowned and earnestly explained, "Brother Sheng, you might be misunderstanding. Xiao Wu is my sister." Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve. Tang San stopped talking. However, Tang San felt that if he did not clarify, the misunderstanding would only deepen. Xiao Wu promptly stomped on Tang San's foot. Tang San, grimacing in pain. Tang San maintained a tender tone. "All right, Xiao Wu, whatever you say." Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Xu Sheng turned his gaze toward Flanders and the others. Upon noticing Xu Sheng approaching, Flanders and Zhao Wujia immediately ceased their antics. Flanders, beaming, asked, "Your Highness, Xu Sheng, have you finished your discussion?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun, witnessing Flanders' respectful demeanor, were taken aback. The proud Flanders they knew seemed to have transformed, and with a young man who appeared to be of similar age to them. Oscar quietly inquired of Dai Mubai, "Your Highness? Big brother Dai, who is this fellow? How can he command the Dean's respect?" Dai Mubai shrugged, meaningfully stating, "This lad? You really aren't he afraid of being overheard? The Dean summoned you both, not just for the new members, but because of him." Oscar leaned in closer to Dai Mubai, gently squeezing his shoulder and flattering, "Big brother Dai, please don't be coy. Just tell me." Dai Mubai, enjoying the attention, reveled in the notion of being waited on. Though if it were Xu Yuntao, it would be even better. Yet, that was mere fantasy. Xu Yuntao had never given him a kind glance. Seeing Oscar so eager, Dai Mubai slowly divulged, "His name is Xu Sheng." As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Ma Hongjun, with a disdainful expression, glared at Xu Sheng, muttering, "Teach, I fail to understand what the Dean is up to. He is merely a handsome fellow. His soul power probably isn't even higher than mine." However, his voice was not as discreet as he thought, drawing the attention of the surrounding Shrek mentors and others. Ning Rongrong and Tang San exchanged displeased glances at Ma Hongjun. Although this person might be their teammate later, openly insulting Xu Sheng was akin to slapping their faces. Xu Yuntang's expression grew colder. She harbored a strong dislike for such underhanded characters. Dai Mubai quickly pulled Oscar aside, giving Ma Hongjun a significant look, silently urging him to apologize, lest the consequences be dire. Yet, Ma Hongjun, seemingly oblivious to Dai Mubai's silent cues, felt the weight of the gazes upon him, hesitated briefly, but mustered his courage to declare, "What is the matter? Teachers, did I say anything wrong? I truly don't understand why you all treat this guy with such reverence." Flanders spun around, bellowing, "Hongjun, do not be insolent. Apologize to His Highness Xu Sheng at once." This fellow's temper was akin to that of the fiery Lu Erlong from their Golden Triangle. He had just managed to placate Xu Sheng's wrath, only for his disciple to stir up trouble again. Even from a distance, Xu Sheng heard the words clearly, his icy gaze locked onto Ma Hongjun. "Are you seeking death with that kind of arrogance? Is the Shrek lot this conceited? Originally, I had hoped to avoid confrontation today, but there are always some foolish souls seeking their demise." Without a hint of remorse for the soul he would claim, Ma Hongjun roared in response to Xu Sheng's insults, "Curse you! I am the evil fire phoenix." With that, he unleashed a fierce yell, summoning a yellow soul ring beneath him. Flinder's cold voice interrupted, "Hongjun, cease this at once." As Ma Hongjun was his cherished disciple, Flinder feared that any offense towards Xu Sheng could lead to dire consequences. In that moment, the teachers of Shrek Academy realized the gravity of the situation. Even if Ma Hongjun wished to curse, it should have been after Xu Sheng had departed. To insult a titled Douluo to his face was sheer folly. Zhao Wujia and other Shrek Academy teachers quickly stood up, with Zhao reprimanding, "Hongjun, stop." Ma Hongjun wiped his nose, snorted coldly, and shouted, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire." Before he could finish his words, a shadow, like a specter, materialized before him. A man reached out with a single hand, effortlessly gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Ma Hongjun stared wide-eyed at the terrifying figure. feeling his throat constricted and a suffocating sensation enveloping him. His face turned pale as he struggled in agony, his hands clutching at Xu Sheng's grip, trying to pry it away. However, no matter how hard he fought, he could not budge an inch. Flinder, observing his beloved disciple's torment, felt a surge of urgency and called out to Xu Sheng, "Release him, Your Excellency, Xu Sheng." Zhao Wujia stepped forward, stating, "Your Excellency Xu Sheng, he is reckless. Please grant him mercy this once." After Zhao's plea, all the teachers of Shrek Academy, including Flinder and Zhao, swiftly summoned their martial souls. Vibrant soul rings rising beneath their feet. Their gazes were fixed intently on Xu Sheng's grip on Ma Hongjun, resolute in their determination to protect their disciple from harm. Even against the title Douluo, Xu Sheng sneered, his eyes gleaming with a chilling red light as he spoke coldly. "Are you teaching me how to act? The ones I wish to kill, you cannot stop." As his words fell, 9 terrifying 10,000-year soul rings slowly emerged beneath him, tightening their grip around Ma Hongjun's neck, as if ready to shatter his bones at any moment. Ma Hongjun's anguished scream echoed. "Ah!" Flinder cast a glance at the other teachers, his eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent. "Everyone, let us strike together. Even a title Douluo cannot confidently claim victory against us." 7th Soul Skill. Cat Eagle True Form. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Form. Mighty Diamond Bear. 7th Soul Skill. Jelly Bean True Form. In an instant, all the Soul Saints at level 70 released their martial soul true forms, with massive creatures corresponding to their martial souls appearing behind them. They understood that in comparison to Xu Sheng, their soul power lagged by nearly 20 levels. Only by unleashing their martial soul true forms did they stand a chance against the title Douluo. Oscar pinched his own cheek, fear evident on his face. "It's over. The teachers are serious." Dai Mubai gasped. The combined attacks of these soul saints and emperors might overwhelm even a title Douluo. The newly inducted members of Shrek Academy, including Ning Rongrong, looked on with grave expressions. "We are doomed." Flinder's voice rang out as he soared into the air, prompting all the teachers to unleash their most formidable soul skills in unison, directing their combined might towards Xu Sheng. The ground trembled and erupted with a deafening roar, the unleashed energy threatening to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Xu Sheng regarded the oncoming assault from Flinder and his comrades, his icy gaze unflinching. 9th Soul Skill. Blood Tang Indomain. The 9th Soul Ring, nearing 10,000 years in age, suddenly blazed alive beneath him. A soft crimson ripple erupted around Xu Sheng, rapidly expanding outward. Flinder, who had unleashed his martial soul true form and charged at Xu Sheng, found himself frozen mid-air upon contact with the spreading ripple. The other teachers of Shrek Academy soon fell victim to the same fate. In an instant, their martial soul true form shattered, dispersing into azure soul power, while their physical bodies remained immobilized, unable to feel their limbs, with only their eyes and mouths able to move. Flinder struggled to turn his head to see his legs, realizing that he was inexplicably floating in mid-air without support. His face paled as he gritted his teeth. What kind of terrifying ripple was that? Even I, a level 78 soul saint, stood no chance. Below, Zhao Wujia and the others cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we can't move." Li Yusong regarded Xu Sheng with trepidation. This guy's soul skill can actually halt space itself. Zhao Shen looked at Ma Hongjun, gripped tightly like a chick in Xu Sheng's hand, his eyes reddening with rage. "This is infuriating. At this rate, Ma Hongjun might." Dai Mubai stepped back, his face pale as he exclaimed, "Dean, is this all due to a single soul skill from Xu Sheng?" Oscar's expression tightened as he murmured, "Xu Sheng hasn't even released his martial soul true form, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. He can instantly control Flinder and Zhao Wujia, among many soul saints." Tang San's gaze was fixed on Xu Sheng, who alone had subdued Flinder and the others, feeling deeply shaken. He clenched his fists, then gradually relaxed, a bitter smile crossing his face. "Brother Sheng, is this truly your real strength? It seems chasing after your footsteps is an insurmountable challenge." Xu Sheng had already attained the rank of title Douluo. To catch up to him was an arduous endeavor. Moreover, Tang San was uncertain how far he could cultivate his martial soul, blue silvergrass, let alone aspire to the daunting title Douluo. Though Xiao Wu was astonished by Xu Sheng's might, she quickly regained her composure. Noticing the expression on Tang San's face, she understood that he was deeply affected. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Xiao San, don't give up. You can't lose to him." Tang San blinked. Xiao Wu. Xu Sheng's frigid gaze swept over them. Is this the caliber of the teachers at Shrek Academy? Pathetically weak. With a firm grip, he tightened his hold on the immobilized Flender and the others, causing their pupils to tremble. In the next moment, they felt the world around them spin violently, blinding white light forcing them to shut their eyes. When they opened them again, the previous scene had vanished. Now, they found themselves enveloped in a searing heat, surrounded by an infernal realm bathed in blood-red light. Before them lay a boiling river, reeking of blood, within which countless Nine-Heart Blood Lotus bloomed resplendently. The life force nourishing these Nine-Heart Blood Lotus was drawn from Flender and the others, whose bodies were now completely ensnared by the roots of the flowers. A stream of shimmering crimson particles was continuously extracted from the bodies of Flandra and his companions, only to be devoured by the roots moments later. With each diminishment of their vitality, they endured profound agony inflicted upon their souls. Initially, the pain was merely a slight discomfort, akin to a mosquito bite, leading Flandra and the others to believe it was merely a phantasmagorical soul technique that wouldn't cause true harm. However, as they languished in this realm for what felt like an eternity, they sensed something was amiss. Indeed, it was an illusion. Yet the torment inflicted upon them was entirely real, resonating deeply within their souls. Suppressing the despair swelling within, Flandra, with a visage of sheer terror, exclaimed that this bizarre bloodvine was siphoning their life force. Each fraction of vitality lost intensified the anguish of their souls. Undeterred, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, striving to summon his soul power. Beside him, the support-type soul master, Zhao X inside, warning him that their souls were being forcibly drawn into this realm unless one's soul power vastly surpassed that of their adversary. In the material world, Flandra and the others' eyes began to glaze over, one by one collapsing to the ground. Although only mere seconds passed in reality, within Xu Sheng's illusion, Flandra and his companions endured relentless torment for what felt like months. The longer they remained, the more severe the psychic assault became. Had Xu Sheng not ultimately retracted his soul technique, none of them would have emerged unscathed from this ordeal. Xu Sheng observed the fallen figures with an impassive gaze before glancing at the unconscious Ma Hongjun in his grasp. With a dispassionate remark about the waste of space he represented, he discarded Ma Hongjun as though he were refuse. The hefty body landed heavily on the ground, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Oscar and Dai Mubai gasped, rushing over to check Flandra's pulse, relieved to find them still alive. They then turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, exhaling in relief that he had only suffered fracture. Tang Xin noted that while Flandra and the others bore no physical wounds, their pallid eyes betrayed the immense suffering they had endured. Was this merely a manifestation of their mental anguish? He discreetly activated his purple extreme demon eye, its deep violet glow illuminating his gaze as he scrutinized Flandra and the others. Without a doubt, it was an assault on their psyche. If he was not mistaken, Xu Sheng had just unleashed his ninth soul technique, and had it been fully realized, Flandra and his companions would have surely perished. Shingu, he killed them. Tang San surmised. It seemed he had spared their lives for the sake of his own companions. His gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After addressing the situation, Xu Sheng approached Tang San. With an expression devoid of emotion, he placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, stating that he would soon depart. He had erased the memories of these individuals, but entrusted Rongrong's well-being to him. His next destination was the city of Slaughter, where the formidable Tang Chen awaited. The odds of prevailing there were, at best, 50-50. Tang Xin hesitated momentarily before resolutely assuring Xu Sheng, "Don't worry, Shengu." The revelation that Xu Sheng's soul technique could erase memories astonished him. Chapter 60, A Stalemate. Ning Rongrong, her eyes narrowing in irritation, approached Xu Sheng, demanding to know if he intended to leave her behind, questioning whether he harbored any disdain for her. Xu Sheng attempted to clarify, but under the influence of the Nine-Heart Tang, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, his countenance remained impassive as he replied, "No, I have other matters to attend to." I have erased their memories, and you are quite safe here. Furthermore, outside of Shrek, there exists not only the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also the far more formidable figure of Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Everything that transpired could not have escaped their notice. Upon realizing Xu Sheng's unwillingness to explain further, Ning Rongrong's demeanor shifted to one of self-deprecation, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at him, resolutely asking if he felt no affection for her. Tang San raised an eyebrow, sensing the tension in the air. What was the nature of their relationship? Despite the care Ning Rongrong displayed, it did not resemble that of lovers. In contrast, his relationship with Xiao Wu was far more intimate. With a tender glance at Xiao Wu, who leaned against his arm, he heard Xu Sheng confess, "Rongrong, I do have a measure of fondness for you." He could not bear to see her in such distress. Ning Rongrong, her voice tinged with sorrow, implored, "Then cannot you provide me with a definitive answer? I have waited 3 years, and I do not wish to wait another moment. Xu Sheng, do you truly have feelings for me?" Xu Sheng bit his lip, unsure of how to proceed. He gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Yet, he felt no romantic inclination towards her. In response, Ning Rongrong, recognizing this familiar gesture, felt hope welling within her tear-filled eyes. However, Xu Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, turning away, stating coldly, "I'm sorry, Rongrong, I have always regarded you as a sister." At his frigid response, Ning Rongrong's expression froze, her head bowing in silence. Xu Sheng, with his back to her, gazed towards the forest ahead and softly declared, "I am leaving now, Rongrong. Take care of yourself." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Struggling to suppress her vulnerability before Xu Sheng, Ning Rongrong finally succumbed to her emotions, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Tang San, witnessing her anguish, felt a pang in his heart, despite being uninvolved. He sighed, lamenting, "Shengge, this is too ruthless." What had transformed him into such a person? Xiao Wu, who had been quietly leaning against Tang San, murmured, "It's his martial spirit." Tang San's realization dawned upon him. "Are you suggesting that Sheng Gu's martial spirit has influenced him?" Xiao Wu replied softly, drawing back into silence. In the forest glade, the sword Douluo, Chun Xing, cursed vehemently. "How audacious! This brat actually dared to reject my Rongrong. Were it not for the sect master's orders, I would have taught him a lesson today." Beside him, a faint voice interjected, "Indeed." Chun Xing's eyes narrowed, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, regarding the man cloaked in tattered robes, exuding an aura of authority. Who was this man, capable of approaching him without detection? With a swift movement, Chun Xing brandished his formidable 7-killing sword, eyeing the stranger coldly, demanding, "Who are you?" Golden and purple rings of soul power materialized around the man's feet, revealing him to be none other than Tang San's father, the Haotian Hammer, Tang Hao. Tang Hao cast a dispassionate glance at the wary Chun X, stating, I'm merely a passerby." Chun Xing's grip on the 7-killing sword tightened, challenging a passerby. How can someone with such strength approach me unnoticed? The seemingly ordinary man exuded a subtle, yet palpable aura of oppression. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Tang Hao's gaze turned icy. "Oh, are you contemplating a confrontation?" With that, 9 soul rings gradually emerged beneath him, the last of which emanated a pressure that caused those nearby to change color in fear. Chun Xing, upon witnessing the ominous crimson soul ring, gasped, "100,000-year soul ring." In the next moment, a figure flashed through his mind, a wielder of the Haotian Hammer who had single-handedly dealt a devastating blow to the Pope, the continent's youngest titled Douluo. "Tang Hao, you are the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao." If it were he, then possessing 100,000-year soul ring would indeed be no surprise. To think someone would still recognize me. Tang Hao. When Tang Hao uttered these words, his expression bore no hint of astonishment. The sword Douluo's eyes widened in realization. Wait, could it be that Tang San? After a brief exchange, Tang Hao's figure vanished before Chun Xing's eyes. Chun Xing's gaze flickered. Could it be that Tang Hao had returned to enact vengeance? It seemed the spirit hall was in for a tumultuous time. Xu Sheng, moving slowly, suddenly halted and coldly declared, "Uncle Hao, since you are here, come forth." Behind Xu Sheng, Tang Hao's figure emerged. "Young man, Your talent is truly astonishing, surpassing even that of little San. Hearing this, Xu Sheng slowly turned to face Tang Hao, his eyes filled with an icy intensity. In the next moment, a powerful and terrifying killing intent erupted from Tang Hao, manifesting itself so profoundly that the surrounding space trembled. This was the realm of the god of slaughter, a terrifying domain acquired only through the massacre of countless formidable beings in the city of slaughter. This dreadful aura surged towards Xu Sheng, who, in an instant, unleashed an equally potent killing intent, effortlessly consuming the oncoming menace. The two formidable auras began to clash, their opposing domains gradually neutralizing each other. After some time, Tang Hao gazed at Xu Sheng, who had effortlessly withstood his god of slaughter domain, and remarked nonchalantly, "It appears that in these years, the lives you have taken have nearly equaled my own." "Uncle Hao, you jest," Xu Sheng replied, devoid of any emotion. "Young man, you have joined the spirit hall, haven't you?" Tang Hao inquired, his eyes igniting with uncontainable fury. Xu Sheng coldly acknowledged yes. He understood the enmity between Tang Hao and the spirit hall. Yet what did it matter? Would a mere statement compel him to leave the spirit hall? Listen closely. Young man, the spirit hall and I, along with little San, share an irreconcilable vendetta. If you voluntarily withdraw from the spirit hall, I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. As he spoke, Tang Hao's intent to kill Xu Sheng solidified. He would never forget the atrocities committed by the spirit hall. They had brutally slain Ayin, Tang San's mother. That infamous 100,000-year soul ring had been obtained at the cost of a Yin's life. If it meant resurrecting Ayin, he would willingly forsake everything he possessed. After locking eyes with Tang Hao for several tense seconds, Xu Sheng coldly retorted, "And what if I do not?" Tang Hao sought vengeance against the spirit hall, driven by his own motives, while Xu Sheng remained resolute in his own path, unwilling to be swayed by any provocations. In Tang Hao's hand appeared a colossal Haotian Hammer, glowing with a blood-red light, accompanied by 9 terrifying soul rings pulsating beneath him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If you insist on this course, are you prepared to embrace death? The wind howled, causing Tang Hao's cloak to billow dramatically, reminiscent of the calm before storm. Xu Sheng's expression hardened. He knew that a battle today was inevitable. With a mere thought, he summoned a legion of dense and terrifying 9-heart sea lilies, which rapidly burgeoned around him. Beneath his feet, 9 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings materialized. Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with determination. Very well. In an instant, he lunged forward, wielding the Haotian Hammer. Xu Sheng activated his 3rd soul ring, conjuring a thin protective shield around him. Observing this barrier, Tang Hao scoffed, raising his hammer to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! The seemingly impenetrable shield of a soul sage crumbled under the might of the Haotian Hammer, offering no resistance whatsoever. Xu Sheng, anticipating this, remained unfazed. Indeed, the Haotian Hammer is renowned as the continent's foremost weapon. With the Haotian Hammer in hand, Tang Hao advanced towards Xu Sheng, his voice laced with intense fury. "Young man, this is your final opportunity." His next strike would show no mercy. He was prepared to kill Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng remained silent, stepping back as his 6th soul ring illuminated. 6th soul skill, blood illusion. The blood illusion forced those who beheld the blooming blood sea lilies into a trance. A massive illusion of the 9-heart blood sea lily blossomed before Xu Sheng, its petals unfurling slowly. Suddenly, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with white light, catching him off guard. In that fleeting moment, Xu Sheng activated his 5th soul ring, blood poison lily. Emerging from Tang Hao's arm, several green 9-heart blood sea lilies pierced through his skin. The contact caused his flesh to swell and darken, spreading rapidly. However, the excruciating pain from the blood poison lily jolted Tang Hao from his stupor. His cold gaze swept over his right arm, observing the encroaching black toxin without a hint of panic. Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes. Could that mere toxin truly hinder Tang Hao? His 4th soul ring flared to life, triggering rapid growth. The green blood sea lilies on Tang Hao's arm proliferated, soon enveloping him entirely. Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, and a wave of despairing killing intent surged forth from him, causing the green blood sea lilies to wither one by one under its pressure. Within moments, every last one of the once vibrant blood sea lilies had died, cascading to the ground. The toxin previously injected into Tang Hao's body began to ooze from his wounds. Tang Hao, through sheer willpower and his formidable physique, expelled the toxins from Xu Sheng's fifth soul skill, Blood Poison Lily. With his unwavering, icy gaze fixed upon Xu Sheng, he declared, "Is this truly your strength? If this is all you possess, then today you shall undoubtedly perish by my hand." A slight smirk crept onto Xu Sheng's lips. "Uncle Hao, your old wounds have yet to heal, I presume?" Though Tang Hao appeared unscathed, the old injuries within him had surely been aggravated. Such old injuries lingering in the body for over a decade are not easily suppressed. At this moment, Tang Hao's tone revealed a hint of astonishment. "You actually know?" The matter of his old affliction had never been disclosed, not even to the third party. Could it be that this young man is like the current high priestess, the woman Qinshu and Jiji, that Bibi Dong spoke of? There is no need for Uncle Hao to speculate. A single individual cannot confront three titled Douluos unscathed. "You seem to know quite a bit," Tang Hao remarked, but before he could finish, his chest began to convulse. A stream of blood-tinted saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth. The agony of his body tearing apart surged through his limbs. Even someone as robust as he could not help but bite his dry lips in response to the pain. "Uncle Hao, do you still wish to make a move?" Xu Sheng observed Tang Hao with cold eyes, devoid of any sympathy. He would not strike at Tang Hao, who was now suffering from his old ailment. Tang Hao's bloodshot pupils lifted slightly, a cold smile crossing his lips. "Young man, I believe I understand your significance within the spirit hall now. This time, I shall spare you." Next time, he intended to slay Xu Sheng, even at the risk of suffering the repercussions of his affliction, but unexpectedly, Xu Sheng's attack triggered the resurgence of his old illness. In his current state, his true combat strength could barely exceed 60%. Realizing this, Tang Hao's chest heaved once more, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xu Sheng, who had been watching coldly, finally turned away and began to walk further away. "If Uncle Hao, you can manage it." With Xu Sheng's departure, Tang Hao, influenced by his old ailment, was forced to squat down, the Haotian Hammer vanishing from his grasp. He pressed his hand tightly against his aching chest. At this moment, he might only be able to fight evenly with Tang Hao. However, the next encounter would leave no opportunity for him if it were solely up to Tang Hao. Chapter 62. The Stirring of 3 years ago. In the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, within a room on a snowy night, Shui Yi slowly rose from his throne, straightening his chest as he gazed at Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo who entered alongside him. His voice softened as he spoke. "I was unaware of the arrival of the sect Master Ning. Forgive my negligence." Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was also Shui Ye's son and the teacher of Shui Qinghe. Thus, Shui Yi displayed greater respect towards Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji responded with a refined smile. "I came uninvited, so it is I who should apologize." He nodded slightly to the Bon Douluo, who returned the gesture and exited the room. "Sect Master Ning, please take a seat." Shui Yi invited, settling back into his throne. Ning Fengji placed his staff upright and courteously sat in the chair opposite him. "I wonder what brings Sect Master Ning here today to discuss." Each time Ning Fengji visited, he would send a message in advance. This time, however, it felt distinctly different, indicating the matter was of utmost importance. Ning Fengji nodded, his expression gradually growing serious. "Your Majesty, it appears you possess a discerning eye. I have come to discuss a pressing matter with you." Seeing Ning Fengji, who typically remained calm and unflappable, now so grave, Shui Ye's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. "So, Sect Master Ning has already foreseen the situation?" Shui Yi sighed softly, a trace of worry evident in his voice. Ning Fengji, sensing the atmosphere was overly somber, smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, but it remains merely a hypothesis. Your Majesty need not take it too seriously." "You are too modest, Sect Master Ning." Shui Yi shook his head. Ning Fengji's insights must have been based on substantial evidence. Perhaps the timing was simply not yet right. Ning Fengji then changed the subject, somewhat puzzled. "Your Majesty, may I ask where Qinghe is at present?" Shui Yi responded, "I have already sent for Qinghe. He should arrive shortly." Ning Fengji pressed his lips together. "Is that so?" Just as he finished speaking, a melodious male voice echoed from outside the room. "Father, I have arrived." Upon hearing this, Shui Yi replied nonchalantly, "Qinghe, come in." The door swung open, revealing a composed young man stepping inside. This was none other than Xueye's eldest son, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xu. Dressed in a golden imperial robe, intricately woven with gold threads. It lacked excessive embellishments. The classical, elegant golden collar protected his snow-white, slender neck, while his long golden hair cascaded casually down his back, exuding an aura of aloofness. His golden eyes were as tranquil as flowing water, evoking a desire to draw near. Ning Fengji, seeing his esteemed disciple, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Qinghe, it has been a long time. Qinghe turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji, his expression unchanging, yet a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he respectfully replied, "Teacher." Xue gestured towards an adjacent seat. "Qinghe, please take a seat." Qinghe nodded and quietly settled into the central chair. "Yes, father." After some time had passed, Ning Fengji tightened his grip on his staff and slowly rose, a look of relief washing over his face. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." Xue, who had been deep in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality. "I cannot see you off." The information Ning Fengji had imparted today was substantial, and he needed time to organize it. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. "Then, allow me to escort you back," Qinghe said, standing to address Ning Fengji. Before nodding toward Xue, Ning Fengji smiled warmly. "That would be splendid. It has been a while since I conversed with you, Qinghe. I fear I have been a neglectful teacher." Qinghe quickly interjected, "Teacher, you speak too lightly. Regardless, you are my most esteemed mentor." Outside the palace, 2 exceedingly rare palanquins were stationed, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers for protection. The leading soldier pulled back the curtains of the palanquin, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, Sect Master Ning." "Please." Qinghe and Ning Fengji nodded, gracefully entering the palanquin. Meanwhile, another soldier turned to the solitary Bondo. "Please, Lord Gurong." Gurong merely responded with a faint HM before entering the palanquin and closing his eyes to meditate. On the other side, Ning Fengji smiled charmingly. "Qinghe, it has been some time. From your insights just now, it seems you are close to surpassing me." Qinghe rarely smiled, replying, "I am still far from my teacher. How could I even think of surpassing you?" Ning Fengji, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. As far as I know, no one has yet reached your level." Suddenly, Qinghe, who had been smiling moments before, felt a violent tremor course through his body. Sensing an anomaly within his 6-winged angel martial soul, his expression darkened as he silently pondered, "What is happening?" This familiar sensation. Could it be the same as 3 years ago? 3 years prior, he had also sat within a palanquin, experiencing a remarkably similar situation. The only difference was that the resonance emanating from his 6-winged angel martial soul was now even more intense. Noticing something was amiss with Qinghe, Ning Fengji gently shook the latter's shoulder. Qinghe, what is wrong?" Upon contact, Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Qinghe, though a man, appeared disconcertingly fragile. Could it be that Qinghe's body had always been afflicted? It is imperative to find a time to conduct a thorough examination of Qinghe's body. Qinghe forced a smile and said, "Teacher, it's nothing. I merely sense a familiar aura affecting me." He then closed his eyes, swiftly attuning himself to the direction of the aura resonating with his martial spirit. This aura emanated from the south. 3 years ago, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. But now, he must ascertain what is influencing her. Following this, Qinghe lifted the curtain and called out to the soldiers outside, "Wait. Quickly proceed south. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, apprehend them immediately." Upon hearing their orders, the soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." After executing these commands, Qinghe cast an apologetic glance at Ning Fengji, saying, "Teacher, you might be delayed in returning." Ning Fengji shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "No matter. It is just a stroll." The unusual behavior of his disciple had piqued his curiosity, indicating that there was something he was unaware of. Furthermore, the south? Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 63. Intercepted. Outside the gates of Tiando City, a man with an exceptionally cold demeanor abruptly halted his steps. This man was Xu Sheng, who had hurriedly made his way there. He lifted his gaze slightly, surveying the familiar bustling streets ahead, murmuring, "I never expected to return to Tiando City after such a long journey." He had originally planned to head straight to the City of Slaughter after visiting Shrek Academy. However, fate had dictated otherwise. There were no direct routes to the city of slaughter, surrounded instead by towering canyons. Thus, the only way for Xu Sheng to reach the city of slaughter was to traverse Tiando City and then change course. As he slowly entered Tiando City, Xu Sheng furrowed his brow. Martial spirit resonance? Just as he pondered this, a deep, synchronized sound of marching footsteps reverberated ahead. Hud, hud, hud. When a fully equipped army of nearly 100 soldiers approached within about 50 meters of Xu Sheng, he finally discerned their general appearance. Hundreds of soldiers encircled two exquisite palanquins, and it was evident that the occupants of these palanquins held extremely noble status. Xu Sheng's expression hardened as he thought, for now, it's best to leave. He wished to avoid further trouble. Thus, Xu Sheng swiftly turned and began to veer in another direction. However, the leading soldier, with rusted armor, fixed his gaze on Xu Sheng, bellowing, "Quickly, apprehend that man. He must have ulterior motives." Upon first sighting Xu Sheng, the soldier had noticed his intention to approach the palanquins, but after encountering them, he had promptly turned to leave, definitely suspicious. Coupled with the prince's earlier command, he made a decisive judgment. If he was wrong, he would merely face reprimand, but if this man turned out to be problematic, he would earn great merit. Yes, the soldiers affirmed loudly. Following this, nearly 50 soldiers surged forward, swiftly surrounding Xu Sheng. As he sensed something amiss and glanced around, he found himself encircled by these soldiers. His icy gaze met theirs, and he coldly uttered, He had sought to avoid trouble, yet foolish individuals persisted in provoking him. A terrifying wave of murderous intent erupted from him. The soldiers, feeling this overwhelming aura, began to tremble, as if they were being gazed upon by an ancient behemoth from the abyss. Thud! Moments later, some soldiers could no longer contain themselves, collapsing one after another to the ground. Before long, they had all fallen to their knees in a perfectly formed circle. At this moment, passers-by around them halted in astonishment, each gaze filled with disbelief. Who is this person? How can he make the prince's subordinates kneel? It was not just kneeling. They had formed a circle. Surely, this person must possess an even more fearsome identity. One woman pointed at Xu Sheng, breathlessly exclaiming, "Look, that man is so handsome, but I feel a chill just looking at him." Another woman blushed, saying, "Indeed, this handsome man has such charisma and noble status. How wonderful it would be to be with him." A nearby man, unable to endure their chatter, coldly retorted, "Stop dreaming. Do you think he would even glance at you?" Xu Sheng sensed the commotion outside and lifted the curtain, inquiring about the situation. Ning Fengji, equally curious, looked out as well. The leading soldier clasped his fists respectfully, explaining, "Report, Your Highness, Master Ning. We have discovered a suspicious individual ahead." "Oh, have you managed to apprehend him?" Xu Sheng's calm eyes flickered with astonishment, silently contemplating if they had truly encountered him. Could this individual be the mastermind behind the resonance of his martial spirit? The soldier glanced ahead, then quickly returned his focus, nervously stating, "However, this man seems somewhat off. Your Highness, Master Ning, it would be prudent for you to see for yourselves." Ning Fengji and Xu Sheng exchanged glances before slowly disembarking from the palanquins. Meanwhile, Gu Rong, from the other palanquin, had already exited his meditation upon sensing the intense, murderous intent ahead. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a ghost. The reporting soldier lifted the curtain and anxiously exclaimed, "Bon Douluo?" However, he found the interior empty. "Be cautious. The individual ahead is formidable." Gu Rong, having appeared beside Ning Fengji and Xu Sheng, warned gravely, "This intense, murderous intent surpasses even my own." Yet, his primary duty was to protect Ning Fengji, preventing him from recklessly departing to investigate. Seeing that even Bone Uncle had sensed the gravity of the situation, Ning Fengji's lips curled slightly. He then turned to Xu Sheng, saying, "Let us proceed and take a look." He too was eager to discover who could provoke such concern in his usually composed disciple. "Yes, teacher," Xu Sheng replied respectfully. Finally, would he meet this person? Yet, what was the nature of this intense and yearning aura emitted by his martial spirit? "Bold thief, cease your arrogance. Once the masters arrive, you will not escape." Xu Sheng coldly regarded the kneeling soldiers, asking, "Why do you obstruct me?" One of the kneeling soldiers, trembling with fear, replied, It is the order of His Highness the Prince that if we encounter any suspicious individuals, we must apprehend them immediately. Xu Sheng's gaze sharpened. His Highness the Prince? Xue? Indeed, it was none other than Xue, the Prince. In his memory, there was only one name associated with the title of Prince. Moreover, it was a guise adopted by Qianren Xue using her head soul bone. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, walking alongside Gu Rong and Xue, caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure ahead and felt as if he had seen him before. Yet, he appeared entirely different from his recollection. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and asked Gu Rong, "Bon uncle, do you recognize him?" Gu Rong's gaze turned to Xu Sheng, narrowing his eyes. He did indeed seem familiar, but it was impossible to ascertain who he was at that moment. The current Xu Sheng was utterly transformed from the one he had been 3 years prior, not only in appearance, but also in the chilling aura that surrounded him. It is hard to imagine that anyone would associate him with the person he was 3 years ago. "Teacher, do you know this man?" Su Yuntao asked, astonished by their conversation. A powerful aura emanated from him, and being in such close proximity made the six-winged angel martial soul even more excited. Ning Fengji shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling as though he had seen this individual somewhere before. Su Yuntao, with his elegant demeanor, pursed his lips and inquired, "Oh, really?" Gu Rong's body began to coalesce into numerous bones, and 9 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath him. "Fengji, allow me to test him." With that, he surged forward towards Xu Sheng. Chapter 64. Can you make use of it? A figure swiftly descended before Xu Sheng, revealing Gu Rong, who stood tall with 9 soul rings beneath his feet, gazing intently at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng shifted his gaze from the soldiers, his tone frosty as he addressed Gu Rong. "Gu Rong?" Upon hearing his name called by the strikingly handsome yet aloof man, Gu Rong narrowed his eyes. "Oh? You actually know my name?" The soldier kneeling on the ground, seeing Gu Rong's arrival, joyfully scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "The Bon Douluo has arrived. Everyone retreat." The soldiers surrounding Xu Sheng hastily picked up their fallen weapons and retreated. Onlookers gasped when they beheld the terrifying 9 soul rings beneath Gu Rong's feet. What? This esteemed individual is actually a title-level powerhouse. That young lad may not escape unscathed. The Bon Douluo seems to be a protector of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with a terrifying cultivation of level 95. His title as the foremost defense is not to be taken lightly. Never did they expect to witness a title-level powerhouse up close. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. However, considering the unpredictable temperament of title Douluos, they prudently distanced themselves, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Such a level of attack could not be withstood even if they had dozens of lives. "Since you are here, Ning Zhongzhu must also be present." Xu Sheng's gaze flickered towards Ning Fengji, who was protected by numerous soldiers, wielding a scepter. Yet upon noticing a remarkably handsome man beside Ning Fengji, he quietly mused, "Could that be Xu Yuntao, disguised as Qianren Xue?" On the other side, Gu Rong's expression turned cold upon hearing Xu Sheng's words. The fact that this individual knew Fengji led him to suspect that his intention was to assassinate the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Thus, he felt no need to hold back. In the next moment, he charged at Xu Sheng, launching a powerful punch towards his head. Xu Sheng, matching Gu Rong's speed, deftly tilted his head to evade the incoming blow and stepped back, casually remarking, "Oh, you choose not to use your soul abilities?" Did Gu Rong believe he could subdue him with mere physical strength? He took a deep breath, fixating intently on Xu Sheng, astonished at how the young man had evaded his attack with sheer reflex. Dealing with a junior like you does not necessitate the use of soul abilities. With a cold shout, Gu Rong charged once more towards Xu Sheng. A smirk graced Xu Sheng's lips as he clenched his palm, causing countless vines of the Nine-Heart Blood Vine to spring forth from the ground, ensnaring the taken-aback Gu Rong in an instant. He was not one to be patient. Since Gu Rong had spoken so confidently, he could not disappoint him. Moreover, he had yet to settle the score from their last encounter, which could serve as interest for this one. Suspended in mid-air, with his left hand and right leg bound, Gu Rong quickly gathered his soul power in his right hand and struck out at the blood-red vines of the Nine-Heart Blood Vine. However, upon impact, his attack merely created a few cracks in the vines, showing no signs of breaking. Gu Rong furrowed his brow, repeatedly striking but failing to shatter the ensnaring vines. Damn it, what kind of martial soul is this? How can it withstand my attacks? Though primarily a defensive title Douluo, his offensive capabilities were formidable as well. Yet not just anyone could withstand his might. Xu Rong turned his gaze towards Xu Sheng. Ui, his words abruptly halted as he noticed something. Beneath the man's feet, 9 pitch-black soul rings emerged. Xu Rong's heart raced in shock. What? This young man is actually a title Douluo, and with 9 10,000-year soul rings. Could he be the one from years ago? His attention shifted to the binding plants, observing the Nine-Heart Blood Vine, which was a vibrant crimson and remarkably resilient. Now it makes sense. This is the Nine-Heart Blood Vine that Shen Xian spoke of. No wonder it could withstand his assaults. This young man was indeed Xu Sheng, who had been with Ning Rongrong in the Sunset Forest years ago. Realizing this, Xu Rong hastily raised his hand, intending to clarify his misunderstanding with Xu Sheng. However, Xu Sheng's expression turned icy as he commanded the Nine-Heart Blood Vine to hurl Xu Rong into the air. As Xu Rong was thrust into the sky, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he cursed, "Damn it, you!" With an expression devoid of warmth, Xu Sheng activated his first soul ring. Unleashing his first soul skill, Blood Vine Bloom, countless petals of the Nine-Heart Blood Vine erupted from his palm, slicing through the air towards the airborne Xu Rong. The petals relentlessly assaulted Xu Rong, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds as they tore into him. Bound in midair, Xu Rong felt a faint stinging sensation wash over him. Astonished, how can mere petals cause such harm? Though Xu Sheng's first soul skill may appear trivial, its defining characteristic was its ability to bypass defenses. Xu Rong, being ceaselessly assaulted, sighed in resignation, conceding, "Very well, I suppose this is just his way of venting his frustrations from our last encounter." Recognizing that the attacks posed no real threat to him, he dismissed them. Observing Xu Rong's lack of resistance, Xu Sheng understood that the man had underestimated him. He coldly retorted, "Foolish. Your defenses may withstand attacks, but can they endure poison?" In his previous battle with Chun Xin, had it not been for the latter's sealing soul skill, he would have ultimately lost. However, Chun Xin would have undoubtedly succumbed to poison. With that thought, Xu Sheng activated his 5th soul skill, Blood Poison Vine. Xu Rong, immobilized in midair, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as Xu Sheng's palm pointed directly at him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he shook his head, warily exclaiming, "No, this guy's attack. Something's off." Suddenly, green Nine-Heart Blood Vines erupted from his limbs. Xu Rong, bewildered by the emerging plants, quickly felt a severe dizziness wash over him. This is a poison soul skill. I cannot resist it with mere physical strength. 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon Transformation. Xu Rong roared, activating his 7th soul ring, his body morphing into a myriad of bone-like structures, expanding with tremendous force. Even the resilient vines of the Nine-Heart Blood Vine began to show signs of decay. Foreseeing Xu Rong's next move, Xu Sheng activated his 6th soul ring once more, unleashing Blood Radiant's Dream Mirror. Can you make use of it? Chapter 65. The first encounter with Xue Qinghe before Xu Sheng. The enormous phantom of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia flower buds reappeared, its petals twisting and blooming abruptly. A fierce crimson light shone directly into Xu Rong's pupils, causing his eyes to gradually pale. The 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon True Body, was instantly interrupted, and his form was forced to revert to its normal size. Xu Rong's body instinctively attempted to move, only to find it utterly impossible. Over time, his limbs had become deeply paralyzed by the toxins of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia, compounded by the effects of the 6th soul skill. Not only could he not move, but even coherent thought eluded him. The 9th soul skill, Blood Begonia's End. Xu Sheng's cold visage showed no intention of sparing him as the profound 9th soul ring beneath his feet suddenly flared to life. A voice imbued with a sense of familiarity rang out. "Xu Sheng, please spare Uncle Xu. He means you no harm. He merely sought to gauge your strength." The speaker was Ning Fengji, who had hurriedly arrived alongside Xue Qinghe, quickly intervening. Without unleashing his martial soul's true form, Xu Rong was unaware of the nature of Xu Sheng's 9th soul skill, but he knew it was not something he could withstand lightly. Thus, he dared not gamble. The loss of a titled low-level powerhouse from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly destabilize the entire sect. Ning Fengji, standing beside Xue Qinghe, noted the glimmer of intelligence in the latter's eyes. This peer of his had already attained the status of a titled law. Moreover, Could the blood-tinged begonia be the reason for the resonance with his martial soul? Moreover, under Gu Rong's complacency, Xu Sheng had managed to exert perfect control over him and prepare for a decisive strike. Xu Sheng turned, his icy gaze sweeping over Ning Fengji before the ninth soul ring beneath his feet dimmed. With a wave of his hand, the tendrils of the Nine-Heart Blood begonia retracted. Without support, Gu Rong, paralyzed in the air, fell to the ground, sending dust scattering around him. The Bon Douluo had actually been defeated. What extraordinary power does this young man possess? Onlookers gasped in disbelief. The Bon Douluo was a level 90 super Douluo, not a mere weakling like them. He was a figure of considerable authority across the continent. Today, he had been thoroughly bested by youth barely 20 years of age. Heavens, mother, what have I just witnessed? A peer of mine almost annihilated a venerable powerhouse from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the Bon Douluo. We should leave quickly. Something even more tumultuous may soon transpire. Ning Fengji's expression turned grave as he advised Xue Qinghe, instruct the soldiers to clear the area. This matter must not leak out. If news of such a terrifying genius as Xu Sheng reached the ears of the Martial Soul Palace's Pope, they would undoubtedly seek to recruit him. Furthermore, should he refuse their overtures, Xu Sheng's future could be perilously uncertain. Of course, there was also a personal motive, although, according to Chun Xin, Xu Sheng's feelings for Rong were not of romantic nature. Binding the seven-treasure glazed tile school to Xu Sheng might elevate their status even further, possibly allowing them to become the foremost among the top 3 sects. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Xue Qinghe responded, "Yes, master," his gaze turning cold as he calmly commanded the soldiers behind him. "Everyone, clear the area and issue a gag order." If anyone speaks of today's events, the soldiers, upon receiving orders, began dispersing the civilians of Heavendo City, warning them to vacate immediately or face dire consequences. All present swallowed their words, knowing that any breach of silence would be met with punishment. "Leave quickly. What are you still staring at?" Soon, under the intimidation and dispersal efforts of the soldiers, the anxious civilians hurriedly departed the scene. "Master, the area has been cleared," Xue Qinghe reported, his eyes now fixed on the collapsed Gu Rong. He mused silently that the Bon Douluo had likely suffered from both the toxin and paralysis. Ning Fengji nodded, rising once more. "Thank you, Qinghe." He had assessed Gu Rong's injuries and found no substantial wounds, but the excessive paralysis toxin left him too weak to move. Ning Fengji extended his hand, summoning the seven-treasure glazed tile, which shimmered with a rainbow glow. Coalescing within his palm, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 materialized beneath him. 7-treasure glazed tile, 6-fold increase. A gentle light radiated from the 7-treasure glazed tile, enveloping Gu Rong. Gradually, Gu Rong's consciousness began to awaken, the toxins receding from his limbs as vitality flowed back into him. After a lengthy moment, Gu Rong, nearly restored, slowly rose to his feet, casting a wary glance at the frigid Xu Sheng standing nearby. Uncle Gu recalled the earlier confrontation, his heart racing with trepidation. He silently acknowledged that had it not been for Fengji's intervention, he might have been taken down by this youth. His earlier complacency had indeed been misplaced, but the terror of Xu Sheng's soul skills exceeded even his imagination. Ning Fengji kindly inquired, "Uncle Gu, are you all right?" He inwardly chuckled. Uncle Gu had truly stumbled at the hands of Junior. He wondered how Jian would react upon hearing this. It would certainly invite a fresh wave of merciless mockery. Gu Rong shook his head, looking genuinely at Xu Sheng. "I am fine." Just as the river's waves pushed the preceding waves, Xu Sheng, "This time, Gu Rong concede." Xu Sheng, upon hearing this, merely cast a dispassionate glance at him, offering no verbal response. Feeling ignored, Gu Rong cleared his throat awkwardly. Ning Fengji glanced at Xue Qinghe before introducing, "By the way, Xu Sheng, allow me to introduce you to His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Heavendo Empire. Xue Qinghe, he is also my disciple." Xu Sheng's gaze appraised the royal figure before him, clad in imperial robes and exuding an air of refinement, subtly reminiscent of Ning Fengji. In turn, Xue Qinghe scrutinized Xu Sheng with equal intensity. Xu Sheng took a deep breath, his expression calm. "Xu Sheng, I pay my respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince." This Xue Qinghe bore no feminine traits. His physique and even the prominence of his Adam's apple were indistinguishable from those of a typical man. clearly the result of that soul bone's influence. It was no wonder that Qian Rinxue could seamlessly replace Xue Qinghe, remaining secure within the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire for several years. Such composure was truly admirable. A slight smile graced Xue Qinghe's lips as he extended his hand amicably. No need for such formalities, Su Sheng. Just call me Qinghe. Xu Sheng furrowed his brow, but extended his hand for a brief shake. In that fleeting contact, the softness and smoothness of Qian Rinxue's palm stirred a ripple of emotions within Xu Sheng. The bone's concealment of her true form was evident, yet the essence remained unchanged upon touch. Chapter 66. Xue Qinghe's invitation. Feeling Xu Sheng tighten his grip momentarily, Xue Qinghe panicked internally and instinctively withdrew his hand. Just now, she had distinctly sensed Xu Sheng's palm clench slightly tighter, and to avoid revealing her identity through such subtle details, she had to retract her hand. She was well aware that the changes in her skull were merely superficial. The distinction between women and men could be easily discerned through the slightest touch of skin. This man named Xu Sheng certainly sensed something. Xu Sheng, too, recognized his own lapse in composure, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Xue Qinghe's face. Ning Fengqi, witnessing their intriguing interaction, did not overthink it and smiled casually, saying, "Ahem, Xu Sheng, isn't it somewhat impolite to stare at Qinghe like that?" Xu Sheng pressed his thin lips together, casting one last deep glance at Xue Qinghe before slowly diverting his gaze. "I apologize, Your Highness Xue Qinghe. I was indeed abrupt," he articulated, though there was no hint of regret in his tone. Xue Qinghe feigned calmness and smiled lightly. "It's quite all right. Your genuine nature is rather rare. Might I be fortunate enough to know your title and soul power level?" Xu Sheng's lips curled into a charming smirk. "If it is Your Highness Xue Qinghe, of course. I'm a level 93 assist control dual system soul Douluo with the title Mo Tang." Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow, responding with a warm demeanor. "An assist control dual system soul master? How astonishing." Observing the rapport between the two, Ning Fengji placed a hand on Xue Qinghe's shoulder and softly advised, "Qinghe, seeing how well you two converse, I entrust you to show Xu Sheng around Heaven Do City. Uncle Gu and I have matters to attend to." Allowing these two prodigies, whose intellect far surpassed their peers, to converse independently might lead to remarkable discoveries. Xue Qinghe's concealed hand tightened slightly. Being alone with Xu Sheng posed a significant risk of exposure. From Xu Sheng's earlier demeanor, it was evident he had likely realized something, yet for some reason, he refrained from voicing it. Xue Qinghe bit her lip, forcing a smile. "Understood, teacher." Ning Fengji nodded and turned his attention to Xu Sheng, waving amicably. "Xu Sheng, Uncle Gu and I shall take our leave. Should you have any questions or uncertainties, feel free to discuss them with Qinghe." After exchanging glances with Gu Rong, they turned to depart. Xue Qinghe slightly bowed, respectfully saying, "Safe travels, teacher. Please take care, Sect Master Ning." Xu Sheng coldly replied with indifference, watching the two leave with a detached gaze. Did he know Ning Fengji well? Why did it seem that Ning Fengji's demeanor towards him was overly enthusiastic? If he had a decent relationship with Ning Rongrong, it shouldn't warrant such treatment from Ning Fengji. Or perhaps, even I am ensnared in Ning Fengji's schemes? Once Ning Fengji departed, a profound light flickered in Xue Qinghe's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Xu Sheng. "Then I shall boldly address you as Xu Sheng. May I inquire what places you wish to visit in Heaven Do City?" Given that Xu Sheng might have discovered her identity, her tone had lost some of its gentleness. Xu Sheng met her gaze unwaveringly, replying slowly, "This is my first visit to Heaven Do City. I currently have no particular destination in mind. Might Your Highness suggest a place? Is this truly your first time in Heaven Do City?" Xue Qinghe mused, dissatisfied with his response. This individual may have visited 3 years prior, during a time that resonated with her martial soul. The pressing matter was whether he had experienced a similar resonance or if her martial soul had undergone a singular anomaly. Either scenario boded ill. Xue Qinghe boldly invited, "Since you have no destination in mind, if you don't mind, why not accompany me to the palace? I believe it would be a quieter place." If he had indeed discerned her identity, her current strength would be insufficient to eliminate him. With her soul power barely over 40, the disparity was unimaginable, making necessary discussions inevitable. Xu Sheng narrowed his eyes, attempting to decipher Xue Qinghe's intentions. However, her flawless visage revealed no hint of a flaw. Very well. I shall trouble your highness. Rather than attempting to evade her, he was invited to the palace. Could it be that she wished to eliminate him under the pretense of cordiality? No, that seemed unlikely. Currently, Qianren Xue would certainly not be accompanied by a titled low-level powerhouse, and relying solely on her and her expendable soldiers would surely lead to defeat. Could she possibly be planning to confront him directly? How intriguing. Subsequently, Xu Sheng and Xue Qinghe each entered their respective palanquins, swiftly returning to the palace. Under Xue Qinghe's guidance, Xu Sheng arrived at her chamber. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that while her room was spacious, it did not feel cold. Every item was meticulously arranged, revealing the owner's character through the decor. Xue Qinghe gradually sat opposite Xu Sheng and softly said, "Xu Sheng, please take a seat." Xu Sheng, not one to feign formality, promptly settled down. Xue Qinghe elegantly retrieved a cup and poured tea with a grace that was both refined and measured, akin to a delightful banquet. After pouring, wisps of steam curled from the cup's rim. She slowly extended the teacup towards Xu Sheng and prepared a cup for herself. Gently holding the cup, she covered her mouth with her sleeve and sipped. "Xu Sheng, this is tea I personally brewed. Do take a taste and see how it fares." Xu Sheng displayed a calm smile. "Since it is brewed by your highness, I imagine few have had the honor to partake in it. I shall humbly comply." He lifted the teacup and savored a sip. The bittersweet flavor danced on his palate, providing a satisfying sensation. Setting down the teacup, he remarked with serene admiration, "As expected of your highness, exquisite tea." Though not a connoisseur, he had tasted enough to recognize that this tea, which pleased the taste buds, was indeed of the finest quality. Xue Qinghe, flattered by the compliment, humbly responded, "You flatter me. May I inquire about your purpose in coming to Heavendou City? It appears you are not a citizen of the Heavendou Empire." Xu Sheng quickly contemplated his response and replied, "Your Highness, you are indeed astute. I am not a resident of the Heavendou Empire. My visit to Heavendou City is merely a passage to another destination." Qianren Xue deliberately avoided discussing martial souls or identity issues, so he too remained patient. He was confident that soon enough she would inevitably address these two pressing matters. Martial soul, identity, each represented a concealed threat. Xue Qinghe gracefully supported her chin, appearing contemplative as she remarked, "I see. However, Xu Sheng, from my observations, your martial soul seems to belong to the extremely malevolent category, and such souls typically exert a significant influence as one's soul power increases, do they not? Evil martial souls should, in theory, be hunted by all soul masters across the continent, as their methods of use are universally condemned. Moreover, regardless of how steadfast an evil soul master's initial resolve, they would inevitably be assimilated by their martial soul. This was the true reason for the persecution of evil soul masters. Yet, the malevolence emanating from the man before her, while immensely dark, felt distinctly different from that of other evil soul masters she had encountered. His malevolence was pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's inquiry, Xu Sheng's dark pupils brightened. "So you were probing me? How astute." Xu Sheng once again lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, his expression serene as he addressed His Highness the Crown Prince. "I presume you are aware that my soul power has reached the formidable level of 90. To claim that it has not had any impact would be utterly disingenuous." The significance of Xue Qinghe's inquiry was of no concern to him, yet divulging the information posed no harm. After all, his mentor was the illustrious Bibi Dong, who, in her guise as Xue Qinghe, stood before him. They were undoubtedly aligned on the same front. Furthermore, the relationship between himself and Tang Hao had deteriorated to a state of utter animosity. As long as he remained affiliated with the Spirit Hall, reconciliation seemed an impossibility. Thus, there was no need to lose a potential ally for the future. Although Qianren Xue could not assist him at present, he harbored the belief that her martial spirit would prove immensely beneficial to him in times to come. Xue Qinghe feigned curiosity, chuckling lightly. "Oh, might you elaborate on the changes that have transpired?" Xu Sheng? He needed to swiftly redirect the conversation. His true intent revolved around the resonance of martial spirits. Xu Sheng's gaze turned frosty, a wave of overwhelming murderous intent surging forth, causing Xue Qinghe's chamber to sway violently. In the next moment, this aura of death struck him directly. Xue Qinghe's pupils widened in shock. As he felt himself being pulled away from the palace, ensnared by the palpable aura of vengeance emanating from Xu Sheng. He found himself atop a lofty platform, surrounded by a multitude of grotesque, blood-soaked creatures, their presence soaked in the essence of despair. Among them were fallen soul masters and slaughtered soul beasts, their collective resentment staining the space of vivid crimson. In that instant, even with his usual composure, Xu Sheng felt his heart tremble uncontrollably. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere of resentment and murderous intent, he sensed an overwhelming sense of dread. His gaze dropped slightly, revealing the ground beneath him, which was a grisly mound formed from countless mangled corpses. A single thought echoed in his mind. How many lives had Xu Sheng extinguished? Noticing Xu Sheng's dazed expression, devoid of color, Xu Sheng furrowed his brow and called out sharply, "Your Highness Qinghe," if he did not awaken him soon. He feared Qian Rinxue might lose herself within this intense despair. The sudden exclamation snapped Xu Sheng back to reality, his back drenched in cold sweat. Beneath Xu Sheng's icy facade, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Do you now understand, Your Highness? It is not that I have slaughtered so many beings. Rather, the majority were sacrificed to sustain the needs of my Nine-Heart Blood Lotus, absorbing their blood and souls to cultivate the ultimate killing intent capable of rivaling Tang Hao." Xu Sheng, his complexion pale, slowly pressed a hand to his chest, forcing a smile through his discomfort. "I understand now. I never imagined you bore such a terrifying burden of resentment." Xu Sheng took another sip of tea, his tone nonchalant. "Your Highness, there is no need for pretense in my presence." Xu Sheng's pupils constricted as he calmly replied, "Xu Sheng, what do you mean? I have never donned a disguise." It was evident that this individual had discerned his peculiarities. For the first time, he felt a surge of anxiety, ready to unleash his martial spirit, despite knowing that his chances of success were less than 1 in 1,000. Seeing Xu Sheng feign calmness while his inner turmoil was palpable, Xu Sheng allowed a slight smile to escape. "Oh, then might you explain why your fingers are so slender, so smooth, that they seem entirely unlike those of man?" Xu Sheng clenched his fists, contemplating how to respond. After a moment, he forced a laugh. "My fingers are delicate? Xu Sheng, you may be overthinking. I grew up in the palace, and my physique has always been weaker than that of typical men." Then, shifting his tone to one laced with coldness, he added, "To assume one's character based on the delicacy of their fingers is rather absurd, is it not?" Xu Sheng gradually rose, walking towards the door with a chilling demeanor. "Your Highness Qinghe, it is clear you are indeed worthy of being the disciple of Master Ning. If that is the case, might I invite you to step outside for a moment?" Though Qian Rinxue chose not to acknowledge the invitation, it mattered not, as he possessed ample evidence to drive her into a corner. The mere thought of psychologically unhinging such a composed individual as Qian Rinxue was undeniably enticing. Xu Sheng furrowed his brow. "Step outside? What is this fellow planning?" A man typically adept at reading others' thoughts found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend Xu Sheng's unpredictable maneuvers. However, given the peculiar circumstances, he slowly stood and began to walk towards Xu Sheng. As he approached, Xu Sheng remained still. Yet Xu Sheng, with his head slightly bowed, felt an overwhelming sense of gravity in the air. What did Xu Sheng intend to do? Was he preparing to take him elsewhere? As Xu Sheng cautiously reached the space behind Xu Sheng and noticed the man's silence, he opened his mouth to inquire. But before he could finish, Xu Sheng swiftly pivoted, effortlessly pinning the taken aback Xu Sheng against the wall beside the door, his sturdy hands pressing firmly beside Xu Sheng's head. Xu Sheng gazed intently into the tranquil depths of Xu Sheng's eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Faced with such proximity, Xu Sheng instinctively recoiled, only to realize that his back was pressed against the unforgiving wall, leaving him completely trapped. Xu Sheng's mind went blank as he beheld the handsome man before him. His cheeks unexpectedly flushed with warmth, and his heart raced, igniting a fierce sense of embarrassment. Despite having lived many years in the guise of Xu Sheng, she was still a genuine woman. Breathless, Xu Sheng felt the heat radiating from her flushed cheeks as she weakly queried, "Xu Sheng, what are you doing?" Chapter 68. The Failure of the Soul Bone. Xu Sheng's face inched closer to Xu Sheng's, a mere millimeter separating them, allowing him to hear the rapid thumping of her heart. He smirked, his gaze filled with an intoxicating allure. "What do I wish to do, Your Highness Qinghe?" Surely, you cannot be entirely oblivious? As Xu Qinghe met Xu Sheng's heated breath, the composure she had maintained evaporated, replaced by a flurry of panic. The intensity of Xu Sheng's gaze compelled her to lower her head, her voice laced with indignation. Xu Sheng, isn't this a bit excessive? After all, we are both men. Her hands, resting between her legs, gripped tightly, leaving faint marks upon her skin. The proximity rendered her incapable of rational thought. What was she doing? Why? After masquerading as a man for so long, was she experiencing such intense, emotional reactions towards this man? Xu Sheng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he gently lifted Xu Qinghe's delicate chin, his tone playful. Oh, am I truly a man? With his chin forcibly tilted upwards, Xu Qinghe felt his face burn like a heated pan, especially as he sensed his soul power becoming increasingly chaotic. From Xu Sheng's perspective, a faint purple light flickered on Xu Qinghe's forehead before abruptly dimming. In the next moment, stripped of the influence of his soul bone abilities, the image he had created for himself collapsed in an instant. His light, golden hair, striking and captivating, cascaded down like a golden waterfall, soft and alluring, exuding an aura of cold elegance that invited obsession. Adorned in a light yellow gown, it perfectly accentuated her enviable figure. At first glance, Qian Rinchu's bright, clear brown eyes resembled exquisite works of art, while her flawless pale cheeks bore a delicate blush, and her thin lips were as tender as blooming roses. However, she was unaware that her soul bone had become ineffective due to the turmoil of her emotions. Xu Sheng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Qian Rinchu's stunning appearance was utterly magnetic, compelling one to draw nearer. He coughed abruptly, his premeditated words caught in his throat, stymied by her breathtaking beauty. This awkward display instantly snapped Qian Rinchu, who had been entranced, back to reality. She blinked her brown eyes, and the faint blush on her face vanished, her expression growing cold once more. Cornered, Qian Rinchu cast a frosty glance at Xu Sheng and slowly remarked, "Xu Sheng, that's enough. If this is a joke, kindly let me go." Xu Sheng gradually released his grip and stepped back a few paces. He understood that further provoking Qian Rinchu would be futile, but fortunately, he had achieved his goal. Her soul bone was now ineffective. Qian Rinchu exited from the corner of the door in silence. As she slowly took her seat, her gaze fell upon her reflection in the mirror before her, a figure so unfamiliar that she realized she was completely exposed. Qian Rinchu's eyes scrutinized Xu Sheng anew, contemplating this man who had orchestrated her emotional turmoil to nullify her soul bone. Why did he know so much? Aside from her grandfather, Qian Douluo, and that woman, no one else was privy to the existence of her soul bone. A smile curled at the corners of Xu Sheng's lips as he sat across from her, casually stating, "Your Highness Xu Qinghe, do you not wish to explain something?" Qian Rinchu shot him a glance, retorting, "What do you want me to explain? Or do you think I'd trust you even if I did?" Her gaze sharpened as she continued, "But who exactly are you? How do you know the method to nullify my head soul bone?" Since her secret was already laid bare, concealing it further would be futile. It was essential to ascertain who this individual truly was. Observing the wary look in Qian Rinchu's eyes, Xu Sheng replied calmly, "There is no need for concern. I am not your enemy. On the contrary, we are of the same kind." Qian Rinchu's expression darkened considerably. Despite Xu Sheng's lengthy discourse, he had still divulged no useful information. How infuriating. This man was truly exasperating. Xu Sheng leisurely picked up a slightly cool cup of tea and said, "It's no trouble to tell you. I am your mother's disciple, Bibi Dong, from 3 years ago. Thus, I know your name, your soul bone, and even your martial soul." Initially, he had only known that Qian Rinchu's martial soul was the six-winged angel, masquerading as Xu Qinghe. Beyond that, he had been utterly unaware. Thankfully, before departing, Bibi Dong had not concealed anything from him, sharing all of Qian Rinchu's information. Perhaps she had surmised that because of his martial soul, he might come into contact with Qian Rinchu. Qian Rinchu suddenly understood, her tone turning icy. So it was that woman? That explains everything. She had anticipated that she would divulge her information to this man, indicating the latter's significant role within the spirit hall. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, striving to calm her anger stirred by that woman. Then what is the nature of your martial soul? 3 years ago, and today, it has caused a powerful resonance with mine. This was the last question lingering in Qian Rinchu's mind. Xu Sheng shook his head silently, replying, I'm not sure about that. Perhaps we must unleash our martial souls to uncover the reason. He genuinely did not understand the nature of this martial soul resonance. Had he known, he would have sought out Qian Rinxue 3 years prior. Qian Rinxue glanced around, then narrowed her eyes, retrieving a round soul guide from her storage soul guide. This was something Qian Douluo had specifically instructed her to bring when she left the spirit hall. With her slender fingers, she pressed the small triangle on the circular soul guide and explained to Xu Sheng, if it's merely about releasing our martial souls, then this shielding soul guide will suffice. She was eager to comprehend the situation, even if it risked exposing her identity. The circular soul guide began to emit visible ripples, swiftly shielding all surrounding soul power. Xu Sheng, witnessing this, felt a twinge of surprise and mused, a shielding soul guide? Qian Rinxue carries such a device? Is it to obscure soul power fluctuations during training? After all, in this era, soul guides were far from common. Only the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the titled Douluo at the pinnacle of the continent could possess them. Xu Sheng, now we shall release our martial souls together. Qian Rinxue requested softly, standing from her chair with a hint of earnestness in her voice. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, gravely asking, Are you certain you wish to do so here? He recalled that Qian Rinxue's martial soul, the six-winged angel, was an immense entity. This small room would likely be overwhelmed by its presence. Moreover, should their martial souls provoke a significant reaction, concealing her identity would be all but impossible. Qian Rinxue nodded resolutely, biting her thin lips as she affirmed, Yes, right here. Xu Sheng, your soul power is too potent. Please suppress it. Xu Sheng stood, acquiescing to her request. All right. His interest in their martial soul resonance had prompted him to agree to come to the palace. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, Nine-Heart Blood Lotus. The blood-red radiance of the Nine-Heart Blood Lotus erupted from his palm, filling the air with a metallic scent. Beneath him, 9 terrifying black soul rings materialized. Qian Rinxue broke into a cold sweat, despite having previously witnessed Xu Sheng's terrifying soul ring configuration. Being so close now overwhelmed her with immense pressure. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she steeled herself and declared, Six-winged angel. As her words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from her body, purifying all worldly malevolence as if she were a deity. For soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, floated into view beneath her. Xu Sheng's tidal level pressure was significantly mitigated by Qian Rinxue as his six-winged angel martial soul. Subsequently, a statue more resplendent than her own form began to materialize behind her. The statue, clad in fiery armor, bore feather-like patterns adorning every inch of its surface. Its 6 wings, once mottled, now shimmered in radiant, transparent gold, with concentric golden ripples radiating outward from its core. In its hand, a massive sword transformed into the golden angel sword. Xu Sheng gazed upon the formidable martial spirit of Qian Rinxue, fixated on the angelic statue, murmuring, Is this the 6-winged angel martial spirit? It can actually dissipate the oppressive aura emitted by my 9-heart bloodthorn with its pure radiance. If they were of equal rank, it would merely indicate that Qian Rinxue's martial spirit was comparable to that of Xu Sheng. However, Xu Sheng currently stood as a title Douluo at level 90, while Qian Rinxue approached the threshold of 50. This suggested that Qian Rinxue's 6-winged angel martial spirit might even surpass the caliber of Xu Sheng's primary martial spirit, the 9-heart bloodthorn. With golden light shimmering in her eyes, Qian Rinxue raised her gaze to Xu Sheng. She sensed that her 6-winged angel martial spirit behind her was trembling, as if urging her to bring Xu Sheng's martial spirit closer. Her expression betrayed no emotion as she coldly commanded, Xu Sheng, bring your martial spirit near. Xu Sheng furrowed his brow at her tone, which was quite irksome. Yet he understood that this was the influence of the 6-winged angel martial spirit, rendering her momentarily calm about everything. With a silent sigh, he approached Qian Rinxue slowly, striving to suppress the restlessness of his martial spirit. As he drew nearer to the radiant figure of Qian Rinxue, the 9-heart bloodthorn and the 6-winged angel began to intertwine their essences. The 9-heart bloodthorn surged wildly, growing to match the height of the 6-winged angel, enveloping it in a searing embrace. In that moment, the auras of both martial spirits vanished, leaving only the tendrils of the Nine-Heart Blood thorn supplying crimson liquid to the interior of the six-winged angel. Beneath her stunning beauty, Qian Rinxue was enveloped in an icy demeanor. She furrowed her elegant brows and questioned Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng, why has the transformation ceased? She too realized that the resonance between their martial spirits likely indicated the potential for a martial spirit fusion technique. Xu Sheng observed the six-winged angel, now shrouded by the Nine-Heart Blood thorn, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. This shouldn't be. The two spirits seemed destined to merge. Why has nothing occurred? Suddenly, he recalled the scene of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Yuqing executing their martial spirit fusion technique. Not only did their martial spirits intertwine, but their bodies also seemed to connect. Realizing this, Xu Sheng understood the crux of the issue. He turned his gaze towards the intensely focused Qian Rinxue and remarked, "It is evident that we can utilize the martial spirit fusion technique, but we lack the most critical step." Xu Sheng felt that he had conveyed enough for Qian Rinxue to discern the underlying problem. Otherwise, suggesting physical contact with her would feel akin to taking advantage of her. As expected, the glimmer of contemplation flickered in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she pondered. Could it be bodily contact? This thought prompted a subtle shift in her gaze towards Xu Sheng. So, it requires contact with my partner? However, she had never engaged in intimate contact with a man throughout the years, and the prospect of suddenly doing so with one was daunting. Xu Sheng's amber eyes met Qian Rinxue's, and he stated gently, "Now you understand, right? Without physical contact, our martial spirits cannot fully merge to execute the fusion technique." Qian Rinxue's emotions surged within her as she inwardly cursed. How frustrating. We were so close to success, yet here we are, obstructed. But without taking this step, she would never truly comprehend how her martial spirit would transform in conjunction with this man. These thoughts spun like an enchanting vortex, making it impossible for her to abandon her pursuit. After a moment of silence, Qian Rinxue finally spoke. "Must it only be a touch of the palm? Very well. If it's merely a contact of such a non-sensitive area, I should be able to overcome this." After all, she didn't harbor strong aversion towards Xu Sheng. In fact, due to the martial spirit's connection, she felt a certain fondness. Seeing Qian Rinxue's resolve, Xu Sheng slowly extended his long hand, offering a slightly stiff smile. "Let's give it a try." At that moment, Qian Rinxue lifted her gaze to his hand suspended in midair, then closed her eyes in silence, extending her own hand. Their slender fingers entwined, clasping tightly together. In the next instant, their spiritual energies fused through the contact of their bodies, merging seamlessly. In this exquisite moment, they could feel each other's emotions and heartbeats. Qian Rinxue felt as if she were basking in the warmth of brilliant sunlight, her entire being enveloped in a comforting glow. A smile unconsciously graced her lips as she murmured, "Is this the martial spirit fusion technique? It feels so warm." Chapter 70, Martial Spirit Fusion, Fallen Angel. Moreover, it seemed that touching this man was not as repugnant as she had anticipated. On the other side, Xu Sheng shared a similar sentiment. Feeling the emotional turbulence influenced by the Nine-Heart Blood thorn momentarily subside, the still six-winged angel and Nine-Heart Blood thorn behind them began to merge once more, their auras leaking out as they continued their fusion. Gradually, the essences of the two martial spirits began to blend, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. As Qian Rinxue and Xu Sheng awaited the complete fusion with a sense of anticipation, the six-winged angel and Nine-Heart Blood thorn unexpectedly halted their merging once again. They remained in a state of partial fusion, yet the final step eluded them. The warmth they had felt began to dissipate, and they realized that something was amiss. Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, her once brilliant golden gaze now dimmed, and looked towards the obscured six-winged angel entangled within the Nine-Heart Blood thorn. Her expression soured slightly as she murmured, "What is happening? Why can't we fully merge?" Although they had completed the foundational steps for the martial spirit fusion technique, success still eluded them. Could it be that their martial spirits were simply incompatible, a misjudgment born of the extremes of good and evil? In that moment, Qian Rinxue chuckled bitterly, the flicker of hope in her eyes beginning to fade. Perhaps her and Xu Sheng's initial assumptions had been misguided. How could the martial spirits of righteousness and malevolence possibly transcend their stark contradictions to execute a fusion technique? Reflecting on this, she realized they had been rather naive. Meanwhile, as Xu Sheng opened his eyes, his expression remained largely unchanged. He had already surmised the cause of their failure, and he was certain that they could indeed execute the martial spirit fusion technique. Otherwise, the fusion would have failed from the outset, rather than remaining in a state of partial merging. Turning to Qian Renxue, he calmly stated, "Why the disappointment? I am confident that we can achieve the martial spirit fusion technique." Upon hearing Xu Sheng's words, the dimness in Qian Renxue's eyes rekindled the previous light. Is that truly the case? However, as she spoke, her gaze flicked to the disrupted martial soul behind her. She yearned to believe Xu Sheng's words. Yet this martial soul brought her back to clarity. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, coldly stating, "Then it depends on whether you wish to fuse with them. It may require a small price." Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed as her mind raced. If their martial soul fusion technique necessitated a sacrifice for success, then, as the other party in the fusion, Xu Sheng must also bear a similar cost. She decisively asked Xu Sheng, "A price?" As the other half of the fusion, "Won't you face this situation?" Xu Sheng, momentarily taken aback, pointed to himself, unsure of how to respond. For him, this price could be viewed as a burden or a benefit, thus he did not regard it with much concern. Xu Sheng pressed his thin lips together and patiently explained, "You mean me? This price is inconsequential to me, but for you, it is different. The decision lies with you." Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes glinted with seriousness. What could this price possibly be? A matter of lifespan? Or perhaps something concerning her mental strength and martial soul? These answers eluded her from Xu Sheng. Nodding in agreement with Xu Sheng's suggestion, a resolute gleam filled her eyes. "As long as we can proceed with the martial soul fusion, I am willing to pay the price. The most severe costs recorded in history for martial soul fusion are merely a slight reduction in lifespan. Losing a little is of no consequence." Xu Sheng stepped aside, his demeanor calm, saying, "Since you are willing, then step closer to me." A sense of caution stirred within Qian Renxue, warning her of deception. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of familiarity surged within her. Why did the statement sound so familiar? She scrutinized Xu Sheng with a mix of suspicion, doubting whether he had orchestrated everything, ensnaring her step by step, leaving her with no means of resistance. Forced to comply with his wishes, Xu Sheng, observing the pensive Qian Renxue, did not rush her, gently inquiring, "Have you made up your mind?" Qian Renxue bit her lip, refraining from answering Xu Sheng, and instead moved to the position closest to him, their bodies seemingly poised to touch. She felt a tinge of embarrassment in her actions, a flush creeping on her cheeks. Seeing her approach, Xu Sheng earnestly reminded her, "You should prepare yourself. Once we begin, there will be no opportunity for retraction." He wished to avoid any ire from Qian Renxue following the fusion. In response, Qian Renxue's voice rang with determination. "No need for further words. I have made my decision." In the next moment, Xu Sheng enveloped Qian Renxue in his arms, drawing her close, and in her moment of confusion, he lowered his head and kissed her. Startled, Qian Renxue widened her eyes, attempting to protest against Xu Sheng's actions, only to find her lips sealed by his. Unable to escape, she was reluctantly drawn into the kiss. Xu Sheng, gazing at her enviously beautiful visage, mused inwardly, "This time, things have escalated." However, to his surprise, Qian Renxue, previously passive, began to take the initiative, leaving him momentarily dazed. Moreover, he discerned a hint of vengefulness in her eyes. As they kissed, the Nine-Heart's blood begonia behind them began to merge into the six-winged angel. The angel's sword gradually stained crimson, exuding an air of lethal intent. Furthermore, the six wings of the six-winged angel shifted to a deep black hue, the once pure radiance of the statue now tainted with a haunting shade of red. As a terrifying aura of slaughter began to spread, suddenly, the statue-like six-winged angel's eyes glowed red, and it moved, raising the sword imbued with a sinister crimson essence. The sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the ceiling of the room. The angel's sword was held aloft by the six-winged angel, gathering strands of scarlet particles. Within moments, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped the sword's tip, extending to a length thrice that of the six-winged angel. This devastating strike seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. This was their true martial soul fusion technique, Fallen Angel. Chapter 71. The initial manifestation of the ice rose soared. The violent and terrifying fluctuations of soul power caused cracks to appear on the shielded soul guide, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xu Sheng, engaged in an intense kiss with Qian Rinxue, felt a tightening in his pupils. This was bad. If the soul guide were to break, the fluctuations from their martial soul fusion technique would alert everyone in the royal family nearby. Xu Sheng attempted to speak, but Qian Rinxue's sweet, tender lips overwhelmed him, rendering him speechless. These muffled words seemed to further ignite Qian Rinxue's desires as she cast aside all restraint. Wrapping her arms around Xu Sheng's neck and kissing him fiercely, even forgetting that they were currently executing a martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique, Fallen Angel, was visibly spiraling out of control behind them, as the blackened angel's sword began to descend slowly. The entire sky began to tremble, a sudden gust of wind erupting. Xu Sheng, firmly kissed, narrowed his eyes and slowly extended his left hand, where a pale blue radiance began to coalesce. In an instant, a frigid sword, reminiscent of a divine weapon, materialized in his grasp, releasing an intensely cold aura that effortlessly formed petals of blue ice roses around him. 9 soul rings, brimming with immense pressure, rose beneath his feet, red, 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 gold. The 9 inky black soul rings of the 9 hearts blood begonias surged inward, encircled by the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings. Utilizing his second martial soul, Xu Sheng unleashed a terrifying pressure that caused the shielded soul guide to explode. That icy sword was his second martial soul, the Ice Rose Sword. Xu Sheng's heart surged with determination as he declared, 9th soul skill, attack transfer. The 9th golden soul ring beneath his feet illuminated. With that, Xu Sheng plunged the radiant Ice Rose sword into the ground. However, the 6 black-winged angels would not relent, their eyes burning with insatiable killing intent as the angel's sword descended violently. The terrifying sword aura effortlessly tore through the air, a colossal crimson glow cascading down toward destruction. Yet, this halfway descent of the devastating crimson sword aura was abruptly intercepted by an invisible force of spatial energy. Subsequently, this spatial energy began to engulf the scarlet sword aura, rendering it invisible. The source of all this was Xu Sheng's second martial soul, the Ice Rose Sword. Specifically, one of the soul skills from the Million-Year Soul Ring. Spatial transfer, an ability that could absolutely negate any level of attack and redirect it elsewhere. As the fallen angel, who had unleashed this attack, returned to normal, its form gradually dissipated. Xu Sheng hastily withdrew the Ice Rose Sword into his body, and the 8 red and 1 gold soul rings dimmed. In his heart, he silently rejoiced. At last I managed to block it. The martial soul fusion technique they had just executed had, according to his assessment, barely reached the level of an ordinary strike from a second-tier deity. Contemplate the scenario. Should he and Qian Rinxue ascend to the divine throne, their union in wielding martial soul fusion techniques would undoubtedly yield an assault surpassing even that of the God King. Satisfied, Qian Rinxue hastily released Xu Sheng from her grasp. Retreating a couple of steps, her flushed cheeks betraying a hint of shyness over her earlier audacity. She found it hard to believe that she had initiated a kiss with Xu Sheng. Did I truly just kiss this man? Xu Sheng, suppressing a smile, pressed his lips together, faintly aware of the lingering fragrance of her soft form. He could not help but gaze intently at Qian Rinxue, teasingly remarking, I never imagined your previous demeanor was mere pretense. He had thought himself quite bold. Yet Qian Rinxue had proven bolder still by wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. However, the sensation was rather delightful. You are the one pretending. Wasn't it because you were too lazy to engage with me before? Qian Rinxue retorted, her defiance momentarily halted as she recalled the subsequent words. Yet, her resentful gaze remained fixed on Xu Sheng, as if he had committed an unforgivable act against her. How dare he initiate a forceful kiss only to jest about it now? She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Once her emotions stabilized, she employed the power of her skull, a faint purple glow emanating from her forehead, transforming her appearance from Qian Rinxue back to Xu Sheng. Outside, a soldier knocked timidly on the door, inquiring, Your Highness Xu Sheng, is everything all right? Should we come in? With her mood already soured, Xu Sheng coldly replied, No need. In that case, We shall take our leave." Upon resuming her seat, Qian Rinxue shot a glance at Xu Sheng and icily asked, "Did our martial soul fusion technique succeed?" Her mind had been a blank, fixated solely on retaliating against Xu Sheng, completely oblivious to their fusion process. When she finally regained her senses, she realized her soul power had been entirely drained. Xu Sheng's lips curled slightly as he replied, "It was indeed successful. If not for your soul power being too low, I might have struggled to withstand it." Qian Rinxue lifted her chin, pondering withstand. Does this mean that the absence of any tumult during the attack was due to you countering the martial soul fusion's assault? Her gaze instantly brimmed with skepticism. Then, if our martial souls could not be utilized during the fusion, how did you manage to defend against it? Xu Sheng's heart raced. He was digging his own grave. With Qian Rinxue's intellect, it would not be easy to deceive her, and he found himself at a loss for how to clarify the situation. Reluctantly, Xu Sheng opted for the straightforward approach. "Guess," he blurted out. Ignoring his words, Qian Rinxue remained skeptical. "Xu Sheng, you can't possibly possess a twin martial soul, can you?" After all, in her memory, that woman had also been a twin martial soul user. As her disciple, it was plausible that Xu Sheng could indeed have a twin martial soul. Xu Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety and rolled his eyes dismissively. "You're overthinking it. If only I had a twin martial soul." Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" Xu Sheng promptly stood, clearing his throat. "It's time for me to continue my journey. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness Qinghe." The taste was quite delightful. Before Xue Qinghe could respond, he vanished like a specter. "He's gone?" Xue Qinghe blinked, finding the room empty, a wave of profound disappointment washing over her. However, as she reflected on Xu Sheng's parting words, her expression darkened, her delicate hands clenching tightly. Quite delightful indeed. Chapter 72. Bloody Mary in his hurried departure from the Tiando royal palace. Xu Sheng felt a lingering tension in his chest, as if his secret had been laid bare. His expression grave, he nearly revealed his secret. However, he knew he could not conceal the truth of his twin martial soul for much longer. Should Qian Rinxue divulge this information to Bibi Dong or Qian Douluo, his position would become precarious. If he were to trust the spirit hall, it would be contradictory to withhold the existence of his second martial soul from his mentor, Bibi Dong. The latter's trust, cultivated over the years, could very well waver. Although he was not particularly concerned about the implications of his standing, his priority remained clear. He must journey to the city of slaughter. There, he could forge the domain of slaughter, perhaps even enhancing his primary martial soul, the Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus. Over the following days, Xu Sheng continued his trek northward, traversing rivers and desolate deserts until he reached a locale with a hint of civilization. Adorned with unique eyewear, he instinctively concealed his menacing aura. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously stepped into this place, casting a cold gaze around. The entire area was shrouded in ominous shadows, and ahead lay what appeared to be a village. Upon entry, he discovered numerous shops, each exuding a faint metallic scent of blood. It seemed many had met their demise within these establishments through merciless slaughter. Bloody Mary. Give me Bloody Mary. Amidst the numerous withered trees, countless men, resembling skeletal remains, hung from the branches, moaning in agony. When their desperate gazes landed on Xu Sheng, they erupted into a frenzy. Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Kill you, and I can trade for Bloody Mary. Kill him. Kill him. The skeletal men tumbled from the trees, their tattered bodies swarming toward Xu Sheng like zombies. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely question their sanity, wondering if they had descended into hell. Among them were some driven by insatiable thirst, turning to tear into the nearest individual. They clawed at one another, seemingly oblivious to their own wounds, drinking deeply of each other's blood. The moonlight cast a ghastly glow on the crimson liquid. Others approached Xu Sheng, hands outstretched, as if intent on feasting upon him. Xu Sheng's eyes turned frigid. The state of the city of slaughter was far worse than he had anticipated. Yet, he found a certain thrill in this lawless realm. He swiftly unleashed his martial soul, his hands sweeping toward the oncoming horde of zombies. Countless vines of the Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus surged forth like a massive thorny thicket, ensnaring the mindless assailants, beginning to siphon their souls and blood. Instantly, the cacophony of despair filled the air as the densely packed crowd wailed in anguish. Yet, even in the face of impending doom, their lips continued to murmur, Bloody, Bloody Mary, kill him, kill him. Casting a glance behind him, Xu Sheng continued forward, his hand tightening into a fist. Those ensnared by the Nine-Heart's blood lotus collapsed into lifeless husks, their essence drained. Their remaining blood and souls nourishing the Nine-Heart's blood lotus. Xu Sheng paused before a sinister establishment, gazing at the sign emblazoned with blood-red letters. Through the murky glass, he could discern numerous burly men reveling in the consumption of a strange, seething liquid that radiated an eerie crimson glow. One bare-chested man bellowed, "Drink! Drink!" and, in a single gulp, drained the steaming, scarlet concoction. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced by a weapon wielded by another man, strikingly similar in appearance, who cast a greedy glance his way. Do you even deserve to drink this?" The man, now fatally wounded, widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at his assailant, but before he could utter another word, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other patrons, unfazed by the scene, continued to indulge in their libations. A waiter approached, casting a cold glance at the body on the floor, and casually inquired, "Would you like to order a Bloody Mary?" The man who had slain the giant nodded, licking his dry lips, yes. Xu Sheng, observing this intriguing establishment, felt as if a certain shackle within him had been unlocked. Was this truly the gateway to the city of slaughter? How fascinating! A slight smile crept upon his lips as he slowly entered the establishment. The patrons at nearby tables regarded him with ill intentions, though their gazes quickly retracted when Xu Sheng cast a cold glance in their direction, silently choosing an unoccupied seat. Soon, the earlier waiter swiftly approached Xu Sheng, his demeanor dripping with disdain. "What would you like to order?" Xu Sheng's eyes turned icy, an aura of palpable killing intent enveloping the waiter. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, "What would you like to have?" The burly patrons at other tables, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Xu Sheng, narrowed their eyes and scrutinized him in silence. "I'll have a Bloody Mary," Xu Sheng stated calmly. Sampling the Bloody Mary was essential in this city of slaughter, and he was curious about its taste. The waiter, unable to refuse, forced a smile and replied, "One Bloody Mary, coming right up. Please wait a moment." After a brief interval, he returned, gingerly presenting a glass filled with the steaming, scarlet liquid. "Enjoy," he said with a feigned cheerfulness before retreating. Xu Sheng's gaze fell upon the glass, the liquid within bubbling ominously. As he grasped it, an enticing scent of blood wafted up to him. With a cold expression, he brought it to his lips. The moment he took a sip, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he abruptly set the glass down, coughing violently. The Bloody Mary was not merely about the taste. The scalding liquid felt as though it could drag him into an endless void of the deceased. Even though he had braced himself, the bizarre sensation still caught him off guard. From a moment Xu Sheng placed the glass down, the previously wary patrons now regarded him with unabashed hostility, their eyes glinting with unrestrained malevolence. Chapter 73. Entering the city of slaughter, Xu Sheng gently pressed his lips together, allowing mere seconds for his palate to acclimate to the intoxicating flavor. Drinking the Bloody Mary felt as effortless as sipping water. Just as he was about to lift the glass once more, the burly men who had been observing him could no longer contain themselves. Initially, they believed Xu Sheng to be formidable, but now he appeared to be nothing more than a weakling incapable of handling a Bloody Mary. Surely, his soul power must be pitifully low. One man whistled mockingly and sneered, "Kid, you look like a novice. Better scram." Another, with disheveled hair, licked the crimson liquid from his lips disdainfully. "You can't even handle a Bloody Mary? What give you the right to be here?" A third man brandished his large blade ominously, suggesting, "Why let him leave? Killing him and turning him into a Bloody Mary would be far more entertaining." This remark ignited a wave of conspiratorial glances among the other patrons, who subtly readied their weapons. Meanwhile, the previously indifferent waiter, now reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, "What a fool. I was scared of him earlier, but he can't even drink a Bloody Mary. He doesn't deserve to be here." Xu Sheng's icy visage betrayed no emotion as he turned his gaze toward them, scanning each face with indifference before quietly setting down his Bloody Mary. "Oh, are you addressing me?" he uttered, his voice devoid of inflection. As soon as the words left his lips, the armed men erupted into laughter. Is this guy for real? He must be oblivious to the treachery of the world. But today he'll learn. They jeered. "Kid, be careful in your next life." Don't be such a fool. Whether he was truly foolish or not, they decided to eliminate him. The group of armed men rose, revealing 3 to 4 soul rings beneath their feet, mostly white and yellow, with not a single 1,000-year soul ring among them. They approached Xu Sheng, seemingly eager to witness despair and rage on his face, emotions that would bring them to light. You've never encountered such terrifying soul power, have you? One taunted. Look at him. He probably won't even realize how he die. Enough chatter. Let us end him. Another declared. With all of us at the 3rd ring, taking down this brat will be a piece of cake. One man, brandishing his large blade, stepped forward, closing in on Xu Sheng and aimed for his neck. He spat, delivering the cruel words before swinging down with force. Yet in the next instant, tendrils of Nine-Heart Blood Vine ensnared him, halting his arm mid-swing. The man, startled, furrowed his brow at the crimson vines, straining against them to sever Xu Sheng's head. But no matter how hard he exerted himself, the blade wouldn't budge an inch. Realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Xu Sheng remained silent, calmly lifting the Bloody Mary to his lips. The man, humiliated by Xu Sheng's indifference, ignited his first soul ring in anger. Yet, before he could act, he was instantaneously drained of life, leaving only his lifeless blade to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. The now withered giant collapsed, his eyes filled with confusion, evidently unaware of how he had met his demise. Xu Sheng's bizarre ability prompted the others to retreat cautiously, their gazes fixated on the seemingly passive Xu Sheng. In their eyes, he had merely lifted a drink, yet the man had fallen, transformed into a mere husk. Fear of the unknown crept into their hearts. They were indeed warriors accustomed to bloodshed, yet they were no match for someone who could so effortlessly claim lives. What ability did this guy just use? One man with a scarred face gasped in disbelief. Another, more slovenly, shouted in shock, "Evil martial soul. This man possesses a malevolent soul. There's no way he could drain a person's life so quickly otherwise." Standing beside the unscrupulous man, a fleeting glance was cast towards him, a group of inept individuals, frightened by this young lad's mere display of tactics. "Do not cower. He is merely posturing. It was that fellow's arrogance that provoked us. Let us strike together." Before the last words could escape his lips, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, and the man's expression froze as his head tilted and fell, the sight of his decapitated body gushing forth like a fountain. Only then did they realize the terror of Xu Sheng. Panic-stricken, the only thought that echoed in their minds was to flee. If this man catches us, we shall surely perish. They hastily discarded their weapons and sprinted in desperation towards the exit, just a few steps away from escaping the shop. They felt a surge of luck. Xu Sheng gently blew on the steaming Bloody Mary in his hand, elegantly savoring a sip in silence. Simultaneously, those who were on the verge of escape began to collapse, drained of blood, mere steps away from freedom, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were so close to survival. Why was this happening? Once Xu Sheng finished his drink, he gradually rose to his feet, his icy gaze sweeping over the mountain of corpses piled outside the shop. A terrified server, who had been observing from the shadows, approached Xu Sheng cautiously, not daring to breathe, casting a wary glance at his cheek. Xu Sheng set down the glass containing the Bloody Mary and inquired softly, "Where is the entrance to the city of slaughter?" The server hurriedly replied, "It is over there." Xu Sheng dismissed him, saying, "No need." As the words fell, a thud echoed, and the server beside Xu Sheng slumped down lifelessly. Guided by his mental prowess, Xu Sheng walked towards the bar area, briefly glancing at the two servers trembling in a corner. Ignoring them, he struck the bar with a single hand, shattering it and the floor beneath into pieces. A massive, gaping hole appeared, icy winds swirling upwards from the abyss below. Xu Sheng remarked, "Indeed, this is the true entrance to the city of slaughter." Without hesitation, he leaped into the void, descending rapidly. As Xu Sheng vanished from sight, the two servers, hiding behind the bar, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens we did not engage, otherwise. Little did they know, as they pondered, they were already enveloped by countless bloodthirsty Nine-Heart blood tangs. Chapter 74. Is this sufficient evidence? After descending several meters, Xu Sheng landed on the ground, surrounded by an overwhelming darkness. Yet, with his mental acuity, he could discern everything clearly. The path he found himself on was a solitary route, the sole entrance, flanked by icy winds that heightened the air of mystery. Xu Sheng, with a calm demeanor, continued onward when suddenly a raspy and ominous voice echoed. "Welcome to the city of slaughter, a realm steeped in blood and violence. Here, you shall attain all that you desire at the cost of your very life." Upon hearing this voice, Xu Sheng paused, his gaze fixed on the dark, endless road ahead, intrigued. This city of slaughter seemed tailor-made for him. As the desire for carnage within him swelled, the Nine-Heart Blood Tang within him appeared to sense the allure of blood, trembling with excitement. Continuing forward, his expression unreadable, Xu Sheng turned a corner and walked several hundred steps. At last, the pitch-black void ahead revealed flickers of light. Accelerating his pace, he emerged into the brightness, where he beheld hundreds of knights clad in black armor, their faces concealed by helmets, mounted upon their steeds. Their helmets radiated a crimson glow, gripping their formidable blades. Scrutinizing the newly arrived Xu Sheng, poised to reduce him to dust. Without uttering a word, Xu Sheng locked eyes with the foremost black knight, who bore a distinctive square emblem on his helmet, marking him as the leader of this battalion. After a moment, the knight leader nonchalantly swung his large sword, letting it gleam coldly, and declared, "To pass through the city of slaughter, you must first defeat me." Ordinarily, entrance to the city of slaughter would need to vanquish the knight leader's subordinates. However, sensing an extraordinary aura of danger emanating from Xu Sheng, he chose to confront him personally. Should Xu Sheng fail to defeat him, not only would he be barred from entering the city, but his life would also be forfeit. Xu Sheng replied coolly, "I am not interested in defeating you." Before he could finish, the knight leader sneered, "You lack the courage to engage. You are unworthy of entering the city of slaughter." Xu Sheng persisted, "However, I am far more inclined to kill you." With those words, he unleashed a palpable wave of murderous intent that enveloped the Black Knights. The horses sensed this overwhelming pressure, becoming frantic and rearing in fear, tossing their riders to the ground and fleeing in disarray. The knight leader, witnessing the chaos among his ranks, was astounded. What? This man can incapacitate our well-trained steeds with mere intimidation? These were no ordinary horses, but spectral steeds, trained through blood and sacrifice. Before him, they were utterly defenseless. This man was undeniably stronger than anyone he had encountered in years, an entirely different echelon. He could not allow Xu Sheng to continue unchecked. With a cold snort, he urged his mount forward, brandishing his sword at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng summoned the Nine-Heart Blood Tang, yet no soul skills or rings manifested beneath him. He pondered silently. Could even a Nine-Heart Blood Tang be restricted? The knight leader, feeling ignored, roared in fury, "How dare you disregard me, seeking death?" The gleaming blade descended towards Xu Sheng's neck. Seeing Xu Sheng's lack of movement, the knight leader smirked, "Just as I thought, a fool. You cannot even react thus. Meet your demise." The blade sliced through the air with a deafening roar, yet Xu Sheng vanished before him. "What? Where is he?" The knight leader exclaimed in shock, scanning the surroundings for Xu Sheng's whereabouts. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The vigilant knight commander, upon hearing a sound from behind, swiftly redirected his blade and struck. After a brief silence, the exquisite sound of flesh being severed resonated, and the commander, mounted on his steed, widened his eyes, frozen in astonishment like his horse. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted between the knight and his horse, which split into bloody halves and fell to the ground like decayed meat. Grasping the ice rose sword, Xu Sheng cast a glance at the scene before turning his gaze towards the other panicked Black Knights. To his surprise, he noted that their murderous intent surpassed that of the average individual. Xu Sheng now regarded these Black Knights as mere prey, nourishing sustenance for his Nine-Heart Blood begonia. What followed was a relentless slaughter as headless knights fell in an orderly fashion. Within minutes, the once imposing hundreds of Black Knights, who had gallantly ridden their fiery steeds, lay sprawled on the ground, staining it crimson. As the saying goes, a family must be united. Xu Sheng would not let a single one escape. Retrieving the ice rose sword, Xu Sheng glanced back, only to behold a beautiful city saturated with the scent of blood. In the next moment, he realized a pressing issue. Entering the city of slaughter seemed to require proof, or else no one would guide him. Xu Sheng recalled something about a skull bearing a number. Unable to remember, he noticed the heads of the Black Knights and felt a flicker of inspiration. Surely, this would suffice? The dark gate loomed closer, flanked by 2 rows of armored warriors. Xu Sheng go check thou, holding the severed head of a Black Knight, still oozing blood in his hand. As he drew nearer, before he could utter a word, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black approached, smiling as she welcomed him to the city of slaughter. She kindly requested his proof and number. Xu Sheng coldly replied, "I possess no proof, but would this suffice?" With that, he revealed the head of the Black Knight he held. The woman stepped back, astonished, exclaiming, "This is the head of a Black Knight. You managed to slay one single-handedly." Xu Sheng maintained his icy demeanor and pressed, "Is this enough proof? If not, surely my actions speak for themselves?" Chapter 75. Entering the inner city of the City of Slaughter, the black-clad woman appeared conflicted. Typically, only those who defeated Black Knights were awarded the skulls as proof and identification numbers. This man was the first in the history of the City of Slaughter to directly kill a Black Knight and present its head as proof. Due to the absence of explicit regulations, after a moment's hesitation, she conferred with the rows of armored warriors beside her and then returned her gaze to Xu Sheng. With a hint of apology on her face, she declared, "This is sufficient. Please follow me." This man's strength was validated by the severed head, granting him the right to enter the City of Slaughter. Xu Sheng nodded, clutching the head of the Black Knight, and followed the woman through the city gates. During their passage, no armored warrior hindered him due to the presence of the woman and the head he carried. As they walked, the black-clad woman explained, "I am your guide. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Within 12 hours, I shall answer all your inquiries. Thereafter, this place will become your home." Xu Sheng inquired, "Are there any rules in the City of Slaughter?" The woman smiled patiently, explaining, "The only rule here is that there are no rules. You may do anything. Even the titled Douluos will weaken here due to their inability to use soul techniques. You can rest assured." A disdainful smile played on Xu Sheng's lips. Is it truly impossible to use soul techniques in the City of Slaughter? The smile faded as he pressed further. What is the soul power level of the King of Slaughter? The black-clad woman's brow furrowed at his question. "I cannot answer that. However, the King of Slaughter is a ruler who nearly surpasses all. His true strength and soul power level have never been revealed. How does one leave this place?" Xu Sheng continued, his inquiry not stemming from a desire to escape, for he felt no aversion to the City of Slaughter. The woman looked at him, surprised. "The only way to leave is to participate in the Hell Slaughter competition and become the champion. If you succeed, you will gain the qualification to traverse the road to hell, and such strong individuals are bestowed with the title of Slaughter God." Despite her obligation to answer Xu Sheng, she did not believe he could become the champion of the Hell Slaughter competition. Only 8 slaughter gods had emerged in the city's history. Xu Sheng's brow arched, his tone frosty. "Understood. Now, please take me to the Hell Slaughter arena." The black-clad woman's expression turned to shock. "Are you certain? Fewer than 1 in 10 who enter the Hell Slaughter competition survive. It is the place where the population of the City of Slaughter diminishes the fastest. Do you truly wish to meet your end? This is not the outside world. Soul techniques are ineffective here." Seeing her hesitation, Xu Sheng's murderous intent surged, his eyes flashing crimson. "Enough talk. Take me there." The woman's eyes glimmered with determination as she pressed her lips together, leading him in another direction. "Please follow me. The Hell Slaughter competition is this way." Her steps were measured, maintaining a half-step distance from Xu Sheng. His crimson gaze observed the unfolding scenes ahead. As they continued walking, the air filled with mocking laughter and jeers. "Here comes another kid. I fear there'll be more Bloody Marys on the table. Look at him. He is probably just here to die." Xu Sheng turned towards the source of the taunts, spotting a row of men, as thin as bones, squatting in that area. Had they not been wrapped in skin, one might not recognize them as human. His eyes rose, sword suddenly solidified, its blade aimed at the skeletal man. However, the black-clad woman gently grasped his wrist, shaking her head. "This is the outer city. Killing is prohibited here. You must wait until you enter the inner city, where there are truly no rules." The skeletal men burst into laughter. "Look at you, wanting to kill in the outer city? Clearly, you're a clueless rookie. But it matters not. You won't survive once you go inside. Soon enough, you'll know the terror that awaits." The black-clad woman cast a cold glance at the skeletal men, who suddenly realized her presence. Upon recognizing her, their pupils contracted in fear, and they hastily departed. After walking for half an hour, they finally arrived before a towering black wall. Behind this wall lay the inner city of the City of Slaughter, where the strong enjoyed unbridled freedom. The gates were wide open, with no armored warriors or black knights stationed to guard them. It seemed those managing the City of Slaughter held great trust in the inner city. Upon noticing Xu Sheng's perplexity, the woman clad in black explained with a dispassionate tone that the inner city of the City of Carnage required no guards. Anyone with the audacity could enter freely at any time. Furthermore, once they entered the inner city, she implored him not to stray more than 5 meters from her side, as she could not guarantee his safety. The inner city was vastly different from the outer city. Even during moments of rest, dining, or slumber, one could easily fall prey to an attack. It was a foreboding environment for a newcomer like Xu Sheng, who, in his ignorance, might find himself meeting a grim fate in an instant. Xu Sheng let out a cold smile, scoffing at the notion of her protecting him. With her meager abilities, how could she possibly safeguard him? She was merely a figure akin to a manager, tasked by the King of Carnage. He believed that without the King's presence, those like her, fragile as glass, would scarcely survive, for those who disdained their existence could thrive without resorting to murder. The woman in black, perceiving the disdain in Xu Sheng's tone, furrowed her brows and proclaimed with pride that as the envoy of the King of Carnage, none dared to infringe upon the king's dignity. Xu Sheng merely snorted and insisted she continue on her way, stating he had no need for her protection. This statement ignited a torrent of fury within the woman. She had just cautioned this man to be prudent, only to be met with such blatant disregard for the realities of their world. Very well, she thought, once they entered the inner city, without her protection, his survival would be left to fate. Xu Sheng cast a glance at her, uninterested in waiting, and strode into the inner city gate. The woman's expression darkened, and she hastened to follow in his footsteps, inwardly cursing the situation. If it weren't for the King of Carnage's decree mandating a 24-hour protection period for newcomers, their negligence would be deemed a dereliction of duty. She had no intention of caring for this arrogant man. Chapter 76, Where Wind and Snow Pass. All becomes dust upon entering the inner city of the City of Carnage. The atmosphere surrounding Xu Sheng shifted dramatically from that of the outer city. Just by sensing with his mental acuity, he discerned the presence of at least dozens of individuals harboring murderous intent aimed at him. They did not shy away from their predatory gazes, each caressing weapons reeking of blood. In fact, they were all silently awaiting an opportunity. It seemed that should Xu Sheng approach them or inadvertently reveal a weakness, they would strike without hesitation. A cacophony of despair and anguished cries echoed throughout the inner city, which appeared to be the norm here. Before Xu Sheng stood a burly man, tugging at the hair of a voluptuous woman, entirely indifferent to the eyes upon them, indulging in his base desires in a manner that defied description. In this lawless realm, being killed upon entry was a permissible fate. There had even been newcomers who, after merely stepping out of the woman in black's 5-meter radius for mere seconds, had been reduced to lifeless corpses, a testament to the brutality of the inhabitants. Gradually, more and more eyes began to fixate on the newcomer, Xu Sheng, gazing at him as one would a prey. Xu Sheng's gaze hardened, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid as he came to a halt. The woman in black, noticing his pause, mused to herself, wondering if he had succumbed to fear. She had initially perceived him as formidable, yet it seemed he faltered at the first hurdle. Perhaps she had overestimated him. With a hint of disdain, she remarked that if he wished to regret his choices, there was still time. Ahead lay the hellish slaughter arena, where the inhabitants were even more terrifying than those here. Xu Sheng's eyes, devoid of any emotion, reflected his contempt as he retorted, "Regret? Over these easily dispatched scum?" His Nine-Heart's bloodleaf spirit required more blood and souls, and this unregulated, narrow expanse presented an excellent breeding ground. Moreover, he had recently sensed his Nine-Heart's bloodleaf absorbing a substantial amount of blood and souls, hinting at a potential evolution. The woman in black could no longer suppress her emotions, doubling over in laughter. "Ha! You must be jesting. There are so many here. Each one has survived the hellish slaughter tournament." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xu Sheng had already conjured the ice rose sword in his hand, its icy blue blade emanating a chilling aura that seemed to beseech the very souls of those present. The woman who had assumed he was joking fell silent, her smile fading as shock spread across her face. "You can't possibly intend to slaughter your way through, can you?" Yet no answer came. Only the slender and graceful figure of Xu Sheng, wielding the ice rose sword with effortless grace, advancing like a deity of death. Each swing of the sword claimed a living soul, and those who approached him could only emit shrill screams of despair. Under the terrifying onslaught of the ice rose sword, they fell before him like helpless prey, their bodies quickly consumed by Xu Sheng's Nine-Heart's blood leaf. The extreme cold spread throughout the passage, cloaking it in layers of frost. In this dim place, delicate white snowflakes drifted from the heavens, settling upon Xu Sheng's long hair, adding to his formidable presence. Yet, this did nothing to quell his thirst for carnage. Behind him, the woman in black was left utterly dumbfounded, her throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Only when she gazed at the bloodied corpses strewn across the ground did she realize this was no dream. This man truly intended to annihilate every soul along his path. And indeed, he possessed the terrifying capability to do so. The survivors of the hellish slaughter tournament fell before Xu Sheng, unable to withstand even 5 seconds before becoming lifeless shells. She pondered silently. Perhaps this man could become the new god of slaughter, offering her a chance to escape the hellish arena. Time slipped by, and Xu Sheng finally retracted the ice rose sword into his being. Behind him lay a desolate expanse, littered with lifeless bodies. He had long lost track of how much time had passed or how many he had slain. The only thing that lingered in his mind was the mechanical motion of the ice rose sword, claiming the lives of all who crossed his path. Xu Sheng's cold gaze turned towards the woman in black, his expression tranquil as he commanded, "Lead me to the hellish slaughter arena." He had initially believed this path would lead to the arena, but it was merely a trivial route to the vast inner city. The true visage of the inner city bore a striking resemblance to the grandiosity of Sato City. The woman in black's speech began to falter under the immense pressure Xu Sheng exerted. This handsome man had slaughtered hundreds without a flicker of emotion. As he acclaimed, the people here were nothing more than fodder for his merciless blades. The woman hastily nodded, "Yes, yes. The hellish slaughter arena is just over there." She pointed to a nearby wall, which formed a broad, circular structure of black. Even from this distance, the cacophony of sounds emanating from within was distinctly audible. Xu Sheng's icy gaze flickered with surprise. It south so close? In truth, it was not that it was close, but rather that the hellish slaughter arena was so immense that it made everything else seem near. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the hellish slaughter arena, revealing its true shape, a non-standard cone, widest at the bottom and tapering as it ascended. Xu Sheng's expression was exceedingly cold as he inquired about the rules here. The woman in black patiently explained that the regulations of the Hell's Killing Arena were quite straightforward. Upon entering, one must register using their identity token. However, since he lacked such a token, she would need to accompany him in the registration. Following that, they would await the commencement of the matches. During this waiting period, no one was permitted to engage in combat. Each group entering the arena consisted of 10 individuals, yet only one would emerge alive. Xu Sheng furrowed his brow. "Only 9 can be slain at a time? How long will it take for me to secure the championship?" He was not inclined to waste a considerable amount of time in the city of slaughter. If there was a way to expedite the process, he would prefer to avoid any delays. The woman in black contemplated for a moment, calculating possible outcomes in her mind. If the matches proceeded slowly, it could take a year, but if the frequency of battles was high, perhaps he could claim victory in 2 to 3 months. Chapter 77. The thoughts of the woman in black. Xu Sheng frowned again. 6 months, or even a year, would be a complete waste of his time. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to increase the number of adversaries he could eliminate in one go. The two slowly entered the Hell's Killing Arena, where they encountered a rudimentary circular center designated for slaughter, surrounded by tiered seating reminiscent of a standard battle arena. Xu Sheng turned to the woman in black, his voice flat. "Please register me." The woman's expression revealed a hint of regret as she replied, "I'm afraid that to participate in the Hell's Killing Arena, one must first offer a Bloody Mary. Otherwise, registration cannot proceed." She lamented not having collected some beforehand when she had slaughtered those individuals, realizing that even for herself, the opportunity to obtain a Bloody Mary was quite rare. Each Bloody Mary was exceedingly precious, yet paradoxically cheap in its usage. Xu Sheng offered a cold smile. "If I recall correctly, you mentioned that during the waiting period, one cannot engage in combat. which implies that one can after the match concludes, correct? The woman in black hesitated, instinctively affirming, yes, if one dies after the match, there would be no repercussions. Very well, Xu Sheng's lips curled subtly. Bloody Marys were in abundance, as long as there were individuals in the city of slaughter. For instance, his gaze fell upon a robust man who was the sole survivor in the center of the arena. Subsequently, he emerged from the killing ground, wielding a spike club in his left hand and a Bloody Mary in his right. It appeared he was keenly aware of those who might attempt to take advantage of his vulnerability post-battle. Fixating his icy gaze upon the man, Xu Sheng approached him slowly. The burly man, upon noticing Xu Sheng's approach, tightened his grip on the spike club, ready to retaliate without hesitation should Xu Sheng initiate an attack. Xu Sheng halted a meter away, his frigid words escaping his lips. Leave your Bloody Mary and be on your way. His tone conveyed no regard for the man standing before him. The burly man, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Xu Sheng, broke into a cold sweat. What was this situation? The mere presence of this individual elicited a reaction of fear within him, and his heart raced. Nonetheless, he could not afford to lose face. So he stubbornly raised the spike club, aiming it towards Xu Sheng, and yelled, "Are you seeking death?" However, his gaze inadvertently shifted, catching sight of the woman in black behind Xu Sheng. This woman only accompanied newcomers, implying that the individual before him was likely a novice. He sneered inwardly, thinking how fortunate he was to face a rookie. While he could not initiate an attack, he was certain that Xu Sheng would not receive protection against provocation. Xu Sheng's eyes remained devoid of emotion, seemingly uninterested in engaging. The burly man scoffed, "You must have just entered the Hell's killing arena." "I will." In an instant, Xu Sheng vanished like a specter, appearing directly before the man without any elaborate technique. The latter's pupils constricted as he prepared to swing the spike club, only to feel a searing pain in his chest. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed, unconscious. Xu Sheng swiftly caught the Bloody Mary that was about to hit the ground in his left hand, while his right hand clenched tightly, causing a pulsating object within to explode. A crimson liquid splattered across the ground, painting it in shades of red. Without casting a glance at the fallen man, he extended the Bloody Mary towards the woman in black. "Now, can you register me?" he asked, shaking off the bloodstains from his hand. The woman's face flushed inexplicably as she hurriedly took the Bloody Mary to complete his registration. After handing it over to the registration personnel, she lowered her head, feeling a thrill of excitement. Despite his terrifying demeanor, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Having spent so long in the city of slaughter, her heart had grown accustomed to indifference. Yet today, she encountered a man who stirred her emotions deeply, excelling in both strength and looks. However, the registration personnel wore a grim expression, returning the Bloody Mary and stating, "My lord, registration requires proof and a number. What you are attempting is quite troublesome for me. If he were to register under these circumstances, it would be he who suffered the consequences. After all, these were the rules set forth by the King of Slaughter. Any violation could lead to becoming a new Bloody Mary." Seeing her dreams dashed by this individual, the woman in black's eyes turned cold as she commanded, "Enough nonsense. I will personally report this to the King of Slaughter. You only need to comply." The registration personnel hesitated, eventually pleading, "Then please ensure that you report truthfully." The woman nodded and urged, "Yes, hurry with the registration." The more ferocious the opponent, the better. She needed to witness whether Xu Sheng's prowess could meet her expectations. After jotting down some information, the personnel asked, "What shall this registrant be called?" Since participants were designated by numbers, and Xu Sheng lacked one, he needed a nickname. The woman in black pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us call him Cold Sword." The sword in his possession, which shimmered like rose ripples, should represent his martial spirit, so a simple name would suffice. The registration personnel twitched his lips before nodding. "Cold Sword? Very well, registration is complete. He will be matched against some exceedingly ruthless opponents, and the next match is imminent." He couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xu Sheng, while others were protected. This individual was subjected to such blatant targeting. It was likely that the novice would meet a grim fate in the arena. The woman in black casually acknowledged this before approaching Xu Sheng. He cast a glance at her. "Is the registration complete?" She nodded, reminding him, "Since you did not receive a number, your nickname is Cold Sword. I hope that does not bother you." Xu Sheng merely replied indifferently, "Whatever." It seemed he was indeed special, While others were assigned numerical identifiers, he had a name. Such a unique occurrence would surely capture the attention of the king of slaughter. The woman in black pursed her lips and added, "Additionally, the opponents I selected for you are all seasoned combatants who have survived many rounds in the Hell's Killing arena. Each one should not be underestimated." Xu Sheng's eyes flickered with surprise at her words, indicating that there was more to her statement than met the eye. Chapter 78. Now, you must compensate me well. The woman in black tentatively inquired, "May I ask for your name?" As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a chill sweep across her back, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Xu Sheng's icy gaze surveyed the concealed features of the woman before him, and a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Although the woman's intentions remained obscure, perhaps there was an opportunity to exploit the situation. He spoke nonchalantly, "Xu Sheng." Upon hearing her name, the woman in black attempted to soften her smile. "Xu Sheng, what a lovely name. May I call you that from now on?" Xu Sheng responded with a cold laugh, retorting, "Are you so certain I will survive?" In the city of slaughter, no one was innocent, including those who appeared soft yet might be secretly plotting against you. The woman's demeanor shifted slightly, taken aback by Xu Sheng's unfeeling words. After a moment, she regained her composure and replied, "Xu Sheng, I have faith in your abilities. They are but trifles to you." Xu Sheng cast her another glance before turning his attention to the center of the arena. Soon after, a booming voice echoed throughout the hellish battleground, announcing the commencement of the next slaughter. Competitors 3074 and 2035, Han Jian, swiftly entered the arena. The spectators in the stands erupted with excitement, cheering, 3074, kill them. 2043, crush their skulls with your hammer. 2960, slice off their heads. A man with a grim expression narrowed his eyes, questioning, what is this Han Jian? Is he also a slayer? Why does he lack a number? Meanwhile, a woman licked her alluring lips, delighting in the novelty of someone being referred to by a nickname rather than a number. Could it be that this individual is so formidable that a mere number cannot encapsulate his prowess? Yet, all that mattered to those howling in the stands was the thrill of bloodshed. These individuals had succumbed to depravity, viewing murder and witnessing death as the essence of existence, forsaking all semblance of emotion. Xu Sheng extended his hand, summoning the Ice Rose sword, its chilling aura radiating as he descended into the arena. The other 9 participants had already gathered below, their gazes shifting to Xu Sheng as he arrived, apprehension flickering in their eyes. Among them, 8 were robust men, while the 9th was a woman, visibly fearful, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Upon seeing Xu Sheng, her expression darkened with malice. Xu Sheng came to a halt, embedding the Ice Rose sword into the ground, creating an aura of frigid hostility around him. The male voice resounded once more. "The hellish slaughter begins now. Use your weapons to seize their lives without mercy." Instantly, the 8 muscular men turned their murderous intent towards the frightened woman. Realizing her imminent peril, she fixated on Xu Sheng and hurried towards him. "Alone, I cannot possibly survive," she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice as she stood before Xu Sheng. "Handsome, please save me. They want to kill me. If you save me, my body will belong to you, and you may unleash your desires at will." With that, she feigned modesty, pulling aside her delicate garment to reveal her soft skin, the allure of her form tantalizingly visible. Indeed, the woman was strikingly beautiful, a rare gem even in the outside world. The 8 men before them erupted into laughter. "Surely, you're not losing your mind? Haha, little beauty, let's deal with him first, then we can enjoy you at our leisure. Just look at those delicate hands. I could just bite them." Yet, despite their apparent unity, once the weakest among them was eliminated, their bloodthirsty nature would be unleashed. As Xu Sheng remained silent, the woman's anxiety escalated. Why is he not responding? Could he possibly be intimidated? She couldn't fathom that a man could be disinterested in her stunning form, which had been her means of survival in the city of slaughter. Xu Sheng glanced at her alluring figure and slowly inquired, "Was what you just said truly sincere?" Realizing his scrutiny had confirmed her success, she understood that she had ensnared his interest. "Indeed, it is true. If you allow me to live, I am willing to offer both my body and soul to you." Xu Sheng replied coldly, "Very well." He then withdrew the Ice Rose sword from the ground, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping the remaining 8 men. In the blink of an eye, Xu Sheng lunged forward, severing a head before they could react. The others, witnessing his formidable strength, gripped their weapons and charged at him. Quickly, let us kill him. If we don't, we'll all perish. They swung their weapons in unison towards Xu Sheng. Yet, unbeknownst to them, under his overwhelming mental prowess, their movements were painfully slow. Xu Sheng effortlessly parried an attack with one hand, sending the assailant staggering back several paces. The atmosphere thickened with Xu Sheng's escalating bloodlust as he remarked, "Is this the extent of your skills? Then you have no value in existence." What followed was a brutal massacre. Limbs flew, and hot crimson liquid splattered across the arena. The woman, who had initially appeared fragile, was left in shock, staring at the terrifying figure of Xu Sheng, who resembled a deity of death. After dispatching another foe, Xu Sheng turned slowly, his icy gaze locking onto the woman. She quickly shook off her stupor and approached him, tears streaming down her face, evoking a sense of pity. Wiping her tears, she gazed at Xu Sheng gratefully. "Thank you for saving me. From now on, my body and soul are yours, should you desire them." This man was undeniably terrifying. She realized she must first disarm him before striking with lethal precision. A subtle smile curved Xu Sheng's lips as he lowered the ice rose sword. The woman, taken aback, thought, "What? Has he lost his mind? He intends to do this here? There are thousands watching." Chapter 79. The Summons of the King of Slaughter. Sensing the tremors in her delicate form, Xu Sheng abruptly halted, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Are you unwilling?" He was intrigued to see how long she could maintain her faade. Surely, no woman could endure such scrutiny indefinitely. The woman, upon noticing his pause, felt a wave of relief wash over her. No matter how audacious she was, she could not act so brazenly in front of a crowd. Gripping Xu Sheng's hands tightly, she leaned in closer, whispering softly, "Perhaps we should discuss this elsewhere. It's rather crowded here." With that, she brushed her lips against his cheek, the cool softness of her touch sending a shiver down his spine. In the next moment, he felt a tingling sensation spread from the spot where she had kissed him. Internally, he mused, poison? The woman had even applied poison to her lips. Upon seeing Xu Sheng, her pupils constricted, and she realized her poison was taking effect. She decided to drop her facade. A chilling smile spreading across her face as she gently reached out to caress Xu Sheng's icy countenance, murmuring, "Do not move. For this poison can lead to the demise of even a soul emperor. Any movement will hasten your blood flow, resulting in a swifter death." Internally she thought, such a handsome and powerful young man. It would truly be a pity to kill him. How delightful it would be to train him as a prized pet. Xu Sheng, with an unaffected demeanor, replied, "I did not expect you to have poisoned your lips as well." Poison? What nonsense! If such a trivial thing could kill a titled Douluo, it would be a joke, she retorted. Drawing closer, she softly kissed Xu Sheng's cheek before producing a sharp dagger from her trousers, tossing it with a smile. "Well then, handsome, if you have any last words, speak quickly. I can hardly contain myself. I truly want to carve your face piece by piece." Had she not feared the poison's effects fading, she would have relished the thought of slicing away at Xu Sheng's visage, a pleasure she anticipated would linger in her memory. Xu Sheng shifted slightly, his expression calm, as he remarked, "Your poison is indeed quite effective. It has caused my cheek to numb slightly." This revelation left the woman astonished, causing her to step back in disbelief. "What? Why? Why can you still move?" she shouted, her heart racing with anxiety. "Could it be that I administered too little poison? Impossible. That cannot be." Xu Sheng conjured the ice rose sword in his hand and coldly stated, "Did you not just claim it was effective against soul emperors?" She repeated in disbelief, "What? Is it possible your soul power has already surpassed that of a soul emperor? How can this be? You're still so young." Realizing her precarious situation, she gazed at Xu Sheng with pleading eyes, her body trembling in fear. "Please, spare me. You wanted my body, didn't you? I will give it to you, right now, if you wish." With that, she hurriedly shed the gauzy garment that enveloped her exquisite form, exposing her beauty to all those in the stands. At that moment, she had completely abandoned her dignity. Survival was all that mattered. After this, she forced a smile at Xu Sheng and said, "You are a man. You must desire this, right? Just let me live, and we can experience ecstasy together." Xu Sheng replied nonchalantly, "Sounds good." The woman's expression brightened momentarily, but in the next instant, her pupils constricted sharply. A swift sound of the sword being drawn echoed as the light in her eyes faded. pierced through the heart by the ice rose sword. She collapsed in despair into a pool of blood. Someone like you is better suited for the next life, Xu Sheng remarked as he turned away, wielding the ice rose sword with casual elegance as he exited the center of the hellish arena. An impassioned voice rang out, announcing, "The victor of this hellish slaughter competition is Han Jian." Upon hearing this, the onlookers in the stands gasped. What? That man was Han Jian? No wonder he had no number. He single-handedly eliminated 9 opponents. Truly terrifying. With such strength, claiming the championship must be within reach. Very well, Han Jian. I shall claim your head. As Xu Sheng departed, none dared to attack him, evidently wary of his formidable prowess. Xu Sheng, congratulations on your first victory in the hellish slaughter competition. A woman in black greeted him with a smile. She had not misjudged him. Xu Sheng's abilities indeed held the potential to contend for the championship. The other carefully selected competitors, even when united, could not last more than a few minutes against him. This display of power solidified her resolve regarding her choice. Xu Sheng cast a detached glance at the woman in black. Still lingering? You should know I no longer require your assistance. Hearing this, the woman furrowed her brow in contemplation but maintained her composure. Xu Sheng, your situation is unique. Without my personal endorsement, you cannot participate in the hellish slaughter competition. Therefore, I may need to remain by your side for a while. Although uncertain of the reasons, she recognized that this man's goal was the hellish slaughter competition, and he could not enroll without her help. Xu Sheng, uninterested in exposing her naive assumptions, coldly replied, "If that is the case, please continue to enroll me in the next match." He had his own reasons for needing her, and temporarily allowing her to accompany him was more beneficial than detrimental. The woman in black, her face filled with concern, asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" She was not worried for Xu Sheng's sake. Rather, if he were to die, her own objectives would be thwarted, and she might be trapped in this purgatorial realm for eternity. Xu Sheng's tone grew impatient as he said, "There is no need." Seeing his reluctance, the woman in black had no choice but to relent and turn to register Xu Sheng for the hellish slaughter competition. Over the next 3 days, Xu Sheng relentlessly entered the arena, his reputation soaring within the city of slaughter. He participated in 54 matches and emerged victorious in all 54. His ranking in the hellish slaughter competition had risen to 2nd place, with only a few matches separating him from the first. As Xu Sheng exited the hellish slaughter arena, he immediately noticed the woman in black beside him, her expression troubled. He wiped the blood from his cheek and asked, "Sally, what has happened?" In these days, he had learned her name was Sally. Hesitantly, she replied, "Xu Sheng, your rapid ranking ascension has caught the attention of the King of Slaughter. I have been instructed to escort you." Xu Sheng's gaze turned icy as he mused. The King of Slaughter? This development is faster than anticipated. He had thought it would take longer, but it seemed the King of Slaughter was eager to meet him. The King of Slaughter, Tang Chun, was a level 99 ultimate Douluo, 6 levels above Xu Sheng's soul power level, and each level of title Douluo represented a significant gap. Thus, the prospect of facing such a terrifying figure made even Xu Sheng feel a twinge of anxiety. With the ice rose sword in hand, despite possessing 8 red and 1 gold soul rings, would he truly be able to prevail? Slowly shaking his head, Xu Sheng turned to the silent Sally and asked, "Are we going now?" The pale-faced Sally nodded yes. She was unsure why the King of Slaughter had summoned Xu Sheng, as such occurrences had never happened before. The King of Slaughter usually appeared only when someone in the hellish slaughter competition achieved 100 victories, personally opening the path to hell for them. If they succeeded, they could leave the city of slaughter and reportedly gain the recognition of the god of slaughter. The sudden summoning of Xu Sheng indicated that matters were not so simple. Xu Sheng coldly sheathed the ice rose sword and declared, "Then let us go. I wish to meet this King of Slaughter." Upon encountering Xu Sheng, who had firmly made up his mind, Sally hastily cautioned him to exercise caution when conversing alone with the King of Slaughter, as the latter's moods were known to fluctuate unpredictably. Xu Sheng's cold gaze reflected the concern on her face, and he replied, "Understood. Let us proceed." After biting her thin lip and sighing, Sally led the way for Xu Sheng. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the Hell Slaughter Arena, Sally realized she could not accompany Xu Sheng any further. The 4th level was heavily guarded by numerous black armored warriors, surpassing the combined number found throughout the rest of the Slaughter City. This was precisely why the King of Slaughter resided at the pinnacle of the Hell Slaughter Arena, symbolizing his dominion over the Slaughter City and facilitating his observation of all combat within the arena. With a hint of regret, Sally lowered her head and said, "I apologize. Xu Sheng, my status only permits me to accompany you this far. You must proceed alone from here." Xu Sheng cast her a fleeting glance, responding mildly with a simple before continuing onward with an impassive demeanor. After Xu Sheng departed, Sally gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of sorrow in her eyes as she murmured, "Xu Sheng, please return alive, otherwise." He was her last hope of escaping the Slaughter City. Should he perish, her chances of ever leaving would vanish forever. Upon stepping onto the 4th level, Xu Sheng immediately sensed an aura of chilling intensity ahead. He advanced a few steps, only to find himself face to face with a squad of black-armored warriors wielding sharp spears. One of the warriors was the first to notice Xu Sheng's approach, raising his spear and coldly commanding, "Halt! Who are you? This place is off-limits." Xu Sheng calmly surveyed the group, realizing that even at this mere 4th level, there were 3 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor guarding it. He replied with an icy tone, "Han Jian." The other black-armored warriors quickly reacted, angrily shouting, "What does it matter to us who you are? Depart immediately. This is no place for you. If you do not leave, we shall show no mercy." The last of the black-armored warriors displayed a contemplative expression, asking, "Wait, Anyon, is that the one who has achieved 54 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter competition, ranked 2nd? Xu Sheng's cold pupils glinted with a fierce killing intent as he stated, "The King of Slaughter sent me. Do you intend to stop me?" As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 black-armored warriors vehemently denied his claim. "Impossible. The King of Slaughter has never summoned anyone personally. Hanyon, even if you're the 2nd in the Hell Slaughter competition, you must leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. What is your purpose for coming here?" Xu Sheng squinted, pondering the situation. He had anticipated that mentioning the King of Slaughter would prompt these warriors to retreat. Yet, it appeared that was not the case. If what Sally said about the king summoning him was true, then what could be his intention? Why are you still standing there? Are you truly intent on trespassing? The black-armored warriors pressed. "Han Jian, considering your 54 victories, we advise you to withdraw swiftly." Seeing Xu Sheng's lack of movement, the surrounding black-armored warriors raised their spears and shields, forming a united front against him. Xu Sheng's expression shifted slightly as he sensed something amiss. Gradually, a chilling long sword materialized in his hand, and a faint smile curved his lips as he fixed his gaze on the black-armored warriors. Perhaps I am beginning to comprehend his intentions. As the 4 black-armored warriors, resolute in their approach, saw Xu Sheng draw his sword, they tightened their grips on their spears and charged forward. Beneath Xu Sheng's feet, 8 crimson 10,000-year soul rings and 1 golden million-year soul ring emerged. In that instant, it felt as though the very space trembled in response to Xu Sheng's presence. Raising his sword, he calmly declared, "First soul skill, Ice Rose's Fury." The first 10,000-year soul ring at his feet ignited, and the surrounding area erupted with chilling ice roses, instantly transforming the ground within 10 meters into thick frozen soil. The black-armored warriors halted in shock, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld the 9 soul rings beneath Xu Sheng. One of them staggered backward, exclaiming, "What? Why is he able to use soul skills?" Another, his face etched with despair, realized, "This fellow is a titled Douluo, and he possesses 8 10,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Run! Run for your lives!" The last of the black-armored warriors suddenly noticed 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet and gasped. "It seems we can also use soul skills." The foremost black-armored warrior gritted his teeth. "In that case, let us fight him with all we have." Thus, all the warriors unleashed their most potent soul skills and charged at Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng cast a cold glance at the 4 black-armored warriors employing their soul skills, then disregarded them entirely, deliberately walking toward the passage leading to the upper levels. The black-armored warriors, feeling a surge of confidence, thought to themselves, "What a chance. Even a titled Douluo should not ignore us so." However, before they could revel in their anticipation, the legs of the 4 closest to Xu Sheng began to freeze, the icy tendrils swiftly spreading to other parts of their bodies. Within 3 seconds, 4 exquisite ice sculptures emerged, their terrified and despairing expressions juxtaposed with the ice roses clinging to them, creating an artistic tableau. These 4 black armored warriors would never comprehend what had transpired before their demise. With a slight smirk, Xu Sheng maintained a serene expression as he walked toward the passage leading to the upper levels. Chapter 81. Breaking through to level 94. Subsequently, Xu Sheng, relying solely on the first 10,000-year soul skill of the Ice Rose Sword, ascended directly to the highest level of the Hell Slaughter Arena. Along the way, every black armored warrior encountered fell victim to his icy prowess, transforming into statues of ice without any forewarning, including 2 formidable beings at the Soul Douluo level. Holding the Ice Rose Sword in his right hand, Xu Sheng stepped over the frozen remains of the 2 Soul Douluos, raising his gaze to the passage ahead. Thick with the scent of blood and the aura of slaughter, suffused with a palpable intensity, Xu Sheng's cold eyes betrayed no emotion as he proceeded onward. The despairing essence of slaughter and bloodshed ignited a thrill within him. Following the darkened path, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Before him lay an open-air balcony, surrounded by seemingly ordinary objects, allowing a clear view of the activities unfolding below in the Hell Slaughter Arena. However, the most unnerving presence was the aged figure before him, seated with a bony hand clasping a glass of Bloody Mary, savoring it leisurely. None other than the king of slaughter, Tang Chun. He was the grandfather of Tang Hao and the great-grandfather of Tang San, a monstrous powerhouse who had lived for nearly 2 centuries. After Xu Sheng observed him for a few seconds, Tang Chun slowly set down his glass and spoke with a languid tone. "Welcome to the Slaughter City." Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Is it not a tad too late to say that now?" Tang Chun laughed heartily for a moment before turning away, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Xu Sheng. His face, so withered that it was indistinguishable, seemed to foreshadow the imminent depletion of his life. With a bony finger, he gestured towards the seat across from him, darkly remarking, "You are quite interesting. Please take a seat." Xu Sheng, maintaining a demeanor of indifference, sat down without further inquiry. Tang Chun lifted his Bloody Mary once more, gently swirling it before hoarsely asking, "Young man, your cultivation must have reached the title Douluo level. Might you enlighten me as to your purpose in this city of slaughter?" In response to Tang Chen's query, Xu Sheng began to contemplate. The current Tang Chun appeared to possess a measure of rationality, at least not entirely disconnected from humanity. Unlike the depiction in the original narrative where he was blinded by murderous intent and the allure of Bloody Mary, Xu Sheng coldly replied, "For the realm of the god of slaughter." Tang Chun erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Ha ha ha! The realm of the god of slaughter? Does it even hold any significance for you?" His tone grew progressively colder as he spoke the latter part. Xu Sheng cast a glance at him, still unperturbed, stating, "As the king of slaughter, whether you believe it or not, this is my answer." With a sudden, menacing clap of his hands, Tang Chen's terrifying physical power shattered the table before him into dust. The 2 glasses of Bloody Mary toppled to the ground, crimson liquid spilling forth. "Are you so certain that I will not lay a hand on you?" he demanded, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of rank 99 that bore down on Xu Sheng. Confronted by this force, Xu Sheng's expression darkened. Despite the enhancements granted by the 9 formidable soul rings of his second martial soul, he found himself somewhat strained against this oppressive weight. Observing that Xu Sheng had not been obliterated, Tang Chun expressed his surprise. "Oh, young man, you actually withstood my pressure." Tang Chun had intended for this pressure to crush Xu Sheng, yet the latter had managed to endure it. It was worth noting that even a super Douluo would struggle to withstand it for more than a few seconds, highlighting the vast disparity between a rank 99 ultimate Douluo and those beneath him. In stark contrast to Tang Chun, Xu Sheng had completely shifted his focus away from the latter. This overwhelming pressure not only failed to shatter him, but also broke through the bottleneck of Xu Sheng's cultivation, propelling him to rank 94, just a step away from becoming a super Douluo. At this moment, although the pressure from Tang Chun remained heavy, it lacked the terrifying quality of descending into a deep abyss. If he could cultivate under this pressure, his speed would likely increase 3 to 5 times that of ordinary training. Observing Xu Sheng's sudden surge in soul power, Tang Chun exclaimed, "Good lad, I intended to use this pressure to kill you, yet you dare to use it to break through." A burgeoning interest in Xu Sheng began to take root within him. How did this young man withstand my pressure? How has he achieved title Douluo status? at such a tender age? He embodies a fearlessness reminiscent of my youth. This series of questions caused him to momentarily suppress his desire to eliminate Xu Sheng. After all, it had been a long time since someone had intrigued him so. Xu Sheng reopened his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he locked onto Tang Chun. "Weren't you going to kill me?" he coldly inquired. Previously, he had sensed Tang Chen's intent to murder him, yet now there was a distinct lack of action, which left him perplexed. Tang Chen's blood-red gaze shifted away from Xu Sheng as he remarked, "You possess a fascinating aura of mystery. I shall refrain from killing you for now, but you shall not leave this city of slaughter." He would wait until Xu Sheng ceased to pique his interest before considering his demise. Xu Sheng's pupils constricted as he regarded Tang Chen's icy stare, revealing a torrent of murderous intent. "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to keep me here?" Tang Chen's words were a blatant indication of his desire to confine him, intending to unveil the secrets that intrigue him before ultimately ending Xu Sheng's life. Tang Chun nonchalantly replied, "What? Young man, should you live a few more days, should you not feel fortunate?" Xu Sheng brandished the ice rose sword, sneering. "Fortunate? Are you so certain I pose no threat to you? Even if you're a rank 99 ultimate Douluo, I still have the means to end your life." Seated upon the sofa, Tang Chun cast a fleeting glance at the long sword emanating a chill from Xu Sheng's grasp, realizing he could not ignore it. He expressed mild astonishment. The offensive aura radiating from this sword surpasses even the Haotian Hammer. It must have reached the realm of divine martial souls. Xu Sheng scoffed, and beneath his feet, 8 scarlet and 1 golden soul rings emerged. Upon witnessing this, Tang Chun could no longer remain seated. Abruptly standing and fixating on the 9 soul rings hovering beneath Xu Sheng. "What is this? 8 100,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year soul ring. Young man, these soul rings of yours cannot possibly be of normal acquisition. The only feasible explanation was that they were bestowed by the divine." Chapter 82. A deal is struck. Xu Sheng raised the ice rose sword towards Tang Chun, coldly stating, "And what of it? What if it is?" The 9 formidable soul rings he possessed had accompanied his martial soul awakening. Normally, divine bestowed soul rings required one to first acquire a divine abode, which he had not. Thus they should be considered pseudo-divine bestowed soul rings. The crimson hue in Tang Chen's eyes faded somewhat, replaced by a murky gaze as he pondered. If this young man possesses divine bestowed soul rings, it implies that he has caught the eye of the divine realm. Perhaps I cannot afford to kill him so easily. Moreover, given Xu Sheng's strength, engaging in combat might hasten his own demise, which he was acutely aware of, as his body was gradually being permeated by the murderous intent and toxins contained within the Bloody Mary. The reason he continued to consume Bloody Mary was that, aside from its potent addictive quality, it could momentarily suppress his bloodlust. Otherwise, with his terrifying power as an ultimate Douluo, leaving the city of slaughter would likely result in few being able to stop him. Xu Sheng did not respond but coldly declared, "First soul skill." The ice rose sword in his hand began to emanate a sky-blue glow. Before he could finish, Tang Chun interrupted, his demeanor unexpectedly amiable. "Young man, I am but an old bone. I shall not engage you in battle." Xu Sheng furrowed his brow at this statement, halting his soul skill. What is Tang Chun up to? Previously, he was the king of slaughter, ruling over the city of slaughter, ready to kill at a moment's notice. Now, in the blink of an eye, he appeared as a seemingly benevolent elder, leaving Xu Sheng utterly bewildered. Gazing at Tang Chen's kindly visage, Xu Sheng questioned, "What exactly do you intend?" Tang Chen's murky eyes glimmered with a smile as he observed the confusion on Xu Sheng's face. "Do not worry. After drinking Bloody Mary, I will not be subject to the control of my murderous desires for the time being." Xu Sheng asked bluntly, "If that is the case, can I leave through the Hell Road?" Tang Chun was exceedingly unstable. Now appearing amiable, he could easily revert to being consumed by bloodlust. His demeanor less reminiscent of a ruthless killer and more imbued with a refreshing openness. "Of course, but after succumbing to my pressure, you must have sensed the acceleration of your soul power within, correct?" He had confidence that Xu Sheng would seize this opportunity to cultivate under his imposing aura, potentially breaking through to Super Douluo in mere months. This was largely thanks to the enhancement granted by Xu Sheng's second martial soul. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been crushed into pulp instantly, rendering any thought of cultivation moot. Xu Sheng pondered this for a moment, gazing into Tang Chen's face as if seeking some hidden truth. Are you suggesting that you will aid me in my training? Could it be that Tang Chen would show such benevolence? Even if so, should he lose control at the moment of his imminent breakthrough? The allure of the promised benefits was undeniably enticing, yet the risks were equally formidable. Tang Chen nodded slowly, stroking his dark beard. Indeed. But I am not without my conditions. If you could alleviate even a layer of the toxins ravaging my body, I shall bestow upon you an additional boon. His subsequent words were merely to assuage Xu Sheng's conscience as he embarked on his cultivation. After much deliberation, Xu Sheng took a deep breath and acquiesced to Tang Chen's demands. Very well, I accept your terms, and I can assure you that I possess the means to cleanse the toxins accumulating within you. The terrifying toxins residing in Tang Chen's body were beyond the reach of any other healer. However, Xu Sheng was uniquely equipped. The Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus not only possessed incredible regenerative properties, but was also completely immune to toxins. Should he absorb Tang Chen's toxins, it would undoubtedly accelerate the evolution of the Nine-Heart's Blood Lotus. Considering all these factors, Xu Sheng was willing to embrace such a significant risk. Yet, upon hearing Xu Sheng's declaration, Tang Chen merely smiled faintly, dismissing it entirely. The toxins within him had eluded the grasp of numerous top-tier healing soul masters, and the idea that a powerful assault-type soul master could remedy them was laughable. Meanwhile, in the depths of the hell-killing fields, Sally anxiously awaited Xu Sheng's return. Worry etched across her face. Where could Xu Sheng be? Has he fallen victim to the King of Slaughter? For hours had passed since Xu Sheng had entered, and she feared for his life. As this grim thought surfaced, she felt the likelihood of it growing ever stronger. Biting her lip, she murmured, I must go and check. With that, Sally resolutely made her way to the third level, her gaze fixed upon the chilling passage ahead, a shiver coursing through her body. Steeling herself for the possibility of being confronted by the black-armored warriors within, she bravely stepped into the corridor. Upon emerging from the long, dark passage, Sally gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand. Before her, the once menacing black-armored warriors had transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, adorned with roses that confirmed her suspicion. This was indeed Xu Sheng's handiwork. While she stood in shock, a figure quietly emerged behind her, descending from the highest tier of the hell-killing fields, none other than Xu Sheng himself. Noticing her awestruck expression, he remarked coolly, Sally, what brings you here? Startled, Sally instinctively took a few steps back before slowly turning to face him. Xu Sheng, you're alive? I thought you had been killed by the King of Slaughter. Xu Sheng's cold gaze swept over her. You mean to say, killed by the King of Slaughter? Sally fell silent, slowly nodding in affirmation. Xu Sheng turned away, his tone indifferent. Let us go. We should descend now. It won't be long before new black-armored warriors arrive to replace the fallen. The idea of the King of Slaughter targeting him was absurd. After an extensive conversation with the rational Tang Chen, Xu Sheng's perception of him had shifted dramatically. He had come to realize that the man was indeed worthy of being Tang Hao's grandfather, sharing an identical pursuit in the realm of companionship. Sally nodded, following Xu Sheng closely. Back on the first level, I must ask, did you slay those black-armored warriors? Was the King of Slaughter not angered by your actions? She had presumed that Xu Sheng's unauthorized killings would provoke the King's wrath. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Not only had Xu Sheng returned unscathed, but the king seemed uninterested in pursuing the matter. Xu Sheng shot her a cold glance. Why do you inquire about such things? Do you truly believe that after spending just a few days together, I should place my trust in you? That would be exceedingly naive. He could easily erase her without a shred of remorse should he choose to do so. This was the harsh truth of the City of Slaughter. Sally wanted to voice her thoughts, but suppressed them, bowing her head in silence. Indeed, her relationship with Xu Sheng was merely a few days old, far from the level of mutual trust. Xu Sheng's gaze swept over her with indifference. Soon the path to hell would be opened. He had specifically requested Tang Chen to facilitate this for him. Gaining access to the realm of the god of slaughter was certainly preferable to remaining empty-handed. The opening of this path required the sacrificial blood of countless fallen souls, meaning that during its activation, all the fallen in the City of Slaughter would be systematically slain by Tang Chen's unique methods. Though the thought of ending so many lives was daunting, Xu Sheng felt no turmoil within. After all, Every individual who ventured into the city of slaughter bore the stains of blood on their hands. Sally, taken aback, queried, "The path to hell? Xu Sheng, are you suggesting you intend to challenge it?" She recalled that entering the hell-killing match required one to achieve 100 victories. Could this be the reason the king of slaughter had summoned Xu Sheng? Xu Sheng responded dismissively, yes. Sally bit her lip, aware that her next words might put Xu Sheng in a difficult position. Yet this was her final opportunity. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as she spoke each word with difficulty. "Xu Sheng, might you consider taking me away from the city of slaughter, given the service I have provided over these past few days?" A smile crept upon Xu Sheng's lips as he casually replied, "Only on the condition that you survive afterward." Tears welled in the corners of Sally's eyes as she choked out her gratitude. Thank you. If I can escape, I, Sally, shall serve you for a lifetime." To leave this terrifying place that instilled constant fear within her, she would relinquish everything. Freedom or love, it mattered not. Yet, what did Xu Sheng mean by survive? Unable to comprehend, she buried the question deep within her heart. Xu Sheng crossed his arms and fell into silence, eyes closed. Before long, amidst the fervor of the ongoing slaughter in the hell-killing fields, a hoarse voice echoed from all directions. "First, I congratulate the young Hanjian. You have passed my trial. You are now permitted to approach me, and I shall personally open the path to hell for you." As the words echoed, a blood-red figure leaped down from the highest tier, none other than the king of slaughter, Tang Chun, cloaked in a dark mantle. His crimson eyes surveyed the surroundings before he clenched his hands, causing several combatants in the hell-killing match to burst in a blood mist under his overwhelming pressure. This horrifying sight instantly revealed to the fallen spectators that this was indeed their sovereign in the city of slaughter. As if oblivious to the brutal slaughter of those participating in the hellish killing arena, a cacophony of desperate cries erupted. "King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" The relentless roar seemed to have no intention of waning. Xu Sheng, standing at the periphery, cast a fleeting glance at the ecstatic Sally beside him. Then, with a serene expression, strode toward the center of the arena. Upon entering the heart of the slaughter ground, directly in front of Tang Chun, the fervent cheers surged once more. "Cold sword! Cold sword! Open the path to hell! Open the path to hell! King of slaughter! King of slaughter! Now, as the king of slaughter, I bestow upon you the title of God of killing. I shall open the path to hell for you. Cheer, my subjects." Tang Chen's blood-red gaze briefly met Xu Sheng's before he slowly addressed the crowd. His words seemed to possess an irresistible allure, inciting boundless reverence among all the fallen within the hellish slaughter arena. "King of slaughter! King of slaughter! Cold sword! Cold sword! King of slaughter! King of slaughter!" Xu Sheng slightly nodded at Tang Chun, signaling him to commence. Tang Chen's crimson eyes narrowed. Then he unfurled his skeletal arms, unleashing an overwhelming aura of terror and slaughter. The cloak behind him billowed violently in the gusts of wind. In the next moment, a dense, red mist erupted from behind his cloak, rapidly enveloping the entire hellish slaughter arena. This red mist exuded an unsettling chill, causing all the fallen to be engulfed within its grasp. Their eyes ignited with an even bloodier gleam, brimming with a thirst for blood and slaughter. In the blink of an eye, they began to frantically tear at their own flesh, some even gnawing at their own limbs. Instantly, the entire hellish slaughter arena transformed into a true purgatory, as life after life succumbed to the chaos. Xu Sheng's calm gaze drifted to Sally at the outer edge, who, with blood-red eyes devoid of reason, relentlessly struck the nearby wall. Xu Sheng pressed his parched lips together and, with a gentle wave towards Sally, summoned the vine of the nine-hearted blood vine to ensnare her body. The sharp petals pierced her skin, plunging her into a state of numbness. In that moment, the bloodlust in Sally's eyes began to fade. She gazed at Xu Sheng in the center of the slaughter ground with a look of hope. Weak and fragile, her lips quivered slightly, as if attempting to convey something. Observing these gestures from afar, Xu Sheng clearly understood her unspoken words, "Save me." Yet, in response, he merely regarded her with icy eyes, making no move to assist. After a prolonged gaze, upon meeting Xu Sheng's emotionless pupils, her hope gradually dimmed. Helplessly, she cast him a look filled with resentment, her lips once more struggling to form words. "I hate you." Having completed this grim tableau, with blood seeping from her skin, Sally's beautiful eyes widened in shock before she collapsed powerless into the pool of blood. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a flicker of guilt arose within Xu Sheng. Taking a deep breath, he coldly murmured an apology. At least, I spared you from suffering. Xu Sheng was acutely aware of what it meant for Sally to enter the city of slaughter. Understanding this, he chose to remain indifferent. Following the endless wails, the hellish slaughter arena was devoid of any living fallen, with scattered entrails and severed limbs. The crimson liquid on the stands flowed like a brook, converging towards the center of the slaughter ground. Visibly, this blood followed a patterned route into an eerie blood-filled trough. Suddenly, the trough, having absorbed sufficient blood, erupted with a radiant glow, the bird-like marks etched upon it coming to life, seemingly imbued with a spirit of their own. Its eyes fixed intently on Xu Sheng, and in the next instant, a surge of immense psychic energy enveloped him, shattering his own mental fortitude in an instant. Xu Sheng's perception of his surroundings grew increasingly blurred, rendering him unable to hear any sounds. Suddenly, a memory sparked within him. Wait. In the original text, that creature was not a bird, but a bat. As he grasped this realization, he, along with his body and mental faculties, was completely shrouded and isolated from the external world. Gradually awakening, Xu Sheng surveyed his surroundings, finding himself standing upon a circular platform, the very place where Holiana and Tang San had been consumed before. The influence of the environment had turned his eyes a blood-red hue, and he quietly mused, is this the path to hell? The oppressive force is so potent that it forcibly suppresses my martial soul. At the moment he rose, he intended to unleash his martial soul, which could resonate with him, but it was forcibly subdued by a power more terrifying than Tang Chen's. Though he could typically rely on his physical prowess to navigate, his mental faculties were completely sealed, and beyond a 5-meter radius, everything was bathed in crimson light. His current predicament was far from favorable. Peering over the edge of the platform, he beheld a vast pool of blood, murmuring to himself, is this the blood of all who perished within the city of slaughter? It seems to be preserved here. He then turned to face the narrow path connecting to the circular platform, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. His gaze fixated on the darkness at the path's end. Should he fall from his precipice? Even his title, low-level physique would likely be devoured by the lurking beasts and strange creatures below. He had to tread carefully. Having come to this realization, Xu Sheng first stepped forward with his left leg, followed by his right, stabilizing himself before beginning to move cautiously and rhythmically along the path. A sudden, peculiar hissing sound pierced the air, causing Xu Sheng to halt in his tracks, cautiously turning towards the source of the noise. At last, after a thorough search, he spotted a grotesque spider with 8 legs lurking in the dark corner of the stone tunnel, its crimson gaze fixated on him, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Xu Sheng couldn't help but furrow his brow, his expression darkening. Was there truly a soul beast in the city of slaughter? And if he was not mistaken, this spider had likely reached 1,000 years of cultivation. Typically, he could dispatch such a creature in an instant. But now he found himself on the path to hell. Unable to utilize his martial soul, his mobility was severely restricted. As Xu Sheng contemplated this, the 1,000-year spider could no longer contain itself. It advanced a step, launching a massive web towards him, treating him as a living target, with no means to evade. Xu Sheng could only extend his hands passively as the web ensnared him entirely. Pretending to struggle against the web, he mused to himself that the spider's intelligence seemed lacking, and he could seize the moment to eliminate it as it approached. Even without his martial soul, the strength augmented by his soul rings should suffice to deal with this 1,000-year spider. The ancient spider, upon witnessing Xu Sheng ensnared in its web, struggled incessantly, its sharp mandibles twitching with desire. Yet, it chose not to advance immediately, instead remaining poised on the rock wall, observing Xu Sheng's futile writhing with its blood-red eyes. After a prolonged period of inactivity, Xu Sheng slowly turned his head, noting that the spider resembled a puppet, utterly disinclined to approach. A twitch of irritation crossed Xu Sheng's lips. Was the creature truly so unyielding? Since the ancient spider was unmoved, he deemed it unnecessary to continue the charade. With a swift motion, he freed himself from the web and stood tall, fixing a cold gaze upon the spider, challenging it to see who would falter first. The webs merely impeded his speed. A slower pace was of little consequence. Xu Sheng cast a final glance at the ancient spider, a smirk curling his lips as he resumed his steady advance along the narrow path. The spider, observing Xu Sheng's movements, became increasingly malevolent, its eyes glinting with a sinister intent, and it began to crawl along the wall. In a sudden burst, the ancient spider expelled another web towards the advancing Xu Sheng. The web, soaring through the air, appeared to be on course to ensnare him. However, with a slight upward curve of his lips, Xu Sheng deftly stepped back, shifting his weight and narrowly evading the web's grasp. Had he remained in his former world, such a maneuver would have elicited exclamations of serpent-like dodging. The spider, realizing its attempt had failed, exhibited a flicker of confusion in its crimson eyes. Xu Sheng chose to ignore the creature and continued on his path, inwardly contemplating the potential complications if the spider possessed predictive capabilities. Thus, Xu Sheng navigated the path, skillfully avoiding the webs, and managed to traverse half the distance. He could now discern the end of the narrow path ahead. It seemed the spider had also recognized the futility of its webs against Xu Sheng, hastily advancing towards him with its 8 legs. Xu Sheng, undeterred, continued his approach, muttering coldly, "Have you finally lost your composure?" But such a development was fortuitous. Eliminating the spider would significantly enhance his speed. As the ancient spider closed in, mere meters from Xu Sheng, it gnawed at the air with its mandibles. In an instant, seizing the opportunity, the spider lunged at Xu Sheng, its massive form nearly a meter in size. Prepared, Xu Sheng swiftly retreated a step and, with a powerful elbow strike aimed at the spider's previous position, delivered a crushing blow to its back. The spider, enduring the force of a tidal Douluo strike, felt its legs splinter under the immense power, its 6 eyes bursting forth from their sockets. Subsequently, its body collapsed, leaving only a lifeless torso to plummet into a pool of blood below, creating a swirling vortex that shot blood skyward. After vanquishing the ancient spider, Xu Sheng took nearly half an hour to reach the end of the narrow path. However, upon setting his eyes upon the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had not escaped. He had unwittingly entered the enemy's stronghold. Before him loomed a cavern filled with thousands of blood-red bats, densely clustered together. Fortunately, as they remained undisturbed, Xu Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief, carefully stepping forward while minimizing noise. Suddenly, a creature swirling in the air released an aggressive ultrasonic wave towards Xu Sheng. The impact resonated through the cavern, causing faint cracks to spiderweb across the ground. This disturbance roused the sleeping bats, their wings stirring in a dark cloud that nearly obscured the sky. Hovering above them was the ruler of the bats, the dark golden, 3-headed bat king. Its terrifying form dwarfed the other bats, its size a staggering multitude greater, prompting Xu Sheng to question whether the cavern could even contain it. Each of its 3 heads glowed with a dark golden hue, and its wingspan exceeded 10 meters, emanating the aura of a 100,000-year-soul beast. Xu Sheng's pupils constricted as he beheld the multitude of bats, realizing that with his lack of martial soul, it would be impossible to slay them all with mere physical prowess, especially given their extraordinary agility. Although he was a title-level powerhouse, the dark golden 3-headed bat king's attack was ultrasonic, capable of bypassing the physical realm to assault his mental fortitude. Growing increasingly anxious, he pressed his lips together, uncertain how to proceed against such overwhelming odds. Relying solely on his fists was out of the question. He needed an external force. The answer struck him: soul-guiding devices. With that thought, a spark ignited in his eyes. Though this hellish path suppressed his martial soul, it did not restrict the use of storage soul-guiding devices. He quickly accessed his storage device, retrieving a triangular box. Meanwhile, the dark golden, 3-headed bat king and its swarm of bats had already pinpointed Xu Sheng's location through sound waves. With a thunderous roar, the myriad of blood-red bats revealed their elongated fangs and surged toward him, thirsting for blood. In a moment of desperation, Xu Sheng activated the triangular box, enveloping himself in a thin blue shield. The bats that collided with the barrier were violently repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Sheng continued to rummage through his storage device. However, he found little of use until he stumbled upon a crystal that, upon shattering, transformed into needle-like shards, known as dragon whisker needles. Their offensive power was sufficient to pierce through Zhao Wujia's defenses, and he surmised they could easily breach the defenses of the Dark Golden Bat King. With resolve, Xu Sheng retrieved the crystal he had purchased from Flanders' shop. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a ring within his storage device, vibrating subtly. Squinting, he recalled that since acquiring the ring, he had only noticed its buzzing sound without any indication of utility. Shaking his head, he grasped the ring, only to perceive a heightened connection to his primary martial soul, the Nine-Hearted Blood Lotus. Initially suspecting it was a mere illusion, he calmed himself, and since the bond had indeed intensified, realizing the potential, he swiftly donned the red ring and attempted to summon the Nine-Hearted Blood Lotus. In the next moment, a brilliant scarlet glow emanated from his palm as the Nine-Hearted Blood Lotus blossomed forth. Gazing at his martial soul, Xu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The ring had seemingly dismantled some of the restrictions imposed upon him in this place. Alas, despite the summoning of his martial soul, he still could not utilize soul techniques. In the brief moment of contemplation, the triangular soul guide emitted a radiant shield that became riddled with cracks on the verge of collapse. Regaining his focus, Xu Sheng directed his gaze towards the crystal in his left hand and decisively struck it with a fist. Bang! The crystal shattered instantly, scattering into countless golden filaments that gradually sharpened into needle-like forms in midair. With a wave of his hand, the vines of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia swiftly enveloped these shards and brought them to him. Meanwhile, the triangular soul guide could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into crystalline particles that dissipated into the air. The blood-red bats, having shattered the soul guide, turned their attention towards Xu Sheng, surging towards him in droves. Xu Sheng silently reflected. If his memory served him right, the weakness of these crimson bats lay in domain-type soul skills. However, at this moment, he could not even manifest his soul rings, let alone employ any domain-type techniques. Nonetheless, perhaps he could attempt to materialize his killing intent. Thousands of blood-red bats were now mere steps away from him, about to pounce. A colossal, almost tangible wave of terrifying killing intent began to emanate from Xu Sheng, radiating outward. Upon entering this aura, the bats seemed to encounter something dreadful, abandoning their pursuit of Xu Sheng and screeching frantically as they retreated. They soared past the dark old three-headed bat king, who began to roar, seemingly commanding them to continue their assault on Xu Sheng. However, their response was negligible. They disregarded its orders, fleeing in a panic as if gripped by fear. Seeing the bats scatter, the dark gold three-headed bat king let out a furious roar. Its pale golden eyes, suffused with boundless killing intent, fixed intently on Xu Sheng. Now that the smaller bats were gone, Xu Sheng's situation had become considerably easier. His gaze, imbued with a chilling resolve, shifted upwards to appraise the gargantuan creature hovering above, and he coldly declared, "Now only you, the 100,000-year dark gold three-headed bat king, remain." If he could bind this formidable being or utilize the paralysis effect of the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia vines to diminish its agility, slaying it would merely be a matter of time. The dark gold three-headed bat king was the first to unleash a piercing shriek, directing a deafening ultrasonic wave towards Xu Sheng. The intensity of the wave was so formidable that it produced a sound of air being sliced. Under Xu Sheng's command, a series of robust Nine-Heart Blood Begonia vines materialized ahead, forming an arc that perfectly blocked the incoming sonic assault. Xu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he focused on the dragon whisker needle in his hand, infusing it with soul power. Seizing the opportunity while the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia obscured the Bat King's line of sight, he hurled the needle with force. The dragon whisker needle, now emanating a faint glow, shot toward the Bat King at tremendous speed. Sensing the impending threat through the sound waves, the gargantuan creature began to retreat. Yet, the needle's velocity was too great, piercing through its wing. In the next moment, the needle melted away like toffee, infiltrating the body of the dark gold three-headed Bat King. The sudden, excruciating pain caused the Bat King to sway in midair, its wing beats faltering. However, the agony only intensified the redness in its eyes. It spread its wings wide and dove towards Xu Sheng, its massive form threatening to engulf the entire cave. Xu Sheng forced himself to remain calm, recognizing the opportunity. In an instant, he clenched his fist, summoning countless Nine-Heart Blood Begonia vines from all directions to ensnare the creature in a net-like binding technique. The descending dark gold three-headed Bat King had no chance to evade. Just as it was about to crash down, it became entangled in the vines. Immobilized and unable to move, the ensnared Bat King thrashed violently, struggling against the overwhelming number of vines. The petal's subtle yet potent paralyzing toxin mercilessly seeped into its body, rendering its limbs somewhat limp and hindering its escape. Xu Sheng fixated on the three heads of the dark gold three-headed Bat King, realizing it possessed regenerative abilities. He needed to eliminate the heads first. In an instant, three glimmers of cold light flickered in his hand as the dragon whisker needles aimed directly at the Bat King's heads. With no means of evasion, the Bat King found its three heads easily pierced by the needles, which then melded into its skull. After receiving such a devastating blow, the Bat King emitted a pained howl, losing its rationality and charging recklessly. Even the Nine-Heart Blood begonia vines began to rot one by one under the force of its violent thrashing. Furthermore, the tremendous shockwave caused the cave to tremble, revealing signs of impending collapse. Sensing the danger, Xu Sheng swiftly directed the Nine-Heart Blood begonia vines above him to intertwine, forming a makeshift nest. Just as the cave was on the brink of collapse, Xu Sheng narrowly leaped onto this improvised refuge crafted from the vines. The adrenaline surged through him, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Xu Sheng focused on the cave as it, along with the dark gold three-headed Bat King, plummeted into the crimson pool below. Within moments, a scarlet soul ring, 100,000 years old, emerged from the blood pool, a testament to the fallen Bat King's legacy. Xu Sheng touched the ring on his finger, reflecting that this ring had indeed been a worthy investment, saving his life. Now, with the ability to utilize the Nine-Heart Blood begonia, he felt a sense of security, no longer fearing a descent into the blood pool. After resting in the vine nest for a few minutes, Xu Sheng surveyed his surroundings. With the dark gold three-headed Bat King's lair now absent, he had no choice but to navigate this treacherous path in search of an exit. If he wasn't mistaken, aside from the 100,000-year dark gold three-headed Bat King, there was likely another formidable soul beast lurking in this infernal realm. Slowly rising, Xu Sheng gauged the distances to various directions before mentally commanding the Nine-Heart Blood begonia vines to sprout from the surrounding rocks, weaving together to form a path approximately 1 meter wide beneath his feet. Thanks to the resilience conferred by the 10,000-year soul rings, the vines could easily support the weight of dozens, if not hundreds, of Xu Sheng's. Subsequently, he nimbly traversed this path, keenly observing his surroundings. As he advanced, the temperature rose dramatically, and before he realized it, he was drenched in sweat. With no alternative, he wrapped several Nine-Heart Blood begonia vines around his arms, allowing their petals to pierce his skin. The vines, now infused with his blood, glowed a deep crimson, and a wave of paralyzing toxin coursed through him, alleviating some of the overwhelming heat. Countless chilling hisses echoed ahead. Suspended in the air, Xu Sheng's expression turned wary upon recognizing the sound. Previously, it had belonged to a 1,000-year-old spider. However, this time it was distinctly different. It was likely a serpent, and, judging by the sounds, there were probably many of them. However, it seems that there is no longer any need for him to concern himself with such trivialities. Killing them would yield no tangible benefits. Moreover, the arrival of the Nine-Heart Blood vine undoubtedly provided him with a shortcut, eliminating the need for arduous climbing or combat. Realizing this, Xu Sheng could not help but smile faintly. Perhaps the one who set this hellish path was oblivious to such minor details. Shaking his head, he disregarded the cacophony of voices behind him and continued onward for a full kilometer. As expected, a pale white light curtain appeared ahead, revealing the exit of the hellish path. Upon seeing this exit, Xu Sheng felt a chaotic surge of murderous intent within him begin to coalesce, as if it had truly integrated into his being, manifesting as the domain of the god of death. By concentrating the accumulated murderous intent within himself, he materialized it into a formidable area of influence. The deterrent effect it emanated was magnitudes stronger than before. Soul masters of lower rank might find their fighting spirit extinguished, while those of equal rank would find their strength diminished by 10 to 20%, whereas he would unleash an extraordinary 110 to 120% of his own power. Furthermore, Xu Sheng noticed that his long-affected emotions by the Nine-Heart Bloodvine had also returned to a state of equilibrium, likely a result of the god of death's domain. A subtle smile graced his lips as he mused that this journey had not been in vain. he had finally resolved the nuisance of the emotionless face. In contemplation, Xu Sheng's gaze fell upon the blood pools beneath him. Before departing, he wondered if he could absorb the essence of these pools. If successful, it would amplify the Nine-Heart Blood Vine. With that thought, he unleashed countless tendrils of the Nine-Heart Blood Vine, directing them toward the blood pools. As these vines penetrated the pools, they ignited in a fierce blaze. This shocking scene darkened Xu Sheng's expression. These were not mere blood pools, but rather magma. Realizing his hopes were dashed, Xu Sheng did not linger, slowly stepping into the pale white light curtain. Upon touching the curtain, a gentle force enveloped Xu Sheng's spiritual essence. Chapter 87. The Chosen One. When Xu Sheng regained consciousness, the surroundings had transformed into the center of the hellish slaughter arena. Gone was the stifling heat of the hellish path. Only the nauseating stench of blood remained. Rubbing his eyes, he gradually stood up and surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Within the slaughter arena, thousands of fallen ones knelt before him, gazing up at him as if he were a deity. They seemed entirely unconcerned by the sacrificial corpses around, their faces alight with fervent adoration. Feeling the overwhelming aura of worship directed at him, Xu Sheng furrowed his brows and murmured, "What is happening?" This was not how it unfolded in the original story, was it? He recalled that Tang San and Hulaina had directly exited the city of slaughter, transported to an open space. Could it be the doing of Tang Chun? At that moment, the king of slaughter, clad in a black robe, stood behind him, his voice imbued with an inspiring charisma. "Congratulations. You have passed the trial of the hellish path. You are now the seventh god of death in my city of slaughter, Cold Sword. From now on, you may traverse freely between the city of slaughter and the outside world." All the fallen ones kneeling before him had eyes glowing crimson, chanting in unison, "God of death, Cold Sword. God of death, Cold Sword. King of slaughter. King of slaughter. God of death, Cold Sword. God of death, Cold Sword." Amidst the fervent chants, Xu Sheng turned his confused gaze toward Tang Chun. "What is the meaning of this? Why am I still in the city of slaughter after passing the hellish path?" Tang Chun's eyes, now tinged with a deep red, fixed upon Xu Sheng as he spoke, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Naturally, I employed a special method to alter the exit point of the hellish path to here. So, how does it feel to be revered by these fervent fallen ones?" Then, his expression shifted as he suddenly clutched his forehead. In an instant, the sound of his black robe rustling in the wind echoed as Tang Chun vanished from the center of the slaughter arena. With Tang Chun's absence, the crimson hue in the eyes of the fallen ones faded slightly as they slowly rose to their feet, their gaze no longer as fervent as before. The fallen ones began to murmur among themselves, "Is this the new generation of God of Death? I never expected he would truly succeed. His title is Cold Sword, and he has no number. He must be the most unique God of Death." The oppressive aura of slaughter was so intense that it felt as though their hearts were suffocating. A few fallen ones tasked with overseeing the hellish slaughter competition approached Xu Sheng, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. "God of Death, may the slaughter competition continue?" With the king of slaughter having departed, Xu Sheng now held the highest authority in the city of slaughter. Xu Sheng gave him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Proceed." With that, he turned and made his way to the highest level of the slaughter arena. In the next moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. "The hellish slaughter competition will now continue. Contestants numbered 3506, 3465, and 1539, please proceed to the center of the slaughter arena." The summoned contestants made their way to the center, and the stands filled once again. The emergence of a new god of death was merely a minor episode. This place remained a city of slaughter where life and death were in constant peril. Upon reaching the highest level, Xu Sheng gazed at the blood-soaked door and slowly pushed it open. In the next instant, he was met with a massive, blood-streaked Haotian hammer, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Xu Sheng hastily summoned the ice rose sword into his hands and positioned it defensively before him. However, he was caught entirely off guard and was unequivocally sent flying several meters away by the Haotian hammer, crashing into the wall and creating a human-shaped indentation. Emerging from the dent, he planted the ice rose sword firmly on the ground. Wiping the trickle of blood from his mouth, he remarked, as expected, "This is the power of a limit Douluo, such terrifying strength." As he had surmised, Tang Chun's rationality had kept him in check, or else the consequences would have been far worse than merely being flung backwards. At that moment, Tang Chun, wielding a blood-red Haotian hammer nearly 2 to 3 meters in length, fixed his gaze upon Xu Sheng with eyes brimming with a chilling murderous intent. Seeing this, Xu Sheng summoned his 8 red and 1 gold soul rings. He understood that his only advantage over Tang Chun lay in his soul ring configuration, which was worlds apart. Just as Tang Chun prepared to charge at him, he suddenly halted, the crimson light in his eyes flickering out as he struggled to regain some semblance of rationality. Upon noticing Xu Sheng, who held the ice rose sword and regarded him cautiously, Tang Chun realized he had once again fallen under the influence of control. "It appears I've been ensnared again," he said, turning away. "Let us discuss this further inside, and, for the love of all that is sacred, do not retract your martial soul." He feared that if he were to be controlled again during their conversation, Xu Sheng, this prodigy who had reached the rank of title Douluo before the age of 20, would meet his untimely demise here. Xu Sheng fell silent, gripping the ice rose sword tightly as he followed him. Tang Chun raised his skeletal hand once more to lift a glass of Bloody Mary, slowly saying, "Congratulations on making it through the path of hell. However, I presume that place exerts a significant suppression on you. The path of hell, set by the god of Shura, posed a much greater danger for someone like Xu Sheng, who was of title Douluo rank, than for others." Xu Sheng glanced at the red ring on his middle finger and indeed felt the immense restraint, rendering him unable to utilize his martial soul and soul skills. Hearing this response, Tang Chun narrowed his eyes, astonished at the thought that even his martial soul could not be used. Yet he managed to traverse the path of hell. This child must be. A notion began to materialize in his mind. Xu Sheng, after carefully examining Tang Chun, smiled and said, "Since I have promised you, I will attempt to purge the toxins from your body." Upon hearing this, Tang Chun shook his head with a wry smile. "Perhaps it's better to refrain. I am quite accustomed to my poison." Beneath Xu Sheng's feet, 9 pitch-black soul rings appeared. In the palm of his hand, the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia erupted, casting a sanguine hue across the surroundings. Tang Chun's throat constricted as he gazed in shock. "Dual martial souls. You actually possess another martial soul." The quality of that ice sword had already reached a divine level. This second martial soul, even if it had not reached that level, must be exceedingly close. Could this child be the so-called Chosen One? Chapter 88. Why not? To be precise, this is my primary martial soul, the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia, Xu Sheng stated, raising his palm slightly, allowing the blood-red Nine-Heart Blood Begonia to unfurl from its bud. Opposite him, Tang Chun unleashed his mental energy, quietly attuning to the sensation. Upon perceiving the malevolence emanating from the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia, the bloodiness and murderous intent were all too familiar to him. Tang Chun's previously despairing mindset began to shift. This Nine-Heart Blood Begonia was indeed an evil martial soul, defying conventional judgment. However, it might truly be effective against the toxins within him. With an expression devoid of emotion, he inquired, "So, you intend to use this martial soul to treat my toxins?" Xu Sheng nodded solemnly. "Yes, regardless of the outcome. We must give it a try. During the process, please refrain from consuming the Bloody Mary. If you drink it while I use the Nine-Heart Blood Begonia for treatment, it might aggravate the toxins within you." After deep contemplation, Tang Chun's murky gaze bore into Xu Sheng's. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." With that, he decisively removed the black cloak concealing his body. The cloak fell away, revealing a body marred by countless scars and wounds. A sight that could only be described as grotesque. Particularly alarming were the numerous round puncture wounds, sending shivers down Xu Sheng's spine. He silently thought that had Tang Chun not achieved the pinnacle of the 99th level as a title Douluo, his vitality being exceptionally robust, such injuries would have been fatal. Tang Chun closed his eyes, seated on the ground, and calmly stated, "If there is a method, please proceed. Even if it fails, I hold no grudge. After all, I have lived for quite some time. If possible, I would dearly love to see her again," he silently added. Tang Chun had entirely entrusted his life to Xu Sheng. Should Xu Sheng choose to act at this moment, he would have no time to react. Seeing that Tang Chun was prepared, Xu Sheng felt no need for further words. Secretly contemplating first soul skill, Blood Begonia Bloom. Surrounding Tang Chun, the crimson Nine-Heart Blood Begonia began to shed its vibrant petals, each one embedding itself into his body. Merely seconds after penetrating his flesh, those sanguine petals were dyed a pitch-black hue, illustrating the terrifying and tenacious nature of the toxins within Tang Chun. At this moment, noting the stillness around him, Tang Chun spoke. "How is it? You can feel the severity of my poison now, correct?" He did indeed sense a slight change in the toxins within him, though it was barely worth noting. Xu Sheng did not respond immediately, opting for silence. Observing the lack of reply, Tang Chun, with his eyes still closed, likely understood the outcome, sighing with a bitter smile. "Is that so? It seems to be as I anticipated." Before Tang Chun could finish, Xu Sheng interjected coldly. "Indeed, it is more troublesome than I had imagined. However, it is not beyond treatment. It will simply require a considerable amount of time." The poison had infiltrated his internal organs. Complete recovery was virtually impossible. Yet, it could be managed gradually to minimize the accumulation of toxins within him. As for the residual toxins, with Tang Chun's physical constitution, he could certainly suppress them. "Oh, young man, do you truly have a way to treat it?" Upon receiving a response, Tang Chun's body trembled slightly as he spoke, his words infused with excitement and urgency. As long as this toxin could be eradicated, he could refuse the Shura goddess trial that had led to his mental disarray. Xu Sheng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. He replied affirmatively, "Indeed. However, the necessary treatment duration is quite extensive, at least 1.5 years to extract the toxins using my Nine-Heart Blood Begonia. Human bodies are composed of blood. Unless the toxins are completely eliminated, any blood produced by the bone marrow carries a significant risk of contamination, which is why such an extended period is required." Tang Jian, now invigorated, suddenly pondered a rather pragmatic question. How could Xu Sheng possibly agree to treat him without any ulterior motive? After calming his thoughts, he looked at Xu Sheng with suspicion. "But young man, even if it can be treated, are you truly willing to spend such a considerable amount of time with an old man like me?" Xu Sheng wore a disarmingly innocent smile and retorted, "Why not? Of course, I have conditions. Over these years, you must consistently use your pressure to assist my cultivation, and when necessary, engage in sparring with me." Tang Chen's mouth fell open in surprise, breaking into a hearty laugh. "So, your true intention lies here. No problem. I shall agree to assist you with my pressure during your cultivation and sparring, and once treatment is successful, I will fulfill my promise and bestow upon you something you will never refuse." This young man had evidently been waiting for him all along. In reality, it was he who had implored Xu Sheng for treatment, yet he vaguely felt as if he had been outmaneuvered. Gripping the ice rose sword, he charged at Tang Chun, shouting, "First soul skill, Wrath of the Ice Rose." The first crimson soul ring beneath him illuminated. A realm of piercing cold emanated from Xu Sheng, seemingly capable of freezing everything around him. Tang Chun, holding the blood-red Haotian Hammer, attempted to evade Xu Sheng's advance, only to find icy crystals beginning to spread across his legs. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, a domain-type soul skill?" In the next moment, the formidable aura of a 99th level title Douluo erupted from him, causing the encroaching ice crystals to shatter explosively. He then swung the Haotian Hammer to meet Xu Sheng's assault, resulting in a fierce clash between the ice rose sword and the blood-red Haotian Hammer, sending ripples through the very fabric of space. With a resounding crash, the violent recoil sent Xu Sheng staggering backward for several steps, while Tang Chun remained firmly rooted in place. Tang Chun nodded to himself, acknowledging, "Not bad. This child's physical attack alone has reached the level of a 96th rank assault-type title Douluo, and this is merely relying on his physical prowess. Should he employ soul skills to enhance his attack, who knows what level of intensity he could achieve?" As Xu Sheng regained his footing and lifted his gaze to Tang Chun, the second of his 10,000-year soul rings ignited beneath him, and he silently muttered, "Second soul skill. Gathering Rose Strike." Before him, the icy sword of the rose began to emanate a pale blue whirlpool, extending 3 meters in length from its sharp tip. The whirlpool then commenced to spin with astonishing velocity. Tang Chun, standing opposite, narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Oh, this attack possesses a certain intrigue." The 9 soul rings beneath his feet manifested, with the first ring suddenly igniting in brilliance. However, peculiarly, his Haotian Hammer exhibited no visible transformation. If anything, a faint, indistinct mark appeared upon it. As Xu Sheng's hands clasped the hilt of the icy sword, an overwhelming force erupted forth, and in the blink of an eye, the tip of the sword, accompanied by the terrifying whirlpool, lunged towards Tang Chun.